Good morning, dear friend. Can you hear the soft rustle of leaves outside your window? The way the sun filters through the trees, casting golden puddles of light across your porch floor. Somewhere a bird is singing its little song, and the breeze carries the scent of earth and honeysuckle. It's one of those mornings where the air itself feels like a quiet blessing, and the garden, whether grand or small, feels like it's leaning in for a chat. There's a kind of peace that only comes from being outside in the early hours. A porch chair warmed by the sun, a chipped coffee mug cradled in your old capable hands, and the feeling that maybe, just maybe today, is a good day to make something beautiful. But let's be honest, not everyone has the energy, the budget, or the space for a full-blown backyard makeover. Some of us are working with small patios, aching knees, or fixed incomes, and yet, we still long for beauty. We still deserve a bit of joy, and we still have the gift of imagination. That's why I'm here today. Not as an expert, not even as a designer, just as your friend, a fellow garden dreamer who believes deeply in the power of tiny transformations. Because you don't need $10,000 landscaping or fancy catalog furniture. You don't need a strong back or a big bank account. All you need is a spark of creativity, a few treasures from the Dollar Tree, and a little encouragement. In today's visit, I'll be sharing 30 simple, stunning summer garden ideas, each one born from thriftiness, purpose, and a love for making the everyday feel like a celebration. We'll turn plastic spoons into wind chimes, laundry bags into memory walls, and humble shower curtains into jaw-dropping privacy screens. And we'll do it all for under $5 a project. If you've ever stood in your backyard and thought, I wish it looked just a little more inviting, this is for you. If you've ever passed a neighbor's patio and sighed, if only I could afford that, this is your gentle reminder you can. Not with money, but with intention. Each of these Dollar Tree transformations was made with the real gardener in mind, the one who plants joy, waters memories, and tends to their soul while pruning a petunia. These are designs for real life, for porches that creak, for patios that have seen years, for hands that have held babies and tools and stories. So go ahead and grab that notebook, pour yourself another cup of tea, and settle in. We're about to begin a journey not just into budget-friendly garden decor, but into the kind of creativity that heals, delights, and inspires. Welcome back, dear friend. I'm so glad you're here. Let's begin. Remember those old beach umbrellas with faded fabric and rusty hinges? Maybe one sitting in your shed right now waiting for a second chance. Well, today's the day we bring it back to life and make it look like it came straight from a luxury resort. All you need are a few bright plastic tablecloths from Dollar Tree and a handful of faux tropical flowers. Pick colors that make your heart smile: turquoise, coral, banana yellow. Then cut each tablecloth into 12-inch flowing panels. You don't need to be precise. Let them be imperfect. A little flutter in the breeze makes everything feel more alive. Next, take some weatherproof glue, or for a firmer hold, a hot glue gun with outdoor adhesive sticks, and attach each panel around the outer rim of the umbrella, spacing them every 6 inches. Between each panel, zip tie a small cluster of faux flowers right where the fabric joins. The result, a fringe of color and joy that flutters in the wind and catches the eye. It may have cost less than $4, but it brings the kind of joy you can't price. It's amazing what happens when we decide something isn't junk, but just waiting for its next story. This umbrella isn't just shade now. It's a statement. It says, "Welcome to my garden. You're on vacation." Even if that vacation is just a slow morning with your feet up and your favorite book in your lap. And here's the best part, I've seen these hold up through thunderstorms and heat waves. No special skills, no tools, just a little care and creativity. Isn't that what we're learning as we grow older? That beauty isn't about perfection. It's about intention. It's about turning what we have into what we love and sharing it with others. So the next time you walk outside and open that old umbrella, let it bloom with color. Let it wave in the wind like a flag of joy. Still useful just like us. Do you remember the sound of wind chimes on your grandmother's porch? That soft tinkling music on a lazy afternoon when the world moved slower and life felt more peaceful. Well, today we're bringing that magic back, using nothing more than plastic spoons and a little imagination. This project starts with Dollar Tree plastic spoons. Yes, the kind you'd normally toss after a picnic. But in our hands, they're about to become something beautiful. Choose a few shades of ocean blues, sea glass green, and soft sandy beige, all available in weatherproof spray paint. Lay out the spoons on some newspaper and give them a coat or two of color. Let the hues blend gently together like waves rolling onto shore. Once dry drill or poke a small hole about 2 inches from the handle end of each spoon. If you don't have a drill, a thumbtack and a bit of patience will do. Thread fishing line or strong thread through the holes, tying each spoon at different lengths. You'll want a mix of short and long, think 6 inches, 10 inches, 14 inches for a staggered floating look. Now take an embroidery hoop also from Dollar Tree and use it as the frame. Tie the spoons evenly around the hoop. For an extra coastal touch string and some seashells from the craft aisle, maybe one every few spoons. The shells add weight and a lovely seaside feel. Hang your creation from a tree branch, porch hook, or garden trellis. As the wind catches it, the spoons gently tap and chime together, creating a soft, soothing melody. You might even close your eyes and imagine you're at the shore toes in the sand. Each chime costs under $3, but what it brings to your space, calm memory and a sense of whimsy, is worth so much more. And the best part, you made it. With your hands, with care. It's funny how something as simple as a spoon repurposed with love can remind us of the music of our own lives, quiet, surprising, and full of soul. There's something about the colors of citrus that just feels like summer. Bright tangerine, zesty lime, sunny lemon, they bring back memories of porch-side lemonade sun hats and the laughter of long-ago afternoons. And with just a few terracotta pots and some craft paint, we can bring that same cheerful energy to your garden today. Start with small terracotta pots from the Dollar Tree or your local discount store. You can usually find them in sets. Wipe them clean, then paint each one in a different citrus-inspired color. Think bold. This is not the time to be shy. Tangerine orange, key lime green, Meyer lemon yellow. Use acrylic or outdoor safe paint for the best results, and don't worry about brush strokes. A little texture adds charm. Once the base coat is dry, we'll add a touch of playful detail using a dry brushing technique. Dip your brush in a darker shade of the same color, for example, a deep orange over the tangerine, and gently sweep the brush across the pot in a light, uneven motion. This adds depth and makes it look like the skin of real fruit. Want to go even further? Use a white paint pen or thin brush to draw little dots or tiny leaf patterns. These extra touches turn your pots from plain to precious and make people stop and look twice. Now plant each one with bright, easy care summer flowers, marigolds, petunias, or impatiens. Stick to warm-toned blooms to keep that citrus theme glowing. Then group the pots together in odd numbers, 3, 5, or 7. Tuck them into a corner, line them along a porch step, or display them on a thrifted plant stand. The total cost around $7.50 for 5 pots. But what you'll get is a farmer's market-style burst of joy that makes your garden feel fresh, fun, and full of life. Sometimes the smallest things, a dash of color, a cheerful bloom, can lift the spirit more than we expect. These pots don't just brighten your patio. They remind you that there's still plenty of zest in life and in you. Imagine this. The sun is high, the garden is in bloom, and you're hosting a little gathering. Maybe it's just family, maybe a neighbor or two. Wouldn't it be lovely to offer cool drinks from a tray that looks like it came straight from a coastal resort? That's exactly what this project gives you: a stunning beverage station made from Dollar Tree finds and just a pinch of seaside charm. Start with a basic plastic serving tray, the kind you can find year-round in the kitchen aisle. Then grab a length of nautical rope, the thicker the better, and wrap it snugly around the tray's edges. Use a dab of marine-grade hot glue every few inches to keep it in place. This creates an instant yacht club vibe for under $2. Now comes the magic. Drill or cut cup-sized holes into the tray using a hole saw or a craft knife. A standard drinking glass needs about 3.5 inches, while a wine glass needs closer to 4. If that sounds too tricky, simply hot glue PVC pipe rings to the surface of the tray. They act as holders to keep your cup steady and upright. Paint the whole setup in coordinating colors: navy blue seafoam, sandy beige, to give it that ocean breeze feel. If you're feeling extra crafty, you can stencil on a seashell or anchor for a touch of personality. To take it even further, attach the tray to a stable base using brackets or heavy-duty adhesive. A small wooden crate, a plant stand, or even an upturned bucket painted to match can make it feel like a built-in drink station. Set it up by your chair, your hammock, or near the grill. Add a pitcher of lemonade, a few chilled glasses, and a bowl of sliced fruit. Just like that, you've got a 5-star refreshment corner, all for about $4. It's not just about convenience. It's about creating spaces that make people feel welcome. That say, come sit, stay a while, let's enjoy the day. Even if it's just you and a breeze. You didn't need a fancy designer. You just needed a good idea, a quiet afternoon, and a heart that still loves to create. Have you ever watched a summer breeze flutter through a line of laundry, making the cloth dance like it's alive? There's something comforting about that soft fabric swaying in the wind, sunlight catching on colors. That's the feeling we're recreating with today's project, a beautiful garden garland made from something as humble as Dollar Tree washcloths. You'll want to start with a handful of colorful washcloths. Look for summery patterns, florals, nautical stripes, cheerful solids, anything that brings a smile. Each cloth will become 2 triangle flags. Simply fold each one corner to corner and cut diagonally to create your pennant shape. If scissors aren't your favorite tool, you can even trace a triangle onto cardboard and use it as a cutting guide. Now, because we want this garland to last through sun and breeze, we'll hem the raw edges with fabric glue. Just a small line along the cut edge, press and hold for a few seconds and let dry. No sewing needed. And even if the edges fray a little over time, that only adds to the charm. Next, take a length of marine-grade rope or sturdy jute twine. You'll want enough to stretch across your space 10 to 50 feet depending on where it's going. Lay out your triangle flags and glue, or clip them on with small clothespins, spacing them about 6 inches apart. Mix and match colors freely. This isn't meant to be perfect. It's meant to be joyful. Hang your garland across a fence along the eaves of your porch, between 2 trees, or over a garden arch. As it moves with the breeze, it brings a sense of playfulness and life to your space. Total cost around $1.25 for every 5 to 6 feet of garland. Compare that to $40+ for high-end outdoor bunting, and you've saved a small fortune while adding something handmade and heartful to your garden. It's amazing, isn't it, how something as simple as a flutter of fabric can make a space feel more alive, like a celebration even on an ordinary day. And maybe that's what this garland really is, a quiet celebration of creativity, of resourcefulness, of another summer day to savor. Do you remember family vacations, beachside cafes, or those little roadside stands with bamboo trim and string lights? There was always something so carefree, so inviting about them. The good news is you don't have to fly to the tropics to feel that way again. With just a few bamboo placemats, some faux palm fronds, and string lights, you can turn any ordinary table into your own backyard tiki bar. Start by gathering a handful of bamboo placemats from the Dollar Tree. These are usually sold in the kitchen section, but today, we're giving them a whole new purpose. Measure how many you'll need to wrap around the legs or base of your patio table. If your table is round, you might use 4 to 6. If it's rectangular, start with the long side and work your way around. Secure the placemats to the table using heavy-duty zip ties or garden wire, one every 8 inches or so. Don't worry if there's a slight gap between them. That peak of space only adds to the breezy, casual charm of a real tiki hut. Next, take some artificial palm fronds or tropical leaves, also available in the floral or craft aisle, and attach them to the edge of the table. Let them hang slightly over the sides like a natural fringe or awning. A few small screws or tacks will hold them in place, or you can weave them through the zip ties you already used. And now for the magic touch, warm white string lights. Gently weave the lights through the fronds, allowing a soft golden glow to peek out. Turn them on at dusk and you'll see the whole setup transform into a glowing little island getaway right in your own backyard. Altogether, this project costs under $8, but it creates a space that feels like a $200 tropical escape. One you can walk out to any evening barefoot, lemonade in hand, and feel the world slow down. That's the thing about upcycling. It's not just about saving money. It's about reimagining what's possible, turning placemats into palm-fringed hideaways and an old table into a destination. And sometimes the best vacations are the ones where you never have to leave home. Sometimes the simplest items carry the greatest potential. A mesh laundry bag, for instance, usually meant for washing delicates, can become a moving display of your summer memories, dancing gently in the breeze like pages from a scrapbook in the wind. To begin this heartwarming project, pick up a couple of mesh laundry bags from the Dollar Tree. They're light, breathable, and most importantly, full of tiny openings that make them perfect for creating a memory net. Hang your bags diagonally across a wall, a fence, or even between two garden posts. A 45-degree angle works beautifully because it allows movement and visibility without feeling too rigid. You can use small nails, push pins, or command hooks if you're working on a smoother surface like vinyl. Now comes the part that fills your display with soul. Use brightly colored plastic clothespins. You can find these in the laundry or craft section to clip on summer photos, handwritten notes, or even your grandchildren's doodles. As the wind moves through the mesh, the display shifts and flows, making it feel alive. Want to add even more charm? Intertwine a strand of fairy lights or clip in little paper flowers for a festive touch. You could even paint the mesh frames a soft pastel shade to match your garden palette. This idea is especially wonderful for family gatherings or summer celebrations, a tribute wall of joyful moments. And when the season changes, simply unclip and swap in new memories. The total cost around $3.50 per wall compared to $25 or more for decorative outdoor photo displays from high-end stores. But what you're really creating isn't just decor, it's connection. A daily reminder of people you love, moments you treasure, and stories still being written. We often forget that decorating isn't just about how things look, it's about how they make us feel. This memory wall captures not only images, but also emotion fluttering softly in the sun, and reminding you that your life is made of beautiful, everyday pieces worth celebrating. You know that golden hour glow, the way the sunlight stretches long and low across the garden just before sunset. It warms everything it touches. Wouldn't it be lovely to capture that feeling all day long? That's exactly what this next idea does. And it only takes a few wooden dowels, some paper plates, and a splash of color. Start with several plain wooden dowels. Dollar Tree usually carries them in craft sections, or you can use bamboo garden stakes. Choose different lengths, like 18 inches, 3 feet, and 4 feet. This variety adds flow and rhythm to your garden beds, much like a painter dabbing light across a canvas. Next, you'll want to paint each dowel in a beautiful sunset gradient. Begin with soft pink or coral at the base, blending into warm orange and ending in pale yellow at the top. Spray paint works best for smooth blending, but acrylic and a sponge brush can give you a lovely hand-done texture too. No need for perfection, the irregularity mimics real sunlight. Now for the suns. Take plain white paper plates and cut out simple ray shapes around the edge, triangle points or curved flares, whatever feels playful to you. Paint them in matching or contrasting ombre tones, then glue or tape them to the tops of the dowels. Once everything is dry, insert your sun stakes into flower beds, large planters, or even a pot by your front door. Angle some toward the morning light, others toward where the evening sun dips low. As the real light moves, these little garden suns will catch the glow and reflect back warmth, color, and cheer. Each stake costs about $1.50 to make. But what you create is more than art, it's a feeling. A reminder that light lives in every corner, even if it comes from a paper plate and some paint. Gardens don't need expensive sculptures or bronze statues. Sometimes the most touching beauty comes from something handmade, something simple that makes you smile when you step outside. So plant a little sunshine today, dear friend. Let your garden remind you that every day still holds light, joy, and color, no matter what season of life you're in. There's something so tender about a picnic. Maybe it reminds you of childhood outings or anniversaries under the stars. Whatever the memory, the feeling is always the same: relaxed, joyful, and deeply human. And the best part, you can create that feeling right in your own backyard using just a few affordable finds and a touch of thoughtful layering. Let's begin with the base, a simple checkered tablecloth. Red and white, blue and cream, even soft gingham pastels. Any pattern that makes you think of lemonade and sandwiches will do. Lay it over a picnic table, a foldable table, or even the ground if your knees allow. For extra charm, layer a smaller cloth diagonally over the first. This adds texture and gives the whole setup a designer feel, no effort, all style. Now gather a few mason jars. These become your vases. Fill them with seasonal blooms, daisies, marigolds, lavender, or even cuttings from your own garden. Wrap a little jute twine or ribbon around each jar for that homespun elegance. You'd be surprised how something so small can make a table feel special. Here's where the magic happens. Take Dollar Tree's mesh produce bags, the ones used for storing fruits and vegetables, and tuck small string lights inside them. Hang them from tree branches, garden hooks, or shepherd's poles above your table. When the sun sets, these glowing bundles cast a soft dappled light that turns any meal into a memory. Add a few cushions or folded blankets for seating and maybe a tray of finger foods or a cool drink nearby. Suddenly, your garden isn't just a space, it's an experience. A little haven of comfort and connection where every bite tastes a bit sweeter under the open sky. This entire picnic corner costs about $1.25 per item, yet it rivals 50 Pluzzers designer setups you see in magazines. And it's not just lovely, it's yours. Made with intention for yourself and for anyone lucky enough to join you. So go ahead, light the candles, pour the tea, and sit down for a quiet meal with the birds singing nearby. You don't need a reason. Life itself is enough of a celebration. Have you ever stepped into a garden and felt the air suddenly cooler, like the whole space took a deep breath just for you? That's the effect we're going to create today. A soft mist that floats around your seating area, cooling your skin and calming your spirit, all made from a few simple plastic bottles and a bit of clever engineering. Start with 3 to 4 empty plastic bottles. Clear ones work best so you can see the water levels. Clean them thoroughly and drill a small hole about 1 4-inch wide in each cap. This is where the misting magic begins. Next, grab a length of clear vinyl tubing available at most hardware stores or dollar sections and gardening aisles, and connect the tubing to your garden hose using an adapter or tight seal. Then insert the tubing into each bottle cap, so that when the hose is turned on, water is pushed through and forced out of the small holes as a gentle spray. If you want a professional touch, attach small misting nozzles at the cap ends. They're easy to find online or at hardware stores, and they really improve the cooling effect. Now mount the bottles around your seating area using garden stakes, zip ties, or even tall plant cages. Position them about 6 feet high and space them in a circle or semicircle, angled slightly downward for best coverage. Once you turn on the hose, a light fine mist will fill the air. It's not overwhelming, just enough to lower the temperature around you by 10 to 15 degrees. And when the sun is high and the garden is still, that little bit of relief can make the world feel new again. Total cost around $3 per bottle station. Compare that to $150 or more for commercial grade systems, and you'll feel just as refreshed by the savings as by the mist. This project reminds us that comfort doesn't have to be complicated. Sometimes it's just about being clever and caring enough to make our space more peaceful. So go ahead, sit back, let the mist kiss your cheeks while the birds sing. You've created something lovely, and you did it with almost nothing but patience, creativity, and heart. There's something dreamy about dappled light when sunbeams filter through fabric and cast soft shadows across your patio. It feels like being wrapped in a summer sigh. And the best part is you don't need to buy expensive canopies or hire an installer. With a few light-colored tablecloths or shower curtains, you can create your own elegant shade sails that look like something out of a design magazine. Start by choosing your fabric. Lightweight tablecloths or Dollar Tree's sheer shower curtains work wonderfully. Go for whites, creams, or pale blues colors that reflect sunlight instead of absorbing it. This not only keeps things cooler, but gives your garden that breezy open-air look. Now let's prepare your sail. You'll want to install metal grommets along the edges about every 18 inches or so. Grommet kits are inexpensive and surprisingly easy to use. A little tap with a hammer, and you're set. These reinforcements make sure your fabric doesn't tear when the wind picks up. Next, string up your sail between trees' porch posts, or even tall shepherd's hooks. The trick is to hang the fabric at a gentle angle, roughly 30 degrees, which not only provides better shade in the afternoon, but adds that graceful architectural tilt that feels upscale and intentional. For a little flair, you can add small embellishments, maybe a trim of lace, a few tassels, or even some solar lights stitched along the edge for evening glow. The entire structure might cost you $5 to $7, but it creates the effect of a $200 designer shade sail. And the results? You gain 70% more usable outdoor space during the hottest part of the day. Whether you're reading, having lunch, or just listening to the birds, that pool of shade becomes a sanctuary, all because you reimagined something simple. We often think beauty requires big budgets, but sometimes it just takes a tablecloth, a bit of string, and a new way of seeing. Your shade sail doesn't just block the sun, it lifts the spirit, and that's a kind of light all its own. After a long morning tending the garden or simply soaking in the summer air, there's nothing quite like the soothing feel of cool water on your feet. It's a small joy, but one that brings real peace. And today, we're going to create a foot spa, so relaxing and so affordable you might find yourself using it every evening. The foundation is simple: a large plastic storage bin, preferably one that's wide and shallow. You can usually find these for $1 or $2. Give it a good clean, then paint the outside in calming spa-inspired colors: sea foam, green ocean blue, lavender mist. These tones turn something basic into something beautiful. Inside the bin, add a layer of smooth river rocks from the garden or craft section. These stones aren't just decorative, they gently massage your feet as you soak, grounding you in a very literal, very healing way. You can even keep them in the fridge beforehand for an extra cooling touch. Next, you'll want to add small extras that make this feel like a full experience. Use waterproof baskets nearby to hold a rolled hand towel, a pair of flip-flops, and maybe even a spritz bottle filled with rose water or mint. PVC pipe cut into short rings makes perfect cup holders. Just glue them to the edge of the bin or set them beside it to hold your drink of choice. When you're ready, fill the bin with cool water, a few drops of essential oil if you like, and let your feet slip in. Take a deep breath. You're not at a spa, you're at home. And yet the calm is just as real. The entire setup costs under $7 compared to $100 or more for a commercial foot spa. But what you've created is more than comfort. It's self-care that's gentle, thoughtful, and yours. This little ritual can become a moment of reflection at the end of your day. A reminder that you're allowed to rest, that your body deserves kindness, that even the simplest things, a bin, some water, a quiet seat, can bring deep, golden peace. There's something magical about a summer breeze, the way it slips past your cheeks, rustles the leaves, and makes you close your eyes without even realizing it. What if you could invite more of that breeze into your garden, using nothing but a few funnels and a little physics? That's the beauty of this next idea: a natural air cooling system made with plastic funnels and PVC pipe. It sounds scientific, but it's beautifully simple. No electricity, no fans, just airflow enhanced by shape and smart placement. Start with a few large plastic funnels. Dollar Tree usually stocks them in the kitchen aisle. Paint them in your favorite soft garden colors: pale turquoise, sage green, or creamy white. A light coat of outdoor paint does the trick and helps them blend beautifully into your space. Next, attach each funnel to a length of PVC pipe about 2 to 3 feet tall using strong glue or even zip ties. The pipe acts as a stand, holding your funnel up and angled just right to catch the breeze. Now here's where the magic happens. Place the finished units around your seating area, angled slightly downward toward where you rest. Position them to face the direction your natural breeze usually comes from. The wide mouth of the funnel captures that breeze, and the narrowing neck increases its speed as it flows through like nature's own air conditioner. You can cluster 2 or 3 around a bench, patio chair, or garden swing. Add a little floral trim if you want to disguise the setup as decor, faux ivy ribbon, or even wrap them in jute for a rustic look. The entire system costs under $3 per funnel stand. But what it delivers, a real noticeable 40% increase in airflow, is priceless on a hot summer day. This project is a quiet triumph. It reminds us that nature already has the answers. All we have to do is listen and maybe guide the wind with a little kindness and cleverness. So take your seat, friend. Let the breeze find you. Let it cool your skin and lift your spirits. Sometimes comfort doesn't come from doing more, but from letting the air move through just as it's meant to. Shade is a beautiful thing, especially when you can bring it with you. Whether you're sipping tea on the patio, trimming herbs by the fence, or sitting with a neighbor near the driveway, a bit of shade makes everything feel calmer. And with this next idea, you can create portable, movable shade for less than the cost of lunch. Start with a basic patio umbrella, one you already own or one you find secondhand. Then grab a large bucket from the Dollar Tree, one with a wide, stable base. This will become the foundation. To make it sturdy, pour in a mixture of quick-set concrete sand or even just fill it with decorative river stones. Insert the umbrella pole before it sets and use tape or a clamp to hold it steady until dry. Want it to look intentional and stylish? Paint the bucket in colors that match your outdoor theme, soft gray, sage green, or beachy blue. Wrap nautical rope or jute around the top rim for a rustic finish. You've just turned a plain bucket into designer-worthy decor. Now for the clever part, mobility. Add wheels to the bottom of the bucket using caster wheels and strong adhesive or screws. Make sure at least 2 of the wheels have locks so you can keep your shade in place once it's rolled to the perfect spot. If that feels like too much, a simple plant caddy with wheels underneath works just as well. Suddenly you have an umbrella that moves with the sun or with you. No need for a permanent installation, no dragging heavy furniture into shade. Just tilt and roll. The total cost around $8 to $10 for a fully finished base with wheels compared to $75 or more for commercial portable units. And it's yours, made with your hands, your colors, your creativity. This little project is a quiet game changer. It reminds us that comfort isn't just a luxury, it's a choice. And that flexibility in the garden and in life can be a beautiful thing. So take your shade with you, dear friend. Wherever the day takes you, let coolness and calm follow right behind. There's something enchanting about ice in the summer, the way it glistens, the way it cracks softly as it melts. But imagine if that ice wasn't just functional. Imagine if it became a work of garden art. That's what we're creating today. Delicate frozen bowls filled with flowers, perfect for cooling a table and delighting every guest who sees them. You'll need 2 nesting bowls for each ice sculpture, 1 large, 1 small. Plastic works just fine, and Dollar Tree often sells them in sets. Begin by filling the larger bowl about halfway with water. Then gently place the smaller bowl inside, pressing it down so it floats in the center. Weigh it down with a stone or a bag of dried beans. Now, between the walls of the 2 bowls, that narrow ring of space, drop in your floral magic. Use fresh blossoms from your garden, petals from a bouquet, or even herbs like mint and lavender. For extra charm, add a few slices of lemon or a swirl of food coloring in the water to create soft tints. It's like painting with nature. Once everything is in place, freeze the bowls overnight. The next day, remove the weights and run a little warm water along the outside to loosen the ice. Gently slide your frozen bowl out, a clear, shimmering creation with flowers suspended inside like summer memories caught in glass. Place your ice bowl on a plate or a shallow dish to catch the melting water. Fill the center with fruit-chilled drinks, or just leave it empty as a beautiful centerpiece. These bowls last about 4 to 6 hours, depending on the heat, just long enough to enchant a dinner, a picnic, or an evening in the garden. Each one costs around $2.25 to make. But what they offer is so much more: beauty, surprise, a touch of wonder. They remind us that elegance doesn't need to be permanent, it just needs to be intentional. Let your guests pause, let their eyes widen, let your table become a conversation, one that says, "Welcome, you're cherished here." And most of all, let yourself enjoy it too. Because you deserve moments of beauty just for you. There's nothing quite like sitting outside in the garden on a hot summer day, until the heat presses in and the still air becomes too much. But what if you could drop the temperature by nearly 20 degrees? Using nothing more than a battery-powered fan, a towel, and a bit of thoughtful placement. This next project is a senior-friendly version of what engineers call a swamp cooler, and it's wonderfully effective, especially in dry climates or shaded corners. Here's how it works. Start with a small portable fan, the kind powered by batteries or a USB power bank. You can find these at Dollar Tree or big box stores for just a few dollars. Then take a clean towel or even a Dollar Tree washcloth and soak it in cold water. Wring it out gently so it's damp, not dripping. Now secure the towel in front of the fan using clips, clothespins, or rubber bands, whatever you have on hand. The fan will blow air directly through the moist fabric, creating a fine, cool mist that lowers the surrounding temperature as it evaporates. Position this setup beside your garden chair, under your porch shade, or even near a picnic table. For extra charm, place a small screen or decorative trellis in front of it, not to block the breeze, but to make the setup look like it belongs in your outdoor space. And here's a little extra trick: keep a second towel in the fridge or freezer and swap it out every few hours for continuous refreshment. The total cost about $450, far less than the $80+ price tag of commercial evaporative coolers. And it runs for 8 hours or more on a fresh set of batteries. No outlets, no cords, no stress. What you're really creating isn't just a cooler breeze. You're creating a pocket of comfort. A zone where you can read, rest, or sip iced tea without breaking a sweat. A gentle reminder that you have the power to shape your space, even the temperature, with just a few simple tools and a little know-how. Because sometimes the best kind of luxury is a breeze that finds you exactly where you are just when you need it most. Picture this: the sun is high, your flowers are blooming, and you're sitting beneath a bit of shade with a cool drink in one hand and a chilled towel in the other. It feels like a spa, but it's your own backyard. That's the beauty of today's idea, a spa-inspired cool-down station that's not just pretty but profoundly refreshing. To start, find a small side table garden cart or even an upcycled storage crate. Anything waist height will do. Give it a fresh coat of paint to match your outdoor palette: pale mint, sandy beige, soft lavender. These gentle colors create a calming effect and make even the most basic item feel special. Next, gather a few weatherproof baskets or plastic bins to serve as your organizers. Label one for chilled towels. Simply roll up washcloths or hand towels, soak them in cold water, and refrigerate them before use. Place them neatly in the basket, and if you like, add a few sprigs of mint or citrus slices for a light scent that soothes. Another basket can hold personal misters, spray bottles filled with rosewater, or a hint of essential oils like eucalyptus or peppermint. These are heavenly on the neck or wrists during a warm afternoon. Add a small dish of clothespins or clips to keep the towels closed, and perhaps a small mirror or hand fan for that elegant touch. Finally, set up a shaded beverage area on the same surface or nearby a pitcher of iced tea, fruit-infused water, or sparkling lemonade. Use insulated cups or thermoses to keep drinks cool longer. Altogether, this station costs around $925 to build compared to $150 or more for commercial outdoor refreshment centers. But the peace it brings, priceless. This is more than decor. It's about making comfort part of your everyday life. About honoring your body in the heat and creating gentle rituals that say, you deserve this. And maybe, just maybe, it's about turning your patio into a place not just to sit, but to heal, to breathe, to feel refreshed inside and out. Do you remember chasing fireflies as a child? That quiet excitement of spotting a flicker in the dusk and cupping your hands gently around the glow. It was like holding a bit of magic. With this next idea, we're bringing that wonder back, not with bugs in a jar, but with the soft twinkle of fairy lights that mimic nature's most whimsical nightlight. All you need are a few mason jars, clear, simple, and sturdy. Punch a few small holes in the metal lids to let air circulate and create that firefly illusion. If you want a more delicate effect, wrap the jars in soft tissue paper first. It diffuses the light, making it feel even more like those glowing summer insects from long ago. Now take a short strand of battery-operated fairy lights, the kind you find for $1 or $2, and coil them gently inside the jar. Vary the number of lights in each jar, and if your light strand has a timer setting, even better. That way, they'll flicker on in the evening without you lifting a finger. Scatter the jars throughout your garden. Place some on porch steps, tuck others between flower beds, or hang them from shepherd's hooks or low-hanging branches. Use different sizes of jars if you can. The variation adds charm and gives your yard the feel of an enchanted forest. At nightfall, these little lights will glow softly, flickering just enough to make people pause. Children will point. Neighbors might ask what you used. But most importantly, you'll smile not just at the beauty, but at the feeling it brings back. Each jar costs around $2.25 compared to $25 or more for store-bought garden lanterns. But what you've created isn't just lighting. It's memory. It's wonder. It's a quiet glow that reminds us magic doesn't disappear when we grow up. Sometimes it just gets tucked inside a mason jar and placed by the roses. So light up your evening, dear friend. Let your garden sparkle with a little childhood joy, reimagined, rekindled, and right on time. There's something mesmerizing about candlelight on water. The soft reflection, the way it sways with each ripple, it feels almost sacred. You don't need a fancy pool or a big event to enjoy this kind of beauty. With just a few Dollar Tree materials, you can create floating luminaries that bring magic to any evening, whether it's a celebration or just a quiet night under the stars. Start with clear plastic containers. Think small bowls, lidded jars with wide mouths, or even old takeout tubs. Choose shapes that float easily and sit low to the water for stability. Paint the outside in gentle romantic tones like rose blush, soft amber, or pearl blue. Add swirls of metallic paint or a dusting of glitter if you like a bit of sparkle. Next, fill each vessel with water and drop in a waterproof LED tea light. If you'd like to hide the light base layer in flower petals, tiny glass beads, or slices of citrus fruit, all things that enhance the beauty without sinking the float. For a grounding touch, place a few decorative pebbles or glass marbles at the bottom. These not only add weight to stabilize the luminary, but become part of the floating display, shimmering softly beneath the light. Then gently place your creations into your pool bird bath or even a large decorative bowl on a patio table. As the sky darkens, these tiny floating stars begin to glow peaceful, elegant, and totally unforgettable. Each floating light costs about $1 to $2 to make, far less than commercial versions priced at $50 and up. And unlike store-bought ones, these reflect your taste, your hand, and your heart. There's something healing about watching light dance on water. It reminds us to slow down, to breathe, to honor the small luxuries we can create with our own hands. So tonight, don't wait for an occasion. Light your luminaries, pour a cool drink, and let your garden ripple with peace, because you've earned this stillness and you've made it beautiful. Have you ever seen the shadows cast by a Moroccan lantern, intricate lace-like patterns dancing along the walls, mysterious, romantic, and full of old-world charm? It may surprise you, but you can recreate that same exotic glow using something you likely toss in the recycling, a tin can. Start by collecting a few empty cans. Soup, coffee, or vegetable cans all work. Wash them thoroughly, remove the labels, and fill each with water. Then place them in the freezer overnight. This clever trick keeps the metal from bending when you punch the designs into them. The next day, grab a nail and a hammer and begin gently tapping out your pattern. You can create dots, stars, vines, or mandala shapes, whatever speaks to your spirit. If you prefer structure, use a pencil to sketch your design first or tape on a paper template as a guide. Just be sure to leave enough open space for the light to shine through. Once your pattern is complete, let the ice melt dry the can and spray paint it in a color that whispers elegance. Deep bronze, antique gold, soft matte black, or even a rich turquoise, the choice is yours. For extra sparkle, add a clear coat or lightly dust with glitter before the paint dries. To hang your lanterns, attach a chain or wire loop to the top using a drill or strong adhesive. Vary the length, some at 4 feet, others at 6 or 8, and hang them from a tree branch, pergola, or shepherd's hook. Inside each can drop a battery-powered tea light or small LED puck light. When night falls, your garden will come alive with dancing patterns, flickering, twirling, whispering stories of faraway places. And the best part, each lantern costs under $2 to make, yet looks like it came from a high-end boutique. These little lights do more than decorate. They transform space. They create mood, mystery, and warmth. They remind us that even humble things, even things once thrown away, can glow with beauty when handled with care. So hang your lanterns, dear friend. Let the shadows play, and let your garden become a place where stories and light are shared. Imagine sitting under the open sky while a gentle breeze sways crystal-like droplets above your head, catching and scattering light like little stars. It sounds like something from a fairy tale, but with a few embroidery hoops and Dollar Tree sparkle, you can craft your very own garden chandelier. Elegant, whimsical, and so much easier than it looks. To begin, pick up 3 wooden embroidery hoops in varying sizes. 12-inch, 18-inch, and 24-inch diameters work wonderfully together. These can often be found in the craft aisle for just a few dollars each. Paint them in a soft metallic shade, gold champagne, or even pearl white to reflect evening light beautifully. Now stack the hoops inside one another, suspended with clear fishing line so that the largest hangs lowest and the smallest sits at the top. Tie or hot glue the lines in place so the rings float tiered like a gentle spiral. This structure alone already creates a lovely silhouette, but the true magic comes next. Using strands of faux crystals, clear beads, or even raindrop garland from the holiday aisle. Hang delicate lines from each hoop, letting them dangle like chandelier strands. Vary the lengths for a cascading effect. You can also tuck in a few warm white fairy lights between the crystals. They'll catch the light and send glimmers across your garden when dusk falls. Finally, suspend the entire chandelier from a tree limb, a garden arch, or the center of your pergola using fishing line or chain. Make sure it hangs freely so it can gently sway with the breeze. Each chandelier costs about $12.50 total, far less than the $300 versions you'll find in garden boutiques or catalogs. Yet it carries just as much charm, maybe more. This isn't just a light fixture. It's a moment, a pause. A bit of wonder that turns an ordinary evening into something special. Because even as we age, we still deserve a little sparkle, a little drama, a little beauty suspended overhead, reminding us to look up, to dream, and to always make room for light. Do you remember lying on your back as a child, staring up at the stars, imagining galaxies and stories in the sky? That sense of wonder doesn't have to fade with age. In fact, you can bring it right into your garden. With a few humble rocks and a bit of glowing paint, your walkway can become a starlit path that twinkles softly all night long. Start with smooth stones or river rocks. You can collect them from your yard. Purchase a small bag at the Dollar Tree or check the landscaping section at your local hardware store. Choose ones that are flat and roundish, the kind that feel good in your palm. Now grab some glow-in-the-dark outdoor paint. You'll usually find this in soft shades of blue-green or aqua. Give each rock a couple of coats, letting it dry in between. You can paint them solid for a glowing orb effect, or use stencils to add stars, moons, or spiral patterns that mimic the cosmos. The secret to getting that magical glow: let them charge during the day. Place the rocks where they'll get plenty of direct sunlight or under a strong porch light so they can soak up energy. Then, as night falls, they'll begin to softly shine. Arrange them in a curving line along your garden path, scatter them around a seating area, or group them in clusters like constellations. You could even spell out a word like hope, rest, or peace with lettered rocks glowing gently beneath your feet. Each glowing path setup costs about $4.75 total, and the effect lasts 8 hours or more on a full charge. No wiring, no batteries, just light from the day stored and shared back into the night. These little stones don't just illuminate the path, they remind us of the beauty in quiet things, in slow light, in moments that ask nothing from us but to enjoy. So take a slow walk through your garden after sunset. Let the glow guide your steps. Let the silence hug your shoulders. And let your own inner light, like these stones, quietly shine. Some meals are more than just food. They're memories in the making. Whether it's a quiet breakfast with your thoughts, a candlelit dinner with your love, or a visit from an old friend, the right setting can turn a simple meal into a story. And with this next idea, you'll create that soft, intimate glow that makes every outdoor meal feel like a special occasion. Start with your dining space, whether it's a patio table, a folding card table, or even a repurposed bench and tray. Clean the surface and add a soft table, covering something neutral or lightly patterned. Then layer in warm, glowing light from 3 directions above at table level and from the surrounding garden. For overhead light, string warm white fairy lights above your table. You can run them between trees, attach them to shepherd's hooks, or hang them beneath a pergola or umbrella. Don't worry about perfect spacing, let them drape naturally for a relaxed charm. On the table itself, arrange LED candles of various heights, tall pillars, small votives, or tea lights in jars. You might even use a small mirror as a base to reflect their light upward and add a soft shimmer. If you're worried about wind pop, each candle inside a clear vase or hurricane glass for protection and elegance. Finally, place a few small spotlights or solar lights at the edges of your dining area, pointed toward nearby plants or flowers. This trick adds unexpected depth and dimension, making the entire space feel like a private outdoor room. The result: layered romantic lighting that flatters faces, softens moods, and invites quiet conversation. It looks like something out of a garden magazine, but only costs around $8.25 to complete. There's a quiet power in creating space like this. It tells your guests and yourself that life is worth celebrating. that beauty can be simple, that slowing down is not a luxury, but a gift. So light the candles, pour something cool, and take your seat. Tonight the stars might twinkle above, but your little table bathed in golden light will shine just as bright. You know that feeling when your home is divided into cozy corners, a reading chair here, a favorite lamp there, a little nook where you sip tea. Why not bring that same warmth and intentionality into your garden? With a little creativity and a few lights from the Dollar Tree, you can create garden rooms, each with its own mood, each glowing with purpose. Start by choosing 3 distinct areas of your outdoor space. Maybe one is for reading and quiet moments, another for chatting with visitors, and a third for playful gatherings or evening celebrations. Each space will get its own lighting character, warm, soft, or colorful. For your reading nook, use warm-toned lights, about 2700 K if you're choosing bulbs, or simply soft white LED string lights. Place a small solar lantern near a bench or chair, and add a clip-on reading light if needed. Surround it with a few pots of lavender or rosemary to scent the air. This corner will glow like a page from a gentle storybook. For conversation spaces, think garden benches, patio tables, or porch rockers. Opt for ambient lighting. LED candles, globe string lights, or mason jars with fairy lights will do the trick. The goal here is glow, not glare. Let the light hover gently at eye level so faces are softly lit and the mood remains intimate. Now for the fun, your gathering space. Here you can be bold. Use color-changing solar lights or wrap multicolor string lights around posts or umbrella poles. You can even use paper lanterns in bright hues or festive LED bulbs in soft pink, aqua, or amber. This is where laughter happens, where music might play, and where the energy lifts as the evening deepens. The total cost for all 3 areas about $28.50 compared to $150 or more for professional outdoor lighting design. But the value goes far beyond the price tag. You've now created a garden that reflects how you actually live in seasons, in moods, in sacred little corners. A space that flows from peace to connection to celebration. Because light isn't just about seeing, it's about feeling. And tonight, you've given every part of your garden its own soft, shining soul. There's a certain kind of joy that fills the air during holidays and special gatherings. It's in the laughter, the music, the scent of good food. But perhaps most of all, it's in the lights. With just a few clever tweaks to your existing garden lighting, you can create festive displays that transform ordinary evenings into celebrations worth remembering. The key to this project is using what you already have: battery-operated or solar string lights, lanterns, and jars. But instead of keeping things neutral this time, we'll play with color arrangement and seasonal themes to bring your garden to life all year long. Start with your base, a standard warm white light setup. This could be fairy lights in mason jars overhead, string lights, or lanterns hung from shepherd's hooks. Now customize each occasion by adding themed accents. For birthdays or summer cookouts, add rainbow-hued tissue paper inside your mason jars, or wrap the bulbs in colored cellophane secured with clear tape. For anniversaries, use all soft white and warm pink tones accented with faux rose petals or tiny paper hearts. For Independence Day, alternate red, white, and blue lights along fences or trellises. Use clothespins to attach themed paper cutouts, stars, leaves, snowflakes along your garlands depending on the season. You can even add chalkboard signs or banners that mark the occasion, all made from Dollar Tree craft materials. Hang multiple strands at different heights, one low along the ground for a pathway effect, one at eye level for ambience, and one high overhead to mimic stars. This layered lighting adds depth and excitement without overwhelming the space. And here's the best part: once the celebration is over, you can return everything to your soft, everyday glow. No rewiring, no waste. One basic lighting setup, endless transformations. The entire festive lighting system costs around $15.75 and adapts to every event throughout the year. Far more meaningful and economical than buying new decor for every holiday. It's not just about parties. It's about marking life's moments, about turning your garden into a place that holds joy, memory, and love, visible not just in the daylight, but glowing softly into the night. So whatever you're celebrating, a birthday, a blessing, or just another sunset, light it up, because every season of your life deserves to shine. We all know the feeling: you're enjoying a warm summer evening, a glass of iced tea in hand, soft music playing, and then the mosquitoes arrive. Suddenly your piece is broken by itching and swatting. But what if you could protect your space not with harsh chemicals or buzzing zappers, but with beauty? This next idea is all about combining practicality and elegance. With just a few Dollar Tree items, you can create a layered mosquito defense system that blends seamlessly into your garden decor and keeps those pesky biters at bay. Start with citronella plants if you can find them at your local nursery, even better. But for a budget-friendly version, use small containers and fill them with lavender, rosemary, mint, or marigolds. These plants naturally repel mosquitoes and look lovely doing it. Choose simple plastic planters or buckets, then give them a fresh coat of paint in your favorite color. Wrap them in twine stencil on a design or glue on a few decorative stones for charm. Cluster them near seating areas or along walkways to form a natural barrier. Next, add essential oil diffusers hidden in plain sight. Fill small jars or tea light holders with cotton balls soaked in a mix of water and citronella eucalyptus or lemongrass oils. Place them on side tables or tuck them between flower pots. They'll release a gentle scent that keeps bugs away without overpowering your space. For extra style and function, position small portable fans nearby, the kind we used in the swamp cooler project, and disguise them with decorative screens, lattice panels, or potted arrangements. The breeze not only cools you down, but also confuses and disperses mosquitoes, which can't fly well in wind. Each defense station costs about $6.25 to build, and together they can reduce mosquitoes by 70% or more, all while making your garden feel more inviting, not less. Because protection doesn't have to be ugly. In fact, the best kind is so gentle, so lovely, you hardly notice it's working until you realize you haven't swatted once all evening. So reclaim your nights, dear friend. Sit a little longer, watch the stars, and let your beautiful bug-free space remind you that comfort and charm don't have to be opposites. They can and should live side by side. Sometimes what we crave in our outdoor space isn't more, it's less. Less noise from the street, less peering eyes from neighbors, less exposure to the world. What we want is peace, privacy, a little garden room that feels like our own quiet retreat. And with this next idea, you can have exactly that for just $12. Yes, really all you need are a few vinyl shower curtains, some grommets paint, and a little imagination. Start with clear or frosted Dollar Tree shower curtains. They're lightweight, weather-resistant, and incredibly versatile. If you prefer more coverage, choose opaque or fabric options, anything that suits your taste and blends into your garden color palette. Using a grommet kit available for just a couple of dollars, punch holes every 12 inches across the top edge of each curtain. This will allow you to hang them securely and to adjust them like real drapes. You can string them on tension rods between porch beams, run a rope between fence posts, or even hang them on tracks attached to a pergola. Now comes the artistry. Use outdoor-safe acrylic paints and a stencil to add your favorite design, soft leafy patterns, bold geometric shapes, or an ombre wash that fades from blue to white like a summer sky. You can keep it simple or turn each panel into a piece of garden art. No perfection needed. Nature is full of lovely flaws. To finish the look, weave in faux greenery or silk vines through the grommets or along the curtain edges. This creates the effect of a living wall, soft, inviting, and completely your own. The result? Adjustable privacy that feels like it belongs, not like a tarp or a barrier. Something beautiful, intentional, and soothing. And the total cost about $12 compared to $200 or more for store-bought privacy screens. But what you've made is far more valuable. A quiet space to read. A nook to sip morning coffee. A hidden corner where you can exhale fully and be yourself. Because sometimes creating peace isn't about walls. It's about grace. About gently framing the world so that your soul can stretch out and rest. And you, my friend, have just built that with care, with color, and with heart. Have you ever wished your garden could stay neat and beautiful without hauling out plastic bins or tucking clutter behind bushes? What if your extra tools, gloves, or outdoor cushions could disappear into something that looks like a designer planter? That's the brilliance of this next idea, creating hidden storage that doubles as elegant decor. It's the kind of solution that makes you wonder why we haven't always done it this way. Start with a large plastic bucket bin or laundry hamper, the kind you'd normally use for cleaning supplies or yard waste. Choose one with a lid or a flat surface on top. Then paint it in a rich, earthy tone like terracotta slate gray or sage green. Wrap the outside with jute rope faux wood contact paper or even adhesive garden lattice to mimic high-end planter materials. Next, create a removable false top. You can use a lightweight serving tray, a round cutting board, or even a piece of cardboard wrapped in fabric. Place a real or faux potted plant on top one that covers the surface and blends naturally into your garden setup. You've just disguised your storage as a beautiful plant stand. Inside, you can stash whatever makes your space easier to enjoy: gardening gloves, small hand tools, citronella candles, twine, or even extra seat cushions and picnic supplies. For added organization, insert smaller containers or pouches inside. Want to go a step further? Stack 2 bins to create a taller waist-height version. The lower one stores outdoor clutter, while the upper serves as a display pedestal for seasonal plants or lanterns. You can even label it with a small chalkboard tag for charm. Each of these hidden storage pieces costs around $450 to make compared to $100 for traditional patio storage solutions. But the real value isn't just in money saved, it's in space, reclaimed peace, restored. Because clutter doesn't belong in your sanctuary. And now, with a little creativity, it doesn't have to show. Your garden stays beautiful not just to others, but for you. Thoughtfully organized, quietly practical, fully yours. So tuck it away, cover it in blooms, and smile knowing that your garden just got a little smarter and a lot more lovely. Gardens are full of life, delicate, growing, and sometimes vulnerable. A sudden storm, a strong gust of wind, or an unexpected burst of summer heat can undo weeks of tender care. But instead of rushing to cover your favorite plants with tarps or dragging pots indoors, why not shield them with something beautiful? Today's idea is all about protecting your garden artfully. With clear containers, decorative supports, and a dash of creativity, you'll build plant shelters that look like sculptural features, not emergency fixes. Begin with clear plastic bowls, cloches, or even upside-down storage bins. Look for shapes that dome gently or taper like bells, the kind that naturally blend into a garden setting. These can be found at Dollar Tree or repurposed from your own kitchen supplies. Now transform them from plain to picturesque. Use glass paint or frosted spray to soften the light that passes through while still letting in warmth. Stencil on leafy silhouettes, sunburst patterns, or raindrops for a whimsical touch. You're not just covering a plant, you're creating a window into nature's resilience. For supports, use decorative stakes, wireframes, or small plant stands to elevate the shield slightly off the ground. This allows airflow and prevents overheating while still offering protection from rain and harsh wind. Wrap the base with faux vines or floral garlands to help the setup blend with surrounding blooms. These weather shields are especially useful for seedlings, heat-sensitive herbs, or any plant in recovery. And when not in use, stack them neatly in a corner or leave a few out as part of your garden's visual charm. Each shield costs about $3.75 compared to $15.30 for commercial options that often lack character. But more importantly, you're adding layers of love to your garden. Thoughtful care, gentle shelter, a quiet promise that beauty and protection can walk hand in hand. Because in the end, our gardens are like our hearts, soft open and sometimes in need of cover. And what a gift it is to offer that protection with grace. Every inch of a garden counts, especially when space is limited or the budget is tight. That's why this final idea might just be the most powerful of them all, creating multifunctional pieces that serve more than one purpose, all while blending seamlessly into your outdoor decor. Picture this: a garden bench that also stores your tools, a planter that glows at night, a screen that gives you privacy and holds your gardening gloves. These are more than DIYs, they're quiet problem solvers hiding in plain sight. Let's start with seating. Use a sturdy plastic storage bin or crate with a flat, secure lid. Add a weather-resistant cushion or a rolled blanket on top. Now you have an instant garden bench, and when you lift the lid, you've got room inside for watering cans, gloves, citronella candles, or even potting soil. For lighting, choose large planters or buckets and place solar lights right into the soil. As the plants grow, the light naturally filters through the leaves, creating a soft evening glow. It's functional lighting hidden inside something already beautiful. And for the ultimate two-in-one, create a privacy screen using a wooden trellis or lattice panel. Behind it, install a few S-hooks or mounted baskets. You now have a graceful vertical garden, a bit of privacy, and a place to hang tools, towels, or even wind chimes. The beauty of multifunctional pieces is that they reduce clutter, save space, and make your garden feel smart and intentional. Each one costs around $7 or $12 to make, far less than buying separate items that take up more room. But these projects are more than just practical. They're about honoring the rhythms of aging, of simplifying, streamlining, and surrounding ourselves only with what works and brings us joy. You're not just saving space, you're creating space for calm, for comfort, for creativity. You're saying, this is my sanctuary. Every part of it has a purpose and every piece tells a story. And maybe that's the greatest luxury of all, not having more, but making more out of what you already have. So build your bench, light your planter, hang your tools behind your flowers. Let your garden like you become wiser, stronger, and more beautiful with time. Well, dear friend, here we are at the end of our garden walk. Can you feel it? That soft pride blooming quietly in your chest, knowing that with just a few dollars, a bit of care, and your beautiful imagination, you can create something extraordinary. Not because it's perfect, not because it looks like the catalog, but because it's yours. This wasn't just about Dollar Tree finds or clever tricks. It was about possibility, about remembering that your hands, no matter how old, still hold the power to shape, to decorate, to delight. That creativity doesn't retire, it simply softens, becomes wiser, more thoughtful, more rooted. Each of these 30 ideas was designed for someone like you, someone who doesn't need more stuff, but more meaning. Someone who finds joy in the little details, the sound of wind chimes made from spoons, the shimmer of fairy lights in a mason jar, the cool mist of a homemade breeze on a hot afternoon. Because a garden is never just a garden. It's a reflection of you, your resilience, your resourcefulness, your ability to turn not much into more than enough. And now you've created a space that invites rest, laughter, and connection. A space where others can sit beside you and say, this feels like peace. And maybe, just maybe, they'll be inspired to find that same peace in their own backyard. Before we part, I'd love to hear from you truly. Which idea spoke to your heart today? Which one are you most excited to try this weekend, or maybe you have a clever hack of your own to share? Drop it in the comments. Let's keep inspiring each other, one thoughtful transformation at a time. And if you'd like more gentle inspiration like this, don't forget to subscribe. I post these soft, soul-satisfying garden ideas regularly because you deserve to feel creative and proud in every season of your life. Until next time, may your plants thrive, your projects sparkle, and your heart remain open to joy. From my garden to yours, happy gardening, dear friend. Good morning, dear friend. Can you hear the birds softly stirring in the hedges? Can you feel the sun gently warming the rim of your teacup as it rests on the old wooden table beside you? Maybe you're sitting on the porch now, watching your favorite potted plant stretch toward the light slowly and silently, doing what it does best, just growing. Not fussing, not racing, just quietly thriving. That's the kind of gardening I want to share with you today. Because maybe like me, you've reached a season in life where energy is something you spend more carefully. The knees don't bend quite like they used to. The back reminds you of its limits. And yet the heart still wants to garden, to tend, to beautify, to surround yourself with life. So, what if I told you that you don't have to start over every spring? That there are plants, good, dependable, beautiful plants that will return to you each year, just like an old friend pulling into the driveway with a smile and a casserole. These aren't flashy newcomers that disappear with the first frost. These are perennials, strong, steady, and often overlooked, that do beautifully in containers. And I call them a lazy gardener's dream. But really, they're a wise gardener's secret. Today, I'm going to take you on a gentle stroll through 15 of my favorite perennials that flourish in pots. Whether you've got a tiny patio, a beloved front porch, or just one sunny spot near your chair, these plants will offer beauty without burden. They'll save you time, save you money, and most of all, they'll remind you that gardening, like life, doesn't have to be hard to be meaningful. So pour a little more tea settle into your favorite seat and let's begin. You don't need youth or strength or even much space. Just a little pot and a whole lot of heart. Remember the joy of finding that one reliable thing like a cozy cardigan that always fits just right, or that old enamel mug that keeps your tea warm longer than it should. That's what coral bells feel like in the garden. Steady, lovely, and always adding a little extra comfort to your life. Also called heuchera, coral bells are one of those quiet superstars that don't need a big show to be unforgettable. Instead of flashy blooms, they offer foliage, but oh, what foliage! Picture shades of deep plum apple, green sunset, orange, dusty silver, and even peachy pink. Sometimes all in one plant. It's like a living patchwork quilt tucked into a pot. Best of all, they're incredibly forgiving. These beauties do best in partial shade, making them perfect for those tricky corners on your porch or under the eaves where sun and shadow dance. No need to chase the light. Coral bells are happy to stay put. I've kept mine in the same container for 5 years now. With just a bit of care, they keep showing up season after season. Here's how to grow them, dear friend. Choose a container with good drainage and fill it with quality potting mix. Plant your coral bells snugly. They like to be cozy. Water regularly, especially during dry spells, and give them a little liquid feed once or twice a season if you feel generous. But truth be told, they'll thrive even if you forget once in a while. Their evergreen or semi-evergreen leaves mean you'll enjoy color well beyond the growing season. Some even keep their tones through the winter, especially if your climate is mild. And if you're lucky, delicate flower stalks will appear in summer. Tiny bells that nod gently in the breeze, drawing in hummingbirds and smiles alike. Coral bells are also perfect for layering. Try tucking them beside taller ferns or grasses, or let them spill over the edge of a rustic metal bucket or old wooden crate. Their low mounding shape makes them ideal for softening corners or adding texture to your pot arrangement. And if your hands aren't as strong as they once were, you'll be glad to know they're light and easy to move. There's something comforting about a plant that doesn't ask for much, but still gives so much in return. It reminds me of us aging gracefully, a little slower maybe, but still full of color, still offering beauty that lasts. Coral bells whisper to the gardener, you don't need to bloom loudly to be remembered. Do you remember the first time you noticed how morning light paints silver along the edge of a leaf? That hush of beauty that doesn't ask to be admired but rewards those who look closely. That's exactly the feeling Japanese painted fern brings to a container garden, quiet elegance that deepens with every season. This isn't your average backyard fern. Its fronds unfurl like brush strokes from an artist's hand, silvery centers shaded with soft green, sometimes touched with a hint of burgundy along the spine. It's the kind of plant that makes you lean in, take a second glance, and smile without realizing it. Japanese painted fern is a true shade lover. If you have a north-facing patio, a covered porch, or that spot beneath a leafy tree where little else seems to thrive, this is your answer. Tucked into a terracotta pot or an old ceramic bowl, it turns dull corners into serene focal points. Unlike many plants that chase the sun, this one is content in the cool, a good companion for the more restful parts of your day. Caring for it is beautifully simple. Start with a medium-sized pot that has good drainage. Fill it with a rich, moisture-retaining potting mix, something that mimics the forest floor it naturally calls home. Plant your fern just deep enough to keep the crown above the soil, water it in, and let it settle. It prefers soil that stays lightly moist, but not soggy. A gentle weekly watering usually does the trick unless the heat creeps in. Then a little extra drink will be appreciated. One of the most comforting things about this plant is how little fuss it requires. There's no pruning, no staking, no waiting for flowers. The foliage is the show. And what a show it is, arching gracefully like soft green feathers, catching the light in a way that makes even the stillest morning feel alive. Japanese painted ferns pair beautifully with hostas, heucheras, or even delicate white impatiens if you'd like to add a little bloom. But truly, they hold their own. Just one plant in a weathered pot can be all you need to create a moment of calm. And if you're someone who treasures things that get better with age, you'll appreciate how this plant grows more beautiful as it settles in. Each year its crown grows fuller, the colors richer, the fronds longer. It doesn't rush. It simply matures, a quiet metaphor for the gardener who tends it. This fern doesn't scream for attention. It whispers beauty. And sometimes, dear friend, that's exactly what we need. Have you ever run your fingers over a baby blanket or the fuzzy edge of a beloved old quilt and felt instantly comforted? Lamb's ear gives you that same feeling, but right in your garden. With its soft silver leaves that feel like velvet, this perennial is more than just a pretty plant. It's a sensory experience, a memory trigger, and a quiet companion for your container garden. Lamb's ear, with its silvery gray color and fuzzy texture, is the kind of plant that invites touch. Grandchildren love it. Guests notice it. And for us, it brings something grounding, a reminder that nature can be both resilient and gentle. It's no wonder this plant is a favorite for sensory gardens and peaceful corners alike. What makes lamb's ear ideal for container gardening is its resilience. Once it's settled, it barely asks for anything. It's drought-tolerant, sun-loving, and forgiving. That makes it perfect for anyone who forgets to water now and then, or who simply wants a garden that doesn't feel like a chore. To grow lamb's ear, choose a medium or shallow pot with excellent drainage. These plants don't like soggy feet. Fill your pot with a light, well-draining mix. Even a cactus blend will do. Then plant your lamb's ear and give it a gentle watering. After that, just let the sun do the work. It thrives in full sun but can tolerate partial shade, especially in warmer climates. Once established, this plant spreads softly across the pot, forming a low, plush mat of foliage. It's beautiful on its own or as a backdrop to brighter flowers. Think deep purple petunias or coral-colored begonias. And in summer, tall, silvery flower spikes emerge dotted with tiny lavender blooms that bees and butterflies adore. Even the blooms, while modest, have their own charm. Trimming is minimal. If the plant gets a little leggy or brown in places, just snip off the tired leaves and it'll fill back in. It's also easy to divide. Just lift a clump, gently separate it, and start another pot. You'll have gifts for neighbors or more beauty to scatter around your porch. And isn't that the kind of gardening we need now? One that's soft on the hands, easy on the back, and full of surprise joys. A pot of lamb's ear near your favorite chair isn't just decorative, it's soothing. It catches morning dew like little diamonds and reflects the sunlight in a soft, silvery glow. To me, lamb's ear is a reminder that age brings texture, beauty, and depth. It may not be flashy, but it brings comfort, and in this world, comfort is a kind of magic. Do you remember springtime drives through the countryside when all of a sudden you'd pass a low stone wall or gentle hill absolutely smothered in blooms? That breathtaking moment when pinks, purples, and blues cascade like water down the slope. That, dear friend, was likely creeping phlox. And yes, you can have that same magic on your porch tucked right into a container. Creeping phlox is one of those plants that delights without demanding. A true perennial performer, it bursts into bloom each spring like a joyful announcement. The cold is over. Life is back. Its tiny star-shaped flowers form thick mats of color that spill beautifully over the edge of pots like a floral waterfall frozen mid-motion. For container gardeners, it's a dream come true. It stays low and tidy, needs little care, and returns stronger each year. Choose a wide, shallow container to give it room to spread. A lightweight plastic planter, an old dishpan, or even a painted drawer will work perfectly. Just make sure it drains well. Phlox likes things on the dry side once it's established. Fill your pot with a well-draining potting mix. Place your creeping phlox so the crown sits at soil level, then water it in. After that, this plant does most of the work on its own. Full sun is best, though it will tolerate light shade. Once blooming starts in early spring, you'll be amazed by how completely it covers itself in color. You might not even see the leaves beneath. The color choices are like a candy shop: lavender, bright pink, soft white, deep purple, even striped varieties. And it doesn't just please the eye. Butterflies and beneficial insects adore it, making your little patio pot part of the greater garden ecosystem. One of my favorite ways to use creeping phlox is to plant it near the edge of a tall container, letting it tumble over the sides. It looks like nature's own lace trim. Or pair it with upright perennials like sedum or dwarf grasses for a pleasing contrast in height and texture. It also blends beautifully in hanging baskets, a sweet alternative to trailing annuals that need replacing each season. And perhaps the best part: as the years go on, creeping phlox only gets fuller, healthier, and more generous. A gentle trim after blooming helps shape it and encourages future growth, but even if you forget, it forgives. That kind of resilience is rare and welcome. In a world that often values what's new and fast-creeping phlox reminds us that slow and steady beauty has its place. It doesn't bloom all season. It blooms when it matters. And when it does, it takes your breath away. There's something so delightful about discovering a burst of unexpected color in the shade, like stumbling on a hidden fireworks show in the middle of a quiet forest. That's exactly what a stilbe offers. These graceful plants bloom in plumes of pink, white, red, or lavender, lighting up the dimmer corners of your patio or porch with soft, feathery beauty. A stilbe is often called the queen of shade, and for good reason. While many perennials sulk in low light, a stilbe thrives there. Its finely divided fern-like foliage provides structure and interest even before it blooms. Then, just as late spring warms into early summer, tall spires of color rise from the plant like little garden fireworks, not loud or flashy, but elegant and full of life. What I love most is that a stilbe brings drama without drama. It doesn't fuss, doesn't sprawl, and doesn't demand constant care. In a container, it sits neatly and gracefully, like a guest who knows how to make an impression without overstaying their welcome. To grow a stilbe in pots, pick a container at least 10–12 inches deep. This plant enjoys moist, rich soil, so be sure to use a potting mix that retains water well. You might even mix in a bit of compost or peat moss to help it hold moisture longer. Place the pot in a spot that gets morning sun and afternoon shade or bright, indirect light all day. Watering is the most important part of a stilbe care. These plants like to stay consistently moist, not wet, not soggy, but never bone dry. Think of it like a damp sponge, soft and steady. If you're the kind of gardener who enjoys checking in on your plants with a morning cup of tea, a stilbe will reward your attention with healthy growth and lasting blooms. Their tall, showy flowers can reach 12 to 18 inches depending on the variety. After they fade, you can snip them off or leave them standing. The dried plumes catch the light in lovely ways and add winter texture if you let them stay. And the foliage remains handsome throughout the summer, blending well with other shade-loving perennials like hostas ferns and Japanese forest grass. A stilbe is a wonderful companion plant in mixed containers. Tuck it behind a border of low-growing coral bells or around the edges of a large pot with hostas. It adds height without bulk, drama without disorder. But more than anything, it brings surprise, that lovely, unexpected thrill when something blooms where you least expect it. In life, as in gardening, it's often those quiet corners that hold the greatest beauty. A stilbe is a reminder that even in the shade, there's room to shine. All it takes is the right place, a little patience, and a touch of care. Some plants dazzle with blooms, others with fragrance. But ornamental grasses, they enchant with motion and silence. You don't even realize how much you need them until the breeze rustles through and suddenly your whole porch or patio feels alive, like the garden is breathing alongside you. There's a certain kind of peace that grasses bring. They don't shout for attention. They don't crowd their neighbors. They sway. They shimmer. And they give your container garden rhythm, the kind that soothes the spirit and calms the mind. For container gardening, ornamental grasses are often overlooked, but they're some of the most rewarding plants you can grow. Choose compact varieties like blue fescue, Japanese forest grass, or dwarf fountain grass. These are well-behaved in pots and won't outgrow their space quickly. They're perfect for small patios or balconies, and they pair beautifully with flowering perennials or low-growing foliage plants. Let's talk setup. Pick a medium to large pot, something wide and stable to balance the upright movement of the grass. Use a well-draining potting mix, and don't be afraid to let the soil dry out a bit between waterings. Many grasses prefer it that way. Fountain grass and blue fescue, for instance, are quite drought-tolerant once established. Sun is essential for most varieties. Full to partial sun will keep your grasses upright, full, and glowing with color. Blue fescue turns a silvery steel blue under bright light. Fountain grasses blush with pink-tinged plumes in late summer. And Japanese forest grass, a shade lover, glows golden in dappled light like a fountain of sunshine at your feet. Once they've settled in, ornamental grasses require almost no maintenance. Trim them back in late winter or early spring to make room for fresh growth. They won't need deadheading, staking, or fussing. just the occasional drink a bit of fertilizer if you feel inclined and the freedom to move with the wind. One of the unexpected gifts of container grasses is how they change with the seasons. In spring, they emerge fresh and green. By summer, they're full and soft. In fall, many turn golden bronze or even crimson, catching low afternoon light like spun gold. And in winter, even when dormant, their dried seed heads and arching forms offer sculptural interest, especially with a dusting of frost. They also invite life. Birds perch in them. Butterflies rest among their blades. Even a light breeze becomes a quiet song when it brushes through the grass tips. Sitting nearby feels like listening to nature exhale. In a way, ornamental grasses are like us in later years, quiet, steady, and full of subtle beauty that reveals itself more the longer you sit still. They ask for little and give so much. Let them dance, dear friend. You deserve to watch something that moves softly with the world. Some plants are like old friends who never ask for much but always show up with a smile. That's sedum for you, dependable, cheerful, and tough as nails. If you've ever forgotten to water your plants for a few days or even longer, sedum will forgive you. In fact, it thrives on a bit of neglect. A true gift for the lazy gardener, or let's say, the wise one who doesn't want to hover. Sedum belongs to the succulent family, which means it stores water in its thick, fleshy leaves. You can actually feel the difference. The leaves are plump, like tiny pillows holding on to life. This special trait makes it a perfect choice for container gardening, especially in sunny spots where other plants might wither and complain. There are countless varieties of sedum to explore. Some creep gently over the edge of pots, like a living waterfall, think Angelina, with its golden tones, or dragon's blood, in deep red. Others stand upright with strong architectural forms like autumn joy, or matrona, blooming late into the season when most plants have called it quits. To grow sedum in containers, all you need is a well-draining mix. Even cactus soil will do. Choose a shallow or medium-depth pot with drainage holes and don't overthink the watering schedule. Sedum prefers to dry out completely between waterings. In fact, too much water is one of the few ways you can upset it. Sun is your best friend here. Place your sedum containers where they'll bask in at least 6 hours of direct light. In return, the leaves will take on rich tones, especially in the cool of fall. And just when other flowers are fading, many sedums start to bloom tight clusters of star-like flowers in pink, red, or white that butterflies simply can't resist. Maintenance is as easy as brushing your teeth. Just snip off any leggy growth in spring, and your plant will bounce back better than ever. If it gets too big for its pot, break off a few pieces and stick them in soil. They root so easily, you'll be giving pots of sedum away to neighbors in no time. Sedum plays well with others too. It's lovely paired with upright grasses, purple fountain plants, or even trailing lobelia for a little color contrast. And in winter, the dried flower heads often remain upright, adding structure and charm even when dusted with snow. What I love most about sedum is its resilience. It doesn't need pampering. It doesn't pout when conditions aren't perfect. It just keeps going quietly, beautifully, and with grace. Like many of us, it has learned to store up strength for dry seasons. And when the time is right, it blooms. In a world that often asks too much, sedum reminds us that thriving doesn't have to be complicated. Do you remember the kind of person who always made an entrance cheerful, warm, lighting up every room they walked into, even if only for a short while? That's what daylilies are like in the garden. Each blossom stays for just a single day, but oh, what a show it gives. And thankfully, they come back again and again with more buds waiting behind each bloom like a happy little parade. Daylilies are often called the workhorses of the perennial world, and rightly so. They're low maintenance, long blooming, and remarkably forgiving. If you want something that will give you color for weeks on end without any fuss, this is the plant for your container garden. And yes, they do beautifully in pots. With slender grass-like foliage that remains tidy, daylilies are great structural plants. But the real magic is in the flowers. Trumpet-shaped and elegant, they come in a rainbow of colors from buttery yellow and peachy coral to deep burgundy apricot and almost black purple. Some even have ruffled edges or eye-catching patterns at the center. There's truly a variety for every mood and every patio. To grow daylilies in a container, choose a pot that's at least 12 inches deep. These plants have fleshy roots that need space to spread out. Make sure the pot has drainage holes and fill it with a well-draining mix enriched with a bit of compost. Set your plant so the crown is just at the soil level and give it a good drink. Full sun is key at least 6 hours per day to encourage abundant blooms. But if your patio only gets morning sun or dappled light in the afternoon, don't worry. Some varieties are perfectly content in part shade, especially in warmer climates. Water when the top inch of soil feels dry. During hot spells, containers dry out faster, so check often. And for a little extra bloom power, you can sprinkle in a slow-release fertilizer in spring. Other than that, daylilies don't need much. Just remove spent blooms to keep things looking tidy and enjoy the wave of buds that follows. After a few years, your container might get crowded, and that's actually a blessing. You can lift the plant, divide it into smaller clumps, and start new pots or share them with friends. It's the gift that keeps on giving. What I love about daylilies isn't just their ease or their beauty. It's their rhythm, that daily cycle of opening and closing, blooming and resting. They remind us to show up fully even for just a moment, to brighten someone's morning, to be present even if briefly. In a container or in life, daylilies teach us that it's okay to bloom for a day as long as we bloom again tomorrow. There's something special about a plant that climbs, that doesn't stay low or wide, but reaches upward gently, gracefully toward the light. Clematis is one of those dreamers. In the world of container gardening, it's the artist painting trellises, railings, and porch columns with blooms so beautiful they almost don't look real. If you've ever felt your garden lacked a bit of height or drama, clematis is the answer. With just a pot, a little support, and a sunny spot, this flowering vine can transform your patio into a private sanctuary, blooming from spring through summer and in some varieties, even again in fall. Clematis flowers come in a dazzling array of sizes and shades. Some are as small and starry as a button, others stretch wide like dinner plates. The colors span from soft whites and pastel pinks to deep purples, bright magentas, and striking blues. Many have lovely centers, creamy stamens, striped petals, or ruffled edges that make each bloom feel like a carefully painted masterpiece. For containers, choose a compact or patio-friendly variety. Some types grow only 3 to 6 feet tall and are ideal for small spaces. Start with a tall container at least 18 inches deep with good drainage and rich potting soil. Plant your clematis a bit deeper than it was in the nursery pot, about 2 inches of stem below the soil surface. This encourages strong roots and helps protect against disease. Now for the most important part, support. Clematis is a climber, but it needs something to hold on to. A small trellis, an old metal gate, a bamboo teepee, or even a simple branch structure will do. Just make sure it's anchored well. As the plant grows, you can guide its delicate stems by gently tying them with garden twine or clips. Before long, it will find its own way. Sunlight is key. Clematis blooms best when it gets at least 6 hours of sun a day. But here's the trick: while the flowers love sun, the roots prefer to stay cool. In garden terms, we say head in the sun, feet in the shade. You can achieve this in a pot by placing a few low plants like sedum or creeping phlox around the base. Or simply tuck the container in a place where the bottom stays shaded in the afternoon. Water consistently, but avoid soggy soil. Clematis likes steady moisture and benefits from a slow-release fertilizer in spring. After flowering, give it a light prune to encourage new growth or simply enjoy the natural form. When in bloom, clematis can stop you in your tracks. It adds vertical interest and privacy to even the smallest spaces. It climbs without chaos. It blooms with elegance. And perhaps most beautifully, it teaches us to reach slowly, quietly, but surely. Because growth isn't always wide. Sometimes it's upward toward new light, new seasons, and new joys. Now here's a plant with a name that might make you hesitate: lungwort. It sounds more like a remedy from a dusty old apothecary than a charming garden perennial. But don't let the name fool you. This plant is a hidden treasure beloved by shade gardeners for its early blooms, unique foliage, and remarkable resilience. Lungwort, or pulmonaria, has leaves that look as though someone gently splattered them with silver paint. The spots vary from soft speckles to bold blotches, giving each leaf its own personality. No two are exactly the same. It's like having a pot full of little green canvases, each one dancing with light in its own quiet way. In early spring, before most plants have even woken up, lungwort sends out clusters of bell-shaped flowers in shades of pink, blue, or white. Sometimes on the same plant, you'll get a delightful mix, flowers changing color as they age, creating a two-toned bouquet above the dappled foliage. It's a joyful sight when everything else still feels tucked in for winter. To grow lungwort in a container, choose a medium-sized pot with good drainage. Fill it with a rich, well-aerated potting mix that retains some moisture. Lungwort likes its soil moist but not soggy. It thrives in part to full shade, making it a wonderful choice for those shadowy spots on your patio under trees or along the north side of your home. Once planted, lungwort asks for very little. Water when the top inch of soil feels dry and mulch the surface to help retain moisture during warm spells. It doesn't like extreme heat, so if you live in a hot climate, place it where it will be sheltered from afternoon sun. What makes lungwort especially appealing in container gardens is its year-round interest. Even after its flowers fade, the foliage remains beautiful, and unlike many delicate shade plants, lungwort is tough. It resists deer and rabbits, shrugs off occasional dryness, and handles cold with quiet endurance. Lungwort also makes a beautiful companion to other shade lovers like hostas ferns and astilbes. Its spotted leaves contrast beautifully with solid greens or golds, and its low-growing habit means it fits neatly at the front of a container design. And here's a quiet little secret: lungwort is often one of the first perennials to bloom each year. While snow still lingers and other plants are waiting for warmth, lungwort braves the chill and begins to open. It reminds us that beauty can come early, even in hard seasons. That sometimes what seems unlikely, a flower blooming in cold, is precisely what lifts our spirits. So yes, the name may sound strange, but the gift is real. Lungwort is a plant for those who notice the small things, the ones who find beauty in silver spots and early blossoms. The gardeners who know that subtle doesn't mean boring, it means lasting. If there were ever a plant that aged like fine wine, it's the hosta. With each passing year, it grows fuller, more stately, and more serene. There's a reason gardeners call them the kings and queens of the shade. They reign quietly with lush foliage and graceful presence. And in a container, they bring elegance without effort. Hostas come in an astonishing variety of sizes and shades. You've got tiny little mouse ear hostas that nestle into teacup-sized pots, and grand leafy giants that can fill a barrel on their own. Their leaves range from chartreuse to blue-green, with striking variegation in creamy white silvers or sunny yellows. Some are smooth and glossy. Others are deeply textured like quilted fabric catching the light. But what all hostas share is their incredible ability to thrive in shade. If you've got a covered porch, a north-facing patio, or a quiet nook beneath a tree, a container full of hosta is like planting calm itself. They don't bloom dramatically, though many do produce tall spikes of delicate lavender or white flowers in summer, sometimes even fragrant. But it's really the foliage that steals the show. To grow hostas in a container, start with a generous pot at least 12 inches deep and wide. They appreciate room to spread their roots. Choose a rich, moisture-retentive potting mix and make sure your container drains well. Hostas like consistent moisture but hate sitting in soggy soil. Place your pot where it receives bright, indirect light or just a touch of morning sun. The blue-toned hostas especially prefer cooler, shadier spots to preserve their color. In warmer regions, make sure they're protected from hot afternoon rays. Water regularly, especially during dry spells, and feed your plant with a balanced fertilizer once or twice during the growing season. That's it. No pruning, no deadheading, no drama. Just a reliable burst of foliage that returns each spring bigger and more beautiful. What's lovely about hostas and containers is how easily they can stand alone or be part of a grouping. One large hosta in a decorative pot makes a bold sculptural statement. Or you can pair a medium hosta with a trailing plant like creeping jenny or sweet potato vine for a more layered look. In fall, as the weather cools, many hostas turn golden, another soft gift before winter. And when the leaves eventually retreat for the season, they leave behind the quiet promise of return. I often think hostas are like us in our later years. Less about flash, more about grace. Deep-rooted, consistent, happy in the shade and always adding beauty even when the world rushes by. If you want a plant that feels like an old soul, faithful and quietly lovely, then hostas will make you feel right at home. There's a kind of garden beauty that feels like a handwritten letter, soft, thoughtful, and a little bit nostalgic. That's the charm of hardy geraniums. Not to be confused with their showier annual cousins, these perennial varieties offer a gentler kind of loveliness, one that settles into a container and stays growing more delightful with each passing year. Hardy geraniums are sometimes called crane's bills, and they have a wildflower grace that suits any patio or porch. Their leaves are often finely cut or rounded, forming neat mounds of textured greenery. But when the flowers come, and they do often and abundantly, they light up the whole arrangement with soft five-petaled blooms in shades of lavender, pink, white, magenta, or blue. The blooms may be smaller than those big box annual geraniums you see in window boxes, but they come in waves throughout the season. After each flush, a light trim encourages even more flowers. It's like the plant is quietly persistent, determined to keep offering beauty no matter what. Hardy geraniums are a dream in containers. Most varieties stay tidy and compact, making them ideal for medium pots. Start with a good quality potting mix that drains well. These plants like consistent moisture but don't want to sit in wet soil. A clay or terracotta pot works beautifully. It breathes and balances the moisture just right. Place your pot in a spot with morning sun and afternoon shade or bright dappled light all day. Some varieties tolerate full sun in cooler climates, but most appreciate a little break from the heat in the afternoon. What makes hardy geraniums truly special is their versatility. You can use them as a solo feature in a rustic pot, or tuck them between taller perennials like hostas or lavender. Their mounded shape helps soften the edges of containers, and their long bloom time adds consistent color through spring, summer, and even into fall. And there's more. Many varieties have foliage that turns brilliant red or orange in autumn, giving you yet another season of beauty. In winter, they'll go to sleep quietly, waiting to return stronger the next spring. Maintenance is as simple as it gets: occasional watering, a little grooming, and perhaps a light fertilizer once or twice during the growing season. Divide every few years if needed, or let them settle in. They're content either way. There's a comfort to hardy geraniums. They're like a neighbor who waves from their porch each morning, steady, friendly, always there when you need a lift. Not loud, not fussy, just simple grace in a pot. In a world that sometimes feels overwhelming, these gentle flowers remind us of slower days, softer colors, and the joy of something that just quietly keeps showing up, offering more than it takes. Some plants shimmer like water, not with color but with movement. Japanese forest grass Hakonekloa makra is one of those rare beauties that feels like a living fountain. It doesn't need blooms to impress. Instead, it sways cascades and whispers, bringing serenity to every shaded nook it touches. For the container gardener craving softness and grace, Japanese forest grass is a treasure. Its arching blades spill gently over pots like strands of golden ribbon or fresh green silk. In the breeze it moves as if breathing, never stiff, never hurried. Just present, peaceful, almost meditative. There are a few varieties to choose from. Aureola offers a golden yellow hue with green stripes and glows like morning sun filtered through lace curtains. All gold is even brighter, almost lemon lime. And then there's the classic green variety, subtle and calming like a mossy woodland path. What makes this plant special, especially for older gardeners, is how little effort it asks. It thrives in part to full shade and prefers cool spots protected from afternoon heat. That makes it ideal for shaded patios, north-facing balconies, or tucked beneath taller plants like hostas or ferns. It brings light to dim places, not with color but with form and motion. To grow Japanese forest grass in a pot, choose a wide, shallow container. This plant likes to spread sideways rather than dig deep. Use a moisture-retentive but well-draining mix. Add compost or a bit of leaf mold to mimic the forest soil it loves. Water consistently, especially in dry spells, but avoid soggy roots. A layer of mulch or moss on top can help keep the soil cool and damp. Unlike some grasses that shoot skyward or look unruly, Japanese forest grass stays neat and flowing like the hem of a silk dress, fluttering just above the ground. It rarely needs pruning. Just trim back old growth in late winter or early spring before new blades emerge. One of my favorite things about this plant is how it changes with the seasons. In spring and summer, it's vibrant and full of life. In fall, many varieties blush with pink or copper tones, catching low light like firelight on gold. Even in winter dormancy, its dried form remains elegant, arching, and delicate. This is not a plant that steals the spotlight. It enhances it. Place it beside bold-leafed hostas beneath a tall pot of astilbe, or let it flow over the rim of an old ceramic urn. It adds harmony, softness, and rhythm to any arrangement. Japanese forest grass is like the gentle friend who doesn't speak often but always knows what to say. It brings stillness where there is noise, grace where there is clutter, and beauty that you don't just see, you feel. Let it remind you, dear friend, that sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is simply move gently through the world. Imagine looking out your window in February when most plants are sleeping, the ground still cold, and spring feels far away, and seeing flowers blooming through the frost. That's the quiet magic of hellebores, also called Lenten roses. These perennials are among the first to bloom, often when we need beauty most. There's something miraculous about a plant that chooses the coldest part of the year to show its face. Hellebores don't wait for perfect conditions. They bloom anyway, calmly, confidently, with nodding flowers in shades of white plum rose and near black, often accented with delicate freckling or ruffled edges. In a container, hellebores are simply stunning. Their evergreen foliage forms a dark, glossy base year-round, giving structure to your pots through every season. And when those soft blossoms emerge in late winter or early spring, it feels like a quiet celebration. They don't demand attention, but they command respect. To grow hellebores in pots, choose a sturdy container at least 12 inches deep. These plants have a slow, steady root system that appreciates room to stretch. Use a rich, well-draining potting mix with compost or aged leaf mold mixed in. Good drainage is key. Hellebores dislike soggy soil, especially in cold months. Place the pot in partial shade or dappled sun. Morning light is welcome, but harsh afternoon heat isn't necessary. These plants thrive in cooler conditions and are hardy in zones 4 to 9, depending on the variety. Water when the soil feels dry to the touch, but don't overdo it. They're drought tolerant once established. One of the beautiful surprises of hellebores is just how long their blooms last. A single flower can stay looking fresh for weeks, often longer than any spring bulb or annual. And while they face downward naturally, a charming trait that protects their blooms from rain and frost, new varieties have more upward-facing blossoms, making them easier to admire from a porch chair or patio window. Pair hellebores in containers with trailing ivy, small ferns, or coral bells for a year-round arrangement that never looks tired. Even as the seasons shift, their dark green leaves anchor the display, offering quiet interest, even in dormancy. As the years go by, hellebores become more generous, more blooms, fuller clumps, and deeper colors. You can even divide them every few years to start new pots or share with friends. They're plants that give more than they take in every way. And perhaps that's the most touching thing about them. In the darkest months, when other plants hide or wait, hellebores bloom. Quietly, persistently, with grace. They remind us that beauty doesn't need warmth to thrive. Sometimes it emerges right through the cold, resilient, brave, and breathtaking. Close your eyes and imagine brushing past a pot on your porch, the breeze carrying a warm scent that instantly soothes your nerves. That's lavender, not just a plant, but an experience. Its soft gray-green foliage, spiky purple blooms, and calming fragrance make it one of the most beloved perennials in gardens everywhere. And in containers, it's pure joy in a pot. Lavender is more than pretty. It's practical too. It supports pollinators, repels certain pests, and can be harvested for homemade sachets, teas oils, or even a simple bundle hung by the window. But perhaps its greatest gift is the way it makes you feel. Just one whiff can turn a stressful moment into a gentle breath of peace. When it comes to containers, lavender shines especially on porches, patios, or sunny balconies where space is limited but sunshine is abundant. It thrives in full sun and dry conditions, making it ideal for gardeners who prefer a more hands-off approach. To grow lavender in a container, start with a medium to large pot at least 12 inches deep, preferably made of terracotta or another breathable material. This helps keep the roots from staying too damp. Use a light, well-draining potting mix. Even cactus soil works well. Lavender hates wet feet, so be sure that drainage holes are clear and effective. Water thoroughly but infrequently. Allow the soil to dry out between waterings and resist the urge to pamper it too much. Lavender prefers a bit of struggle. It's in that slight stress where its fragrance deepens and the plant strengthens. If the stems become woody or sparse, a gentle pruning after flowering will keep it neat and full. There are many types of lavender, but English lavender, Lavandula angustifolia, is often the best for containers. Varieties like Hidcote or Munstead are compact, highly fragrant, and bloom reliably in late spring and again in late summer with proper care. Visually, lavender is stunning on its own or paired with other drought-tolerant plants like rosemary, thyme, or sedum. Its silvery leaves contrast beautifully against green foliage, and its blooms stand tall and proud like little purple torches waving gently in the breeze. And oh, that fragrance! Whether you're sipping your morning tea, reading a book, or simply watching the sky change colors at dusk, the scent of lavender creates a sanctuary. It reminds you to slow down, breathe deeper, and notice the small joys. Even cut stems continue to give. You can dry the flowers for sachets to tuck in drawers, make tea to soothe an anxious heart, or tie bundles to hang in your home. Its beauty you can bring indoors, carry with you, and share. Lavender is the perfect closing note in a garden filled with easy, elegant perennials. It doesn't just survive, it enriches. Like so many things in life after 60, it teaches us that strength and softness can live side by side. It says, even now you are still blooming, and your presence brings peace. Now that we've walked through 15 of the most dependable, beautiful, and low-maintenance perennials for your containers, let's pause and talk about something just as important: how to give them the best possible home. Because even the most forgiving plants deserve a good start and a thoughtful pot. Let's begin with the soil. When planting in containers, always choose a high-quality potting mix, never garden soil. Why? Because garden soil becomes heavy and compact in pots, almost like concrete, suffocating the roots and making it hard for water to drain. Potting mix, on the other hand, is light, airy, and specifically designed to hold moisture without drowning your plants. For certain plants like lavender or sedum, you can mix in a little sand or perlite to improve drainage even more. Next, consider your containers themselves. You don't need anything fancy or expensive. In fact, some of the best planters are repurposed old enamel basins, wooden crates, even chipped ceramic bowls with holes drilled in. The key is drainage. Make sure your container has at least one good-sized hole at the bottom. If water can't escape, roots will rot no matter how tough the plant. When filling your container, don't put rocks or pebbles at the bottom. That old myth has been debunked. Instead, fill the entire pot with your potting mix, leaving about an inch of space from the top so water doesn't spill over when you water. Speaking of watering, this is where many container gardens live or die. Pots dry out more quickly than in-ground gardens, especially in hot weather. A good rule of thumb: stick your finger into the soil about an inch. If it feels dry at that depth, it's time to water. Water deeply until you see it draining from the bottom. That's how you know it's reached the roots. Overwatering is just as dangerous as underwatering, especially for drought-tolerant plants like lavender or sedum. And during the rainy season, don't be afraid to move your containers under a covered area to let them dry out a bit. Fertilizer helps, but it doesn't have to be complicated. A slow-release granular fertilizer applied in spring can feed your plants all season long. Or if you prefer a light liquid feed every 3-4 weeks, will do the job just as well. Just don't overdo it too much. Fertilizer can cause leggy growth or reduced blooming. One more tip, dear friend: rotate your pots every week or two. This ensures even growth, especially for sun-loving plants that might otherwise lean toward the light. It also gives you a fresh view, a new little joy each time you step outside. With the right soil, proper watering, and a bit of love, your perennial containers will reward you not just this year, but for many seasons to come. No bending, no digging, just a simple walk outside to see what's growing, blooming, or quietly thriving. Because gardening in containers isn't about having less. It's about doing more with what you have: a small pot, a sunny step, a gentle moment with nature. So, here we are, dear friend. The teacup is nearly empty, the sun a little lower, the breeze a little cooler on your neck. But your heart, I hope it's full. Full of ideas, inspiration, and a gentle confidence that even now in this season of life, your hands still create beauty. What we've talked about today isn't just about plants. It's about creating ease where there used to be effort. It's about choosing peace over perfection. And most of all, it's about building a little world right outside your door that blooms again and again, just like you have. Maybe you'll start with one pot, one coral bell or one hosta. Maybe it will sit near your favorite chair where the morning light hits just so. And maybe each time you pass it, you'll remember that your garden doesn't need to be big or fancy to be meaningful. It only needs to reflect you, your story, your care, your quiet love for life. You see, perennials are not in a rush. They're not trying to outshine one another. They don't panic when the frost comes or the flowers fall. They simply rest and return. A little older, a little stronger. Isn't that a beautiful thing to bloom again, not in spite of time, but because of it? And I hope truly that one of the 15 plants we shared today has found a home in your heart. Whether it's the velvet of lamb's ear, the perfume of lavender, or the early surprise of hellebores, I hope you found something that feels like you. Strong, soft, steady, beautiful. Tell me which one brought you the most joy. I'd love to hear your thoughts, your garden dreams, your little container triumphs. Leave a comment below and let's keep this gentle circle of inspiration blooming. And if this visit felt like a breath of fresh air, don't forget to subscribe and tap the notification bell. There's always more to share, more to create, more ways to let beauty grow, especially in the golden years. Until next time, my dear friend, may your days be calm, your containers full, and your spirit lifted by every leaf, every bloom, every small thing you've tended into joy. Hello again, dear friend. Let's imagine ourselves sitting quietly in a cozy corner of the garden, perhaps under the old maple tree, where the dappled sunlight warms the tops of our hands, and the bird song feels like a lullaby. A cup of tea rests beside you, still steaming gently, and in your lap, nestled on a soft cloth, rests a little dream waiting to be shaped, a fairy tale cob house. You don't need money for this. You don't need youth or fancy tools or even a grand reason. All you need is your imagination, a few bits of nature, and a willingness to play like a child again. Because the world is still full of magic, especially when we slow down enough to build it with our own 2 hands. These tiny houses we're about to create aren't just decorations. They're little windows into a story. They tell of mossy roofs and crooked chimneys, of bark for doors and broken teacups that find new life. And they remind us that even as we age, our creativity grows softer and deeper, like a well-loved quilt or the lines in our smile. So today, I invite you to join me in a gentle adventure. One where we gather fallen twigs and whispering leaves, shape soft cob between our fingers, and craft something beautiful, one scoop and story at a time. Shall we begin? Have you ever held a bit of soft earth in your hand, not to plant, but to shape? There's something deeply grounding about it, almost sacred. Cob is like that. It's an old friend from centuries ago, made from simple things, clay, sand, and straw. And yet, in our modern gardens and quiet corners, it becomes the perfect medium for storytelling. People have used cob for thousands of years to build homes, ovens, and walls. But today, we'll use it to build dreams. Tiny dreams small enough to fit in your palm, yet full of character and whimsy. Cob is perfect for this because it's forgiving and soft, while wet then sturdy and long-lasting once dry. Just like us, really flexible when needed and strong when it matters. To begin, you don't need much. Just a bowl or tub, a scoop of clay soil, or store-bought, if easier, a handful of clean sand and some finely chopped straw hay or even shredded paper. Mix them together with a little water until it feels like cookie dough or soft clay. You'll know it's right when it holds its shape without crumbling or dripping. As you shape your fairy house, you'll notice the material responds to warmth, the warmth of your hands, your intention, your imagination. You can sculpt tiny curved walls, rounded chimneys, or little mushroom-like roofs. Cob invites you to follow your intuition, not a strict blueprint. And the imperfections, they're the charm. A slightly wonky door or a window that leans just a bit, these aren't flaws. They're stories. Cob is also wonderfully eco-friendly. It's natural, biodegradable, and completely safe to work with, especially important for older hands or curious grandkids helping out. And because you can make small batches, there's no need to rush or strain. Build at your pace. One wall today, a chimney next week. The joy is in the journey. And once it dries, usually after a few days in a warm, dry place, it becomes solid, earthy, and weather-resistant. You can add layers, carve little vines into the sides, or even embed bead stones or tiny treasures into the wet surface. In a world that moves fast, Cob offers a return to slowness. It connects you to the earth beneath your feet and reminds you that creation doesn't need to be grand or perfect. It just needs to be sincere. So as we start this journey of building a fairy tale house, remember the Cob is more than a material. It's your canvas, your clay, and your quiet companion. It holds not only shape, but meaning. Do you remember when you were a child, collecting little treasures on walks? A smooth stone here, a curled leaf there, everything felt like it might be magical. That same spirit of discovery is exactly what we need now. Because to build a fairy house, the best materials don't come from the craft store. They come from nature's recycling bin and your own home's forgotten corners. Start with a basket or an old tin. Take a gentle walk through your garden backyard or even around the neighborhood. Notice the textures that catch your eye: bark that's fallen from a tree, pine cones tucked beneath a bush, or driftwood near the edge of a pond. These aren't just scraps. They're character pieces waiting to be part of your miniature world. And indoors, the magic continues. Cracked teacups, old buttons, broken jewelry, wine corks, seashells from a long-ago trip, each holds memory and possibility. A dented spoon might become a window awning. A chipped plate could form a winding path. Empty thread spools might transform into planters. The beauty of fairy house crafting is that nothing is too small or too strange. In fact, the more unusual the item, the more story it adds. A rusted key. Perhaps it opens a hidden room. A worn-out paintbrush. Maybe it's the chimney sweep's broom. This is where imagination meets intention. What's more, this way of gathering teaches us something important: that beauty doesn't have to be bought. It can be found. Reusing and repurposing isn't just thrifty, it's joyful. You begin to see potential in what others overlook. That's a kind of magic all its own. If bending down or walking long distances is difficult, ask a loved one to join in. Children especially love going on fairy scavenger hunts, collecting shiny stones or feathers with wide eyes. You can also simply gather from your own kitchen drawers or garage shelves. No adventure is too small when your eyes are open, and each piece you choose becomes part of the narrative. A pebble might remind you of a vacation. A pine cone could come from the tree your children used to climb. These little bits and pieces, when placed with love, make your Cob house not just charming, but meaningful. So, before we begin building, take a slow look around. Not for what's perfect or new, but for what's quietly waiting to be rediscovered. The fairy tale has already started. It's just been hiding in plain sight. Let's take a walk together, dear friend. Not to hurry or to exercise, but to notice, to meander, to rediscover what's been under our feet all along. Because building a fairy house isn't just about crafting, it's about seeing the world with new, curious eyes. You don't need to travel far. Just open your back doorstep onto your porch or path and begin a gentle stroll. Look low the edges of the flower beds, the base of the trees where the wind likes to gather things. A smooth stone, a fallen feather, a curled bit of bark. These are not scraps. They are invitations. Bring a small basket or a cloth-lined tin with you. It can be your treasure box. As you collect, ask yourself, what could this be in my fairy world? Could this leaf become a roof tile? Might this cracked snail shell be a basin or bowl? Let your imagination wander alongside your steps. If walking is a bit too much today, don't worry. Place a chair in the shade and have a little helper, a grandchild, a neighbor's child, or even a friend gather on your behalf. Children are natural treasure hunters. Give them gentle guidance and they'll come running with twigs shaped like lightning bolts or rocks with flecks of mica that shimmer in the sun. And oh, how proud they'll feel to contribute to something magical. Some of the best finds might not even come from nature, but from forgotten corners of your home. That bent fork in the kitchen drawer, a tiny garden gate, a bit of lace, a curtain for the fairy window. Look through your junk drawer, your old sewing kit, your button tin. What once felt useless now has purpose again. And don't forget to listen as you walk. The bird song, the crunch of dry leaves underfoot, the soft breeze moving through tall grass. These sounds become part of your memory, infused into the pieces you pick up. That little piece of driftwood won't just be a fairy table. It'll hold the feeling of a quiet afternoon in early summer of peace. You can even make your scavenger hunt a weekly ritual, a few minutes every Saturday or Sunday. Each walk adds a new chapter to your fairy tale, slowly building your collection of textures and treasures. And when you return inside and empty your basket onto the table, you'll see not just objects, but stories, little fragments of a world you're about to bring to life, all gathered gently with intention and care. That in itself is a kind of magic. Every little home needs a beginning, a foundation. And when it comes to fairy tale cob houses, that foundation doesn't have to be grand or fancy. In fact, it's often something very humble, a yogurt tub, a piece of cardboard, a bent wire frame. Just like real life, it's what you build on top of it with love and imagination that brings the magic to life. Think of this as the skeleton of your fairy house. Something lightweight, simple, and easy to shape. If your hands prefer soft materials, cardboard is gentle and forgiving. If you want something more solid, recycled plastic containers or even scrap wood will do. Wire mesh chicken wire or even a rolled-up soda can can serve as the bones of your structure. Once you've chosen your base, take a moment to imagine your house's shape. Will it lean a little like it grew with a tree beside it? Will the roof swoop like a mushroom cap? Will there be a chimney or perhaps a curved tower? You don't need to draw a plan, just close your eyes and see it in your mind's eye. Let it emerge like a daydream. Now mix up your cob, the same mixture we made earlier, a blend of clay sand and straw. Begin applying it gently onto your frame with your hands. Press, pat, and smooth. Don't worry about making it perfect. In fact, the most charming fairy houses often have slight lumps, bumps, and curves. They feel alive, as if they grew right out of the earth. Use your fingers or simple kitchen tools to shape windows and doorways. A butter knife can etch vines. The end of a pen can press little pebble holes. If your hands get tired, take breaks. This is a slow craft, not a race. Let the rhythm of the work soothe you. Each motion is a small act of care. As your structure takes shape, you might notice that it seems to lean slightly or that one side dries faster than another. That's okay. Cob is a living material. It breathes, it shifts. Just like us, it responds to time and attention. Let it dry in layers if needed. Sometimes leaving it overnight and returning the next day brings fresh inspiration. You can reinforce areas later with a dab of wood glue or an eco-safe sealant. But for now, just focus on bringing the form to life, as if coaxing a house from the soil like an old friend returning home after a long sleep. And as you press the final wall into place, pause for a moment. Run your hand across the soft curves. Smile at the tiny imperfections. You've just laid the foundation for a dream. And it's only the beginning. Let the house grow like a mushroom. Now that your foundation is in place, we begin the truly joyful part, sculpting. This is where your hands take the lead and your imagination follows. It's not about precision, it's about presence. Like kneading bread or potting plants, shaping cob is a rhythmic, almost meditative act. Slow grounding and quietly satisfying. The cob mixture you've prepared, that lovely blend of clay, sand, and straw, should feel cool and smooth in your hands. Soft enough to shape, but firm enough to hold its form. Scoop it gently and press it against your structure piece by piece. No need to rush. Each handful is a small building block of story. Start at the base and work your way up. Use both hands if you like, or even just your palms. There's something comforting about letting your fingers press and mold, not for perfection, but for character. Don't worry if one wall curves inward or a window frame tilts a little. In the fairy world, straight lines are overrated. Let your house grow the way a mushroom might, organically, unevenly, but beautifully. a rounded corner here, a sagging roof edge there. These quirks make it believable, lived-in, magical. And if you need help holding up a piece while it dries, use a little twig as support. Twigs and sticks, in fact, are wonderful building companions. You can press them into walls for texture or use them as beams and posts. If your hands get tired, pause. Enjoy a cup of tea, stretch your fingers. This is not a task to complete. It's a visit to your own creativity, to your childhood, to the peaceful part of yourself that still believes in tiny doors and hidden gardens. While the cob is still wet, you can add details right into the walls. Press in beads for stonework, carve gentle spirals with a spoon handle, embed broken bits of ceramic like stained glass mosaics. Let your house carry texture and story in every bump and line. Some crafters even like to etch runes or initials, adding a personal touch that makes each creation unique. For the roof, let your imagination take flight. Will it curl like a seashell, droop like a toadstool? Rise to a playful point. You can pre-make the shape with foil or cardboard, then coat it gently with cob. Add a pine cone tip or a bead as a chimney. Everything is fair game. When you're ready to pause, let the structure rest in a dry, shaded place. You don't want it to dry too quickly or it might crack. A slow cure gives your house strength like good bread or aged wood. If cracks do appear later, you can always patch them. Cob, like us, is wonderfully forgiving. And as the light fades and you step back from your work, you may notice something quiet, a feeling of peace. This little house you're shaping isn't just clay and straw. It's a piece of you, shaped with care, filled with story, built with love. The charm of crooked walls and lopsided roofs. Do you remember those old storybooks, the kind with watercolor cottages nestled in crooked trees with leaning chimneys and doors too small for grown-ups? They weren't perfect. They were whimsical, alive, full of personality. And that's exactly what your fairy tale cob house should be. We live in a world that often praises perfection, but fairy houses remind us that real beauty lies in the irregular, the off-center, the uneven, the unexpected. When you're working with cob, let go of symmetry. Let go of straight lines. Instead, let your house wobble, wander, and curl. Perhaps the front door leans a bit to the left. Let it. That gives your house character. Maybe the roof dips slightly in the back. Just imagine it's weighed down by years of winter snow in the fairy world. These quirks don't take away from the magic. They are the magic. In fact, the most beloved fairy houses always look like they've been grown, not built like mushrooms popping up in the forest, shaped by wind and rain and time. You don't have to correct anything. Instead, step back often while you work. Squint a little. Tilt your head. Ask yourself, does this feel like it belongs in a story? Not does it look perfect. Try carving little vines that creep up the side or tiny cracks around a window as if the house has weathered many seasons. Use a soft brush to add cob in layers, creating ridges and folds like tree bark. Even a small thumbprint in the wall becomes a detailed evidence of the hands that built this world. And if something breaks, don't worry. Cracks can be patched. Missing pieces can be covered with moss or stone. Like in life, the things we repair often become the most beloved. Think of it this way. Your cob house is a little reflection of your spirit. It doesn't need to be flawless. It just needs to be honest. Built slowly with care and curiosity. A bit wonky perhaps, but rooted in warmth. You might also find that in embracing imperfection here, you begin to soften toward other imperfections in your home, in your garden, even in yourself. That plant you thought you'd killed last summer. It has new shoots. That line on your hand. It holds a memory. That little house you made from cob and scraps, it's crooked and absolutely beautiful. So let go of rules. Let your hands guide you. Let your heart wander. You're not just building a house. You're creating a feeling, one that says, I am still here, still dreaming, still creating. And that, my friend, is a story worth telling. Magic lives in the smallest corners. Now comes the part where your fairy house begins to truly come alive, the little details. The door that invites a tiny guest inside. The windows that catch the light just so. The pebble path that whispers, someone lives here. These finishing touches are where the heart of the home shines through. Let's start with the door. You might use a flat piece of bark trimmed with scissors or broken gently by hand. Or maybe a smooth piece of driftwood weathered from time and tide. Acorns make wonderful door handles. Twine or bits of moss can become tiny wreaths or curtains. Whatever you choose, place it slowly and with intention. Think of who might knock on that door. A fairy. A mouse with a cloak. A child's forgotten dream. For the windows, try bottle caps filled with beads or circles cut from old foil lids. You can frame them with twigs or draw little wooden slats using a toothpick while the cob is still soft. Some crafters like to tint clear plastic with stained glass markers and tuck it behind the opening a soft glow when the sun hits just right. There's no wrong way to do this, only playful ways. Scatter tiny stones to create a front path or a curved trail leading into the moss. Broken earrings become sculptures in the garden. A curled metal shaving can become a weather vane. Even the leftover buttons in your junk drawer can serve as flower pots, stepping stones, or lanterns. But what makes a fairy house truly unforgettable are the secrets. The little things only discovered on a second or third glance, a tiny rune carved into the chimney. A hidden door at the back. A miniature broom leaning near the stoop. Maybe a painted mushroom tucked under the ledge. These surprises bring the story to life. Think about it this way: when a child or visitor peers at your creation, what will make them lean in closer? What will make them smile? Add those touches. Maybe even tuck a tiny scroll inside a handwritten message, a poem, or the name of the fairy who lives there. These details also make the experience deeply personal. They reflect not just your creativity, but your memories, your humor, your hopes. A house with an open window might represent your welcoming spirit. A curved, twisted chimney could mirror a life that hasn't always been straight but is still standing strong. And remember, these embellishments don't have to be expensive or elaborate. They just need to be yours. Something you found saved or shaped with care. The charm is in the handmade, the reused, the lovingly placed. So take your time. Let your hands dance across the cob. Let each little feature be a quiet celebration, not of perfection, but of presence. Of being here, still creating, still dreaming. Because in the end, what makes your fairy house magical is you. Bringing your fairy house to life with a brush stroke. After your cob house has dried fully and patiently, the time comes for color. This is the part that feels like a whisper of spring after a long winter. A moment when your fairy home, already rich with shape and texture, suddenly breathes with personality. And just like everything else in this gentle journey, the painting doesn't need to be perfect, only heartfelt. Choose a few colors that speak to you. Some love soft earthy tones, sage green clay, red gentle cream, or sky blue. Others may lean into jewel tones like amethyst purple or mossy emerald, giving the house a storybook richness. There's no right or wrong. What matters most is how it feels when you paint. Acrylic craft paints work wonderfully and are often available at thrift stores or dollar shops. Look for non-toxic versions, especially if little hands might be involved. If you're sensitive to smell or want to keep things as natural as possible, you can also explore plant-based pigments or even make your own tints with beet juice, turmeric, or tea. Before painting, gently brush off any loose cob or dirt. A soft, dry brush will do. Then begin with the walls. Use a wider brush for sweeping backgrounds and smaller brushes, or even cotton swabs for tiny details like painting the trim around a window or the stones in your garden path. Dry brushing is a lovely technique for older hands. Dip your brush lightly in paint, dab most of it off on a paper towel, then gently skim it across raised surfaces. This highlights texture without fully covering the earthy tones beneath, like sunlight catching the edge of a stone. As you paint, think about the little stories hiding in the home. Is that a soot mark from a chimney fire long ago? Are those vines slowly wrapping around the windows from years of quiet growth? Let your imagination wander with the brush. You might add flowers near the door using the tip of a toothpick, or paint a lantern above the window. Maybe your fairy loves sunflowers, or perhaps the house has a forgotten garden gate on one side, painted in worn white streaks. These details bring depth and they make the house yours. If you plan to place your house outdoors, be sure to seal it. Natural linseed oil or beeswax mixed with citrus oil are excellent eco-friendly choices. They'll help your colors last longer through sun and light rain while allowing the cob to breathe. Avoid heavy varnishes that might trap moisture inside. And finally, once the paint is dry, step back and look at what you've made. Not with a critic's eye, but with a tender one. Admire the story you've coaxed from the clay. Admire your patience, your care, your willingness to create something beautiful just because it brought you joy. Because that, dear friend, is art. Quiet, humble, and absolutely magical. Keeping your tiny home safe through the seasons. Now that your fairy house is painted in soft mossy greens or cheerful storybook reds, it's time to think about preservation. Not to make it perfect, but to help it last. Just like we care for our gardens, old quilts, and favorite wooden spoons, your cob house deserves a gentle layer of love to carry it through time. If your creation will live indoors, perhaps on a bookshelf or tucked into a cozy corner, you don't need much. A simple coat of natural wax or a diluted eco-safe sealant will protect it from dust and little knocks. But if your fairy house is destined for the garden where it might greet morning dew and late afternoon rain, a little weatherproofing goes a long way. Let's begin gently. The cob material, once fully dried, is fairly sturdy on its own but porous. To keep it from soaking up too much moisture, apply a natural sealant. One lovely option is boiled linseed oil, which has been used for generations to protect wood and earth-based materials. It seeps into the surface, hardens over time, and still lets the structure breathe. Beeswax mixed with citrus oil is another favorite, especially if you enjoy soft scents and working with your hands. Apply your chosen finish with a soft cloth or an old brush. Move slowly, covering all sides, especially the edges and corners where water tends to settle. Let it soak in. Then, wait a day, maybe two. Allow the house to rest and cure, just as we all need rest before facing the elements again. If your fairy house includes delicate decorations like pressed flowers, lace, or paper, consider sealing those separately. A spritz of craft-safe matte spray applied lightly from a distance can help protect them without making them shiny or stiff. You want your house to stay soft and natural-looking, not overly glossy. Some crafters like to add a final dusting of dry moss or crushed leaves once the sealant has set. Press them gently into the still tacky surface. These little additions not only add realism, but also help blend the house into the landscape as if it truly belongs there, nestled beside a stone or beneath a fern. Remember, your goal isn't to make your fairy house waterproof like plastic. Instead, think of it like an old cottage with a weathered roof and stone walls, protected enough to endure, but still open to change, to time to the seasons. Let your creation breathe, and it will reward you with quiet resilience. And if someday a wall cracks or moss begins to creep in, let it. That too is part of the magic. Nothing in nature stays the same. Fairy houses like us are meant to change with age and become even more beautiful for it. So seal your house not just with oils and wax, but with affection, with care, with the quiet blessing of someone who knows that handmade things, when treated gently, can last a very long time. Bringing the forest to your doorstep. Once your fairy house has been shaped, painted, and gently sealed, you might find yourself stepping back and smiling, but also feeling like something's still missing. That's where nature's final touches come in. These are the tiny embellishments, the soft whispers of texture and time that turn your house from charming to truly enchanting. Start with moss. Not the living kind unless you're up for regular care, but dried moss from a craft shop, a floral section at the dollar store, or even your own backyard. A pinch tucked along the roof line, a dab by the door. It's amazing how a bit of green gives life to the structure. It looks like the house has been resting there for years, slowly being embraced by nature. Next, try twigs. Thin, dry, and curiously shaped twigs can become fencing, roof support beams, porch posts, or even little ladders. Arrange them carefully with wood glue or a soft dab of hot glue, always being mindful of how much weight your house can carry. You're not building for strength here, you're building for story. Pebbles make lovely stepping stones or foundation borders. Line them in a soft curve around the base. creating a sense of belonging like the house has truly grown from the earth. Tiny pine cones cut in half become miniature shrubs. Dried flower buds can become bushes or blooming trees. Look around your kitchen for unexpected helpers. Cloves look like tiny fence posts. Star anise resembles magical wheels or flowers. Even coffee grounds sprinkled at the base can mimic rich woodland soil and add a cozy, earthy scent. Don't forget to include a little whimsy, a mushroom cap made of painted acorn tops, a fairy broom crafted from a twig and thread, or a window box filled with dried lavender and rice grains. These tiny elements create a feeling of a lived-in, loved place. And here's a gentle secret: this step can go on forever. Every walk in the garden might inspire you to add just one more detail. A feather, a curled leaf, a piece of lichen. Let your fairy house evolve with time like a real home, always slightly unfinished, always ready to welcome another season, another story. If you're working with limited dexterity, tweezers or toothpicks can help with placement. Take your time. There's no rush to finish. In fact, it's often in the slow moments, placing one tiny stone after another, that we feel most present, most at peace. These final touches aren't just decoration. They're an invitation for the imagination, for the child within, for anyone who happens to wander by. They say, look closer. There's more here than you thought. So gather your scraps, your moss, your memories. Let your hands finish what your heart began. And when you're done, your fairy house will not only look like it belongs in the woods, it will feel like it's always been there. A home is not just built, it's placed. Now that your fairy house is finished, it's time for a quiet decision: where will it live? Just like people, fairy homes need a setting, a place that cradles them, gives them context, and whispers a bit of wonder to those who pass by. The right placement turns your creation from a craft into a story. Begin by walking slowly around your space, inside or out. If your house will stay indoors, consider a sunny windowsill, a cozy bookshelf, or a small side table beside your favorite reading chair. A quiet corner in a guest room or entryway works beautifully too. Anywhere you'd like a soft smile each time you walk by. Outdoors, your garden offers many magical nooks. Look for the base of an old tree, a shady spot beneath a fern, or even the edge of a flower bed. Perhaps there's a hollow in a hedge or a mossy rock that feels just right. Often the fairy house will tell you where it wants to go. You'll set it down and something will click. It will look like it belongs. For safety and longevity, place your house on a flat stone brick or ceramic plate. This helps with drainage and keeps the cob from sitting in wet soil. You can also gently nestle it into a planter or container garden, surrounding it with thyme-creeping jenny or tiny succulents that echo the scale of the scene. Add a few supporting props, a curved stick as an archway, a pebble path leading toward the house, or a tiny signpost made from a popsicle stick. These additions create a storybook moment, drawing the eye and inviting the imagination to wander. Children and adults will want to kneel and peek inside. Let them. Let curiosity bloom. And remember, placement is part of the storytelling. A house tucked near a rosemary bush might belong to a kitchen fairy. One hidden in ivy might be a reclusive poet's cottage. By the base of a sunflower stalk, perhaps it's the home of a cheerful gardener who wears a hat made from a tulip. If mobility is a concern, choose a lightweight tray or wooden crate to create a movable base. This way, you can craft your fairy scene in a comfortable place and later transport it wherever you wish, outdoors for a season, indoors for a gathering, or by your bedside for quiet joy. Wherever your house ends up, visit it from time to time. Say hello. Dust off a bit of leaf tuck and a fresh flower petal. These small gestures keep the magic alive, not only for the house, but for you. Because when we create beauty and give it a home, we're not just decorating space, we're nurturing spirit. And sometimes the smallest homes hold the deepest peace. When one house becomes a whole world. Once your fairy house is nestled into its new home, you might find yourself imagining what lies beyond its tiny door. Is there a garden out back? A curved stone path leading to a neighbor's cottage? Perhaps even a pond, a wishing well, or a tiny gathering place under a leaf umbrella? That's when you know it's time to expand, to turn your fairy house into part of a magical miniature world. Creating a fairy garden or diorama is like painting with real objects. It's part landscaping, part storytelling, and all joy. And the beauty is you don't need much space at all. A wooden crate, an old drawer, a broken bird bath, or even a baking pan can become the base of your enchanted scene. Choose something shallow but sturdy, easy to move, and wide enough to give your story room to grow. Start by lining the bottom with soil gravel or a bit of sand for texture. Layer in moss, real or dried pebbles, and bark pieces to build soft hills or winding paths. Maybe a mirror shard becomes a pond. A pine cone transforms into a forest tree. Leftover broken tiles can form a patio for the fairies' afternoon tea. Now gently place your cob house into the scene. Position it like it belongs there, as if it's always been part of this landscape. Build around it with intention. What kind of fairy lives here? Is it quiet and bookish, adventurous and wild? Maybe this is a garden for night fairies with moonstones and lavender, or a sunny meadow haven for flower sprites. Add furniture if you wish: a tiny bench made from twigs, a table from a button and cork, or a hammock strung between toothpicks. You might even craft miniature animals from clay, or collect small figures from thrift stores to add life to the scene. This is also a perfect project for a family or group. Children can help design pathways, choose decorations, and place elements where their imaginations lead. Seniors in care homes or classrooms can each contribute one small detail: a tree, a rock, a flower, building a shared world, piece by piece. And remember, this diorama can be seasonal. In spring, plant real moss and thyme around the house. In autumn, sprinkle tiny pumpkins and golden leaves. During winter, use cotton for snow and tuck a little wreath above the door. Your fairy garden becomes a living story that changes with the year. The act of building a diorama is more than crafting. It's creating a safe, playful corner of the world where joy lives. A place you can return to again and again, not just with your hands, but with your heart. Because sometimes, when life feels too big or too fast, the answer is not to escape, but to shrink the world down to a quiet, gentle scale. One where fairies live. And peace is always just a few pebbles away. Small spaces, big magic. You don't need a big yard or sprawling garden to create a fairy world. In fact, some of the most enchanting scenes bloom inside the most unexpected places: a rusty tin, a forgotten flower pot, a wicker basket from the thrift store. When you think like a fairy, every container becomes a potential world. This is wonderful news for those of us with limited space, mobility, or energy. Maybe you live in an apartment. Maybe you prefer crafting indoors at a sunny table. Maybe bending over in the garden isn't so easy anymore. That's where container fairy gardens truly shine. They bring the magic up to where your hands and eyes can easily reach. Start with what you already have. A shallow wooden box, an old colander, a cracked bird bath, a drawer without a dresser. Anything that can hold a few inches of soil or moss can become your canvas. Even a hanging basket or wall planter can host a vertical fairy scene with clever placement. Line your container with landscape fabric or plastic if it needs extra support. Then begin layering pebbles or crushed eggshells for drainage, followed by potting mix, moss bark, or sand, depending on the look you want. From here, it's just like creating a little stage. Place your fairy house gently into the space and start building its surroundings: a winding pebble path, a twig fence, a mushroom cap table, a tiny swing from string and twigs. What's lovely about container worlds is how portable they are. You can build your fairy garden comfortably at a table, then move it to the porch, kitchen counter, or garden shelf. And if the weather changes, or if you want to rotate scenes with the seasons, just bring it inside. These tiny ecosystems are easy to care for and refresh, like turning the page in a picture book. They also make beautiful gifts. A small fairy world in a teacup or a vintage casserole dish becomes a heartfelt offering. Part garden, part sculpture, part story. If you're creating for a friend or grandchild, you might even hide a small note inside or a painted stone with their name on it. And don't be afraid to let your container fairy garden evolve. Maybe you add a second house next spring, or a new flower pops up where you hadn't planned. That's the joy. The world is alive even in its smallness. Most of all, let yourself play. Let the constraints of space or budget fall away. Because when you shrink the scale of the world, you expand the freedom to dream. In your hands, a cookie tin becomes a clearing in the woods. A bread pan becomes a fairy village square. A chipped bowl holds not just moss and cob, but memory, imagination, and gentle purpose. Crafting connection across generations. There's something deeply special about creating a fairy house with a child, or even just for one. In those quiet, shared moments of glue, moss, and laughter, something more than a miniature home begins to take shape. A connection, a memory, a story that bridges the years between your hands and theirs. Children are natural believers. They don't need convincing that fairies might live in bark-covered cottages, or that an acorn cap could hold magic. And when you invite them into the process of building a fairy house, you're not just giving them a craft, you're giving them a doorway into imagination and wonder. Start simple. Invite a grandchild, niece, neighbor child, or student to help gather materials. A walk around the yard with a basket becomes a treasure hunt. Twigs become magic wands. Pebbles become fairy coins. Fallen leaves turn into roofs and doormats. It's not just about what you find, it's about what you see together. Let the child take part in every step. Mixing the cob, they'll love the mess shaping the walls, placing the chimney, even deciding where the fairy sleeps or what her name might be. You'll be amazed at how quickly a child's ideas pour out. This window is for the moonlight, or the squirrel brings her letters. If fine motor skills are tricky for little ones, offer easy options. Painting pre-built parts, choosing decorations, or placing moss and pebbles like puzzle pieces. Their joy will be in the contribution, not the perfection. And your joy will be in watching their eyes light up at something they helped bring to life. You can even turn this into a seasonal tradition. A summer garden house, a Halloween witch's cottage, a snowy winter scene with cotton snow and pine sprigs. Each season becomes a new chapter in your shared story. Something to look forward to, something to remember. And when the project is done, celebrate. Give the house a name together. Take photos. Display it somewhere special, maybe even outside the child's bedroom window or in a shared garden space. Let them visit it as often as they wish. Fairy house crafting with children isn't about finishing quickly or staying tidy. It's about lingering. About the moments in between the sticky fingers, the crooked doors, the burst of giggles when a pebble becomes a pizza oven. These are the memories that last. And long after the cob is hardened and the moss has faded, the story you wrote together will remain. Not on paper, but in the heart. In the way the child one day tells their grandchild about the tiny house they once made, with someone who loved them very much. So open your hands, open your time, and open the door to something truly magical, a craft that becomes a bridge between generations, where story meets sustainability. Fairy houses aren't just charming crafts, they're powerful teaching tools. Whether you're a teacher, a homeschooler, or a grandparent supporting a young learner, a cob fairy house can be the centerpiece of a lesson plan that bridges art, science, history, and environmental care. In the tiniest walls of a fairy home, there's a whole world of learning. Let's begin with history. Cob is one of the oldest building materials known to humankind. Used for centuries in Europe, Africa, and the Americas, cob teaches children about sustainable living before the word eco-friendly even existed. You can show pictures of real cob homes still standing today, thick-walled cottages in England, curved earthen homes in Africa, or adobe villages in the American Southwest. Then move to science. Mixing cob is a tactile introduction to material science. Children can feel how straw gives strength, how sand adds stability, and how moisture changes the form. It's messy, hands-on, and delightfully memorable, the kind of learning that sticks. You might even experiment with small batches. What happens if we use more straw, less clay? You're building more than fairy houses, you're building observation and curiosity. Next comes art. Painting, sculpting, designing, each step encourages self-expression and storytelling. Children can draw blueprints for their houses, write tales about the fairy who lives there, or name their creation and craft a legend around it. These houses become characters, not just objects. And in a classroom, that means every child's voice and vision is honored. Language arts flourish too. You can prompt writing activities. Describe a day in the life of your fairy. What does the fairy hear at night? Write a poem about the garden gate. Suddenly, reluctant writers find their spark because the story is theirs. And of course, environmental awareness is woven into every twig and pebble. When students use recycled items, a bottle cap for a well, a scrap of fabric for a curtain, they begin to see the world differently. Trash becomes treasure. Crafting becomes conservation. And nature becomes not just background, but collaborator. Even in schools with limited budgets, this project thrives. Most materials can be gathered for free, and the rest sourced from families or community donations. A few tubs of soil, some straw water, and simple tools are all you need to begin. And the results? They're astonishing, not just in beauty, but in how children connect with the process, with each other, and with the values beneath it. Whether it's part of a unit on folk tales, a science lesson on natural materials, or a creative break between math and grammar, fairy house building brings joy, depth, and discovery into the classroom. Because in the end, when a child builds a fairy house, they're not just making a model. They're building imagination, respect for nature, and a lifelong sense of wonder. And what better lesson is there than that? A year of tiny celebrations. There's a special kind of magic that happens when the seasons change: the smell of cinnamon in winter, the rustle of fallen leaves in autumn, the bright bloom of spring flowers, the buzz of bees in summer. Why not let your fairy houses reflect that same rhythm? By crafting seasonal or holiday-themed fairy homes, you create a tradition that brings joy all year round. Imagine a winter cottage dusted with faux snow. The roof is topped with tiny pine cones, and a soft wreath made of rosemary wraps around the door. A red bead glows like a lantern above the chimney, and inside waits a fairy who brews peppermint tea by candlelight. This could be your December creation, something to display on your mantel, dining table, or windowsill during the holidays. Come spring, your fairy house might bloom with pastel colors, pressed flowers, and eggshell planters. A little bunny made of clay sits by the door. Maybe the house has a moss-covered roof and a butterfly perched on a twig. It becomes a gentle centerpiece for Easter or Mother's Day, handmade, heartfelt, and full of cheer. In summer, picture a beachside fairy hut, made with bits of driftwood seashells and sun-bleached twine. Perhaps you use a cracked ceramic saucer for a patio, or a bottle cap painted like a pool. These houses can be tucked among the herbs in your garden, or placed on your porch, inviting fairies to rest beneath the stars on warm nights. And then comes fall, a favorite for many fairy house lovers. The colors deepen, the leaves crunch underfoot, and suddenly your tiny home becomes a woodland cabin. Add a curled cinnamon stick as a chimney, dried cranberries for outdoor mushrooms, and a twig broom for the fairies' harvest chores. You might even make a spooky version for Halloween with crooked windows, a witch's hat made from a black acorn cap, and a tiny jack-o'-lantern from a painted bead. The beauty of seasonal fairy houses is that they don't need to be complicated. You can reuse the same base each time, gently swapping out details, or create a series one for each season to display like a rotating storybook. Children and grandchildren will look forward to the new fairy house, and you'll find yourself joyfully planning for it as the months pass. You might even build a tradition around it, a summer garden party to reveal the fairies' beach cottage. A quiet winter evening with hot cocoa, crafting the snow-dusted house together. These rituals become more than decoration. They become memory. And when it's time to store a seasonal fairy house, wrap it carefully as you would a treasured ornament. These little creations, though small in size, grow in meaning year after year. Because with each season we are reminded time passes, beauty returns, and magic is always waiting, even in the smallest corner of our homes. A handmade home becomes a heartfelt gift. Some gifts are quickly forgotten, but others, the ones made slowly with care and story woven into every detail, stay with us for years. A cob fairy house crafted by hand and heart is one of those gifts. Small enough to cradle in your hands, yet full of warmth, memory, and meaning. You don't need a holiday or birthday to offer one. A fairy house makes a lovely gift for someone who's going through a hard time, a quiet message that says, "Here's a little place where hope lives." Or for someone who's just moved into a new home, retired, started a garden, or welcomed a grandchild. It becomes more than a trinket. It's a symbol of rest, imagination, and care. Each gifted house tells a story. Perhaps you build one for your best friend who always loved lilacs, and you tuck a dried bloom beside the window. Maybe you craft a tiny blue house for your sister because it reminds you of the cottage your family visited every summer. Or maybe your grandson helped you design one and now it lives in his room, reminding him of the day you built it together. When preparing a house as a gift, think of who it's for. What colors speak to them? What tiny details would make them smile? A cat figurine by the door, a heart carved into the wall, a seashell tucked near the porch. These touches don't take much time, but they carry deep feeling. Add a handwritten note with the house. Maybe a short story about the fairy who lives there, or a few simple words. May this little home bring peace, joy, and wonder wherever it goes. You can place the house in a small gift box lined with moss or straw, or wrap it in tissue and tuck it inside a basket with tea seeds or a candle. If mailing it, choose a sturdy container and pad it. Well, remember, though small, these houses are strong when cared for properly. Let your recipient know to display it somewhere cozy, a shelf, a desk, a corner of their garden. Each time they see it, they'll think of you, not just your hands, but your heart. You might even find yourself making more than one. A series of tiny homes, each with its own theme, waiting quietly in your cupboard for the right moment. Giving a fairy house is almost as lovely as making one. It allows you to say what sometimes words can't. I thought of you. I made this with love. I wanted to give you a little bit of magic. And in a world where so much is rushed and disposable, your handmade gift becomes a rare thing, a gentle reminder that care still exists, and beauty can still be built slowly. So when your next fairy house is finished, pause. Ask yourself who might need a little wonder right now, and let that house find its way into their story too. Inspiring others, one tiny home at a time. There's something quiet and sacred about building a fairy house for yourself. But when you share that creation, when you open it up to the world, something even more beautiful happens. Connection. Your little cob house made from twigs and time becomes a spark that lights up the imagination of someone else. And just like that, the magic multiplies. You don't need to be a professional artist or a seasoned crafter to inspire. All you need is a bit of courage and a heart willing to say, here's what I made and here's the joy it brought me. Share a photo of your fairy house on Facebook, Instagram, or Pinterest. Upload a video of your process, not perfect or polished, just real. Tell the story of how it came to be, where you found the bark, why you added the tiny bell, what you felt when it finally dried. These small offerings are powerful. Because there's always someone out there, a grandmother who misses crafting, a teacher looking for a class project, a lonely teen with a love for fantasy who will see your creation and say, maybe I could do that too. You can also share locally. Bring a fairy house to your community garden, the library's windowsill, or your local church's fellowship table. Host a fairy house crafting afternoon for neighbors, or teach a workshop at your senior center or garden club. You don't have to be young or tech savvy to make an impact. Sometimes the most meaningful inspiration comes face to face, hand to hand. Consider joining crafting groups online or in person. There are entire communities of people young and old who find joy in sustainable building, miniature art, and upcycled decor. By sharing your fairy house journey, you become part of something larger, a global movement of slow, thoughtful, earth-loving creativity. And don't worry about being good enough. Authenticity always shines brighter than perfection. People are drawn to sincerity, to the realness of crooked chimneys and moss-covered windows. It's not about selling or showcasing. It's about connecting through craft, through nature, through imagination. Over time, you may find that your collection of fairy houses has grown not just on your shelf, but in the hearts of those who've been touched by your work. Maybe someone in another country builds their first cob house because of you. Maybe a child begins making their own fairy world after watching your video. Maybe someone going through a difficult time stumbles upon your photo and finds comfort in it, a reminder that beauty can still bloom in small, quiet ways. That's the gift you give when you share. Not just a craft, but an invitation to slow down, to care, to wonder again. So open that door. Let the light of your creation spill out into the world. Because even the tiniest house built from recycled scraps and soft dreams can become a lighthouse for someone else. And that, dear friend, is a kind of magic worth passing on. Your hands still know how to dream. And now, dear friend, as we brush off the last bits of moss and set down our tiny tools, let's take a deep breath and look at what we've created together. Not just fairy houses, but moments. meaning, memories. Each wall you shaped, each pebble you placed, each crooked window you smiled at, they weren't just decorations. They were declarations. Quiet ones, gentle ones. They said, I still have beauty in my hands. They whispered, imagination has not left me. They reminded you that age, money, or ability do not define your creativity. What does? A willingness to begin, a softness to play, and a heart that still sees stories in twigs and tea tins. We often think we need grand gestures to feel purposeful, a big garden, a perfect room, a budget to match our dreams. But fairy houses teach us otherwise. They remind us that even in a small corner of a porch or windowsill we can bring life, that the discarded can become delightful, that even a cracked cup or a broken button can take on new meaning when touched with love. And in crafting these tiny homes, you've done something even greater. You've made space for whimsy, for connection, for peace. Whether you build alone with a warm cup of tea or alongside a grandchild with muddy fingers, you are building more than houses. You are building bridges between generations, between seasons, between your inner child and your present self. So take a moment now to stand back and admire not just the final product, but the process, the slowing down, the listening to your own quiet joy. Let your fairy house live in your home or your garden, but also in your heart, a reminder that your hands still create, still heal, still imagine. And when someone visits, whether in person or through a photo, and asks, who lives there, smile. Because they already know. The answer is you. You live there in every curve and mossy crevice, in every crooked chimney and painted pebble. This was your magic, your return to wonder. So, dear friend, which idea brought you joy? Which house whispered to your soul? I'd love to know. Leave a comment and share your story. And if you'd like more soft inspiration like this, more peaceful projects, gentle joys, and soulful creativity, feel free to subscribe. You'll always have a seat here. Until next time, may your hands stay curious, your heart stay light, and your garden, no matter how small, always hold a little magic. Happy crafting and happy dreaming. Hello there, dear friend. Come sit with me a moment, maybe on your back porch with a glass of iced tea nearby and your hands resting gently in your lap. Can you hear the birds, that soft rustle of wind through the garden? It's the kind of morning where the world feels quiet and open, like it's waiting for us to create something tender and beautiful. Today, I want to share something simple, something grounded. We're going to talk about stones. Now, I know they may not look like much at first glance, just rocks beneath our feet. But with a little imagination and a sprinkle of joy, even the plainest stone can become a treasure. It can become a story, a smile, a gentle reminder that beauty doesn't have to cost a thing. Just like us, these stones have been weathered by time, but they're still here. And maybe, just maybe, they've got a bit of art left in them. The best part, you don't need to spend money or chase after fancy supplies. You don't need strong hands or perfect eyesight. What you need, and already have, is your heart, your wisdom, and a few bits and pieces from around the house. Some leftover paint, maybe a broken dish, an old picture frame, or a dusty jar of buttons. These forgotten things are quietly waiting for a second chance. This isn't just a craft project. It's a way of honoring what's already here. It's about turning the simple into the sacred. It's about remembering that creativity isn't reserved for the young or the wealthy. It belongs to anyone with care in their hands. So, come with me. Let's wander through some stone art ideas that might just awaken a spark in you. Some are perfect for a quiet afternoon alone. Others you can share with grandkids or dear friends. All of them are made with love, using what we already have. Because isn't that what aging gracefully is all about, finding new beauty in old things? Letting our stories live on in the gentle touches we leave behind. Let's begin, dear friend. Do you remember the joy of doodling as a child? A scrap of paper, a pencil, and nothing else in the world pulling at you. Just you and the rhythm of shapes and swirls. That same quiet joy is what comes alive when you paint a mandala on a stone. Start with a smooth, flat rock, the kind you might find on a walk through your neighborhood or tucked along a garden path. You don't need to buy anything fancy. Just a stone that feels good in your palm. Clean it gently with water and let it dry in the sun. You might find yourself smiling already. Now reach for those leftover craft paints tucked in a drawer, even if they've sat there for years. Bright pinks, deep blues, soft creams they don't have to match. That's the charm of it. A toothpick, a cotton swab, the eraser end of a pencil, these become your brushes. Dip one into a dab of paint and begin with a dot in the center of the stone. Then another and another. Circles within circles, petals radiating outward. There's no wrong way, only what feels right to your hand. As you move outward with the pattern, something lovely happens. Time slows down. Your breath softens. It's almost like prayer, not with words, but with color and quietness. Every dot is a moment of peace. Every swirl a whisper to the earth that you're still creating, still giving beauty. This project is especially friendly for aging hands. There's no heavy lifting, no need to crouch or bend. You can sit comfortably at a table with a soft cloth under your stone and a cup of tea at your side. Even if your fingers aren't as steady as they used to be, let that be part of the art. Wobbles, skips, uneven dots, they all tell a story. Just like smile lines or silver hair, they are signs of a life well lived. And when your mandala is done, hold it up in the light. Let it catch the sun. You've taken something that once went unnoticed, a stone on the ground, and turned it into something luminous. You can place it in a flower pot gifted to a friend, or simply keep it on your table as a reminder, even in stillness there is wonder. It's not just a painted rock. It's a moment of peace, a burst of color in a quiet life, a meditation in motion, and like so many things in life, it costs nothing but a little time and a gentle heart. Remember when we used to mark rows in the garden with popsicle sticks or old silverware, those little labels waving in the breeze, reminding us what we planted and where? There was always something comforting about it, a small sign of order in nature's wildness. Now imagine doing it with stones. Flat, palm-sized rocks make the perfect canvas for garden markers. They're sturdy, weatherproof, and have a natural charm that wooden sticks just can't match. Start by gathering a few flat stones from your yard, or maybe from that box of keepsake rocks we all seem to collect over time. Wipe them clean with a damp cloth and let them dry completely. Then pick up a brush or paint pen, something easy to hold and maneuver. No need for fine lines or fancy fonts. Just write the name of the plant, basil, mint, tomatoes. You can add a little flourish if you'd like, a green leaf, a small sun, a swirl of color. The point isn't perfection, it's personality. If bending down into the garden isn't comfortable anymore, you can paint your markers while sitting at a cozy table, then ask a neighbor or grandchild to place them for you, or place them in raised beds and containers where they're easy to reach. What I love most about this idea is how personal it feels. Each marker becomes a tiny part of your story. Maybe the stone labeled lavender reminds you of the sachets your mother kept in her drawers. Maybe zinnias brings back memories of your first garden bursting with color beside your old kitchen window. These markers don't just tell what's growing, they tell who you are. And when a visitor strolls through your garden and sees those hand-painted stones, they'll feel your touch in every corner. It's not just a garden, it's an expression of care, of time spent slowly, of names remembered and seeds tended. It's amazing, isn't it? A stone, a name, a memory, all stitched together by your hands. Still useful just like us. Think back to the last time someone handed you a cold glass of lemonade or a warm mug of tea. Maybe you were sitting on the porch listening to the hum of summer. Maybe the table beneath you had a little ring left behind, that familiar watermark, almost like a signature of a shared moment. Now imagine placing that cup on something made by your own hands, a stone coaster smoothed and painted just the way you like it. Simple, elegant, and strong like you. To make your own, start by selecting flat, medium-sized stones. The flattest ones you can find, ideally as round or oval as your palm. Beach stones, river stones, or even ones found at a garden center will work well. Wash them with warm, soapy water and let them dry thoroughly. This gives you a clean canvas and helps your paint stick. If you have arthritis or stiff joints, work at a table with a cushion under your wrists. There's no rush. Every step can be done gently. For decoration, you can paint freehand stripes, flowers, or your initials, or use a stencil if that's easier. Don't be afraid to experiment. Dab with a sponge, use tape for clean lines, or decoupage with floral napkins or fabric scraps. You might even glue a bit of jute rope around the edge for a farmhouse feel. Once your design is dry, seal it with a clear acrylic spray or brush-on sealant. This keeps moisture from ruining your work and gives it a lovely finished sheen. Some folks like to glue a small piece of felt or cork to the bottom to protect their table, but it's optional. The beauty of these coasters is they feel like nature itself, heavy, cool, grounded. And every time you lift your glass, you're reminded that even the plainest stone can serve a noble purpose. They also make beautiful gifts. Wrap a set of 4 in twine and give them to a friend with a card that reads, "From my hands to your home." You don't need to buy fancy decor to feel proud of your space. These little touches, handmade, heartfelt, and humble, bring a kind of quiet joy that store-bought things just can't match. And when the sun filters through the kitchen window and your mug rests quietly on that stone, it'll feel like more than just a coaster. It'll feel like a reminder your hands still create beauty. Do you remember the little animal figurines we used to place on windowsills or nestle between books on the shelf? Some came from trips, others were gifts, and a few, well, they just made us smile. There's something about tiny creatures, ladybugs, owls, frogs, that brings out a kind of gentle delight in all of us. Now imagine making your own right from the stones in your garden. Start by picking out stones with shape and personality. A round stone might become a plump ladybug, while an oblong one could turn into a wise old owl. There's no perfect form, just potential. Give them a gentle wash with warm water and a soft brush. Then let them sun dry while you prepare your colors. This is where your old stash of craft paint comes in. That little bottle of red you haven't used in years, perfect for a ladybug's wings. A dab of green and a few dots. You've got a frog. And if you're short on paint, scraps of fabric, old buttons, googly eyes, or even bits of felt can bring these critters to life. Use a cotton swab, a toothpick, or even the end of a chopstick to dab on eyes and details. You don't need fine brush control, just a steady heart and a smile. If your hands tremble, embrace it. A slightly crooked smile gives your rock owl even more charm. Place your creatures among your flower beds, along a garden path, or nestled in a potted plant. Children will adore them. Visitors will pause to look closer. And you'll know that your garden isn't just alive with greenery, it's alive with joy. You can even make it a family project. Invite your grandkids to paint one when they visit. Then let them place it in your garden like a secret they're sharing with nature. Over time, these little rock animals become like memories resting quietly among the leaves and soil, watching over your days. They remind us that life doesn't have to be serious to be meaningful. That something playful, something made with care and whimsy, can light up a whole corner of the world. Stillness and laughter, that's the balance of a good garden, and perhaps a good life too. Do you have a quiet corner in your home? Maybe a hallway, a sunroom, or even just a bare spot above your gardening table that could use a touch of soul. Not something store-bought or polished, but something that feels you. Stone wall art might be just the thing. And it starts with the humblest of pieces, a few old stones and your imagination. Start by gathering a variety of stones, big, small, round, or jagged. Each shape tells a story. You might already have some tucked away from past walks, or you can collect them during a slow morning stroll. Run your fingers over them. Let their shapes guide your idea. Will it be a floral scene, a landscape, a heart, or maybe an abstract spiral? Next, find a piece of wood, a sturdy old picture frame, or even a scrap of canvas. This will be your base. If your hands tire easily, work on a table with soft lighting and a comfortable chair. Spread your stones out and begin to arrange them like puzzle pieces. There's no need for glue just yet, simply play. See what patterns emerge. When you feel something click, a tree forming from gray pebbles, a sun rising from smooth amber glass. That's your cue. Use a strong craft glue, something safe and easy to squeeze, to attach each piece one by one. There's something deeply satisfying about it, like piecing together a memory. If you'd like, you can add driftwood, broken jewelry, pressed flowers, or even a little handwritten word tucked in the corner. Some folks even paint a few of the stones before gluing them down, adding highlights or meaning. The beauty is in the freedom. This is your canvas. When finished, your stone collage becomes more than just decoration. It becomes a quiet celebration of earth, of time, of patience. Hang it in a hallway where morning light can kiss it. Let visitors see it and ask, "Did you make that?" And you can smile and say yes with old stones and a peaceful heart. You've taken what others might overlook, a scattered pile of forgotten bits, and turned it into a story that hangs on the wall. Strong, still, beautiful, just like the stories you carry within you. Do you have an old teacup that cracked but you couldn't bear to throw away? Or maybe a broken dish tucked in the back of the cupboard, too pretty to toss but too damaged to use? Those pieces, chipped, worn, forgotten, can live again in the most stunning way, as part of a mosaic on stone. There's a kind of healing in this project. A sense of taking what's been broken and making it beautiful again. Start with a larger stone, something hefty enough to serve as your base. Flat-topped stones work best, but don't worry if it's a bit uneven. Nature rarely makes anything perfect. That's part of the charm. Now gather your mosaic bits. These might include broken china, cracked ceramic tiles, old glass beads, sea glass, marbles, or buttons. Even small mirrors or jewelry fragments can add sparkle. Just be sure everything is clean and safe to handle. If you're working with sharp pieces, wear gloves and take your time. Spread out your materials on a table and begin placing them like a tiny quilt. You can create patterns, flowers, spirals, hearts, or just follow your intuition. Once you're happy with the layout, glue each piece down gently with strong craft adhesive. Press slowly and firmly, allowing each fragment to nestle into the stone like it belongs. Once dry, you can grout between the pieces using pre-mixed grout available at craft stores, or even use painted glue if you want to keep it lightweight and simple. Smooth the surface with a damp cloth, and suddenly you've transformed a rock and a box of broken odds into something worthy of admiration. These mosaic stones make stunning garden accents. Set one by your front steps or at the base of your favorite rose bush. You can even make a series and line a garden path, each one like a chapter of a story told in color and light. And emotionally, there's something deeply affirming about turning shattered things into art. It reminds us that life doesn't have to be flawless to be lovely. That cracks and chips aren't the end, they're the beginning of a new creation. So go ahead, break a plate. Find the beauty in the fragments. Make a mosaic that reflects your journey, textured, colorful, and wholly your own. After all, aren't we all mosaics in some way? There's something magical about candlelight, isn't there? The way it dances quietly at dusk, casting shadows that feel like whispers. It softens a room, warms a moment, makes even an ordinary evening feel special. Now imagine placing that soft glow into a stone, grounding it, holding it steady like a heartbeat from the earth. That's the quiet wonder of a stone candle holder. To begin, you'll need a large, sturdy stone, one that feels solid in your hand, like a loaf of bread or a wide, flat bun. The surface should be smooth enough to sit level, whether outdoors on your patio table or indoors on a shelf. The goal is to create a shallow indentation just enough to cradle a tea light or votive. If you're comfortable using tools, a handheld rotary tool with a proper masonry bit can gently carve the stone. Always wear gloves, protective glasses, and a dust mask if drilling, safety first always. If you're not up for drilling, no problem at all. You can glue a candle holder cup from old metal lids, glass inserts, or even thrifted votive bases directly onto the surface instead. The effect is just as charming. Now comes the personal touch. You can paint around the candle, well, maybe a soft gold ring, a delicate vine, or stars that seem to twinkle beside the flame. Or leave the stone in its natural glory and simply oil it with a touch of mineral or olive oil to bring out its quiet luster. Place your finished candle holder where it can shine, on your front step, beside your bathtub, in a quiet corner where you sit with tea and dreams. Light it when guests come over or during a quiet night when you want to feel close to something warm and steady. There's something deeply symbolic here. The idea of a flame, fragile, flickering, held by a stone that has weathered 1,000 storms. Soft light in solid strength. It's the perfect metaphor for growing older with grace. We may be slower now, softer in some ways, but we are still capable of holding light, of creating beauty that shines through the dark, and of reminding the world that even a rock plain and rough can be transformed into something sacred, something warm. Have you ever picked up a stone and just held it for a while, feeling the coolness against your palm, the texture against your skin, the quiet weight of it grounding you? Sometimes the simplest things speak the loudest. And sometimes the most beautiful stones are the ones we leave mostly untouched. This idea is about honoring the stone for what it already is, not painting it, not carving it, just gently revealing the beauty it already carries. Begin by choosing a few natural stones that catch your eye. They don't have to be fancy, just something with a shape or color that feels peaceful to you. Maybe you found them on a walk, or maybe they've sat in a garden bed unnoticed for years. Pick them up. Wash them gently with water and a soft brush to remove dirt. Let them dry in the sun. That alone often brings out their color. Next, take a soft cloth and a bit of natural oil. Olive oil works beautifully. Rub a few drops into the surface of the stone using slow circular motions. You'll start to see colors come alive: warm reds, quiet grays, deep greens. It's like wiping away the years to reveal a secret waiting beneath. There's no heavy lifting here, no tools, just your hands, a cloth, and a quiet hour. Once polished, these stones make wonderful additions to a small rock garden. You can gather a few in a shallow dish as a centerpiece on your table, or place them around the base of potted plants. Some people like to line them on a windowsill where morning light touches them like a blessing. You could even give them as gifts. Wrap a single polished stone in a bit of cloth and include a small note: still strong, still shining. That's what these stones say after all. That's what they remind us. Because this craft isn't about decorating, it's about appreciating. It's a gentle practice in slowing down, in seeing the beauty that was there all along. A reminder that you don't need to change everything to make something special. Sometimes you just need to pause and polish. Do you remember telling bedtime stories to little ones, the kind where their eyes widened and they whispered, "What happens next?" Those quiet evenings full of wonder and imagination. Well, you can bring that same magic back with a bowl of painted stones and a gentle story to tell. Story stones are just what they sound like: small stones painted with simple images that spark the imagination. A moon, a tree, a house, a smiling face, a flower. Each one is a little piece of a tale waiting to be told. And the best part, you don't need to be an artist. You only need heart. Begin with small, smooth stones. Wash them and let them dry fully. Then sit down with a cup of tea and think about the kind of images that make you smile. Use craft paint or permanent markers to draw simple things: a sun, a bird, a boat, a heart. They don't have to be perfect. In fact, the more handmade they look, the more charming they become. Let each stone be its own idea. Then gather them in a basket or cloth bag. When the grandkids come over, or even if it's just you in a quiet evening, pull out one stone at a time and build a story together. You might begin. Once upon a time, there was a little bear who lived in a house in the forest. And then pick the next stone, a tree. He loved to nap under the tallest tree, and so on. It becomes a shared game of imagination, a dance between images and memory. You can even make themed sets: a fairy tale set, a garden set, a holiday set. And if painting is tricky, you can glue small printed pictures onto the stones or use stickers sealed with a clear coat. There are no rules here, just storytelling. These stones are also perfect for seniors who love to host neighborhood kids or want to keep connections strong with family far away. You can send a set of story stones as a gift with a handwritten note of how to use them. And for you, dear friend, these are not just stones. They're vessels of love, carriers of imagination, a way to pass along not just tales, but togetherness. Because long after the toys are forgotten and the batteries die, what children remember is the way you looked at them while you spoke, the sound of your voice, and the feeling of being drawn into a world you created just for them. That kind of storytelling lives forever. You know those small stones you sometimes find on walks, the ones that slip perfectly into your pocket as if they were made to be held. Some are smooth as water, others freckled or striped, each one entirely its own. What if one of those could become a necklace, a piece of you worn close to the heart? That's the idea behind stone jewelry, creating beautiful, meaningful pieces from the earth beneath our feet. Start with stones that are small, light, and have a shape you like. They don't need to be symmetrical or flashy. In fact, the more natural they are, the more special they feel. Look for ones about the size of a quarter or smaller. Once cleaned and dried, you have two main options for turning them into jewelry: wrapping or drilling. If you're up for using tools and feel steady with your hands, you can carefully drill a small hole through the top of the stone using a rotary tool and a diamond bit. Be sure to wear protective glasses, go slowly, and place the stone on a soft cloth to keep it steady. But if drilling sounds like too much, wire wrapping is a gentle, forgiving alternative. Use soft jewelry, wire, silver, copper, or even colored, and wrap the wire around the stone in loops or spirals, creating a small loop at the top to slide onto a cord or chain. There are many simple wrapping tutorials online, and once you get the hang of it, you may find it meditative, like braiding a memory. You can string your stone onto a bit of ribbon leather or an old necklace chain. Some folks like to add beads or small charms beside it, a pressed flower in resin, a birthstone, or a tiny bell. Each necklace becomes your own story. And you don't have to stop at necklaces. You can make earrings by wire wrapping matched stones, or bracelets with small pebbles strung between beads. Even keychains or pins for hats and bags. These make thoughtful gifts too, a stone from a favorite place turned into a keepsake for someone you love. Stone jewelry reminds us that beauty doesn't come from a store. It comes from intention, from taking the time to see worth in what others might overlook. And perhaps most tender of all, it lets you carry a piece of nature with you, pressed close like a secret between you and the earth. Still strong, still shining, still you. There's something about old photographs, the kind that sit quietly on mantels or shelves, holding memories in soft sepia tones. A wedding day, a baby's first steps, a picnic under a willow tree. These moments deserve more than a plastic frame from the store. They deserve something that reflects their weight, their warmth. That's where stone-framed memories come in. You can take an ordinary picture frame, maybe one that's chipped or plain, and turn it into a rustic treasure using small stones and a bit of glue. The result is something earthy, elegant, and deeply personal. Begin by choosing your base. A wooden frame works best, especially if it has a wide border to decorate. If the frame is old or uneven, give it a light sanding and a quick dust. Then gather your stones. You'll want small, flat pebbles no bigger than a walnut in tones you love. Think river stones, beach pebbles, or even crushed tile pieces if you want a mosaic feel. Lay out the stones around the frame before gluing like a puzzle. You can place them close together for a full, smooth finish, or leave space between for a more natural, breezy look. Some folks like to add accents, a piece of sea glass, a button, a dried flower, or even a bit of driftwood for a coastal feel. When you're ready, use a strong craft glue or hot glue if your hands are steady and safe with it. Press each piece gently, working in small sections. Take your time. This isn't a rush. It's a ritual, a tribute to memory. Once the glue is dry, you can seal the stones with a matte or satin finish, if you like just a touch of clear spray or brush-on sealer to bring out their color. Then slide in your photo. A smiling face, a beloved moment. And suddenly, that picture becomes more than a snapshot. It becomes a shrine of sorts, framed by the earth itself. This project is kind to aging hands. You can do it while seated at a table with soft music, playing each stone placed like a note in a song. It doesn't demand perfection. It asks only for presence. And when friends or family see it, they'll know this frame wasn't bought. It was made, carefully, quietly, with love. Because some memories deserve more than a frame. They deserve a setting. A place where stone and story meet. Have you ever held a stone that felt like a little cradle in your palm, smooth and curved as if it was made to hold something small and alive? That's the magic behind mini rock planters, tiny pockets of life nestled in solid ancient stone. These are some of the most charming and low-maintenance additions you can make to your home or garden. Perfect for succulents, air plants, or even a sprig of moss, they bring a quiet, natural beauty to windowsills, shelves, and patios. To begin, look for larger stones, ones with a flat base and a dip or hollow in the center. You can find these naturally, especially along riverbeds or in landscaping sections at garden centers. But if you're feeling crafty and have the tools, you can gently carve out a shallow bowl using a masonry drill or rotary tool. Just be sure to wear gloves, eye protection, and go slow. Once you have your hollowed stone, rinse it out and let it dry. Add a little layer of pebbles at the bottom if the hole is deep enough. This helps with drainage. Then fill it with a bit of cactus soil or moss and tuck in your plant. Succulents work beautifully here because they require very little watering and thrive in tight spaces. Air plants need no soil at all, just a misting now and then. If drilling isn't possible, you can also glue a small container like the metal cup from a tea light or a bottle cap painted in a soft tone into the center of a larger stone. Once filled with soil and plant, the effect is just as delightful. Place your mini planters in spots where the light is kind, on a bathroom shelf beside the sink along a sunny windowsill. You'll find they bring a sense of calm wherever they go. Quiet reminders that life doesn't need to be big to be beautiful. These planters also make thoughtful gifts. A stone from your garden filled with life passed into someone else's hands. It feels like giving a little piece of your world. And perhaps most touching of all, they reflect the very heart of aging with grace, something solid, steady, shaped by time, still capable of cradling new life. You don't need a sprawling garden to feel connected to nature. Sometimes all it takes is a single stone and something green. Do you remember those quiet afternoons when the wind would dance through the trees and the chimes on the porch would sing their soft, gentle song? That sound like a lullaby made of breeze and memory can soothe the soul in a way nothing else quite can. Now imagine creating your very own wind chime using stones you've gathered and loved. This project is a beautiful blend of movement, sound, and nature, and it's more accessible than it might seem. Start with a handful of medium-sized stones, smooth and not too heavy. The kind you'd pick up on a walk, pocketing them without even knowing why. They don't have to match. In fact, their differences are what make the finished piece feel alive. To turn them into wind chime pieces, you'll need to drill small holes near the tops. A rotary tool with a diamond bit works best for this, and as always, safety comes first. Gloves, eye protection, and taking your time are key. If you're not comfortable with drilling, you can glue small eyelets or wrap soft wire securely around the tops instead. It all depends on what feels doable for your hands. Once your stones are prepared, you'll need something to hang them from. A sturdy branch, a wooden dowel, or even a recycled coat hanger works well. Tie strong twine fishing line or jute cord through each stone and suspend them at different lengths. You can intersperse beads, bells, shells, or charms if you'd like to add a touch of sparkle or a softer tone. Hang your finished chime in a breezy place near the front porch under the eaves or in a garden nook. Then, wait for the wind. When it comes, the stones will tap gently against each other, not loud, but thoughtful, like nature humming under its breath. It's a sound that says peace, a sound that says home. And every time it rings, it carries your care into the air. You've taken something heavy, literal stones, and turned them into something light, something that moves, sings, and soothes. Just like you've done so many times in life, turned burden into beauty. Still grounded, but never rigid. Still strong, but open to the breeze. A wind chime like this doesn't just make music. It makes a memory that echoes long after the wind passes through. Some days, creativity feels like a patchwork quilt, a little of this, a little of that, stitched together into something unexpectedly lovely. That's the feeling behind mixed texture stone art. It's about layering not just materials, but also memories. Think of this as storytelling with scraps. Start with a stone that feels good in your hand. Not too big, not too small, just the kind that invites you to sit down and stay a while. Clean it with warm water and then let it dry while you gather your bits and pieces. This project is all about upcycling. That old lace doily with a hole in it, perfect. A worn-out burlap ribbon from a Christmas gift, even better. Tiny fabric flowers from a broken pin. Ribbons from a forgotten craft box, buttons, thread, twine pieces of worn denim, all of them can find a home here. Choose a theme or just follow your heart. Maybe you want a floral look or maybe something more earthy and rough. Use strong craft glue or a decoupage medium to attach each piece to the surface of your stone. Press gently. Let folds and textures rise naturally. You're not trying to make it flat, you're trying to make it feel. Once the fabric is secure and dry, you can add finishing touches, a gentle dry brush of paint over burlap to highlight its weave, or a gold pen to trace around a lace edge. If you'd like, seal the whole piece with a clear coat to protect it. But honestly, the rustic softness is often the most beautiful just as it is. These textured stones look wonderful displayed in shallow bowls on windowsills or even framed in shadow boxes. They bring a softness to the strength of stone, a marriage of the delicate and the enduring. And when you hold one in your hand, it's like holding a moment, a piece of your past, stitched gently onto the present. That little strip of flannel from your child's baby blanket, that ribbon from your mother's gift, they come alive again, not as clutter, but as cherished texture. This kind of crafting is easy on the hands and forgiving in spirit. You don't need straight lines. You don't need symmetry. You just need curiosity and a willingness to see beauty where others might not. And in that way, this art mirrors you. Because in your hands, dear friend, even scraps can become something sacred. Sometimes all it takes is a smile to brighten the day, not a grand gesture, just a tiny, unexpected grin. And what better way to invite those smiles into your garden or home than with a few hand-painted rock faces, each one full of charm, mischief, or gentle cheer. This is one of those crafts that brings out the child in us, and it couldn't be simpler. Start with a stone that feels like a little head. Rounded stones work best. Think of them like blank dolls waiting to come to life. Wash them gently, then let them dry on a towel while you gather your paints or markers. Now comes the fun part, the face. You can keep it as simple as 2 dots for eyes and a curved line for a mouth. Or you can go wild, bushy eyebrows, rosy cheeks, spectacles, mustaches, freckles, even a little sleepy yawn. Don't worry if your lines wobble or your paint smudges. That just adds character. After all, the most memorable faces in life are the ones with the most expression. If you like, you can even glue on bits of yarn for hair, tiny scraps of fabric for hats, or buttons for noses. Let your creativity roam free, silly, sweet, or serene. Each rock can become someone entirely new. Once they're finished, place your new friends throughout your space. Hide one in a flower pot to surprise a visitor. Line a few along your front porch for passers-by to admire. Or keep one by your kitchen sink for a dose of joy while washing dishes. These rock faces are more than decorations. They're tiny ambassadors of joy. And for those with grandchildren or neighborhood kids, they offer a delightful way to bond. You can even make a little rock family together, grandma, grandpa, the dog, and even a mischievous cousin with big ears and crooked glasses. And when you look at them later, long after the paints have dried, you'll remember the laughter, the shared silliness, the feeling of being young at heart. You'll remember that joy doesn't need to be complicated. A stone, a face, a smile. That's all it takes to brighten a moment. Because sometimes, dear friend, what the world needs most is not perfection, but personality. And what a beautiful thing it is to still have that spark to create, to play, to make the world a little lighter with just a rock and a smile. Do you remember rainy afternoons gathered around the table with a board game? Maybe it was checkers, tic-tac-toe, or a made-up game with its own set of rules. There was laughter, gentle competition, maybe a bit of teasing, and always a feeling of togetherness. Now imagine bringing that feeling back with a handful of painted stones. Stone game pieces are a delightful and practical way to craft with purpose. They're sturdy, tactile, and full of character. And the best part, you can make them exactly the way you want. Start by choosing stones that are small and similar in size, not too big, just large enough to pick up comfortably. Think of them like playing tokens. Wash them well, dry them fully, and gather your paints or markers. Decide what game you'd like to create pieces for. If you love tic-tac-toe, paint 5 stones with one design, maybe hearts, and 5 with another like stars. For checkers, choose 2 colors or symbols. You can even make a memory game by painting matching pairs, 2 bees, 2 trees, 2 suns. Keep the designs simple, bold, and easy to recognize. If you enjoy storytelling, consider painting unique characters on each stone, a pirate, a queen, a fox, a dragon, and invent a game all your own. Even if your hands aren't as steady as they used to be, just use thick brushes or paint pens with wide tips. It doesn't need to be precise, it just needs to be you. For a game board, you can draw on an old cutting board, a piece of fabric, or even a thrifted tile, or simply use chalk on the patio or a piece of paper taped to the table. Keep a small pouch or tin nearby to hold your pieces when you're done. And when the grandkids come to visit or a neighbor stops by for tea, pull out your set and say, "Want to play a game I made myself?" They'll smile, you'll laugh, and time will slow down just like it always does when people connect over something simple and shared. These little stones aren't just game pieces, they're conversation starters, memory makers, proof that fun doesn't have to come in a shiny box or cost a dime. And in a world that moves so fast, taking the time to make joy with your own 2 hands is a beautiful act of resistance. Still playful, still creative, still very much you. There's something timeless about the delicate pattern of a leaf, those slender veins, the gentle arch of a stem. Each one is like a quiet signature from nature, and with just a little effort you can preserve that beauty forever on the surface of a stone. This project is one of the gentlest on our list. No tools, no fine detail work, just the slow, peaceful rhythm of pressing nature into art. Begin with a clean, smooth stone. Flat ones work best, especially those with a lighter surface that will show contrast. Take a walk through your garden or neighborhood and collect a few leaves or small flowers. Ferns, maple, leaves herbs like mint or sage, anything with texture will do. Now for the pressing. One method is to paint a thin layer of acrylic paint onto the back side of the leaf, where the veins are most pronounced, using a sponge or soft brush. Carefully press it onto the stone and hold it for a moment with gentle, even pressure. When you lift it, you'll see the delicate imprint of the leaf, a soft echo of nature frozen in time. Another approach is to use air-dry clay or modeling compound. Roll a small piece over the top of the stone, then press your leaf into the clay. Gently peel the leaf away and you'll see its impression left behind. Once the clay dries, you can paint it or leave it natural. Either way, it becomes a textured reminder of a real living thing. These stones make thoughtful gifts or quiet mementos for your home. You might even press leaves from a place that means something to you, a tree from your childhood yard, a bloom from a neighbor's garden, and capture that memory forever. Set them along a windowsill, use them as paperweights, or gather them in a basket for guests to admire. Their beauty lies in their simplicity, and the process itself is grounding. Slow, sensory, almost like a gentle meditation with your hands. You're not rushing to finish, you're savoring each step. You're connecting with something real, something rooted. In a world full of screens and noise, it's powerful to sit quietly, hold a stone and press a leaf into it as if you're saying, "I see you, nature. I remember you. I honor you." Because even as seasons change and leaves fall, we still carry the mark of where we've been. And that, dear friend, is what makes us beautiful. Do you find joy in marking the seasons? A tiny pumpkin on the table in autumn, a sprig of pine in winter, soft pastels come spring. These little touches help us feel the rhythm of the year, even if we're no longer turning the soil or chasing grandkids around the yard. With a few stones and a little imagination, you can create a rotating set of seasonal decor pieces that are timeless, charming, and entirely handmade. Start by gathering a collection of smooth stones, similar in size but varied enough to give each season its own voice. Clean them gently, then spread them out across your table like a painter's palette. This project is best done with tea nearby and music softly playing in the background. Let it be slow, like the passing of time itself. Now think in seasons. For spring, paint daisies, bunnies, pastel eggs, or a simple sun peeking over green hills. Use soft colors like blush pinks, sky blues, and fresh greens. Summer might bring bright sunflowers, watermelon slices, bees, or flip-flops. You can even paint stones to look like tiny American flags for Independence Day, or a lemonade pitcher for those sweet, slow afternoons. Autumn can be warm rust tones, painted pumpkins, acorns, swirling leaves, or a steaming mug of cider. Add a cozy plaid pattern to one if you're feeling playful. Winter welcomes snowflakes, evergreen trees, stars, or even a holly sprig. Soft whites, icy blues, and touches of gold make everything feel festive yet peaceful. You don't have to be a professional painter. Even simple shapes, circles, heart spirals, can carry meaning when done with intention. You can also use stickers, decoupage, or stencils if that makes the work easier on your hands. Each stone becomes a tiny messenger of the season. Once finished, arrange your stones in a shallow wooden tray. Tuck them into a wreath or scatter them along your windowsill or entryway table. Rotate them as the months pass, a ritual that's gentle on the body and rich for the spirit. These seasonal stones can also become traditions. Make a new one each year. Let your grandchildren choose the image. Write the date on the back and watch your collection grow, a quiet timeline made of earth and paint. And through it all, let the stones remind you we are part of these seasons. We've lived them again and again. Bloomed, warmed, rested, renewed. Still turning with the world. Still bringing color to each corner we touch. Just like spring after a long winter, your creativity always returns. Have you ever looked at a handful of stones, all different shapes and colors, and thought, these belong together somehow? That feeling of pieces coming together to form something more is the heart of stone collage boards. It's not about making a perfect design. It's about arranging little moments, memories, textures, pieces of earth into one quiet, powerful whole. To begin, find a sturdy base. This could be a piece of reclaimed wood, a thrifted cutting board, an old canvas, or even a ceramic tile. Something with weight, with history, just like the stones you'll gather. Now collect a variety of stones in different sizes. You might use smooth river rocks, jagged little pebbles, flat slate pieces, or tiny shells and glass bits from your walks. Lay them out on the board and start arranging. There are no rules. Some people like to form spirals or hearts. Others create scenes, a house under a starry sky, a tree with a winding trunk, or just an abstract design that flows like water. This step can be wonderfully meditative. Slide the pieces around, try different combinations. Let your hands guide you. You might find yourself building a bird without planning it, or a wave cresting in blue-gray stones. Listen to that quiet instinct. It often knows what you need to express before you do. Once your design feels just right, start gluing the stones down. Use a strong craft adhesive that dries clear. Work in small sections and take your time. You don't need to rush. The act of creation is half the joy. Once finished, you can display your collage indoors on a shelf or hang it like art. Some people even place them outside on covered porches, letting the stone speak in its natural element. Wherever you choose, it becomes a point of stillness, a reflection of patience and imagination. This is a beautiful project for those who've lived many seasons. Each stone might remind you of something, a trip, a conversation, a child's pocket treasure. And when placed together, they tell your story without a single word. Stone collage boards also make beautiful gifts, especially for family. A grandmother's board filled with textures and echoes of her life becomes an heirloom. Not flashy, not polished, just true. Because that's what a collage is, pieces of a whole. Different shapes, different colors, all held together by love and intention. And isn't that what we are too? Do you remember the pet rock craze back in the 1970s? It may have started as a playful fad, but there was something tender about it. The idea that even a humble stone could become a companion with just a little imagination and care. Well, dear friend, it turns out that pet rocks never truly went out of style. They've simply grown up with us, and now they return as a light-hearted, heartwarming way to bring joy into your day. Begin with a small stone that fits nicely in your palm, one that feels comfortable, steady. Wash it clean and let it dry. This stone will soon have a personality, so take your time choosing one with character, maybe a round shape that looks like a sleepy cat, or a long one that could be a snoozing dachshund. Now paint it or simply draw on it with as much or as little detail as you like. A sweet little face, two bright eyes, a big floppy smile. Some pet rocks wear glasses, some wear bow ties, some just have a bashful little dot for a nose. Use scraps of felt fabric ribbon or even yarn to make ears, tails, or hats. You can glue on buttons or tiny trinkets to give them flair. Once finished, give your new friend a name. Place them in a flower pot on a bookshelf or by the sink. Let them greet you each morning as you reach for the tea bag or rinse your hands. Their silent presence brings a kind of unexpected companionship, like a quiet reminder that joy can be small, simple, and very much alive. Pet rocks also make delightful gifts. You can paint a little puppy rock for your neighbor who just lost a pet, or send a stone cat to a friend who needs cheering up. Write a note. Here's a quiet friend to keep you company. And if you have grandkids, you already know how magical this can be. They'll giggle as they create whole families of rock critters, naming them, housing them in shoeboxes, building stories around them. And best of all, you'll be part of that moment, shaping a memory with nothing more than a rock and a paintbrush. In a world that often feels too fast, too loud, or too serious, pet rocks offer us something sweetly absurd, a little joy without reason, a friend without demands, a symbol that says, even this small forgotten thing can be loved. And perhaps that's a message we all need now and then. Still lovable, still funny, still bringing smiles, still very much you. And now, dear friend, we've reached the end of our gentle journey, a walk not just through ideas, but through memories, creativity, and the quiet beauty of things that others might pass by. Stones may seem plain at first glance, cold, rough, heavy. But when you hold one in your hand and take the time to listen, really listen, you'll find each one carries a story. Some have tumbled through rivers shaped by years of motion. Others sat still for decades beneath the shade of a tree, collecting moss and silence. Each one, like us, has been touched by time. And isn't that a lovely thought, that what once sat unnoticed can become something cherished? That a stone chipped ordinary can be transformed into a garden owl, a mandala of peace, a mosaic of light, or a child's story companion. You don't need to be young to create. You don't need money to make beauty. All you need is care, the kind that lives in your hands, your heart, your eyes, that still pause to admire a smooth pebble or a wind chime sway. Every stone you've painted, placed, or polished becomes part of something greater, your home, your joy, your legacy. A string of quiet creations that say, I was here, I cared, I made something. And if your fingers aren't as nimble as they once were, or if your eyes now see the world a bit more softly, take heart. These crafts aren't about precision. They're about presence, about honoring where you are, who you are, and all the beauty you still carry. So tell me, which idea brought you joy today? Was it the playful pet rocks, the polished stones with leaf prints, or perhaps the mandala that felt like a meditation in color? I'd love to know. Leave a comment if you'd like to share. And if this gentle visit warmed your spirit, consider subscribing for more peaceful, creative inspiration made just for you. Until next time, keep tending your little garden of joy. Whether it's with stone or story color or kindness, remember, your hands still create beauty. Your time is not past, it is precious. And your heart, like a stone weathered by years, is still strong and still shining. Take care, dear friend. Until next time, happy crafting, and may your home always feel like love. There's something quietly sacred about stepping into your garden in the early morning light. The air is cool, the soil still holds the memory of night, and everything feels possible, even if your knees crack when you crouch or your hands carry the stories of decades. You don't need a young body to garden well. You just need a gentle spirit, a little patience, and, maybe surprisingly, a box of baking soda. Yes, that same humble box tucked near your kitchen sink. You may have used it to freshen your fridge or soothe an upset stomach. But out in the garden, that little white powder becomes something else entirely. A kind of quiet helper, the kind we gardeners love most. I didn't believe it myself at first. But a few seasons back, after trying every spray and soil booster on the shelf, I found that some of my best results came not from store-bought fixes, but from old-fashioned pantry-born wisdom. Wisdom passed down in whispers, not written on flashy labels. And baking soda, my friend, is one of those whispers. So if you've ever looked at your garden and thought there must be a simpler way, you're not alone. Whether you garden from a patio chair, a raised bed, or with the help of a neighbor's grandchild, today's journey is for you. We're about to explore 15 ways baking soda can gently transform your garden. These are not high-tech tricks or back-breaking chores. They're small, satisfying steps, ideal for older hands, tired backs, and modest budgets. And most importantly, they're real. I've done them. Others in our little community have done them. And now you can too. So pour yourself a glass of something cold, settle into that favorite chair, and let's walk through the garden together. You'll be surprised what a teaspoon of white powder can do when it's used with wisdom, not waste. Wedden, stop powdery mildew without harsh chemicals. I remember the first time I spotted powdery mildew. It was on my zucchini right at the peak of summer. I thought someone had dropped powdered sugar on the leaves. But as I leaned closer, I realized it wasn't sweetness. It was sickness. A fine white dust had settled across the foliage, and my poor plant looked like it was fading right before my eyes. If that sounds familiar, you're not alone. Powdery mildew is one of the most common garden ailments, especially in warm, humid weather. And while garden centers offer dozens of strong-smelling sprays and bottles full of warnings, I found a gentler way. And it's likely already in your home. Just mix a teaspoon of baking soda, a quart of water, and a few drops of mild dish soap. Something gentle like what you'd use on your hands. Pour it into a spray bottle, shake it gently, and mist it across the leaves. Both sides, top and bottom. That's where those sneaky spores like to hide like dust settling on a forgotten bookshelf. Now here's the part that's often overlooked: timing. Early morning or late evening is best. If you spray during peak sun, your leaves might burn, and trust me, it's not a mistake you want to repeat. I've learned that the sun is a friend to us gardeners, but not always to wet leaves. For those of us who'd rather spend our energy growing than correcting, this simple mixture works beautifully. It doesn't just fight mildew, it helps us avoid the guilt of using chemicals we don't feel good about, especially when our grandkids or pets might be roaming the same patch of earth. This gentle spray feels like something from another time, a reminder that the best solutions are often the simplest. Like us, baking soda may not look flashy, but with the right touch, it brings life back to what we love. 2. Save your roses without harsh sprays. If you've ever tended to roses, you know they're not just flowers. They're companions. Some remind us of weddings or anniversaries, others of loved ones long gone. My own grandmother had a rose bush by her back steps, and every time it bloomed, the whole porch smelled like peace. That's probably why it hurts a little when those beautiful petals get overshadowed by black spots on the leaves, of fungus that makes the whole plant look like it's been through a storm. Back in the day, I'd run to the store searching for a miracle cure in a bottle. But the strong odors, the price tags, and the warnings printed in tiny letters made me wonder, is there a kinder way? Turns out there is. Mix 1 tablespoon of baking soda with another tablespoon of neem oil or any horticultural oil you have on hand and dilute it into a gallon of water. That's it. A gentle homemade tonic for your roses. Pour it into a spray bottle and mist the leaves every 10 days, being sure to coat both sides. That's where the trouble hides, just like secrets behind lace curtains. What's beautiful about this method is that it doesn't leave a scent or residue. It simply shifts the environment, making it harder for black spot fungus to feel at home. Like changing the music at a party, suddenly the uninvited guests decide it's not their scene. Many of us plant roses not just for beauty, but for memory. A bush in honor of a spouse, a yellow bloom that echoes a favorite dress. These aren't just plants, they're pages of our story. And they deserve care that's thoughtful, not toxic. So next time your roses look a little tired, reach for the pantry before the poison. Sometimes the simplest tools like baking soda protect what's most meaningful in the gentlest way. 3. Check your soil's personality with a spoon. Over the years, I've learned that the real secrets of a garden aren't found above ground. They're buried deep in the soil. That dark, crumbly mix beneath our feet carries more wisdom than most books. And just like people's soil has its own personality, some are acidic and moody, others more balanced and easygoing. If you've ever had a plant that just wouldn't thrive, no matter how well you watered or how much you fussed, the answer might lie in its pH. Now I know what you're thinking: I'm not running a science lab out here. And you're right. But testing your soil's pH doesn't have to involve goggles or gadgets. All you need is a spoon, a bowl, some water, and yes, baking soda. Here's what you do. Scoop about a tablespoon of soil from your garden into a small bowl. Add just enough water to make it a muddy paste. Then sprinkle in half a teaspoon of baking soda. If you see it fizz, bubble, or foam like a child's volcano experiment, that means your soil is acidic. No reaction. Then your soil leans more alkaline. Why does this matter? Because different plants speak different soil languages. Blueberries and azaleas prefer acidic soil, while lettuces and beans are more at home in neutral ground. If the pH is off, it's like feeding someone a 5-course meal in a language they don't understand. The nutrients just won't get through. This quick test takes 2 minutes and no bending beyond what a chair and a spoon can handle. And it's worth it. Because the moment you understand your soil's personality, you stop guessing and start gardening with purpose. I often say soil is like a pair of shoes. If it doesn't fit right, even the strongest plant will limp. So before you plant another seed, take a moment, grab your spoon, and let your garden speak. You might just learn something new even after all these years. 4. Bring balance back to the earth. 1 cup at a time. Let's say you've done the little baking soda test and discovered your soil leans a bit too acidic. Don't panic, it happens to the best of us. Years of rain, piles of pine needles, and even compost can quietly tip the balance. It doesn't mean your garden is broken. It just means it needs a nudge. And thankfully, there's a gentle way to do just that. Instead of reaching for lime or heavy amendments, you can simply dissolve a tablespoon of baking soda into a gallon of water. Water your soil with this blend every few weeks, not the leaves, just the base of your plants. Be light but thorough. This method raises the pH, gently giving your soil a boost without overwhelming the ecosystem living beneath. But here's the golden rule: only do this if your test showed a real acidity issue. Baking soda, like most things in life, is best used with intention, not habit. Too much can disturb the beneficial microbes that help your plants grow strong, and those little guys are your unseen allies working quietly day and night. In my own garden, this trick gave my beets and broccoli a noticeable lift. Thicker stems, fuller leaves, and a sturdiness that felt proud. Not flashy, just quietly strong. Kind of like the way we aim to be in our golden years. It reminded me of cooking: add just enough seasoning and the whole dish comes alive. Overdo it and the flavor disappears beneath the salt. Gardening works the same way. The right amount of help delivered kindly goes a long way. So if your garden seems to be struggling without a clear reason, maybe all it needs is a little more balance and a little less guessing. Sometimes healing the soil is just about listening better, not working harder. 5. Make your tomatoes taste like home again. There's nothing quite like the taste of a homegrown tomato. Not the kind from the store, the real kind. The kind that smells like sunshine when you slice it open, the kind that makes you close your eyes after the first bite, because suddenly you're back in your grandmother's kitchen or standing barefoot in the garden of your first home. But lately, have you noticed some tomatoes just taste flat? Pretty maybe, but missing that soul. I had a summer like that where the tomatoes looked perfect but tasted like disappointment. It wasn't until a fellow gardener down at the community plot gave me a quiet tip that things changed. Try a little baking soda, she whispered like it was a secret passed down from the garden fairies themselves. Here's how it works. Take a tablespoon of baking soda and gently sprinkle it around the base of each tomato plant. Keep it off the stem, that part's sensitive. Then water the soil so the powder seeps into the roots. What this does is reduce the acidity just enough to encourage sweeter fruit. Not sugary, just balanced. Just right. And you don't need fancy fertilizers or expensive blends. This is simple old-school garden wisdom. Something you can do with a coffee mug in one hand and a wide-brimmed hat shading your face. It's perfect for us seasoned gardeners, those who value taste over yield, who want tomatoes that remind us of something good. A few weeks later, I sliced into one of my better vines and nearly laughed. It tasted like August from a simpler time, like childhood picnics and late suppers on the porch. It brought back flavor, and with it joy. So if your tomatoes have lost their spark, don't give up. Try this gentle touch, because sometimes the sweetest things in life just need a little help remembering who they are. 6. Keep the critters away with a kind hand. Every garden, no matter how well loved, has its uninvited guests. Little green aphids, barely visible mites, and those stubborn leaf nibblers who treat our vegetables like an open buffet. I used to think dealing with pests meant holding my breath while spraying something with a label I could barely read. But over time, I found that you don't need a hazmat suit to protect your plants, just a gentler recipe and a little consistency. Here's what I now keep on hand: a teaspoon of baking soda, a quart of water, and a few drops of any cooking oil. Even plain vegetable oil works. Mix them all together, shake well, and spray both sides of your plant leaves, especially the undersides where bugs like to hide. The baking soda helps create a surface that bugs don't like, and the oil helps it stick without being harsh. This mixture won't leave a residue. It won't choke your flowers with fumes. And best of all, you won't need to fumble with gloves or rinse your hands in vinegar afterward. For us older gardeners, that kind of simplicity means everything. I started using it on my kale after finding holes the size of a dime one morning. Within a couple of weeks, the leaves were full again, no drama. Just quiet protection. It felt good knowing I was helping my garden without hurting anything else. No bees lost, no soil damaged. Think of it like hanging a do not disturb sign, not a fight. Just a boundary. And if life has taught us anything, it's that boundaries made with kindness often hold the longest. So the next time your plants are under attack, skip the sprays that smell like a science lab. Mix up a bottle of this simple blend and let your garden know you've got its back softly, safely, and without making a fuss. 7. Quiet the compost smell without disturbing the magic. The compost pile. It's not the prettiest corner of the garden, but it might be the most important. That's where old banana peels, wilted lettuce, and last year's leaves turn into black gold, the richest, most nourishing soil you'll ever hold in your hands. But let's be honest, sometimes it doesn't exactly smell like gold. More like something you forgot in the fridge during a heat wave. One summer, my compost bin sat too close to the porch, and every breeze carried a reminder of what I'd had for dinner 3 weeks earlier. I nearly gave up on it until I stumbled on a simple tip that saved my nose and my patience: baking soda. Just a light sprinkle over the top layer of your compost. Not a dump, just a dusting can help neutralize the worst of the odors. It soaks up the smell without interfering with the beautiful, invisible work going on underneath. Because composting isn't just about decay, it's a symphony of bacteria, worms, and time turning yesterday's scraps into tomorrow's blooms. But here's the key: moderation. Too much baking soda can slow down the whole process. It's like adding salt to soup: just enough enhances it, but too much ruins the balance. And in compost, balance is everything: wet and dry, green and brown, fast and slow. I like to think of compost as a garden's retirement plan. What we toss in with trust today becomes something valuable later. And keeping it from smelling like a science experiment, that's just a small courtesy to your nose, your neighbors, and your next batch of tomatoes. So, if your compost gets a little ripe in the heat, try a sprinkle of baking soda. It's a quiet fix, one that keeps the magic going without disrupting the music. 8. Give your gardening gloves a second life. Every seasoned gardener has a favorite pair of gloves. They might be fraying at the edges, stained with years of compost and rose thorns, but they fit just right, like old slippers for your hands. Mine have been with me since I planted my first raised bed. They've hauled mulch, pulled weeds, and held baby carrots with the care of a midwife. But let's be honest, over time, even the most loyal gloves start to smell like last summer's chores. And if you've ever left yours in the garage or buried them under a damp towel, you know the kind of odor I'm talking about. The kind that makes you wonder if it's time to toss them in the trash. Before you do that, try this simple trick. Fill a bowl or bucket with warm water and stir in half a cup of baking soda. Drop your gloves in and let them soak for about half an hour, long enough to sit on the porch, sip your tea, and listen to the birds. When you come back, give them a good rinse and let them dry in the sun. The difference is more than just smell. They feel fresher, softer, like they've let go of the past season and are ready for whatever comes next. And really, isn't that what we all hope for, to be cleaned up without being thrown out? This little ritual is now something I do every spring right before the first planting. It's not just about the gloves. It's a way to say, let's begin again. A small, quiet gesture of care for our tools, our garden, and ourselves. Because we've learned that with the right touch, even the most worn things still have a lot of work left in them. And that includes us. 9. Ease the itch like Grandma used to. I don't know about you, but I can't count the number of times I've come in from the garden with a mystery itch. Maybe it was a mosquito hiding under my sleeve or some invisible leaf that left behind a rash. One minute I'm admiring my dahlias, the next I'm scratching like a kid with chicken pox. It's part of the garden dance, I suppose, beauty in bites. Now these days you could run to the store for creams and gels, but back when I was young, we didn't always have that luxury. My grandmother, who kept roses that bloomed brighter than the 4th of July, had her own remedy. Baking soda, she'd say, tapping the old tin box like it held magic. And she was right. Mix a spoonful of baking soda with just enough water to form a paste thick enough to stick, but soft enough to spread. Dab it on the itchy spot and let it sit. In a few minutes, the sting starts to fade. The redness calms. It doesn't smell like medicine or feel greasy like ointments. It just works quietly, kindly, like most of the best things in life. This has become my go-to after a long day outside. It's especially helpful for us older folks whose skin gets a little more sensitive with time. I even taught my grandkids this trick when they started helping me in the yard. They were amazed something so simple could work so well. There's comfort in remedies that have lasted for generations. They remind us that healing doesn't have to be expensive or complicated, it just has to be thoughtful. So the next time your garden gives you more than a bouquet, reach for the baking soda, not the medicine cabinet. Your skin and your memories will thank you. 10. Help your flowers shine without overdoing it. There's a kind of quiet joy in walking through a blooming garden. Especially as we get older, flowers take on a new kind of meaning. They're no longer just pretty things, they're reflections of time well spent. Each petal, each color is a memory. A soft reward for the days we chose to show up even when our backs didn't want to. But sometimes, no matter how much water or love we give, those flowers just don't bloom like they used to. The petunias hang their heads, the hydrangeas look confused, and even the marigolds seem to hesitate. I used to think it was my fault, maybe I planted too deep or not enough sun. But then I discovered a simple way to give them a lift using, you guessed it, baking soda. For flowers that prefer a more neutral or slightly alkaline soil like geraniums, begonias, or hydrangeas, a mild tonic can work wonders. Dissolve a teaspoon of baking soda into a quart of water and use it to water the soil around your flowers once a month. Not the leaves, just the base. That's where the roots listen. You won't see a miracle overnight, but over a few weeks the blossoms begin to perk up. The colors deepen. It's like your garden takes a deep breath and smiles back at you. And isn't that the moment we wait for, that moment when something you nurtured finally responds, not in words, but in beauty? I've learned that aging is a bit like gardening. You can't force things to bloom. You can only prepare the soil, offer what's needed, and be patient. The flowers will come in their own time and in their own way. So try this little mix and give your blooms the gentle boost they deserve. Because sometimes all it takes is a teaspoon of care to remind your garden and yourself how much life there still is to celebrate. 11. Brighten your garden path without bleach or backache. If you've been gardening for a few seasons or a few decades, chances are your pathways tell a story of their own. The old stepping stones, the bricks worn smooth from years of footsteps, maybe even a catnap spot for a neighbor's tabby. These paths aren't just walkways, they're part of the rhythm of your garden. But over time, moss creeps in, mildew settles, and what was once charming can start to look and feel a little slippery. I used to think my only options were bleach or a pressure washer. But those aren't ideal when your knees don't love crouching and your arms don't love lifting. Plus, bleach near your flower beds or where the grandkids wander, that never sat right with me. So here's what I do now. On a dry day, I sprinkle baking soda generously over the garden path straight from the box. I leave it overnight. It quietly works its way into the crevices while I rest. The next morning, I take a stiff brush and give the surface a good scrub. Not too hard, just enough to loosen the grime. Then a rinse with water, and just like that, the path is clean. No harsh fumes, no noise, no slipping hazards. Just a safer, tidier walk to your roses or tomatoes. I love this method because it honors the pace many of us prefer, slow, steady, and safe. It allows us to take care of our space without wearing ourselves out. And that matters, because gardening should be about joy, not strain. So if your bricks or stones have seen better days, give them this little refresh. You'll be amazed how much brighter your whole garden feels when the path itself starts to shine again. 12. Send ants packing without risking the garden's peace. Ants are a funny bunch. One day your flower bed is pristine. The next, there's a whole colony marching across your lettuce like it's a holiday parade. And while they're not always harmful, they can quickly turn your peaceful garden into a battleground. I've seen them sneak into potted plants, nest beneath mulch, and make themselves at home under my favorite stepping stones. Now, when I was younger, I didn't think twice about grabbing a commercial ant killer. But these days, with birds, bees, curious grandkids, and even more curious dogs sniffing around, I've learned to lean into safer solutions. And baking soda has quietly become my go-to ally. Here's how it works. Mix equal parts baking soda and powdered sugar. Just a spoonful of each. The sugar lures the ants in, it's the sweet invitation. The baking soda, however, disrupts their internal systems once they take it back to the nest. It's a natural, non-toxic way to say this garden is not for you. Is not. Just sprinkle the mix near ant trails or around the base of their hills carefully and away from areas where pets might sniff. I often tuck it into tiny jars with holes poked in the lid like little bait stations hidden behind pots or stones. That way only the ants find it. I remember one summer where ants had taken over my bean bed. Within a week of using this method, the trails were gone. No poison, no stress. Just peace, restored quietly and cleanly. Sometimes the best solutions aren't about fighting harder, just smarter. With a little sweetness and a pinch of wisdom, you can keep your garden serene without disturbing the delicate harmony you've worked so hard to create. 13. Rescue your potted plants. One pinch at a time. If you're anything like me, your potted plants feel like part of the family. Whether they're herbs on the kitchen windowsill or geraniums on the front porch, they're close companions, always nearby, always part of your day. But every now and then, one starts to droop for no clear reason. The leaves sag, the soil smells a bit sour, and you just know something isn't right. That, my friend, is often the quiet work of root rot. It sneaks up slowly, especially in overwatered containers or pots without great drainage. For us older gardeners who often prefer containers to bending and digging, this can be especially frustrating. I once lost a whole pot of basil to it, and I still think about it when I pass that empty corner of the patio. But there's a gentle way to intervene before it's too late. Just take a small pinch of baking soda, not a heap, just enough to dust the surface of the soil, and sprinkle it lightly across the top. Then water gently and allow the soil to dry out between waterings for a little while. This doesn't just help neutralize excess acidity, it also discourages the fungal growth that leads to root rot in the first place. It's not a miracle fix, but it's a quiet nudge in the right direction, a chance for the roots to breathe again. What I love about this trick is how easy it is. No replanting, no hauling heavy pots, just a sprinkle and a little patience. It reminds me of how we approach aging, less about drastic changes, more about thoughtful adjustments. So if one of your potted friends looks like it's giving up, don't toss it just yet. Try this little rescue: a pinch of baking soda, a bit more airflow, and your quiet presence. You might be surprised how quickly life stirs again. 14. Give old pots a fresh start without bleach or hassle. We gardeners tend to hold on to things. Terracotta pots with chipped rims, old plastic seed trays, and that one ceramic planter that's cracked but still has character. These containers become part of our stories. They've housed our first marigolds, our last tomatoes, and everything in between. But here's the thing, before we reuse them, especially after a long season of soil and moisture, they need a good clean. I used to dread this task. I didn't want to scrub with chemicals or breathe in bleach fumes. And the idea of buying special cleaners for pots, no thank you. That's when I discovered an easier, safer way, using just baking soda and vinegar. Fill a bucket or basin with warm water. Add about half a cup of baking soda and a tablespoon of vinegar. It'll fizz for a moment, then settle into a gentle solution. Let your pot soak while you take a break. Maybe flip through a seed catalog or stretch your knees on the porch. After a good soak, give each pot a light scrub with a brush or cloth. Rinse well and let them dry in the sun. This little process does more than clean off dirt. It helps clear away lingering fungi and pathogens that might still be clinging from last season. It gives your new plants a clean slate, literally. I now make this part of my spring routine. There's something peaceful about standing outside, hands in warm water, watching the sun catch on old pottery. It feels like pressing reset, not just on the pots, but on the season ahead. So before you tuck fresh soil into old containers, pause for this step. It's not glamorous, but it's grounding. And it reminds us even the most weathered things, pots, people, memories, can be made ready again with just a little care. 15. Feed your greens and your sense of accomplishment. Let's end where many gardens begin, with leafy greens. Lettuce, spinach, Swiss chard. Those humble, hardworking plants that feed our bodies and lift our spirits. They're usually the first to sprout and the quickest to harvest, which makes them perfect for senior gardeners. No heavy lifting, no long wait. Just simple, nourishing joy. But even these garden staples can sometimes struggle. Maybe your lettuce looks floppy, your spinach goes yellow too soon, or the leaves just seem tired. I've been there. You water, you watch, you wonder. And then one day I gave them a small weekly boost, and it changed everything. Mix a teaspoon of baking soda into a quart of water. Just that. Once a week, pour this mixture gently around the base of your greens, not on the leaves, but near the roots where the real magic happens. This subtle shift in the soil's pH helps your plants absorb nutrients more efficiently, especially if your soil has become slightly acidic over time. Within a couple of weeks, I noticed a change. The lettuce perked up. The spinach leaves had more color. The chard stood tall like it had something to say. It wasn't dramatic, just steady improvement. And sometimes that's all we're really hoping for, isn't it? Harvesting your own salad greens isn't just about saving a few dollars. It's about standing outside in the morning light, scissors in hand, knowing that you grew something good with your own hands. That even in a world that moves too fast, you can still choose slowness, care, and growth. So, if you've been feeling unsure about whether you've still got it, let this be your proof. One little scoop of baking soda once a week can help your garden and your confidence come alive again. Because gardening isn't just about the plants. It's about what they bring out in us. So there you have it, 15 simple ways to turn a box of baking soda into your garden's quiet companion. It won't solve every problem, but it will offer small miracles, the kind that add up slowly like smiles over the years. And for those of us in our golden season, that kind of gentle help is exactly what we need. I've always believed that a good garden, like a good life, isn't about perfection. It's about presence, about paying attention. We show up, we learn, we adjust. Sometimes things thrive, sometimes they don't. But we keep planting anyway. Baking soda might not seem like much. It's not fancy, it's not expensive, and it's often overlooked. But in the right hands, your hands, it becomes a way to care. To heal tired soil, to freshen worn gloves, to protect without poison. And that, dear friend, is something to be proud of. As you look around your garden this week, maybe try just one of these ideas. Sweeten a tomato, brighten a path, soothe a bite. Watch how a tiny effort brings quiet joy. Because this isn't just about gardening. It's about reclaiming beauty through simplicity. It's about remembering that usefulness doesn't fade with age, it just becomes more thoughtful. And I'd love to hear from you. Which of these tips sparked your curiosity? Do you have your own baking soda trick from back in the day? Leave a comment below. Let's keep this little corner of the internet blooming with stories, wisdom, and kindness. Until we meet again, may your garden stay gentle, your hands stay busy, and your heart stay rooted in all that grows with grace. Happy gardening, dear friend. Let me tell you something I learned during one hot summer when the hosepipe ban hit our town. I had rows of thirsty tomato plants and a back that had seen better days. Carrying a heavy watering can back and forth wasn't just tiring. It made me dread my morning routine. But then a neighbor, an 84-year-old gardening wizard named Ruth, showed me something that changed everything, a soda bottle of all things. "This," she said with a grin, "is my secret weapon." All she did was poke tiny holes around the sides of a 2-liter soda bottle about the size of a pinhead and bury it halfway next to her tomato plant. When she filled the bottle with water, it slowly released moisture right into the soil. No bending, no overwatering, and no wasted effort. I started doing the same, and what I noticed first wasn't just how easy it became, it was how much happier my plants looked. The leaves perked up, the fruit grew plumper, and best of all, I didn't wake up with sore shoulders anymore. This slow drip system isn't just convenient. It's downright smart. Unlike pouring water from the top, which often runs off or evaporates in the heat, this bottle feeds water straight to the roots right where it's needed. You can even adjust how fast the water flows by changing the size or number of holes. Want a steady trickle for tomatoes? A bit faster for leafy greens? It's all up to you. You know what else makes this hack brilliant? It's free. We're reusing something that would normally head to the recycling bin. And unlike heavy clay ollas or complex irrigation systems, this is something anyone can manage, even if your knees don't bend like they used to. I now keep a small screwdriver in my garden shed just for this purpose. It's quick, it's safe, and it doesn't require any fancy tools. Over time, I found myself using this method for more than just tomatoes. I've buried soda bottles near peppers, cucumbers, even herbs like rosemary and thyme. It's particularly useful during dry spells when water becomes precious. And if you're like me, gardening not just for results, but for peace and presence, this method lets you slow down and care for your plants without punishing your body. So next time you finish a bottle of soda, don't toss it. Think of it as a quiet little helper, one that saves water, saves your back, and gently nurtures your garden while you sip your morning tea. Sometimes the best tools in life don't come from a store. They come from a memory, a neighbor, or a clever moment of reuse. Let me tell you something I learned during one hot summer when the hosepipe ban hit our town. I had rows of thirsty tomato plants and a back that had seen better days. Carrying a heavy watering can back and forth wasn't just tiring, it made me dread my morning routine. But then a neighbor, an 84-year-old gardening wizard named Ruth, showed me something that changed everything, a soda bottle of all things. "This," she said with a grin, "is my secret weapon." All she did was poke tiny holes around the sides of a 2-liter soda bottle about the size of a pinhead and bury it halfway next to her tomato plant. When she filled the bottle with water, it slowly released moisture right into the soil. No bending, no overwatering, and no wasted effort. I started doing the same, and what I noticed first wasn't just how easy it became, it was how much happier my plants looked. The leaves perked up, the fruit grew plumper, and best of all, I didn't wake up with sore shoulders anymore. This slow drip system isn't just convenient, it's downright smart. Unlike pouring water from the top, which often runs off or evaporates in the heat, this bottle feeds water straight to the roots right where it's needed. You can even adjust how fast the water flows by changing the size or number of holes. Want a steady trickle for tomatoes, a bit faster for leafy greens? It's all up to you. You know what else makes this hack brilliant? It's free. We're reusing something that would normally head to the recycling bin. And unlike heavy clay ollas or complex irrigation systems, this is something anyone can manage even if your knees don't bend like they used to. I now keep a small screwdriver in my garden shed just for this purpose. It's quick, it's safe, and it doesn't require any fancy tools. Over time, I found myself using this method for more than just tomatoes. I've buried soda bottles near peppers, cucumbers, even herbs like rosemary and thyme. It's particularly useful during dry spells when water becomes precious. And if you're like me, gardening not just for results but for peace and presence, this method lets you slow down and care for your plants without punishing your body. So next time you finish a bottle of soda, don't toss it. Think of it as a quiet little helper, one that saves water, saves your back, and gently nurtures your garden while you sip your morning tea. Sometimes the best tools in life don't come from a store. They come from a memory, a neighbor, or a clever moment of reuse. Have you ever noticed how life has a way of offering gifts in the smallest, most fragile packages? That's exactly how I feel every time I crack open an egg. What used to be nothing more than breakfast now makes me think about planting. It started with a simple idea from my daughter, who brought over a carton filled with neatly stacked eggshell halves one spring. "Try starting your seeds in these," she said. And just like that, my seed starting routine changed forever. Using eggshells as seed starters isn't just clever, it's deeply satisfying. After cracking your eggs, I use the back of a spoon to gently tap the top. You rinse out the shells and let them dry. Then you fill each one with a bit of potting soil and place your seed right on top. What you've created is a tiny natural nursery, biodegradable, nourishing, and perfectly suited for tender young roots. Here's the beautiful part: when your seedlings are ready for transplant, you don't need to disturb them. You simply plant the whole eggshell into the soil. As it breaks down, it feeds your plants with calcium, an essential nutrient that helps prevent blossom end rot in tomatoes, peppers, and even some squashes. It's a common issue for gardeners, but this gentle fix tackles it without any store-bought fertilizer. For organization, I keep mine in an egg carton on the windowsill, neat, tidy, and always ready for spring. There's something charming about opening the carton and seeing little green shoots reaching up like sleepy children waking up. Herbs like basil, parsley, and cilantro thrive in these cozy cradles. And if you enjoy giving away plants, these make wonderful gifts. Just tuck a few sprouted eggshells into a recycled basket, and you've got a present full of life and thoughtfulness. One tip I've learned: label the shell with a marker before planting. It's much easier than trying to remember what's what weeks later. I've also tried this with kids and grandkids. It's such a hands-on, magical way to connect with nature and teach them patience. Sometimes gardening teaches us more than just how to grow things. It reminds us that small beginnings can lead to strong roots. So next time you're about to toss that eggshell into the trash, pause. You might just be holding the start of something green and good. There's something sacred about a quiet morning, isn't there? The kettle whistles, the light creeps across the kitchen table, and the smell of coffee fills the air. But what if I told you that the very thing fueling your day could also feed your garden? I used to scoop my used coffee grounds straight into the trash without a second thought until I learned they were one of the best free fertilizers a gardener could ask for. Coffee grounds are a secret powerhouse for soil health. Rich in nitrogen, they help fuel leafy growth in plants like lettuce, spinach, and kale. They're especially good for acid-loving friends like tomatoes, roses, blueberries, and hydrangeas. The best part: you're already making coffee anyway. This is just giving that habit a second life. My neighbor Earl, who's been growing roses for 30 years, swears by a monthly sprinkle of coffee grounds at the base of his plants. Just a light dusting, he says, holding up his weathered hands. No clumps, like cocoa on a cake. And he's right. A 1/4-inch layer spread evenly around your plants is all you need. Too much can clump and mold, but just enough blends into the soil like a secret ingredient. I like to mix mine into compost as well. It adds texture, helps balance carbon-rich materials like dried leaves or cardboard, and speeds up the decomposition process. If you don't drink coffee, many local cafes will gladly give away their used grounds. I once walked out of a coffee shop with a 5-pound bag. The barista said I made her feel like a hero for not letting it go to waste. Beyond nutrients, coffee grounds deter pests. Slugs, snails, and even some cats dislike the gritty texture and strong scent. And the slight acidity helps lower the soil pH, naturally perfect for those finicky plants that never quite bloom the way you hope. Just remember, like all things in the garden, moderation is key. Store used grounds in a lidded container in the fridge for up to a week if you're collecting them. And always apply when the soil is moist. That way the nutrients work their way down where roots can absorb them. Gardening isn't always about buying more. Sometimes it's about noticing what we already have and choosing to see it differently. So tomorrow morning, as you stir your cream and sugar, take a moment. That coffee isn't done working yet. Some days the hardest part of gardening isn't the digging or weeding, it's just holding on to the tools. As we age, our hands change. Grip strength fades, little joints become more tender, and what used to feel light as a feather now feels like lifting bricks. I remember one summer morning when I spent an hour pruning only to end the day with blisters and aching wrists. That's when I stumbled upon one of my favorite hacks, the humble pool noodle. It sounds silly, doesn't it? A child's toy, long, bright, and made of foam, doesn't exactly scream garden innovation. But trust me, once you try it, you'll never go back. With just a kitchen knife, I cut a pool noodle lengthwise and wrapped it around the handles of my favorite tools. The hand trowel, the spade, even my old garden shears. Suddenly, those same tools felt comfortable again, soft to grip easy on the joints, and kind to sensitive skin. The foam acts like a cushion, distributing pressure evenly, so you're not straining specific points in your hand. For those of us with arthritis or carpal tunnel, it's a game changer. No more slipping when your hands are wet. No more cold metal handles on frosty mornings. And best of all, those neon colors, they make your tools nearly impossible to lose. I can't count how many times I've dropped a trowel in the grass only to spot that bright green noodle poking through the clover. You don't need much. One noodle, which costs about $1 at most dollar stores, can be cut up and used to cover half a dozen tools. Want thicker padding for shovels? Just double wrap. Need a thinner grip for smaller tools? Trim a narrow strip. It's customizable and takes less than 5 minutes per handle. And here's a bonus use I discovered by accident. I slid a few noodle rings over the edges of my garden bench to keep from bruising my legs when I sit down. It worked like a charm. One little modification brought more ease, more comfort, and even a bit of playfulness back into my gardening routine. Sometimes the simplest changes have the biggest impact. When our bodies change, we don't have to give up the things we love. We just have to meet them with softness, color, and creativity. I remember the first time I realized my metal watering can had become too heavy to lift when full. It was early spring, and I had seedlings lined up like little soldiers on my porch. I filled the can, took a step, and nearly dropped it. That's when I started thinking differently about what tools really are, and found myself holding a rinsed-out milk jug, wondering, could this work? Spoiler alert, it worked wonderfully. With just a small nail and a bit of patience, I poked 8 tiny holes into the cap of a gallon milk jug. When I filled it with water and tilted it over my basil sprouts, the water sprinkled out in a perfect, gentle shower. It was lighter, easier to control, and didn't splash soil everywhere like my old can sometimes did. From that day on, my watering routine became as simple as pouring a cup of tea. What I love most is how adaptable the milk jug method is. If you want a heavier stream, say for soaking the soil around thirsty tomato plants, just poke more or larger holes. If you're tending delicate herbs or flowers, fewer or smaller holes give you a soft, slow pour. You can even label different jugs for different uses, one with diluted fertilizer, one with plain water, one with rainwater you've collected after a spring shower. And it doesn't stop there. Half-gallon jugs are perfect for anyone with limited strength or arthritis. Even kids and grandkids can help in the garden this way. It's safe, simple, and surprisingly fun. I've even started storing a few jugs with varying cap styles, just like I'd store different brushes for painting. Here's a little tip if you struggle to fill watering cans from a sink. The wide mouth of a milk jug makes that job far easier. Plus, it fits nicely into the fridge if you want to chill water for heat-sensitive plants. Yes, some do better with cooler water during peak summer. Reusing something we'd normally toss feels good. But when that item solves a real challenge, brings more comfort to your routine, and costs nothing at all, it's more than just clever. It's empowering. Gardening shouldn't hurt. It should feel like grace in motion. And with a milk jug in hand, it often does. If you've ever watched helplessly as your young seedlings wither overnight, you know how heartbreaking it can be. I remember planting a tray of basil starts one spring only to find them limp and lifeless the next morning. No signs of chewing, no visible pests, just collapse. A neighbor later told me it's damping off a sneaky fungal issue. And her unexpected cure, cinnamon. Yes, that same cinnamon sitting quietly in your spice cabinet. A light dusting of this fragrant powder can protect your young plants from both fungal threats and crawling pests. I started sprinkling it around my seed trays, and almost like magic, the mystery losses stopped. It turns out cinnamon is a natural antifungal and mild insect repellent, especially effective against fungus gnats, ants, and even some root rot issues. And it smells wonderful, a bonus I wasn't expecting. The method is simple. Take a spice shaker or just pinch with your fingers and gently dust a thin layer around your seedlings or vulnerable plants. You don't need to bury them in it, just enough to coat the surface of the soil like morning frost. If you're starting seeds indoors, try mixing a small amount directly into your potting mix. It helps prevent the fungi that often lurk in damp environments and wreak havoc on weak roots. I've found this especially useful for herbs like thyme, cilantro, and oregano, those tender-stemmed plants that seem to attract every tiny nuisance. And unlike chemical treatments, cinnamon won't harm your beneficial garden friends. Earthworms, ladybugs, and bees stay safe. It's even pet-friendly, which gives peace of mind for those of us whose dogs love to poke their noses into everything. A word of caution: heavy rain will wash cinnamon away, so you may need to reapply after storms or long watering sessions. But it's such a gentle and accessible fix that keeping a shaker near your garden bench becomes second nature. And over time, you'll notice fewer fungal issues, less soil-borne stress, and stronger, healthier plants rising up from the soil. Who would have thought something as ordinary as cinnamon could be a garden ally? Nature often gives us tools hidden in plain sight. All we have to do is look, try, and listen to the quiet wisdom of generations before us. Sometimes the answer isn't in a bottle from the store. It's already sitting on your kitchen shelf waiting to help. Every spring I used to dread planting season, not because I didn't love the process, but because my back did not. The bending, stooping, and crawling through rows of fresh soil left me stiff and sore for days. Then, one year during a community gardening meetup, I saw a gentleman in his 70s standing tall with a long white tube in hand. He dropped a few seeds through the top, tapped the base gently, and moved on. That was my first introduction to the PVC pipe seed planter, and I haven't crouched to plant since. The concept is delightfully simple. Take a length of PVC pipe about 3 to 4 feet depending on your height, and either attach a small funnel to the top or just use your hand to guide the seeds in. The bottom of the pipe goes right where you want the seed, and gravity does the rest. You can mark measurements along the side if you'd like to control the depth more precisely, a clever way to make sure you're not burying some seeds too deep or leaving others too shallow. This hack is especially helpful for those of us with mobility challenges. No kneeling pads, no dirty knees, and no groaning as we try to stand back up. Just stand, drop, tap, and move. It's wonderfully efficient and, oddly satisfying. I now use mine not just for seeds, but for small bulbs and granular fertilizer. I even have two sizes, a narrow one for carrots and herbs and a wider one for beans and squash. If you don't already have PVC pipe at home, most hardware stores will cut it to size for you, often for free. You can also decorate it with paint or tape if you want something a little more cheerful. My granddaughter helped me put smiley face stickers on mine, and it always brings a grin when I pull it out of the shed. And here's something you may not think of: this tool isn't just about saving your back. It's about reclaiming your independence. When you don't have to ask someone else to help with the hard parts, you can garden at your pace, your way, with confidence. For many of us, that's worth more than gold. We adapt not because we're weak, but because we're wise. And this little pipe. It's a gentle reminder that gardening doesn't need to stop just because our bodies change. It only needs a little rethinking. It's funny how the most forgettable things in our homes often turn into treasures in the garden. A few years ago, while tidying up the bathroom cabinet, I noticed how many empty toilet paper rolls we'd tossed aside without a thought. Flimsy little things, not good for much, or so I thought. But one rainy afternoon, I came across a tip in an old gardening magazine: fold them into seedling pots. I tried it, and it's been part of my spring routine ever since. To make them, you just take an empty roll, cut 4 short slits into one end, then fold the flaps inward like you're closing a cardboard box. Suddenly, that humble little tube stands up proudly, ready to hold soil and seed. It's biodegradable, completely free, and sturdy enough to last through the germination stage. Once your seedling has developed its first true leaves, you plant the whole pot directly into the ground. No transplant shock, no root disturbance, and no extra plastic waste. For someone who likes to stay organized, this is a dream. I line mine up in an old shoebox, each one labeled with a marker: basil, cilantro, zucchini. The cardboard holds up well for weeks, especially if you don't overwater. It slowly breaks down once buried, adding organic matter to the soil, and it's satisfying to know you're giving something a second life before it disappears. This method works especially well for plants that hate having their roots touched, like cucumbers, melons, beans, and squash. I've had better germination rates using this technique than with store-bought seed trays. And the best part, you can prep dozens of these while watching your favorite TV show. No mess, no hurry. I once hosted a garden craft night with my neighbors, and we made over 100 in one sitting: laughter, tea, and gardening prep all in one. If you want to go a step further, you can also use paper towel rolls for larger seedlings. Just cut them to the height you need. And if you're a note taker like me, you can write directly on the roll date, planted seed variety, anything that helps you stay on top of your garden. In a world that's always rushing toward the new, there's something beautiful about slowing down and repurposing the old. Each toilet paper roll reminds me that even the most overlooked things like us sometimes have value, purpose, and potential waiting to be planted. Bananas are a regular guest in my kitchen, tossed into cereal, blended into smoothies, or simply enjoyed on a quiet afternoon with tea. But I used to throw the peels away without a second glance. That changed the day I visited my cousin Helen's garden. Her roses were the size of saucers, and her tomato vines practically groaned under the weight of their fruit. When I asked for her secret, she simply grinned and said, "Banana peels. I bury them." At first, I was skeptical, but after giving it a try, I became a believer. Banana peels are packed with potassium, a key nutrient that supports flowering, strengthens plant cell walls, and improves overall plant health. Just chop the peel into small pieces and bury them a couple of inches into the soil near the base of your plants. Within weeks, you'll begin to see the difference: bigger blooms, stronger stems, and a garden that seems just a bit more vibrant. I've used this trick with tomatoes, roses, and peppers, and every single one responded with more color and vitality. I even noticed fewer signs of stress during heat waves, which tells me the plants are building resilience from the inside out. And the best part, no fancy fertilizer required. Just the leftovers from your breakfast. For a quicker boost, you can make what gardeners call banana peel tea. Soak the chopped peels in a jar of water for 48 hours. Then use that nutrient-rich water to feed your plants. It's especially helpful for potted flowers that need a mid-season pick-me-up. And if you're like me and worry about attracting pests, here's an important note: never lay whole peels on top of the soil. They decompose too slowly and might attract critters. Always chop them or bury them beneath the surface to keep things tidy and effective. This method isn't just about saving money, it's about embracing the full cycle of nature. What once nourished you now nourishes the garden. Nothing wasted, everything used. I now keep a small container in my freezer just for banana peels, and when I have a handful, I spend a peaceful morning tucking them into the soil like tiny gifts hidden beneath the earth. It's amazing, really, the way something so ordinary can bring such extraordinary results. And it reminds me sometimes the most powerful things in gardening aren't the expensive tools or big bags of fertilizer, they're the quiet choices we make one peel at a time. There was a time when I'd crouch to weed and end up sitting in the dirt, hands muddy, knees stiff, and dignity slightly bruised. Getting up. Well, that was a whole production, one hand on a knee, the other on a nearby rock. That's when a fellow gardener introduced me to one of the most underestimated tools in the backyard, a simple 5-gallon bucket. At first glance, it's just a container for paint, for storage, for hauling things around. But flip it upside down, add a soft cushion on top, and suddenly you've got the perfect mobile garden seat. It's sturdy enough to hold any body weight, tall enough to keep you off the ground, and lightweight enough to carry from bed to bed with ease. And unlike those pricey plastic stools you find in garden centers, this one's already in your garage. I like to tuck my gloves, pruners, and seed packets right inside the bucket when I'm done for the day. Some friends even use buckets with snap-on lids so they can flip it open and carry harvested veggies home. Want to get fancy? Drill a few holes in the bottom and it becomes a mobile planter. Or stack 2 together if you need a bit more height for your knees. One spring, my grandson helped me decorate my bucket with waterproof stickers and a bit of leftover paint. Now it's not just practical, it's personal. That seat has seen me through pruning, planting, harvesting, and quiet moments just sitting among the marigolds with a cup of tea. The beauty of this hack isn't just in the savings, though. It certainly helps your wallet. It's in how it brings comfort back into the garden. You don't have to strain, crouch, or twist. You sit, you smile, and you work at your own pace. There's dignity in that. Freedom, too. For those of us who want to keep gardening well into our golden years, these kinds of solutions matter. They help us stay connected to the soil, to the seasons, and to ourselves. Not by pushing harder, but by working smarter. With a 5-gallon bucket under you and the sun on your shoulders, you'll find that some of the best gardening happens when you slow down and take a seat. Every gardener has faced that sinking feeling you've planted a healthy seedling and by morning it's wilted, wind-blown, or chewed halfway to nothing. I still remember a tender bell pepper plant I set out one breezy April afternoon. It had strong roots, good soil, and plenty of sun. But by the next day, the wind had snapped its delicate stem. That's when I learned the power of a homemade cloche, and all it took was a used plastic bottle. By cutting the bottom off a clear plastic soda or water bottle, you create a miniature greenhouse that slips right over young plants. It protects them from sudden gusts of wind, sneaky pests, and even unexpected frosts. The plastic traps warmth while letting light in, and that little bubble of protection can mean the difference between life and loss during early spring or late autumn. Leave the cap off during warm days to allow ventilation. If you're expecting cooler nights, pop the cap back on to trap in heat. These bottles can raise the temperature around the plant by several degrees, and for a seedling that matters. In fact, using cloches like this has helped me extend my growing season by nearly 2 weeks at both ends of the year. You can customize based on plant size. Tall bottles work well for tomatoes and peppers, while shorter ones are ideal for herbs and flowers. I've even poked a few tiny holes near the top of some to create automatic ventilation, so I don't have to worry about checking them every day. The best part: these cloches are reusable. At the end of the season, I rinse them out, dry them, and store them in a large tote. Come spring, they're ready to serve again. No cost, no waste, and no regrets about that tray of seedlings I once lost to a late frost. What makes this trick so valuable isn't just the protection, it's the peace of mind. You've put your time, heart, and hope into nurturing these tiny plants. Giving them a soft, clear shield helps them grow stronger before they face the world on their own. And in a way, it feels symbolic. We all thrive with a bit of shelter in the beginning, something transparent, nurturing, and light-filled. So next time you're about to toss a bottle into the recycling bin, take a second look. With a quick snip, it might become a lifeline for the next generation of your garden. Weeds have a way of creeping in like uninvited guests, silent, persistent, and suddenly everywhere. I used to spend entire weekends pulling them up only to have them returned by Thursday. It felt endless. Until one spring, while helping a neighbor mulch her flower bed, she handed me a stack of old newspapers and said, "We'll be laying these down first." I looked at her like she was joking, but she wasn't. And it worked. The newspaper method is a timeless trick, one that's been quietly passed down among gardeners for generations. All you need are plain, non-glossy sheets, no colored ink, or magazine pages laid directly on the soil about 6 to 8 sheets thick. Dampen them slightly so they stay in place, then cover with a layer of mulch, compost, or straw. Cut small holes where you want to place your plants, and that's it. You've just built a breathable, biodegradable weed barrier. What makes newspaper so effective is that it blocks sunlight from reaching weed seeds while still allowing air and water to move through. Over the season, the paper breaks down, improving your soil texture and feeding beneficial organisms. And it's completely safe, no harsh chemicals, no plastic fabrics, just yesterday's news, giving way to tomorrow's blooms. I use this method especially in new beds or areas where the soil is poor and the weeds are fierce. One year I transformed an overgrown patch behind my shed into a lush herb garden, using nothing but newspaper and mulch. No digging, no spraying, just layering and letting nature do the rest. If bending down to spread paper is difficult, try using a rolling garden seat or recruit a grandchild for the task. Kids love unrolling paper, especially when you let them use the hose to wet it. Overlap the edges well so weeds don't sneak through the gaps, and avoid windy days unless you want to chase headlines across the lawn. This isn't a glamorous solution. It won't sparkle or impress the neighbors, but it's real, it's gentle, and it honors the rhythm of the earth. In a world that's always racing ahead, it's comforting to know that something as simple as yesterday's paper can still offer quiet, lasting protection. Sometimes gardening isn't about adding more, it's about removing struggle. And for me, this old-school trick has turned weeding from a battle into a background task. You know that feeling when you spot the first sign of trouble on your plants, little clusters of aphids sucking life from tender leaves or sticky residue marking the presence of whiteflies. I've been there squinting under the leaves of my beans, wondering how so many bugs arrived overnight. But before reaching for harsh sprays or commercial concoctions, I tried something simple, a few drops of dish soap and a spray bottle of water. It sounds too easy, doesn't it? But it works and works well. Mix 1 teaspoon of mild biodegradable dish soap. Nothing antibacterial or heavily perfumed. With a quart of water, pour it into a spray bottle and you've got a gentle pest control solution that's surprisingly effective. When applied to soft-bodied insects like aphids, spider mites, and whiteflies, the soapy mixture breaks down their protective coating and causes them to dehydrate. It's not instant, but within a day or two you'll see them gone and your plant breathing easier. What I love most is how safe this is for the rest of the garden. It doesn't harm beneficial insects like ladybugs or bees if used carefully, especially when sprayed in the early evening when pollinators are resting. I always start by testing a small area of the plant to make sure it doesn't react poorly, particularly for delicate herbs. Once I see it's safe, I spray the undersides of the leaves where pests hide and multiply. It's also incredibly accessible. Most of us already have the ingredients on hand. No trip to the store, no confusing labels, and no worries about what kind of chemicals are drifting through the air. And for those of us growing food, tomatoes, cucumbers, leafy greens, knowing that your pest solution won't leave behind harmful residue brings peace of mind. One summer, I even shared this trick with my local community garden group. We mixed up a big batch in a 5-gallon bucket and filled spray bottles for anyone who wanted one. It was a joy to see everyone working together, protecting their plants in a way that felt communal and kind. As always, moderation is key. Reapply every few days until the infestation is gone, and pair this method with other natural solutions like companion planting or neem oil for longer-term results. In gardening, as in life, sometimes the best solutions are the simplest, born not from a store shelf, but from what's already in our homes. A drop of soap, a spray of hope, and the quiet satisfaction of knowing your hands have done good work. Take a breath with me now and look back on all we've explored. Isn't it remarkable how much good can come from such ordinary things? A soda bottle becomes a patient gardener's assistant. An eggshell once bound for the trash turns into a cradle for new life. Coffee grounds, cinnamon cardboard rolls, plastic jugs, all waste at first glance. And yet, in our hands, they become tools, protection, and nourishment for the garden we tend with so much heart. We've covered ways to water smarter, protect your body, enrich the soil, and defend your plants, all without spending more than $1 or lifting more than your comfort allows. And none of it requires youth or strength. Only thoughtfulness, creativity, a willingness to see value where others don't. That's the spirit of real gardening. When I think about these hacks, I don't just think of convenience, I think of dignity. Of staying connected to the earth even when your knees ache. Of taking ownership of your little plot, your porch pots, your windowsill herbs. I think of my friend Eileen, who told me her milk jug watering can help her garden for the first time after back surgery. I think of the joy in her voice when her zinnias bloomed. It's like they were cheering me on, she said. And isn't that what gardening does for us? It cheers us on quietly, faithfully. With each sprout, each bloom, each harvest, it reminds us we're still growing too. So whether you try one of these tricks or all 15, remember this: you're not behind. You're not limited. You're simply adapting, and that, dear friend, is wisdom in its highest form. These hacks aren't just about saving time or energy. They're about saving joy, holding on to the pleasure of working with your hands, seeing the miracle of something grow, and feeling proud of what you've made. You don't need perfect tools or perfect weather. You don't need youth or strength. You just need heart and maybe a pool noodle, a banana peel, and a little soap. Because gardening, like life, isn't about doing things the hard way. It's about finding the clever way, the kind way, the way that lets you keep going and keep smiling while you do. And now, as promised, here's one final hack, a quiet companion to all the others, and perhaps the most powerful of them all. It doesn't involve soil or seeds or tools. Just a notebook, a pen, and your own experience. I call it my garden success tracker, but really it's a journal one filled with scribbles, sketches, and the slow wisdom that only comes from paying attention. Start with something simple. A page for each week or each plant or each garden bed, whatever suits your rhythm. Write the date. Jot down the weather. Record what you planted, what you harvested, what bloomed, and what fizzled. Note which hack you used: the eggshells for basil, the milk jug for watering the cinnamon near the beans. Then rate it. 1 star to 5. Did it help? Did it harm? Did it surprise you? Over time, this notebook becomes more than a log, it becomes a mirror. You'll begin to notice patterns. When tomatoes do best, which fertilizers truly made a difference, which plants needed more shade or less water. And when the next spring rolls around, you won't be guessing, you'll be gardening with confidence, backed by your own hard-earned knowledge. I keep my journal in large print tucked beside the cushion on my garden bucket seat. It's part of my morning coffee ritual now, a few sips, a few notes. Sometimes I write about the garden, and sometimes I write about the birds, the breeze, or what the soil felt like in my hands. It's a record of growth, not just of plants, but of myself. You don't need anything fancy. A dollar store notebook will do. Or you can use recipe cards, index paper, even the back of old mail. What matters isn't how pretty it looks. It's that you're creating a memory trail, a living map of your relationship with the land. One gardener I know even turns her journal into a keepsake for her grandkids, passing down not only her methods, but her love. Can you imagine someone reading your garden notes years from now and trying the very same cinnamon trick you discovered? So here's your invitation, dear friend. As you plant, water, and tend your little patch of paradise, take a moment each week to write, to reflect, to capture what worked, what didn't, and what made your heart bloom. Because while hacks and tools come and go, your voice, your story, and your garden journey, those are treasures worth saving. Hello, dear friend. Isn't there something special about those quiet early hours just before the world fully wakes? When the dew still clings to the roses and the robins are singing their soft morning songs, I imagine you there on your back porch or along a little garden path, watering can in hand, heart at ease. There's no rush in this moment. Just the peaceful rhythm of caring for something that depends on you. Watering a garden might seem simple, even ordinary. But the more years we've lived, the more we understand it's really an act of love. Each drop carries something more than moisture. It carries your attention, your patience, and your quiet presence. You don't need fancy tools or youthful energy to keep a garden alive. You don't need a big budget or strong knees. What you need is what you already have: a gentle touch, a bit of wisdom, and a willingness to notice what your plants are asking for. Today, I'd like to walk with you through 12 watering secrets that every seasoned gardener should know. They're not hard, and many of them you might already be doing without even realizing it. But when we combine a lifetime of intuition with a few simple insights, something beautiful happens. We save water, we strengthen our plants, we bring more ease into our days. So come sit with me a while. Let's talk about how just a little water given wisely can help your garden and your spirit bloom with peace, strength, and joy. Your hands still create beauty, my friend. Let's begin. Remember the way the garden smells in the early morning, before the sun gets too warm and the world is still hushed. It's a sacred kind of quiet, the kind where you can hear the soil, breathing, the bees yawning, and the leaves slowly stretching themselves toward the light. That, dear friend, is the very best time to water. You see, the early hours just after dawn offer the perfect conditions for your plants to drink deeply and safely. The air is cooler, the wind is gentler, and the sun hasn't yet begun to pull moisture away from the earth. Every drop you give has time to soak in to nourish the roots instead of vanishing into the heat. In fact, watering at noon under the bright sun can waste as much as 30% of your effort. Picture yourself gently pouring water onto thirsty soil, only to watch it steam away before your roses even get a chance to sip. That's not just frustrating, it's wasteful, especially for those of us who cherish every penny and every ounce of water. But there's another reason mornings are best, one that's often forgotten: plant health. When leaves stay wet too long, especially overnight, it creates a perfect little sauna for fungus and mildew to grow. Morning watering allows the sun to dry those leaves naturally throughout the day, keeping them healthy and disease-free. It's like tucking your plants into a clean, dry bed instead of leaving them damp and shivering through the night. Now, if early mornings aren't your favorite time, or if your body simply doesn't move as quickly before coffee, there are still good options. Late afternoon after the heat has passed can be a safe second choice. Just be sure there's still enough daylight for the foliage to dry before nightfall. Because wet leaves in the dark, that's an open invitation to blight and trouble. And what about those who use automated watering systems? Many of them are set to water in the middle of the night to avoid daytime evaporation. That's understandable and often efficient, but still risky for disease. If you're using a timer, try scheduling it to finish around 4:30 or 5:00 a.m. just before sunrise. That way you save water and keep your garden healthy. But let's bring this back to the heart of it, those quiet early moments with your garden. Many of us have found that starting the day with a slow walk among the plants, watering as we go, becomes something more than a routine. It becomes a gentle ritual, a time to think, a time to remember, a time to feel useful and connected again. There's a sense of rhythm in gardening that mirrors the rhythm of aging, slower, softer, and more intentional. You don't rush through it. You take your time. You notice the new bloom on the zinnia, or the way your tomato plant has grown an inch overnight. And as you water, you're not just feeding roots, you're nourishing your soul. A garden doesn't ask for much. Just your attention, a bit of water, and your care. And when you give it that in the stillness of morning, it gives something back. A quiet gratitude, a sense of being needed. A reminder that even now your presence can bring life. So, if you're able, pour your first cup of tea or coffee, slip on your garden shoes, and meet your plants before the sun rises too high. Let the cool air wrap around your shoulders as you water gently, slowly, lovingly. Your garden will thank you with blossoms, and your heart, I suspect, will feel just a little lighter. Because watering early isn't just about science or savings. It's about choosing to begin the day in peace, with intention, with love, and with a little joy tucked between the leaves. There's a reason we rest in the heat of the day, dear friend. Just like us, plants can become overwhelmed, even scorched by the midday sun. When the light is harshest and the earth begins to radiate back the morning's warmth, it's not the time to ask our gardens or our knees to endure more than they must. And yet, how often do we find ourselves tempted to get the watering over with during a lunch break or an early afternoon chore session? Maybe it seems convenient. But the truth is, watering in the middle of the day is one of the fastest ways to waste your water and your effort. You see, when sunlight is at its peak and the ground is already warm, most of the water you pour doesn't make it far. Instead, it evaporates before it ever reaches the roots. Imagine trying to quench your thirst by catching raindrops in a desert wind. That's what it's like for your flowers and vegetables when they're watered at high noon. Even more concerning, when cold water hits the hot leaves and sun-baked soil, it can shock the plant. It's a bit like stepping into an ice bath after being out in the summer heat. It's jarring, stressful, and potentially damaging. Your plants may droop, develop leaf spots, or suffer from heat stress. What's worse, the quick drying that happens in this heat might trick you into thinking the plants need more water than they do. So you water again, and again. But still, the soil remains dry beneath the surface, and the plants don't seem to improve. It becomes a cycle of frustration and unnecessary strain. For gardeners who've been doing this for many seasons, you may recall a time when the sun felt gentler. But in today's climate, with higher temperatures and unpredictable weather, that midday sun has become especially unforgiving. That's why adjusting our habits matters more than ever. Now, if your mornings are already full or you simply can't get outside until later in the day, don't worry. The late afternoon, once the harshest heat begins to fade, offers a window of grace. Watering around 5 or 6 p.m. when the sun has started to lower and the ground begins to cool allows moisture to soak in without too much evaporation. It's not perfect, but it's kind. Just be sure the leaves have time to dry before nightfall. A damp leaf sleeping under a dark sky is a magnet for mildew. Some folks ask, but what if I'm using a sprinkler system or watering timer? Those can be helpful tools, especially for older gardeners who prefer not to haul heavy hoses. But even then, the timing still matters. Avoid setting your system for midday watering. Instead, program it for very early morning or late at night, ending just before dawn. That's when you'll get the most water into the soil without soaking the leaves too long. If your only time to water is when the sun's already overhead, consider giving yourself permission to skip a day or prepare the soil with mulch, which we'll talk about soon, to help hold moisture longer between waterings. Plants are resilient, and so are you. You don't have to push yourself under the hottest sky to care for your garden. There's wisdom in waiting, and kindness in pacing. There's a gentle metaphor in this, don't you think? Just as we've learned not to stretch ourselves too thin in the heat of life's demands, we learn to care for our gardens with patience and timing. Everything has its season. Everything has its moment. Let your watering become part of your rhythm, a calm ritual guided by nature's cues, not by the clock on the wall. Mornings for fresh starts, evenings for gentle closure, and midday is for shade, a good book, a glass of water for you. The garden will wait. So take a breath, rest in the cooler times, and know that your plants will flourish better when you water them, not just with effort, but with wisdom. Because sometimes not doing something like skipping that noon watering is the most nurturing act of all. There's a hush that falls over the garden in the late afternoon. The light grows softer, the breeze calms. The bees finish their work and begin to head home. And if you step outside around that time, watering can in hand, you may find something quietly magical waiting for you. While early mornings are still the gold standard for watering, many gardeners, especially those with slower mornings or full routines, find comfort in the calm of the late day. And when done with care, late afternoon or early evening, watering can be just as gentle and effective. The key, dear friend, is timing. You don't want to water so late that the leaves remain wet through the night. Dampness in darkness is a silent invitation for mildew, fungus, and other plant ailments to move in. But watering during that sweet spot when the sun is lower and the heat has passed gives you a chance to nourish your garden while allowing just enough time for the foliage to dry before nightfall. Many of us remember our grandparents tending the garden after supper, a quiet routine that felt almost like prayer. They'd walk the rows with slow steps, hand on a hose or holding a chipped metal can, watering not just plants but memories too. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't loud. It was simply the final offering of the day, a way of saying, "Sleep well, little garden. I'll see you in the morning." And you know what? That kind of rhythm still works. Watering in the late afternoon, especially if you're someone who tires easily in the morning or prefers to move after the heat dies down, can be a gift. It's cooler than midday, gentler on your back and joints, and gives your plants a bit of relief before the night. Think of it as a bedtime story in the language of water. Now, here's something practical. When you water during this time, pay extra attention to how long the sun will stay up. You want at least an hour or two of fading daylight to help dry any leaves you might have splashed by accident. Using a watering wand or can to aim directly at the base of the plants can help prevent wet foliage altogether. If you've ever noticed a white powdery coating on your squash leaves or dark spots on your roses, it may be from watering too late when the moisture lingers through the cool night. But if you finish watering before the sun fully sets, those risks drop significantly. For those using automated systems or hose timers, consider adjusting your settings to late afternoon if early morning isn't feasible. And if you're someone who enjoys sitting out back with a cool drink as the sun fades, why not bring your watering can along and stroll through the yard? You might find that it's one of the most peaceful parts of your day. There's also a unique emotional benefit to evening watering. The day is mostly done. You've carried your responsibilities, felt your feelings, maybe even weathered a few small storms. To come out and care for something growing, something alive, is a gentle way to release the tension. Watering becomes an act of restoration for you and for your plants. Many senior gardeners I've spoken with say their evening watering routine helps them sleep better. Something about reconnecting with the earth with life settles their mind. And it makes sense. There's a satisfaction in doing a quiet task, well in knowing your plants have had their drink and are safe for the night. So if mornings aren't your time, or if you simply prefer the golden hush of day's end, embrace the late afternoon as your watering window. Just be mindful. Water low, not high. Allow time for drying. And enjoy those last soft rays of sunlight touching the tips of your lilies and tomatoes. Watering doesn't always have to happen at dawn. Sometimes the heart opens best at dusk, and your garden like you will flourish when treated with patience and peace. Because in the end, it's not about the clock, it's about the care. Do you remember how in the old days we were taught that strong foundations matter more than appearances? A house needs a deep footing, a tree needs a firm root, and a life well, it needs depth, not just surface polish. Gardening is no different. And when it comes to watering, this lesson rings especially true. Shallow sips lead to weak roots. But deep drinks, they build strength. It's a mistake many well-meaning gardeners make, especially those who love their plants and want to check in every day. A quick sprinkle here, a light spray there. It feels nurturing. But over time, those daily drizzles barely moisten the top inch of soil. The water never reaches deep enough. And as a result, the roots stay near the surface, fragile, needy, and easily scorched when the sun bears down. Now think about this: when you give your plants a deep soaking one that reaches 8 to 10 inches into the soil, you're doing more than quenching their thirst. You're training them, encouraging their roots to stretch downward to search to grow resilient. These are the plants that survive dry spells, the ones that bounce back after heat waves, the ones that stand tall even when the hose hasn't been turned on for a few days. It's like teaching independence gently, patiently over time. So how do we water deeply? It starts with slowing down. Instead of watering a little every day, aim to water thoroughly once or twice a week, depending on the weather, your soil, and the types of plants you grow. For most gardens, about 1 inch of water per week is a good rule. That's around 0.62 gallons per square foot. If it sounds like math, don't worry. There's an easy way to measure it. Place a small, straight-sided container. A tuna can works perfectly on the soil while you water. When it fills to 1 inch, you've delivered enough. That way, you don't have to guess. Another trick is the screwdriver test. After watering, gently push a long screwdriver or metal rod into the soil. If it slides in easily 6 to 8 inches and comes out moist, your water has reached the roots. If not, keep watering until it does. Now, if you're growing in containers, raised beds, or sandy soil, you might need to water more often, but still deeply. Sandy soil drains quickly and doesn't hold moisture well. Clay soil, on the other hand, holds water longer but can get compacted. Either way, the goal remains: get that water to the root zone and let it sink in. And then, this part is important, you wait. Let the soil dry out just a bit before watering again. That slight dryness encourages roots to grow downward in search of moisture rather than clustering near the surface. It also reduces the risk of root rot, which happens when soil stays soggy for too long. Now, for young seedlings or newly transplanted flowers, you do need to water more often at first. Their tiny roots can't reach deep yet. A good rule of thumb is to water them daily during their first week or two, especially in hot weather. But as they mature, start spacing out the waterings. Teach them to grow strong. There's even scientific proof behind this. Studies have shown that plants actually adapt their root systems based on how and where we water. If moisture is always available near the surface, roots stay shallow. But when water is deeper down, roots grow longer and more intricate, just like nature intended. Isn't that fascinating, the way life learns to reach to stretch when we don't make everything too easy? It's a quiet metaphor for resilience. So, dear friend, next time you're standing with your hose, or can ask yourself not just did I water, but did I water deeply? It may take a few extra minutes, but the reward is a sturdier, healthier plant that can withstand the ups and downs of the seasons. And just like people, plants with deep roots don't panic when life gets a little dry. They draw from within, they hold steady, they bloom anyway. Let's help them do that with patience, with intention, and with water that sinks far below the surface. Do you remember a time when rest was built into the rhythm of life? Sundays were quiet. Evenings weren't always filled. And gardens, like people, were given space to breathe. That idea, dear friend, still holds true beneath the soil. Just as we need pauses between our busy days, plants too need time between waterings. And one of the most common missteps many gardeners make, especially those who love to check in daily, is watering too often and too lightly. It feels gentle. It feels attentive. But over time, it can do more harm than good. When we water every single day, especially with just a small amount, the soil stays constantly damp at the top, but often remains dry below. And the roots, well, they adapt. They stay shallow. They get lazy. They don't learn to reach downward. That top layer dries out quickly in the sun, so the plant is constantly thirsty, always relying on us to step in. But when we allow the soil to dry slightly between waterings, we're sending an invitation: stretch your roots. Grow deeper. You've got this. This doesn't mean neglect. It means trust. It means balance. Now, how can we know when enough is enough? A good way is to simply check with your hands. Stick your finger about 2 inches into the soil. If it feels dry, it's time to water. If it's still moist, your garden can wait another day. You can also use a trowel to dig a little and see for yourself, or invest in a moisture meter if kneeling is tough these days. For lawns, a deep watering once or twice a week is better than a daily mist. It encourages roots to dive deeper, which makes the grass more drought tolerant. The same goes for flower beds and vegetables. A proper soak enough to moisten the soil 6 to 8 inches down will carry your plants through several days, even in warm weather. Of course, young seedlings and new transplants still need more frequent care. Their roots are small and can't yet travel far. In those early days, you may need to water them daily or even twice daily during heat waves. But as they establish themselves, ease off. Help them become sturdy, not dependent. Different soils play a role too. Sandy soil drains quickly, so it may need more frequent deep waterings. Clay soil, which holds water longer, benefits from slower, less frequent sessions to prevent pooling and rot. If you're unsure, take a week or two to observe. Watch how fast your soil dries after a rain or watering. Let the garden teach you. There's a kind of wisdom in letting go of strict routines. Maybe you've felt it in other areas of life, the freedom that comes when we stop doing something out of habit and start doing it with intention. Watering is the same. You don't need to just water every morning because it's what you've always done. Instead, let your plants and your soil guide you. Some days your garden will surprise you. After a cloudy spell or unexpected rain, you might skip watering altogether. Other days, a hot breeze might whisper that the tomatoes need a little help. Listen, respond, adapt. And here's something to remember: overwatering is just as dangerous as underwatering. In fact, a plant drooping in soggy soil might not be thirsty at all. It might be drowning. Its roots may be suffocating, unable to breathe because the water never had a chance to drain. If you ever see yellowing leaves, mold on the surface, or persistent wilting despite damp soil, consider whether you've been too generous. It's a hard thing to accept sometimes, that even kindness can smother when it's too constant. But in gardening, as in life, love needs space. So let your watering become a dance with the weather, with the soil, with the season. Trust that your garden is learning as you are. When you hold back thoughtfully, you're not abandoning your plants. You're helping them grow stronger on their own. And isn't that what we want in the end? Not a garden that survives only by our daily hand, but one that thrives because we've taught it how to stand tall in the sun, even when the watering can stays on the porch. Water deeply, then wait. Let the roots breathe, let the earth whisper, and let your garden rest. Have you ever watched rain fall gently through the trees only to see it never quite reach the ground? It's beautiful, that shimmering dance on the leaves, but when it comes to watering your garden, what looks graceful isn't always what's best. Many gardeners, especially in our early years, learn to water from above. We wave the hose in wide arcs or stand back with a spray nozzle, letting the water shower down like a warm summer rain. And for a moment, it feels satisfying. The leaves glisten, the flowers drip, and everything seems refreshed. But then disease creeps in. You see, when we water from above, the leaves stay wet. And wet leaves, especially in warm or humid conditions, become the perfect breeding ground for all kinds of fungal troubles, powdery mildew, black spot rust, and blight. These silent invaders don't need much to take hold, just a few hours of moisture, especially overnight, and your once vibrant plants can begin to struggle. Here's the truth: leaves don't drink water, roots do. So when we aim our watering at the foliage, we're missing the mark. It's like trying to feed someone by pouring soup on their head. What your plants really need is for the water to go directly into the soil, where their roots can take it in slowly and steadily. The best way to do this: water low and slow. Use a watering can with a long spout or a hose with a gentle wand that lets you reach down to the base of each plant. You don't need pressure, you need precision. If your garden beds are crowded, try laying your hose on the soil and letting it trickle gently around each cluster. You can even place a small flat stone under the stream to prevent erosion and help the water seep in evenly. For thirstier plants like tomatoes or roses, you can dig a small circular trench or basin around the base. That way, when you water, it pools at the roots rather than running off. And if lifting or kneeling is tough these days, consider using a soaker hose. It's a porous tube that you lay across your garden bed. It oozes water gently right at soil level, soaking the earth without ever touching the leaves. You just turn it on and let it do its quiet work. No dragging, no lifting, no splashing. There's also the option of drip irrigation, a more advanced system, but surprisingly simple once it's set up. Tubes and emitters deliver small amounts of water directly to the root zones, minimizing waste and maximizing health. And many of these systems can be connected to timers, making them especially helpful for gardeners who need to conserve energy or manage mobility. The beauty of these low-to-the-ground methods is that they don't just protect your plants, they also save water. When you water the soil directly, very little evaporates into the air. And because the surface stays drier, fewer weed seeds germinate. You end up with a cleaner, healthier garden and a smaller water bill. Not bad for a small adjustment in angle and aim. Now, if you do accidentally splash the leaves while watering, don't worry. It happens to all of us. Just try to water earlier in the day so the sun has time to dry the foliage before nightfall. That alone can make a big difference in disease prevention. And if you've been watering from above for years, there's no need to feel bad. We've all done what we thought was right. But learning to shift our habits is part of the joy of gardening, just like learning to listen better, move slower, and trust nature's quiet instructions. So next time you head out with the hose or the can, remember this simple phrase: water the roots, not the leaves. It's one of those gentle truths that applies far beyond the garden gate too. Care given in the right place where it's truly needed has a way of changing everything. And just like your plants, you don't need to shine to be growing. Sometimes the real strength is happening underground, where no one sees, but where life takes root. Water low, water wise, and let those roots go deep. There comes a point in every gardener's journey when bending, hauling, and dragging hoses no longer feels like a joyful part of the process. Maybe the knees creak a little louder, or the shoulders remind us they've carried years of care. That's when it's time to garden smarter, not harder. And dear friend, if you haven't yet discovered the quiet magic of drip irrigation and soaker hoses, you're in for a peaceful treat. Let's begin with the soaker hose. Imagine a long, flexible tube made of porous material, almost like a sponge, that you can weave through your garden beds. Once turned on, it oozes water slowly and gently along its entire length. Not a spray, not a gush. Just a calm, steady trickle that sinks right into the soil where the roots need it most. It doesn't splash. It doesn't run off. And best of all, you can leave it in place and simply turn the water on and off with ease, no need to lift a thing. For anyone with limited strength or mobility, a soaker hose becomes more than a convenience, it becomes a trusted companion. Now, let's talk about drip irrigation. This system might sound fancy, but don't let the name scare you. It's simply a series of small tubes and emitters. Think of tiny straws placed near the base of each plant that deliver precise amounts of water directly to the root zone. Drop by drop, hour by hour, your plants receive exactly what they need, no more, no less. Why is this helpful? First, it saves water. Studies show that drip systems can reduce outdoor water use by up to 50% compared to traditional sprinklers. In a world where every drop matters, especially for those on fixed incomes or living in dry areas, that kind of efficiency isn't just smart, it's kind. Second, it saves you time and effort. Once the system is set up, you can attach it to a timer so it runs automatically early in the morning while you sip your tea or enjoy the sunrise. No more dragging hoses across the yard. No more worrying about whether you forgot to water the tomatoes. Third, it reduces disease. Because the water goes straight to the soil and never touches the leaves, your garden stays dry on the surface, meaning fewer chances for fungal infections, mildew, or mold. For raised beds or rows of vegetables, both systems work beautifully. You can loop a soaker hose in a spiral pattern around your plants, or run drip lines neatly down each row. There are kits available at most hardware stores that come with everything you need, and if installation sounds intimidating, many seniors find that asking a grandchild, neighbor, or handyman to help for an hour or two makes all the difference. Once it's in place, it practically runs itself. And here's something many gardeners don't realize: these systems are just as helpful for small container gardens or patio pots. You can connect drip emitters to reach each pot individually, delivering just enough moisture without soaking your entire porch or wasting a single drop. If you're more tech-inclined, there are even smart irrigation systems now. Some use sensors to measure soil moisture or weather forecasts to decide when to water. They connect to your smartphone, letting you monitor your garden from the comfort of your recliner. It's like having a gardening assistant who never forgets and never gets tired. But even without the gadgets, the idea is simple: deliver water exactly where it's needed with minimal effort and maximum love. In many ways, drip irrigation and soaker hoses mirror the quiet style of seasoned gardeners, steady, focused, and thoughtful. We've learned that noisy, dramatic efforts rarely last. What does endure are the consistent small acts of care that add up to something beautiful. So if your hands are a little stiffer than they once were, or if you're simply ready to bring more ease and efficiency to your garden, let the water work for you. Let it move gently underground, whispering life into the roots while you rest in the shade and watch the flowers bloom. You've earned the right to do things the easy way. And with a little help from hoses and drip lines, your garden can grow stronger with less strain on you. After all, it's not how much work you do that defines your garden. It's how wisely you water. There's a quiet kind of comfort in tucking something in. A baby with a soft blanket, a pie with a golden crust, a garden bed with a layer of mulch. Each one is an act of gentle care, a way of saying, "You're safe now. Rest easy." And in your garden, mulch might just be one of the most powerful and most loving tools you can use. At first glance, mulch seems simple, just a layer of material spread over the soil. But oh, how much good it does beneath the surface. Mulch keeps the moisture and the weeds out and the soil protected from the extremes of weather. It's a shield, a sponge, a blanket all rolled into one. When the sun beats down, mulch shades the soil, slowing evaporation and keeping it cooler. When winds blow dry, mulch holds the topsoil in place and locks in moisture. And when the rain falls, mulch helps the water soak in, gently reducing runoff. In fact, a 2 to 3 inch layer of mulch can reduce evaporation by up to 70%. That means you water less often and your plants stay hydrated longer. Especially for gardeners living in hot or dry regions, this is more than a convenience. It's a lifeline. So what kind of mulch should you use? The answer depends on what you have, what you love, and what your garden needs. Organic mulches like shredded leaves, straw wood chips, bark pine needles, grass clippings, or compost are favorites among many gardeners. Over time, they break down and enrich the soil, improving texture, feeding microbes, and adding nutrients. If you've ever swept up autumn leaves or saved the clippings from a summer mow, you already have mulch waiting to be used. Layer it around your flowers, vegetables, shrubs, and trees, keeping it a few inches away from stems or trunks to prevent rot. Compost in particular is a gardener's treasure. Dark, rich, and full of life, it holds water like a sponge and feeds your plants as it melts into the earth. Some gardeners mix compost into the soil and then top with a different mulch like straw or bark for both beauty and function. If your soil is heavy with clay, compost opens it up, adding air pockets that improve drainage and allow water to sink deeper. If your soil is sandy and drains too quickly, compost helps it hold moisture longer. Either way, it brings balance and life. And for those who prefer a tidier look, decorative mulches like bark nuggets or cocoa hulls can add charm while still doing the work beneath. No matter the type, the key is consistency. Replenish your mulch layer as it thins out over the season, and take a moment to notice how the soil underneath stays damp even on the hottest days. That's mulch at work, quiet, steady, and reliable. Now here's something else to love: mulch keeps weeds from sprouting. By covering the soil and blocking sunlight, mulch makes it harder for weed seeds to grow. That means less bending, less pulling, and fewer battles with crabgrass and dandelions. It also protects your plant's roots from extreme temperature swings. In winter, mulch acts like insulation, keeping roots warmer. In summer, it keeps them cooler. That's especially helpful for shallow-rooted plants who are more sensitive to temperature stress. And let's not forget beauty. A mulched garden looks tended, calm, peaceful. Whether it's soft straw around your zinnias or dark bark framing your azaleas, mulch gives your beds a finished, intentional look. For older gardeners or anyone looking to save time, energy, and water, mulch is a gift. It reduces how often you need to water. It keeps weeds at bay. It feeds your soil naturally. And it asks so little in return. You don't need to buy fancy bags either. Many cities offer free mulch from tree trimmings. Neighbors rake leaves and bag them up in the fall. Why not ask if you can give those leaves a second life in your garden? There's something satisfying about using what you already have, about turning scraps into nourishment. And mulch, in its humble way, is part of that quiet cycle of decay, turning into bloom of protection, turning into growth. So, if you haven't mulched lately, consider giving your garden beds a little blanket. Especially during dry spells or heat waves, your plants will feel the difference. And you'll feel the ease. Because sometimes the best way to care for something isn't to do more, but to cover it with love and let it rest. That's what mulch does. And that's what you're doing too. There's a quiet alchemy that happens in a compost pile, something beautiful, earthy, and honest. Peelings, clippings, coffee grounds, old leaves. Things the world might call waste become in time a rich gift to the soil. Compost, dear friend, is more than fertilizer. It's nourishment, memory, and magic all wrapped in one. And when it comes to watering wisely, compost is one of the best allies you'll ever have. Let's begin with this simple truth. Compost helps soil hold on to water. Whether your garden sits on sandy ground that drains too fast or clay that resists water and dries hard as a rock, adding compost can change everything. You see, compost acts like a sponge. Its particles are rich in organic matter, tiny, porous, and soft, able to absorb water and slowly release it over time. That means less runoff, less pooling, and far more moisture reaching the roots. In fact, studies show that compost-enriched soil holds up to 30% more water than untreated soil. That's water you don't have to add and money you don't have to spend. It also improves soil texture. Sandy soil, which normally drains too fast, becomes more cohesive and better at retaining moisture. Clay soil, which can be tight and stubborn, opens up and becomes more breathable, allowing water to penetrate deeper rather than running off the surface. The result? Your watering goes further. You can water less often and your plants still thrive. Especially during dry spells or heat waves, compost-rich soil acts like a reservoir beneath your feet, storing moisture like a savings account for the roots. Now, if you've never composted before, don't worry. You don't need a big bin or a complicated system. You can start small right in the corner of your garden or in a simple pile near the shed. Every apple core, every faded bloom, every eggshell is a step closer to richer soil. And if turning compost isn't something your back wants to do anymore, there are gentler ways. Layer kitchen scraps with dry leaves in a corner, cover with a bit of soil, and let nature take its course. Worm composting vermiculture is another option that's surprisingly easy and clean for small spaces. But even if you don't make your own, many communities offer free or low-cost compost. Local gardens, city green waste programs, or even neighbors who compost may be happy to share. And a single bag from the garden center, worked gently into the top few inches of soil, can begin to shift the way your garden holds water. It's also wonderful for containers. Potted plants dry out faster than those in the ground, but by mixing compost into your potting mix, you can extend the time between waterings and keep roots happier in the heat. Compost doesn't just help with water either. It feeds the soil in ways synthetic fertilizers never could. It invites worms and helpful microbes. It balances pH, supports root health, and boosts your plant's ability to fight disease. It's gentle, it's wise, and it asks for nothing more than what we already have: scraps, time, and patience. Some gardeners like to top dress with compost, sprinkling a light layer over the soil in spring or fall. Others mix it in during planting or dig it gently into their beds during the off-season. However you use it, compost becomes part of your garden's heartbeat, a quiet rhythm of give and receive. And perhaps that's the real beauty of it. Compost reminds us that nothing has to go to waste, that even the fading and the falling can become fertile, that every banana peel or dried out bloom has a second life waiting beneath the surface. For older gardeners especially, composting can feel deeply satisfying. It brings purpose to routine, closure to the harvest, and promise to the future. And the water savings, well, they're simply the cherry on top. So as you think about watering your garden, how often, how much, how deeply, don't forget what's under your feet. Because healthy soil full of compost holds water better than any gadget or tool. And every time you see a bloom that came from what was once waste, you'll be reminded nature knows how to renew. So let it. Add a little compost, water a little less, and watch your garden thrive in quiet gratitude. Because the smartest way to water might just begin with what's already in your hands. Before you can know how to water your garden wisely, you must first get to know the earth beneath your feet. Soil isn't just dirt. It's a living foundation, one that tells stories, holds memory, and shapes the way water moves. And like people, every type of soil has its own personality. Some soils are tight and stubborn, holding water too long. Others are loose and airy, letting it slip through too fast. And some, well, they're just right. Let's talk about the 3 most common soil types and how each one affects the way you water. First, there's clay. Clay soil is heavy, dense, and holds water well, sometimes a little too well. You might notice puddles forming when you water, or see that the surface stays wet for hours after a rain. When it's dry, clay can bake hard as a brick. When it's wet, it can be sticky and compacted, making it difficult for water and roots to move freely. If you're gardening in clay, the key is to water slowly and deeply, giving the water time to soak in without running off. A slow drip, trickle, or soaker hose is ideal. Mulching helps prevent crusting, and adding compost over time loosens the soil, creating pockets for air and moisture to move. Test your soil by digging a small hole after watering. If the water pools and doesn't drain within a few hours, your soil may be heavy clay. But don't despair, many beautiful plants, especially perennials and shrubs, adapt well to this type of earth once established. Next, there's sandy soil. Sandy soil is light, gritty, and drains quickly. It warms up early in spring, which plants love, but it also dries out fast, sometimes too fast. If you water in the morning, it may already feel dry again by late afternoon. To keep plants happy in sandy soil, you may need to water more frequently, but still deeply. Mulch becomes especially important here, helping slow evaporation. And mixing in compost or peat moss improves the soil's ability to retain moisture and nutrients. You can test sandy soil by taking a handful and squeezing it. If it crumbles apart and feels gritty in your palm, chances are you've got sand. It's well suited for root vegetables and Mediterranean herbs like lavender or rosemary, which don't mind a drier home. And then there's loam. Ah, loam. The gardener's dream. It's a balanced blend of clay, sand, and silt, offering good drainage, moisture retention, and a soft texture that roots adore. If your garden is lucky enough to sit on loam, watering becomes less tricky. Water soaks in, evenly holds without pooling, and provides your plants with just the right drink. You'll still want to practice smart watering habits early in the day, deeply and infrequently. But loamy soil gives you a bit more forgiveness. It also takes well to compost and mulch, which only makes a good thing even better. Not sure what kind of soil you have? Try this simple home test. Take a handful of moist soil and squeeze it into a ball in your hand. Then gently poke it with your finger. If it stays in a tight ball and feels sticky, it's clay. If it falls apart immediately, it's sandy. If it holds together but breaks apart with a light touch, it's loam. Another clue is how your plants behave. Do they wilt quickly after watering? Does the water seem to vanish too fast or puddle for hours? Your soil is speaking, and the more you listen, the more wisely you'll water. Each soil type has its blessings and its challenges. There's no perfect garden bed, but with a little observation and adjustment, you can work with your soil, not against it. Clay needs patience and air. Sand needs support and more frequent care. Loam just needs your continued love. So before you worry about fancy tools or watering schedules, take a walk through your garden and get to know what's under your feet. Reach down, feel the earth, let it crumble between your fingers. Because once you understand how your soil holds or loses water, you'll know exactly how to give your plants what they need. And as with many things in life, when we take time to understand the foundation, everything above it grows stronger. Sometimes the best gardeners aren't the ones who know the most, but the ones who listen the best. Plants may not have voices like ours, dear friend, but they do speak. Not in words, but in posture, in color, in texture. A drooping stem, a yellowed edge, a leaf curling toward the sky or shrinking inward. These are the whispers of your garden, and learning to understand them is one of the most tender skills you'll ever develop. Let's begin with something many of us have seen wilting. It's easy to assume that a drooping plant needs water, and often it's true, but not always. You see, plants like people sometimes wilt from stress, not just thirst. In the hottest part of the day, even well-watered plants may droop as a protective response to intense sunlight. Their leaves soften and lower to reduce exposure, kind of like how we seek shade when the afternoon sun bears down. If you water during this time, you may be overreacting and overwatering. Here's the trick check again in the evening. If the plant perks back up as temperatures cool, it didn't need water, it just needed rest. But if it's still drooping after sunset or the next morning, that's a true signal of thirst. Then it's time to offer a slow, deep drink at the roots. Yellowing leaves are another quiet message. When the lower leaves turn pale and fall off, it might mean too much water, especially if the soil feels soggy. Overwatering drowns the roots, preventing them from getting oxygen and, ironically, causing a kind of suffocation. If the leaves are turning brown and crispy instead, you may be watering too little or too late. You might also see signs of fungus or mold on the soil surface. That's often the result of watering too frequently or late in the day when the moisture lingers and creates a damp, still environment. These are your garden's ways of saying, "I love the attention, but please let me breathe." One of the simplest and most effective things you can do is check the soil before watering. Stick your finger into the dirt about 2 inches deep. If it feels moist, wait. If it's dry, go ahead and water. A small trowel or moisture meter can help if kneeling is difficult. Some gardeners even keep a little journal marking what days they watered, how much rain fell, and how the plants looked. Over time, patterns emerge. You begin to anticipate your garden's needs before they become problems. Another wise practice is grouping plants by their water needs. Tomatoes, cucumbers, and bedding flowers like petunias are thirsty types. Lavender, rosemary, and succulents, not so much. When you keep them in separate beds or containers, it's easier to give each group just what they need, no more, no less. And let's not forget about seasonal changes. What your plants needed in spring may not match their needs in summer. As temperatures rise, so does evaporation, and your garden will let you know when it needs an adjustment. But always take weather and forecast into account. If rain is coming tomorrow, let nature lend a hand. If there's been an unexpected dry spell, step in with support. Listening is especially important for older plants and established shrubs. They might not wilt as obviously, but they still rely on deep occasional watering to thrive. Don't be fooled by silence. Check the soil, watch the leaves, and remember that roots often speak last. And what about new plants or seedlings? These little ones are much more vocal. They'll wilt quickly without water, especially in summer. For their first few weeks, they may need daily or every other day attention. But once they've rooted in, they'll join the rhythm of the rest of your garden. You've lived long enough to know that care is more than action, it's attention. Noticing, pausing, reading between the lines. And gardening is no different. Every plant in your yard is trying to communicate. You don't need fancy tools to hear them, just your eyes, your hands, and your heart. So walk slowly, observe gently. Let your garden tell you when it's thirsty, tired, or simply in need of time. Because when you learn to listen, really listen, your watering becomes not just effective, but tender, responsive, and wise. The best gardeners don't water on a strict schedule. They water in partnership with the plants, with the weather, and with love. There's a certain humility in gardening, a quiet understanding that we are never truly in charge. We may plant the seeds, water the beds, and prune the stems, but in the end, it's the weather that holds the final say. And once we accept that, dear friend, gardening becomes much more peaceful. Too often we try to force routines onto our gardens. Water every Monday. Fertilize on the 15th. Turn on the sprinkler at 8 a.m., rain or shine. But nature doesn't follow our calendars. It follows the clouds, the wind, the sun, and the soil. When we learn to watch and respond rather than control, we become not just better gardeners, but calmer ones. Start with this simple habit: check the forecast. Not just for temperature, but for rain. If a steady shower is expected tomorrow, you may not need to water today. Let the sky do its work. Not only does this save effort, it conserves water and protects your plants from being overwatered. And if a heat wave is coming, consider watering a little deeper the evening before, allowing moisture to settle in and prepare the roots for the extra demand. It's like tucking in your plants with an extra blanket before a cold night, except this time it's for warmth. The same goes for wind. A gusty day can dry out soil quickly, especially in containers or raised beds. After a breezy spell, check the moisture before assuming your garden is fine. Sometimes the air steals more than we see. Your climate matters too. Gardeners in the Pacific Northwest must think about drainage and mold more than drought. Those in the Southwest may water in the early dawn and focus on keeping roots cool. Knowing your USDA hardiness zone or local weather patterns helps tailor your watering strategy to your region. There's no one-size-fits-all, and that's part of the beauty. Now let's talk about tools. A simple rain gauge in your garden can be a big help. Set out a tuna can or small container with straight sides and see how much rain actually falls in a week. You'd be surprised how often a stormy forecast only gives a light sprinkle. If there's less than an inch, your garden may still be thirsty. You can also invest in a moisture meter, an inexpensive device that reads how wet the soil is below the surface. It's especially useful for those who have trouble kneeling or digging. No more guessing. Just stick it in the ground, read the dial, and water accordingly. Some seasoned gardeners keep a little notebook or calendar nearby, jotting down what they did each week, rain, sun, watering, and how the plants responded. Over time, this becomes a treasure trove of knowledge, one written by your own hands in your own backyard. And if writing isn't your style, no worries. Even a mental note or a quiet moment observing the leaves and soil will keep you in tune. Just step outside, feel the air, touch the earth, and ask your garden, how are you today? One important principle to remember is this: water slowly. Give the soil time to absorb. If you water too fast, especially after dry weather, the moisture runs off or pools on top, never reaching the roots. Pause, let it soak in, then come back and finish. It's not about volume, it's about depth. Also, be mindful of where your water goes. Is your sprinkler hitting the sidewalk? Is your hose leaking at the spout? Every misplaced drop adds up on your bill and on our shared planet. Adjust your aim. Check your connections. Make sure your water is nourishing life, not washing down the drain. And finally, remember, you don't have to do it all at once. Spread your watering tasks over the week. Let nature share the load. Rest when it rains. Water when it dries. Work with the rhythm, not against it. Because gardening isn't a race, it's a relationship. One that deepens with patience, with awareness, and with grace. When you garden with the weather, not in spite of it, you step into harmony with something far larger than yourself. You become part of the unfolding pattern of seasons, sky, and soil. And there is no better teacher or healer than that. So next time you reach for the hose or look up at the sky, ask yourself, what is the weather saying today? Then listen, adjust, respond. Your plants will thank you. And your heart, I think, will feel just a little more in step with the world. So here we are, dear friend. 12 gentle truths, all leading back to one simple idea. Watering isn't just a chore. It's a conversation. A quiet partnership between you and your garden. Between your wisdom and the earth's quiet needs. You've learned how to water early and why that morning moment matters. You've learned to aim for the roots, not the leaves. To go deep, not just often. You've explored mulch and compost soil types and signs of stress. You've even made peace with the weather, letting it guide rather than frustrate you. But more than anything, I hope this journey reminded you of this. Your care still matters. Your hands still bring life. Your presence, slow, thoughtful, experienced, is your garden's greatest gift. There's something profoundly hopeful in tending a plant. Something healing in kneeling beside a bed of soil or walking gently between rows of flowers. As we age, we sometimes wonder where we're still needed. But in the garden, the answer is always clear here. Now, today. With every careful drop of water, you remind the earth and yourself that it's never too late to grow. That even dry places can bloom. That beauty still returns season after season when we offer what we have with love. So take your time, sip your tea. Let the birdsong guide your footsteps. And when you next lift your watering can or switch on your hose, may it feel less like a task and more like a prayer. A ritual of presence. A blessing in motion. Which of these watering ideas brought you peace today? Leave a gentle comment below. I'd love to hear what you're trying in your own garden. And if you'd like more soft, practical inspiration like this, be sure to subscribe. There's always more to grow, more to learn, more to love. Until next time, happy gardening, dear friend. And may your roots go deep, your blooms be bright, and your spirit stay tender with wonder. Hello there, dear friend. Isn't it funny how many stories we store in our garages? Old chairs missing a leg curtain, rods from a different decade, umbrellas that no longer open. Most folks might see junk. But you and I, we've learned something with time. We've learned that beauty doesn't always come in a box or with a shiny label. Sometimes it hides in the rusted, the weathered, and the forgotten. This morning, as the light spilled through my kitchen window and the birds began their soft chatter, I stepped out with a warm cup of tea and looked around my little garden. It's not the biggest or the fanciest, but oh, it holds a kind of peace that money can't buy. And as I looked closer, I saw all the second chances blooming: an old ladder holding up peas, a rake head cradling oregano, a bicycle wheel that now grows morning glories like jewelry on a crown. That's what we're going to explore together today. A gentle walk through 25 recycled garden trellis ideas, all born from things most folks might have tossed out. But not you. Not us. Because you don't need youth money or perfection to grow something beautiful. All you need is a bit of care, a touch of imagination, and maybe a forgotten suitcase or two. So go ahead, get cozy, settle in, and let's stroll together through a garden of transformations. This isn't just DIY. This is a celebration of what still has life left in it. And that, my dear friend, includes you. Do you remember those wire coat hangers from the dry cleaners? The kind that used to multiply in closets like rabbits, always slightly bent, always a little awkward to hang clothes on. Well, before you send them off to the recycling bin or worse, the landfill. Let me share a little secret. Those humble hangers are actually delicate threads of possibility, waiting to become art in your garden. There's a quiet kind of magic in taking something so ordinary and giving it a new role. Start by gathering a few wire hangers, 5, 10, maybe more depending on how ambitious you're feeling. Using a pair of pliers, gently straighten them out. It doesn't have to be perfect. The slight bends and quirks add character. Then begin reshaping them into spirals, diamonds, or soft flowing waves. You're not just making a plant support, you're creating sculpture. Once you've shaped your hangers, link them together by twisting their ends with more wire or tying them gently with twine. You can fasten this design to a wooden stake, hang it like a curtain from an old fence panel, Or simply prop it in a sunny corner where morning glories or sweet peas can begin their gentle climb. What makes this idea so special isn't just how thrifty or lightweight it is, it's how you shape it. No two trellises will ever be the same. Some might zigzag skyward like lightning, others might bloom outward in a sunburst. That's the beauty of it. It's yours. And because wire hangers are thin and gentle, they're perfect for light climbers, nasturtiums, snap peas, or climbing herbs. The vines will wrap themselves gracefully around your design like they were meant to be together all along. You may even find yourself staring at it before anything grows, admiring the soft geometry you made from yesterday's clutter. Sometimes that's the quiet joy of aging. We see what others miss. Not trash, not uselessness. Just something waiting to be bent a little, shaped gently and given purpose. That's how we grow too, isn't it? Bent, but never broken. Twisted a little, but still strong. Still able to hold something beautiful. Still capable of becoming something more. There's something so sturdy, so dependable about an old garden fence. Even when the wood has weathered or the metal has rusted a bit, it still stands there quietly, offering support, framing memories, and holding the stories of seasons past. But what happens when you replace a fence panel or find one leaning against a shed no longer needed for its original job? Well, my dear friend, that's when the real magic begins. An old fence panel, whether wood wire mesh or chain link, makes an absolutely wonderful trellis. It already knows how to stand tall, how to support, how to weather storms. And now, instead of marking boundaries, it can help plants grow. If you have a wooden picket panel, you're already halfway there. The vertical slats are perfectly spaced for climbing plants like peas, pole beans, or even decorative morning glories. Prop it up against an existing wall or use a couple of garden stakes to secure it freestanding. And if it has horizontal supports, they double as little shelves, ideal for hanging planters or lanterns, to give your garden some soft evening charm. Wire or chain link sections are even more ready-made. The grid pattern is ideal for vines, offering dozens of little spaces for tendrils to twist and twine. The galvanized coating holds up to rain, sun, and wind, no need for extra protection. Just lean it, secure it, and plant. Here's a gentle tip from these old hands to yours: try angling the panel slightly instead of keeping it perfectly upright. A soft slant helps the sunlight reach your plants more evenly, and it's much easier on the back when it's time to prune or harvest. No crouching, no stretching, just peaceful tending. And that patina, the weathered gray of old wood or the rusty red of aged metal, it's garden gold. Designers pay extra for finishes like that, but here you are with authenticity at your fingertips. The marks of time aren't flaws, they're stories. Imagine climbing roses, threading through the lattice, their petals catching the light like a page from a fairy tale. Or imagine purple beans dangling like ornaments from an old chain link panel, turning what was once a backyard border into a vertical feast. You didn't throw it away, you looked again, you saw potential, and now your garden tells the story not just of plants, but of wisdom, patience, and the grace of giving something a second life. Now let's wander into the realm of the unexpected: your bathroom. Yes, you read that right. You see, one of the most charming trellis ideas I've ever tried didn't come from a garden center. It came from the back of a closet, dusty and forgotten, wedged behind a stack of towels. It was an old metal shower caddy, the kind that used to hang over the shower head, holding shampoo bottles, soap, and perhaps a rusty razor or two. Once useful, now obsolete. Or so I thought. But out in the garden, that same shower caddy became a vertical growing wonder. Here's how to make it yours. First, clean it up with a soft brush and a little warm water. If it's starting to rust, all the better. That vintage charm is priceless. Now mount it on a fence post the side of your garden shed, or even a wooden stake driven into the soil. The hooks that once held loofahs now support twine, and the shelves that used to cradle soap are perfect for trailing herbs and petite planters. Think of it as tiered gardening for the seasoned soul. Basil on the top, oregano spilling over the side, a touch of mint at the base. Maybe even cherry tomatoes twining around the sides for a burst of color and flavor. Each shelf becomes its own little growing zone, like a botanical apartment building for your plants. What makes this idea so wonderfully senior-friendly is how accessible it is. You don't need to bend, kneel, or reach too high. Everything is within arm's reach, thoughtfully arranged, beautifully compact, and easy to maintain. It's a small garden miracle for patios, porches, or even sunny indoor nooks. And there's something else. There's a quiet joy in watching something that once helped us stay clean now help our gardens grow. It's more than recycling, it's poetic. That old shower caddy once taken for granted now stands tall again, cradling life-catching sunlight and giving you daily reminders that usefulness never truly disappears. It just changes form. And isn't that a comforting thought? Have you ever passed by an old window at a yard sale and with flaking paint, maybe missing a pane or two, and felt a strange tug at your heart? Almost like it was trying to whisper something through its frame. Windows, after all, are built to offer a view. And just because they no longer look out onto a room doesn't mean they've lost their purpose. In the garden, they can become something entirely new, a trellis that holds not just plants, but stories. Start by finding an old window frame. No need for glass, though. If some remains and it's intact, you can always use it elsewhere in your garden. The frame itself is what we're after. Clean it up gently, preserving as much of the aged character as you like. A little chipped paint here, a weathered corner there, those are marks of life well lived. Next, stretch something across the open panes. Chicken wire works well, or garden mesh, or even bits of decorative metal fencing. Use staples or small screws to secure it tightly across the back. What you now have is a living canvas, a rectangle of possibility just waiting to be adorned with nature's brush strokes. Lean your new trellis against a garden wall, tuck it into a corner beside your potting bench, or even secure it between two posts for a freestanding vertical element. Then plant something tender at its feet. Sweet peas are perfect, romantic, fragrant, and eager to climb. Or perhaps scarlet runner beans for bold color and edible blooms. But here's the beauty: as your vines twist upward through those panes, the frame begins to tell a new story. Maybe once it looked out over a kitchen sink where someone washed dishes and watched children play. Maybe it came from a farmhouse on a country road. Now it offers a window into a new world, one where blossoms frame the sky and tendrils curl like poetry. Every time you walk by it, you're reminded nothing is ever too old to be beautiful again. We may grow older, but like these frames, our structure still holds. We still catch the light. We still offer beauty to whatever surrounds us. Remember that old wooden ladder tucked away in the shed? The one with paint splatters on the rungs and maybe a slight wobble when you climb it. It might no longer be safe for high shelves, but out in the garden it still has a job to do. A beautiful one, in fact. There's something so satisfying about turning something once practical into something poetic. A wooden ladder in all its humble simplicity becomes one of the most charming and effective trellises you could ask for. There are two lovely ways to use it. The first is the simplest. Just lean it gently against a wall, a fence, or even a large container. Each rung becomes a stepping stone for vines to reach toward the sky. Beans, cucumbers, morning glories, even grapevines, all will happily twine upward, turning your ladder into a staircase of green. The second method is even more delightful. Open the ladder into an A-frame and place it directly in your garden bed. Now you have a freestanding trellis with double the support. Plants can grow up both sides. Picture cucumbers climbing one face while nasturtiums or sweet peas trail down the other. It's like a green pyramid rising from your soil. And let's not forget the aesthetic. That weathered wood, the cracks, the faded finish, the story it tells, adds rustic charm to any garden. A new trellis from the store might be straight and shiny, but your ladder holds history. Maybe it helped you hang curtains in your first apartment. Maybe it was your spouse's go-to tool during weekend projects. Now it's a monument to memory and growth. You can leave it natural, or if your garden leans toward whimsy, give it a coat of sage green or robin's egg blue. Add tiny hanging baskets from the rungs. Wrap fairy lights around the legs. It's not just a support, it's a centerpiece. And here's something especially meaningful for those of us with aging hands and backs. This ladder trellis lifts the garden up to you. No stooping or crawling. You can tend to your vines at eye level, prune with ease, and simply enjoy watching your plants grow right before your eyes. That old ladder served you once. And now, in the golden season of life, it serves again faithfully, holding the weight of new things blooming. Do you remember the first time you, or perhaps your child or grandchild, rode a bike down the street with the wind in your face and the wheels humming on the pavement? There's something timeless about a bicycle. Even when its riding days are long gone, one part of it can still keep moving forward in the garden. Yes, I'm talking about the wheel. A single rusty bicycle wheel, especially one with its spokes still intact, can become one of the most eye-catching and surprisingly functional trellises you'll ever use. And the best part, it costs nothing but a little creativity and a memory or two. Here's how to turn this forgotten piece of metal into a growing masterpiece. Start by mounting the wheel vertically onto a strong garden stake or fence post. If you're securing it to wood, a couple of outdoor screws through the rim will do the trick. For metal stakes, use heavy-duty zip ties or wire. The key is to make sure it's stable. It's going to be holding not just plants, but beauty. Once it's mounted, the magic begins. The spokes form a natural web of connection points for twine garden wire or string. You can create geometric patterns by weaving string between the spokes, forming a spiderweb-like grid that climbers will adore. Or you can let the vines do all the work, wrapping themselves around the metal as they reach toward the sun. Cherry tomatoes, sweet peas, climbing nasturtiums, or even miniature gourds all find the spokes inviting and easy to grasp. And as the vines grow, the wheel starts to resemble something between a piece of abstract art and a vintage garden relic. The round shape feels complete, balanced, peaceful. Don't worry about the rust, it's part of the charm. In fact, that aged patina looks gorgeous in contrast to soft greenery and vivid blossoms. Where some people see wear, gardeners like us see character. And every time you glance at it, you'll see more than just a plant support. You'll see childhood memories, Saturday bike rides, a simpler time now giving back in a different way. It's a gentle reminder that life comes full circle, and that even when we stop moving fast, we still have the power to hold beauty, to offer support, and to help something grow tall. Now here's a twist you might not expect. What if I told you that an old shopping cart, the kind you might find rolling lonesome in a grocery store parking lot, could become one of the most useful and visually stunning trellises in your entire garden? It's true. That wire basket, once used for frozen peas and cartons of milk, can be transformed into a portable growing station, a vertical garden that's both whimsical and wildly practical. Let's start with the basics. Begin by turning the shopping cart on its side so that one of the wire mesh walls becomes a climbing surface. Most carts are already weather-resistant, made of galvanized metal that stands up to rain and sun. If the wheels still work, you're in for a treat. This trellis is mobile. Secure the cart in place, or leave it free to move depending on your needs. If you have delicate herbs or shade-loving plants, you can literally roll your cart throughout the day to follow or escape the sun. Need to move your vines closer to the house before a storm? Just wheel it over. Want a centerpiece for your patio party? Voila, your trellis becomes garden art on the go. Now to the planting. The inside of the cart becomes a deep container perfect for trailing plants like cherry tomatoes, basil, or cascading petunias. Meanwhile, the outer mesh provides hundreds of little anchor points for beans, peas, morning glories, or flowering vines to climb. Want to make it even more charming? Add a coat of cheerful spray paint, mint, green, vintage red, or soft lavender, and line the inside with coconut coir or landscape fabric to create a softer look. You can even hang little pots off the sides or wind fairy lights around the handle for evening enchantment. The beauty of this trellis is how little it asks and how much it gives. It reuses something most people overlook. It's easy to maintain, and it meets your plants and your needs where you are. And let's not forget the joy of reinvention. This cart once held groceries for a busy young family, or carried a baby in its seat while mama picked out vegetables. Now it holds life again. Tomatoes ripening in the sun, basil perfuming the air, and vines wrapping their fingers around the past and the present, making something new. That's what we do as we age too. We adapt, we repurpose, we keep rolling forward, even if it's just to find the best patch of sun. You know, the kind, an umbrella with a bent handle, tattered fabric, or a frame that just won't open right anymore. Most people wouldn't give it a second glance. Into the trash it goes. But what if I told you that same broken umbrella could become one of the most poetic garden trellises you've ever seen? Let's breathe some beauty into it together. Start by removing the fabric carefully. You can even save those cloth pieces. They make wonderful garden ties for securing other plants gently to their supports. What you're left with is the bare frame, a graceful dome-shaped skeleton of curved metal arms. reaching upward like a fountain frozen mid-spray. Now here comes the magic. Push the handle firmly into your garden soil 8 to 10 inches deep. It's surprisingly stable once anchored. The spokes, once the bones of your rain protection, now become natural climbing paths for your vines. The whole thing resembles a miniature carousel, delicate and inviting. Plant something soft and vining beneath it, morning glories, sweet peas, or even small cherry tomato varieties. As they grow, they'll twine along the curved arms, creating a living sculpture that spirals toward the sky. The round form is not only beautiful, it also helps channel rainwater down into the soil at the base, right where your roots need it most. You'll be amazed at how quickly the plants take to their new home. Before long, your broken umbrella becomes a blooming dome of color, movement, and life. Bees may flit through it. Neighbors will stop to admire it. And you'll sit with your tea smiling at the wonder of it all. Because what once failed to keep out the rain has now invited growth. There's something deeply symbolic here, isn't there? Just because something no longer functions the way it used to doesn't mean its usefulness has ended. It simply means it's ready for a new chapter. And sometimes the second chapter is more beautiful than the first. Just like us, dear friend. Now here's a garden idea that might raise an eyebrow or two until it takes root in your heart. An old bed spring. Yes, that coiled metal frame you once wrestled down a hallway or dragged out to the curb. It may look like a relic of sleepless nights or childhood bounce sessions, but in the garden, it becomes a stunning, unexpected trellis. If you've ever seen one standing upright in the soft light of evening vines twirling through its coils, you'll understand why I call this one of the most surprising beauties in the garden world. Start with a clean rusted or polished bed spring. Twin-sized is ideal for manageable height, but any size can work depending on your space. Stand it vertically between two sturdy posts, fence panels, or even leaned up against your garden shed. Anchor it firmly. This frame was built to hold weight, and in your garden it'll be holding layers of leafy joy. The springs themselves offer perfect spacing and grip for climbers. Clematis, morning glories, passion flower, even squash or gourds, if you have the strength to support them. These plants seem to intuitively know how to wrap and stretch between the metal spirals. Each coil becomes a stepping stone toward the sky. Here's where things get truly magical, the visual contrast. The industrial structured feel of the metal against the softness of greenery and blooms. It's artful. It's unexpected. It turns your garden into a gallery. And when the sun hits it just right, casting those loopy shadows across the soil or your garden bench, it feels like a sculpture that moves with the season. What I love most about using a bed spring is the symbolism. This was once something that held rest dreams, childhood stories. Now it holds living things. It transforms function into inspiration. And in a world that moves fast, there's something deeply comforting about giving an object time to rediscover its purpose. You might even find yourself brushing your hand across the coils as you pass by, remembering the creak of bedtime stories or the rustle of clean sheets. Those memories linger. And in the garden, they bloom. Because transformation doesn't just happen in the soil. It happens in us. And sometimes all it takes is a little courage to stand something upright, give it space, and let it grow into something new. There's a quiet kind of satisfaction in saving something heavy and worn from the scrap heap, especially when it's a wooden pallet. You know, the ones rough, splintered, maybe even stained with the marks of long ago shipments. To many, they're just junk behind a warehouse. But to a gardener with imagination, they're raw, rustic treasure. A single pallet, when turned upright, becomes an instant vertical garden. And not just a trellis, but a garden wall with endless possibilities. Start by choosing a pallet that's still in decent shape. A light sanding will take care of any sharp edges or splinters. Your hands and your vines will thank you. Once it's smooth, you can seal it with a weather-resistant stain or paint it a cheery garden color. I've seen some in soft sage green, others in robin's egg blue, and even a few bold ones in sunflower yellow. Let it reflect your garden's personality. Stand the pallet upright and secure it with a couple of stakes driven into the ground, or lean it against a fence or wall. The horizontal slats provide ready-made climbing channels for vines like peas beans or sweet peas. Tuck trailing plants like nasturtiums or petunias in small pots along the base or in the pallet gaps. You can even attach hanging containers or mason jars filled with herbs directly to the slats. Here's a favorite idea of mine: tuck landscape fabric behind each level to create planting pockets. Fill them with soil and you've got an upright garden bed perfect for lettuce, strawberries, or herbs. It's like a garden bookshelf, every level offering a little surprise. What's especially lovely about pallet trellises is their accessibility. No stooping, no digging. You can tend, trim, and water everything from a standing position. For aging backs and knees, that's no small gift. And the pallet itself, once a symbol of labor and heavy lifting, becomes something entirely different. It becomes a canvas for beauty, a stage for growth. It stands not just as support, but as a reminder that even the roughest, most overlooked things still hold purpose. Just like people, pallets may carry scars and dents, but those marks don't ruin them. They give them character. They tell the story of a journey and now a new beginning. So next time you see one by the roadside or behind a garden center, don't pass it by. Bring it home. Let it bloom. There's something timeless about an old screen door, the kind that once creaked open onto a shaded porch, with summer breezes blowing through and the smell of fresh pie cooling on the windowsill. Even when its hinges are rusted and its meshes torn, a screen door still holds the memory of welcome, of movement, of home. Now imagine that same door standing proud in your garden, not as an entryway, but as a trellis. It's a transformation that feels almost poetic. Start with any old screen door you can find at a thrift store, salvage yard, or even from your own past remodels. The frame, whether wood or metal, provides a strong and steady structure. The mesh screen, if still intact, offers a fine, intricate surface for delicate tendrils to grip onto. Sweet peas, clematis, or even climbing nasturtiums will find their footing quickly on this woven grid. Before placing your screen door in the garden, take a moment to give it a gentle cleaning. Remove any leftover hardware like the handle or hinges, unless you want to leave them for that nostalgic touch. If you're feeling creative, give it a fresh coat of paint. White for a cottage, field teal for a pop of color, or leave it weathered and worn for that vintage charm we gardeners treasure. Now position it where it can shine. Lean it against a garden shed, stand it beside your vegetable bed, or secure it between two upright posts to create a freestanding trellis wall. As your plants grow up and across, something beautiful begins to happen. The door no longer leads into a house, but into a story. And here's a bonus. As the sun moves across the sky, the screen creates a lovely patchwork of shadows on the ground, dancing with the breeze. It's not just a trellis. It's garden theater. More than that, it reminds us that doors don't only open or close, they also hold space. This screen door, once passed through 100 times without thought, now becomes a place to pause, to grow, to reflect. In the garden, it's not about what something was. It's about what it can become when given the chance. So let your screen door stand again, proud and weathered. Let it carry vines instead of visitors. Let it prove that beauty still passes through. Now, here's a twist that might just make you smile. What if a pair of old crutches once used to support you during healing could now support your garden? It sounds unlikely, I know, but once you see it, you'll wonder why you never thought of it before. These aluminum crutches, adjustable, lightweight, and surprisingly sturdy, are about to become one of the most versatile trellis systems you've ever had the pleasure of using. Start by pulling them out of the attic or thrift store bin. Wipe them down and inspect the parts. Most crutches have rubber tips on the bottom, perfect for anchoring into soft garden soil without slipping or rusting. Better still, they adjust in height. That means you can customize them based on what you're growing, from short herbs to tall climbing beans. For individual use, push one crutch firmly into the soil beside a tall plant that needs support, like tomatoes, delphiniums, or sunflowers. Use soft ties or strips of recycled fabric to gently secure the stem to the crutch at several points. The shape of the crutch with its underarm pad and hand grip actually makes it easy to loop and tie multiple vines with minimal effort. But here's where things get truly creative. Take two crutches and face them toward each other, then tie them together at the top with garden rope wire or even a vintage scarf. You've now created a lovely arch, a functional and adjustable garden structure. Plant sweet peas beans or passion flower at the base of each crutch and watch as they race upward to meet at the top. What I love most about this project is the symbolism. Crutches were once a sign of limitation, a period of slowing down. But here they become a framework for growth. There's something so meaningful about giving a tool that once helped you heal a chance to now help something else grow. And let's not forget the practicality. Aluminum doesn't rust like many other metals. These are built to withstand the elements and the weight of time. They're easy to move, adjust, and store. For gardeners with limited mobility, the ergonomic design is a blessing. You don't have to strain or overreach, just let the crutches do what they were always meant to do, offer support. So the next time you see an old pair in a secondhand shop or leaning in the garage corner, think twice. They may have carried you once, but now they can carry your garden. Some items carry more than dust and wood grain, they carry memories. And few things hold as much heart as an old baby crib. Maybe it once sat in your child's nursery, or maybe you found it at a thrift store, its rails gently worn by time. Either way, that crib doesn't have to be retired just yet. In fact, it's ready for a brand new chapter in the garden. Let's focus on the sides of the crib, the slatted panels that once kept a little one safe. Those vertical bars, evenly spaced and built to be sturdy, are absolutely perfect for a garden trellis. Start by separating one or both rail panels from the rest of the crib frame. You can use just one panel leaned against a fence or wall, or set up two side by side with wooden posts for a freestanding trellis display. They're typically around 4 feet high, ideal for climbing beans, peas, cucumbers, or flowering vines like clematis or morning glories. If you're feeling creative, you might want to paint the rails. Soft sage green or dusty rose adds cottage charm, while weathered white or robin's egg blue brings a sweet vintage appeal. Or leave it bare and let time do the decorating. Sun, rain, and vines will give it a finish more beautiful than any brush could offer. What makes crib rails so special is how naturally they invite growth. The spacing is perfect for weaving in plant ties. The height is gentle on the back, no reaching too high or stooping too low. And the shape offers just enough structure without overpowering your garden. But the real beauty of this idea, it's the story. This was once a place of nurturing, of lullabies, of tiny hands gripping those rails in the early light of morning. And now it becomes a space where new life continues to be nurtured, only this time in leaf and flower. If the crib once belonged to your family, this project becomes even more meaningful. Imagine your grandchild planting sweet peas beneath the same rail that once held their mother or father as a baby. It's a full circle moment. Growth from the past feeding growth in the present. And even if the crib comes from a secondhand shop, it still carries the spirit of care and gentleness. That spirit stays with it even as it blossoms with new purpose in your garden. Because nothing truly outgrows its usefulness. Sometimes all it needs is a little sunshine and someone like you to believe in its second life. Now let's talk about something small, humble, and often overlooked: a broken garden rake. You know the one. Its wooden handle may have splintered, or maybe it finally gave out after years of gathering autumn leaves. And now just the metal head remains, a crescent of rusty tines that most people would toss without a second thought. But not you. Because once you see it with gardener's eyes, that rake head becomes something else entirely. It becomes one of the most charming little trellises you can add to your space. Especially perfect for compact gardens, balcony nooks, or sunny corners near a shed. Here's how to bring this quiet beauty back to life. Take the rake head and clean it gently. A bit of wire brushing will remove loose rust, but don't feel the need to strip it clean. That aged patina adds to the charm. Now mount it to a fence wall or even a wooden board using screws or heavy-duty hooks. Position the tines pointing upward like fingers reaching for the sky. Each tine becomes a perfect support for a trailing vine or climbing herb. Plant something fragrant and delicate, perhaps sweet peas, creeping thyme, or trailing oregano right below. As the vines grow, they'll find their way between the tines, climbing up like ribbons, twirling around the fingers of an old friend. You can also hang small terracotta pots from the tines using garden twine. Fill them with trailing herbs or even succulents, and suddenly your rake becomes a vertical herb rack, both beautiful and practical. The beauty of this idea lies in its simplicity. It doesn't take space, it doesn't require bending building or heavy lifting, and yet it transforms a forgotten tool into a quiet celebration of growth and purpose. There's something poetic, isn't there, about a tool that once gathered fallen things, now helping lift something up. A rake that once scraped the ground now supports life climbing skyward. What a tender reversal. It's a reminder that no matter how small the piece, how rusted the tool, there's still beauty to be made, still use to be found. And for those of us who've seen many seasons, who know what it means to feel worn but not wasted, this little rakehead becomes more than garden decor. It becomes a symbol that even the simplest things, once loved, once useful, can bloom again when given just a little care and a place to stand. Every once in a while you come across an idea so whimsical, so charming, that it stops you in your tracks and makes you smile. For me, that moment happened the day I turned a vintage suitcase into a garden trellis. Yes, an actual suitcase. Maybe it belonged to someone who traveled across the country in the 1960s. Maybe it once sat beneath a bed filled with photo albums and keepsakes. Or maybe, like many of us, it simply outlived its usefulness as travel gear. But in the garden, it finds a second life full of purpose, beauty, and storytelling. To begin, choose a hard-shell suitcase. The older the better. Thrift stores and estate sales are full of them. Open it up and secure the lid at a 90-degree angle using small metal brackets or garden stakes. What you've created is a beautiful corner trellis structure, sturdy at the base, vertical in the back. Line the bottom half with landscape fabric or a plastic liner, then fill it with good garden soil. It becomes a planting container deep enough for root vegetables like carrots or radishes, or a mix of lettuce and herbs. Then stretch chicken wire or garden mesh across the open lid, or string twine in a crisscross pattern to form a climbing net. Now plant something vining like sweet peas, pole beans, or climbing nasturtiums at the base of the upright lid. As they grow, they'll climb upward, transforming the suitcase into a blooming memory box. The soft greenery paired with the worn fabric or leather tells a story in every leaf. You could even personalize it further, tuck in a garden journal label the side with a family name, or attach an old luggage tag to make it feel like a piece of living history. What I love most about this project is how much joy it brings. Guests always stop to ask about it. Children are fascinated. It becomes a conversation starter, a memory trigger, and a functional garden feature all in one. And for those of us in our golden years, it holds even deeper meaning. This suitcase, once a symbol of journeys past, now nurtures new growth. Its handles may no longer carry it across cities, but it still carries life. So dust off that old suitcase in your attic, give it soil, give it sunlight, and give it one more chance to bloom. Because sometimes the most unexpected containers hold the richest harvests and the most beautiful stories. Have you ever taken down an old curtain rod and paused just for a moment with it in your hands? Maybe it once framed sunlit windows or held back floral drapes in a quiet living room. Now, long after its indoor life has ended, it's ready to serve once again. But this time outdoors, where breezes are wilder and the curtains are made of leaves and vines. That old curtain rod, particularly the metal kind, makes for a perfect garden arch. And I promise you, once you try this, you'll never look at discarded hardware the same way again. Start by collecting 2 or 3 curtain rods, depending on the length and how grand you'd like your arch to be. If the rods are extendable, that's even better. You can adjust them for width or height. Choose a spot where you'd like your plants to greet you, maybe over a garden path beside your porch, or even leading into your vegetable patch like a soft green doorway. Drive 2 strong stakes or poles into the soil on either side of your path or bed. Then attach the curtain rod across the top, gently bending it into a soft arc if it's flexible, or simply leaving it straight for a rustic arbor look. Secure the ends with wire or weatherproof screws. Once your arch is in place, the planting begins. Consider sweet peas for fragrance, scarlet runner beans for color, or even morning glories if you like the surprise of new blooms each day. As the vines climb upward, you'll see your simple rod transformed into a living archway, lush, romantic, and deeply satisfying. And if your curtain rod came with finials, the decorative ends, don't throw them out. Attach them to the top of the arch for an elegant touch. Suddenly your trellis isn't just a structure, it's a statement. This project is especially gentle for gardeners with limited mobility. The vines will grow tall while your hands stay comfortably low. Watering and pruning can be done from the side, and the arch itself can be built without lifting anything heavy. And as you pass beneath this arch day after day, it becomes something more than garden support. It becomes a reminder that life arches too, that things fall down only to rise again in new forms, that even an old curtain rod forgotten in the back of a closet can lift something beautiful skyward when it's given just one more chance. You, dear friend, are not done blooming either. Ah, the old wooden chair. Maybe it sat at your kitchen table for decades. Maybe it belonged to your parents, or maybe you spotted it at a yard sale, worn smooth by time and stories. One leg might be wobbly, the seat cracked, but pause before tossing it to the curb. Because that chair back with its graceful slats and carved curves can become a beautiful little trellis, charming, compact, and full of personality. Start by carefully removing the chair's back from the rest of the frame. Most older chairs are built solidly, so you may need a screwdriver or small saw depending on how it's assembled. Don't worry about perfect edges. This is rustic beauty at its finest. Now take that chair back and decide where it might bring the most delight. You can mount it on a fence, lean it against a wall, or even sink the lower end slightly into the soil for a freestanding effect. The vertical bars or carved spindles are already in place, ready to support delicate climbers with grace. What should you grow here? This trellis is best suited for gentle, lightweight plants, sweet peas, miniature morning glories, or even ivy. Picture green tendrils curling between each spindle or soft pink blossoms peeking through the worn woodwork. Want to add a personal touch? Give the chair back a coat of garden-safe paint, perhaps in an antique white or pale lavender. Or leave it raw and let the sun, rain, and time continue painting it in their own soft brush strokes. What's lovely about this idea is how manageable it is. No lifting, no bending. Just place it where it feels right and let nature take care of the rest. Even the smallest balcony or shady corner can welcome a chair-back bloom frame. But the real treasure is the story it tells. This was once a seat at the table, a place where someone sat, maybe laughed, maybe prayed, maybe watched the seasons pass outside the window. And now it stands again, not to hold a person, but to hold life. That's the gentle poetry of gardening in our golden years. We don't always need to buy something new. Often we already have everything we need right there in the shed, in the attic, in the garage. Sometimes the best trellises come not from hardware stores, but from memories. So take a seat, or rather give one a new purpose. Let your chair back stand tall again, this time wrapped in flowers. There's something soulful about an old garden gate. Maybe it once marked the entrance to a little cottage yard, or swung open 1,000 times to welcome barefoot children and muddy dogs. And even if it's now off its hinges, leaning against a wall or tucked away behind the shed, it still holds an invitation. And what better invitation than to let it bloom again, not as a barrier, but as a trellis. Start by pulling out that gate wooden wrought iron or even wire mesh. Most are already the perfect size for vertical gardening, tall enough to give height, wide enough for structure, and strong enough to hold climbers with ease. A gate knows how to stand. It just needs a place to do so again. If the gate has hinges, remove them. If it's rusted, give it a gentle brushing, but don't scrub away the character. The flaking paint, the mossy corners, the soft warp of the wood. Those are features, not flaws. To set it up in your garden, simply secure it between two sturdy posts, or lean it against a fence or wall. If the bottom is uneven, stake it into the ground to keep it stable. The vertical bars or panels are perfect for encouraging sweet peas, black-eyed Susans, or even grapevines to climb. Want to give it extra charm? Hang a little metal sign, perhaps "Welcome" or "Grow Here." You can even attach a pair of small terracotta pots near the base filled with herbs or cheerful marigolds. The beauty of using a garden gate as a trellis isn't just in how it looks, though it will turn heads. It's in what it represents. This was once a threshold, a place where someone paused, a space between the outside world and home. Now it becomes a canvas for green growth, a symbol of transition that welcomes not people but petals. And for those of us in the later seasons of life, perhaps this gate speaks to us in a different way. We too have opened and closed, weathered storms, and creaked with time. But here we are, still standing, still offering beauty, still inviting life through. So don't throw out that old gate. Let it rise again, adorned in blossoms, standing as a gentle reminder that every ending can become a new beginning when planted with care. Some pieces of furniture are simply too beautiful to be forgotten, even if they no longer serve their original purpose. And among those few are as graceful and garden-ready as a wrought iron headboard. With its curls and scrolls, its elegant loops and sturdy frame, a vintage metal headboard practically begs to be repurposed. And in the garden, it becomes a trellis, so striking, so poetic. It feels like something from a storybook. To begin, find an old iron headboard. Thrift stores, flea markets, or even the back corner of your attic may be hiding one. It doesn't need to be perfect. In fact, a little rust or chipping paint just adds charm. Wipe it down, but don't strip away its character. That aged patina will contrast beautifully with vibrant green leaves and delicate blooms. Now choose its new home. Stand the headboard vertically in your garden bed or against a fence. You can secure it by driving the legs a few inches into the soil or anchoring it with rebar or stakes behind. If it's especially ornate, consider placing it where it will be seen and admired, perhaps behind a bench or at the entrance to your garden path. Once it's in place, plant your climbers. Clematis roses, jasmine, or even pole beans will twine naturally through the curves and openings. The metal frame provides strong support, while the design gives your plants something to wrap around, peek through, and frame their blooms. Want to take it a step further? Add a solar lantern, a trailing ivy basket at the base, or even a small sign with a favorite quote. These little touches turn your headboard trellis into a vertical garden centerpiece. But here's what I love most about this transformation. It feels like a love letter to the past. That headboard may have once stood behind a child's first bed, or been part of a guest room where laughter echoed and stories were shared. Now it holds something new, sunlight petals life, and yet the feeling is the same. Comfort, beauty, a sense of quiet belonging. And maybe that's why it feels so special. Because we know deep down that beauty doesn't end when purpose shifts. It just changes form. Like us, dear friend. We've held many roles, worn many labels, and now in this golden season we are free to simply support, to hold, to bloom. So let that headboard stand again, tall, proud, and full of grace, just like you. Let's take a fresh look at something you probably already have in your garden shed: a humble tomato cage. It may be a little bent, maybe one leg is slightly crooked from last season's harvest, but don't count it out just yet. With one simple twist, literally, you can turn it into a charming vertical trellis that feels like it came straight out of a garden design magazine. Here's the trick: just flip it upside down. That's right. Take your wire tomato cage, turn it so the widest ring is on the bottom and the pointed legs face up. Suddenly, it's no longer a cage, it's a tower. A beautiful cone-shaped trellis that's both functional and eye-catching. Now let's dress it up a bit. If you want to add a touch of elegance, consider attaching a decorative finial garden ornament or even a wooden knob to the very top. This gives it the feel of a little garden obelisk, something sculptural, not just structural. Secure the base by anchoring the wide ring into the soil with garden staples or bricks placed around the bottom. Then plant something with climbing ambitions at the base. Sweet peas, mini gourds, morning glories, or even passion flower. As they grow, they'll spiral upward, wrapping around the legs like nature's own ribbon. You can also add string or twine horizontally between the legs to help delicate climbers grip more easily, especially in the early stages. What's so satisfying about this project is how easy it is. There's no hammering, no sawing, no complicated materials. Just a simple reimagining of something you already own. And the result? A trellis that looks intentional, artistic, and far more high-end than you'd expect from an upside-down cage. It's a quiet little secret we gardeners share, that beauty often comes from simplicity, from looking at what we already have and asking, what else could this be? And isn't that the heart of aging with grace? Turning things upside down, not to discard them, but to see them anew. To discover that usefulness, charm, and purpose were there all along, just waiting to be viewed from a different angle. So go ahead, flip the script, or in this case, flip the cage. Sometimes the most surprising garden treasures come from the most unexpected places, like the front of an old dresser drawer. You know the ones: decorative wood panels with carved or lattice designs, perhaps once part of a beloved bedroom set, now collecting dust in the garage. Before you toss them out or donate the whole piece, pause for a moment. Because those drawer fronts, especially the ones with open cutwork or panel insets, can become beautiful little trellises with minimal effort and maximum charm. Start by removing the drawer front from the rest of the piece. You may need a screwdriver to detach the handle or loosen any corner brackets. What you're left with is a rectangular frame, often with built-in slats or open designs perfect for small space vertical gardening. Now, where to use it? Mount one drawer front on a garden wall fence post, or even attach it to a wooden stake and place it freestanding in a pot. If you have multiple drawer fronts with matching dimensions, arrange them in a grid pattern for a lovely vintage panel wall that grows greenery through every gap. These drawer fronts are best suited for lightweight vines and trailing plants. Think sweet peas, small clematis, or edible flowers like nasturtiums. If the panel has horizontal bars, herbs like thyme and oregano will trail over with delicate grace. And here's a sweet little touch: if the drawer still has a handle or knob, leave it in place and use it as a hook. Hang a miniature pot from it, drape a garden tag, or tie a strip of ribbon from an old scarf. It adds personality, your personality. If you enjoy painting, this is a perfect canvas. A soft pastel or creamy antique white blends beautifully with garden colors. Or you can embrace the natural wood and let age and weather shape its finish. Either way, the drawer front becomes a piece of living artwork. The beauty of this project lies not only in its simplicity, but in its story. This drawer once held linen's letters or keepsakes. It carried weight and purpose indoors. And now it carries life outdoors. It's a reminder that even things that seem too specific, too worn, too done, can find a new place in the sun. Just like us, they don't need to be repurposed perfectly, they just need to be seen differently. So the next time you pass by an old dresser at a yard sale or look at one in your own attic, pause, pull open the drawer, and imagine it blooming. There's something wonderfully nostalgic about an old laundry drying rack. It might remind you of childhood days when linens dried in the breeze, or of small apartments where every inch of space mattered. But in the garden, that same folding frame, lightweight, portable, and filled with open bars, becomes something else entirely. It becomes a bloom tower. A folding laundry rack, especially the wooden or metal accordion kind, makes a surprisingly elegant and functional trellis, one that's especially friendly for small spaces and for those of us who prefer gardening while standing upright. Start by unfolding the rack and placing it in your garden bed patio corner, or even on a sunny balcony. If it feels a little too lightweight, secure the base with garden staples bricks or decorative stones around the feet. You'd be amazed at how stable it becomes once planted with vines. Now comes the fun part: planting. Because of the multiple horizontal bars, this structure is perfect for growing multiple varieties of light climbers, sweet peas, black-eyed Susan, vine nasturtiums, or even trailing cherry tomatoes. You can plant different seeds at the base of each side and watch them climb independently, forming a vertical bouquet that changes week by week. If you want to take it a step further, weave ribbon or twine between the bars to give additional grip points for younger plants. Or hang miniature pots from the crossbars using S-hooks, perfect for trailing herbs or tiny trailing petunias. And when the season ends, simply fold the rack flat and store it with ease. It takes up almost no space, ideal for those of us working with limited storage or smaller garden footprints. But what really makes this trellis special isn't just its practicality. It's the gentle sense of reuse and reinvention. A laundry rack was once used to dry and freshen the fabrics of daily life. Now it freshens your space in a new way through fragrance, bloom, and life. It's a symbol of quiet transformation. A gentle nod to the fact that even tools of the everyday, the domestic, the routine, can become extraordinary when placed in the right light. And maybe as we grow older, we come to appreciate things like that even more. Not because they're flashy, but because they're steady, adaptable, willing to stand again and again in service of something new. So unfold that old laundry rack, dear friend. Let it stand proud under the sun, and let your blooms climb just like your creativity always has. Sometimes the most graceful trellis in your garden doesn't come from the tool shed, but from the attic. If you've ever come across an old wire lampshade frame stripped of its fabric, maybe with a little rust on the edges, don't toss it. That delicate skeleton is just waiting to bloom. With its natural curves and open framework, it's one of the easiest and most enchanting trellis ideas you'll ever try. To begin, remove any remaining fabric or lining from the lampshade. What you want is the bare metal frame. These come in all shapes, round, conical, or oval, and every one of them brings its own charm to the garden. If it's particularly aged, give it a light brushing, but don't worry about the rust. That weathered look is part of the magic. Now flip it upside down with the wider end touching the soil. If it has a central metal post that once held the bulb fixture, that piece can now serve as a built-in planting anchor. Simply push the post into the dirt or secure the base with small garden stakes or rocks. If the frame is especially lightweight, consider placing it in a pot for a portable blooming sculpture. Plant delicate climbers at the base. Think sweet peas, miniature morning glories, or trailing nasturtiums. As they grow, the vines will wind their way through the open metal, creating a living lantern of color and texture. By midsummer, it will look as though your flowers are floating in midair. Want to add a special touch? Place a small solar light inside the center of the frame. At dusk, your lampshade trellis will softly glow like a garden lantern made of blossoms and moonlight. The best part: this trellis is almost entirely hands-off. No complicated setup, no bending or drilling, and it works beautifully in both traditional beds and container gardens. But more than that, there's something quietly profound about turning a lampshade once used to bring light indoors into something that now celebrates the light of nature. That old frame, which might have once stood in a cozy living room or by a bedside table, now stands under open sky. Its new job: to hold up beauty, to cradle growth, to let light and life pour through its bones. And perhaps it reminds us of ourselves, how time may strip us down to the essentials, but even then, we're still capable of holding beauty, of letting things bloom through us, of glowing from within. So place that frame gently in the earth and watch it rise again. Here's a delightful surprise: an old standing coat rack, once the silent sentinel of your hallway, can become a whimsical and practical centerpiece for your garden. With its multiple hooks and slender frame, a vintage coat rack is like a natural vertical garden in waiting, designed to hold, hang, and support just like your plants need. First, find a sturdy, weather-resistant coat rack. Wood, metal, or wrought iron all work beautifully. If it's been tucked away indoors for years, bring it outside and give it a gentle clean. You might consider applying a protective outdoor finish, especially if it's wooden, to help it stand up to rain and sun. Place the coat rack in a sunny corner of your garden patio or balcony. Each hook instantly becomes a hanger for small pots. Think trailing herbs like thyme, oregano, or even colorful petunias and ivy. You can hang lightweight trellises or baskets filled with trailing plants from these hooks, creating a cascading effect all around the rack. For more vertical support, string twine or garden wire between the hooks and poles, encouraging climbing vines such as sweet peas or morning glories to spiral upward. The coat rack's height and slender profile make it ideal for small spaces and accessible gardening, allowing you to tend your plants without bending or reaching far. What makes this project truly special is the symbolism. That coat rack, once used to welcome guests and hold warm coats, now welcomes life and growth. It stands tall, offering shelter and support, not from the cold, but from the sun and sky. As you walk past it, imagine the stories it holds: conversations, laughter, quiet moments, and know that its new chapter is just as meaningful. A standing invitation to pause, breathe, and appreciate the gentle beauty of repurposed things. In our own lives, we too take on new roles, supporting, holding, and nurturing in ways we never imagined. The coat rack trellis reminds us that even when our purpose shifts, we still stand strong, ready to hold the next bloom. So, embrace the charm of the coat rack. Let it stand proud, heavy with pots and flowers, a beacon of second chances and endless creativity. As we draw our gentle journey to a close, I hope you feel the quiet magic of what we've explored together, the extraordinary power of giving forgotten things new purpose, of watching life climb and bloom in the most unexpected places. From broken umbrellas that become domes of morning glories to vintage suitcases cradling sweet peas and carrots, each trellis we've shared carries a story. They are stories of renewal, resilience, and the beauty of transformation, not just for our gardens, but for ourselves. In many ways, these trellises mirror our own paths. Just as these old objects find new life in soil and sunlight, we too grow and flourish with time. Our hands, though weathered, still create. Our hearts, though seasoned, still dream. And our spirits, though tempered, still hold wonder. Gardening in our golden years is about more than plants. It's about possibility, the possibility to see potential where others see waste, to nurture growth in all forms, and to find joy in gentle creativity. It's about embracing imperfection and celebrating the stories woven between rust and bloom, between past and present. So, dear friend, which idea sparked that warm "I could do that" feeling in your heart? Is there an old ladder waiting in your garage? A forgotten rake head or a battered suitcase calling out for a second chance? I'd love to hear your thoughts and stories in the comments below, because this community thrives on sharing inspiration and the simple pleasure of growing together. If this journey through recycled garden trellises has brought a smile or stirred a spark, please give this video a gentle thumbs up. And if you haven't already, join our family of creative gardeners by subscribing and ringing the notification bell. Together, we'll keep discovering new ways to let wisdom meet wonder in the garden of life. Until next time, remember, nothing is ever truly discarded. It's simply waiting for its moment to bloom again. Keep growing, keep creating, and keep believing in the magic of second chances. With warmth and quiet joy, your friend at Golden Seniors Living. Good morning, dear friend. Imagine stepping onto your garden path just as the sun begins to warm the dew-kissed leaves. You settle into your favorite chair with a steaming cup of tea, inhaling the soft perfume of blossoms and earth. In this quiet hour, the garden feels like an old friend, steady, forgiving, and full of possibility. You don't need youth on your side or a wallet overflowing with garden gadgets. What you need most is a spark of imagination and the gentle rhythm of caring for living things. Gardening in our golden years is not about keeping pace with a younger self. It's about savoring the simple pleasures, the whisper of wind through the leaves, the joy of a new sprout, and the satisfaction of nurturing life with your own hands. Yes, knees may creak and backs may protest when bending too low, but there are gentle ways to bring your love of plants closer to you without strain or expense. Over decades in the garden, I've discovered that the most delightful tricks are often free, arising from the things we already have at home. Today, I'll share 22 of my favorite gardening hacks designed especially for seniors who want ease, beauty, and peace in every moment spent outdoors. Each tip is a small act of creativity, a way to repurpose what's around you and to honor both the earth and the wisdom of age. So sip your tea, let your heart wander among the blooms, and know that every garden can flourish no matter the season of life. Barnes. Cake stand bird feeder. Remember that lopsided cake stand you inherited from Aunt Martha, the one tucked away in the corner of your kitchen cabinet. Instead of gathering dust, it can become the most delightful centerpiece of your garden. Picture yourself on a warm morning gently placing that vintage stand in a sunny nook among the flowers. No heavy lifting required. You simply carry it to a spot where you can see it from your favorite chair. Here's how you'll bring feathered friends to your backyard tea parties. Choose your spot. Find a level surface like a broad step or a flat stone near your patio. It should be close enough that you don't have to stoop or strain, ideally at waist or chest height. Stabilize the stand. If the ground is uneven, slide a flat brick or tile under one side to steady the base. This prevents wobbling and keeps seed from spilling. Fill and refresh scoop bird seed. Any basic mix will do into the shallow dish. If you bake often, you might have an extra baking tin to use for seed refills. Check every few days, topping up before the last seeds vanish. Invite a variety scatter a bit of seed on nearby stones or in small dishes to attract ground feeders like sparrows and doves. Soon you'll see finches flitting in and out, and if you're fortunate, a bright cardinal gracing the stand with its scarlet feathers. Enjoy from Comfort Place, a comfortable chair or cushion bench within arm's reach. You won't need to bend low, just lean back, cradle your mug of tea, and watch as songbirds dance and chatter. This hack is perfect for those mornings when your joints demand gentler tasks. No heavy lifting, no kneeling in damp soil, and zero cost beyond what you already own. Each time you fill that stand, you'll feel the gentle thrill of creativity, transforming a simple household item into a sanctuary for wildlife. In giving the cake stand a second life, you also give yourself moments of calm wonder, a reminder that beauty and joy often arise from humble reinvention, still useful just like us. Remember that time you passed by a stack of terracotta pots at a garage sale and thought, "Someday I'll find a use for these." Well, that someday is now. Instead of letting an old terracotta pot gather dust or chip away in storage, You can transform it into a handy waist-height tool caddy that keeps your most used gardening essentials right at your fingertips. No more bending, stooping, or hunting through sheds. Why it works for seniors. It's all too familiar. You step outdoors ready to prune a branch or sow a few seeds, only to realize your pruner's gloves or plant tags are nowhere in sight. Searching wastes precious energy and precious time. A terracotta pot organizer brings everything within easy reach, so you spend more moments enjoying your garden and fewer moments looking for tools. Step-by-step guide. Gather your materials. 1 medium-sized terracotta pot, 8-10 inches wide. Matching saucer to keep out moisture and critters. Your favorite hand tools, pruners, trowel gloves, plant labels, seed packets. Choose the perfect spot. Find a level surface near your main work area, ideally on a sturdy table or low wall at about waist height. This ensures you don't have to bend or stretch. Prepare the pot. If your pot has multiple drainage holes, leave them open for airflow. For a single large hole, cover it with a scrap of mesh or an inverted saucer so soil and seed don't spill out. Arrange your tools. Stand pruners and trowels upright in the center, leaning against the rim for stability. Tuck smaller items, markers, seed packets, gloves around the edges. The goal is a balanced bouquet of garden essentials. Protect and cover. Place the matching saucer upside down over the pot when not in use to shield tools from rain and curious critters. When you're ready to work again, simply lift the saucer like a lid, and voila, everything is right there. Customize for comfort. Add a length of ribbon or a strip of cloth around the pot's rim to cushion your hands when lifting. If you prefer paint or decorate the pot to match your garden's color palette, this creative step can be a joyful mini project in itself. Emotional reflection. With this simple hack, you'll feel the ease of having your most important tools gathered like dear friends ready to help at a moment's notice. No more balancing acts or lost minutes, and certainly no more backaches from stooping too low. In repurposing a humble terracotta pot, you're not only saving money, you're honoring the slow, thoughtful pace that makes gardening such a soulful act. Each time you lift that saucer lid, you'll be reminded that beauty and utility often share the same space, and that like these sturdy pots, we become more valuable with the passage of time and the wisdom of reuse. Still useful just like us. Imagine a sturdy trash can you no longer need, perhaps one you've swapped out for a newer model. Instead of rolling it to the curb, give it a second life as a raised planter that sits at waist height, sparing your back and knees the strain of bending low. This simple transformation is a gift to both your body and your garden. Why it's perfect for seniors. Bending over to plant or weed can leave your back aching and your knees protesting. A raised planter brings soil and greenery up to a comfortable level, making every task easier and more enjoyable. Best of all, you don't have to spend a dime, just repurpose a container you already own. What you'll need. 1 clean, sturdy plastic trash can, about 20-30 gallons. A drill or sharp tool to make drainage holes. Potting soil or a soil and compost mix. Plants of your choice, flowers, herbs, or compact vegetables. Step-by-step guide. Clean and prepare. Rinse the trash can, thoroughly removing any labels or residues. Let it dry completely. Add drainage holes. Using a handheld drill or a heated nail, create a ring of holes about 1 to 2 inches from the bottom. Aim for 8 to 10 evenly spaced holes so excess water can escape. Position your planter, place the can on a flat, stable surface. This could be a patio table, a low garden bench, or even a concrete block. The goal is to have the top rim around waist or chest height. Layer for health. For extra drainage, add a few inches of broken pottery shards, small stones, or even gravel at the bottom. Then fill with potting mix, leaving 2 to 3 inches of space from the rim. Plant with ease. Choose plants that prefer shallow roots. Lavender, basil, lettuce, marigolds, or compact peppers are all excellent choices. Arrange taller varieties in the center and spillers like trailing nasturtiums around the edges for a lush effect. Gently firm the soil around each plant, water thoroughly, and watch them settle in. Maintain without strain. When it's time to water, simply bring your watering can or hose to waist height, no more stooping. To deadhead spent blooms or harvest herbs, you'll stand upright and work at a comfortable angle. Emotional reflection. Every time you stroll past this resurrected trash can, you'll feel a quiet pride. What was once destined for the dump now supports growth, color, and life. In repurposing the ordinary, you honor the cycle of renewal both in your garden and in yourself. This raised planter stands as a testament to the strength of creativity and the wisdom that comes with time. Your garden and your body will thank you for this gentle innovation. Still useful just like us. Remember the joy when you first brought home a healthy potted coleus or basil plant, its vibrant leaves promising months of color and fragrance. Imagine capturing that excitement again and again without spending a penny on new seedlings. Free plant propagation lets you multiply your favorite greenery straight from your own garden, turning a single cutting into a whole family of plants. It's harvesting abundance from abundance you already possess. Why it's ideal for seniors. Buying dozens of new plants can quickly add up, and lugging heavy nursery pots can strain backs and joints. Propagation requires only a small, cutting a glass of water and a bright windowsill or garden table at a comfortable height. No kneeling, no bending, and zero cost beyond what you already grow. Step-by-step guide. Select a healthy parent. Choose a robust, disease-free plant with vigorous growth, mint coleus, geraniums, and many herbs root readily. A neglected cutting won't thrive, so look for vibrant stems with no signs of yellowing or wilting. Take the cutting. Using clean pruning shears or scissors, snip a 4 to 6-inch stem just below a leaf node, the spot where leaves join the stem. Remove lower leaves, leaving 2 or 3 pairs at the top. This reduces moisture loss and gives energy to root formation. Find your rooting station. Fill a clear glass or jar with room temperature water, ideally unsalted and freshly changed. The transparency helps you monitor root growth and prevent stagnation. Place the cutting in water so the bare stem sits immersed but leaves stay dry. Choose the right spot set. Your jar on a garden table, windowsill, or low bench somewhere you can easily tend it without stooping. Bright, indirect sunlight is best. Avoid scorching midday rays that can overheat the water. Watch and wait. Change the water every few days to keep it oxygenated and prevent mold. Within 1 to 3 weeks, fine white roots will appear at the base of the stem. When they reach about 1 to 2 inches long, your cutting is ready for planting. Planting out. Fill a small pot or raised planter, see hack number 3, with a well-draining potting mix. Gently press the rooted cutting into the soil, firming lightly. Water thoroughly, then continue care as you would any young plant. Bright light, consistent moisture, and occasional feeding. Emotional reflection. Watching those delicate roots unfurl is a little miracle proof that life thrives when given a chance. Each new plant is a living testament to your patience and care. You'll feel a warm sense of accomplishment each time you transfer a cutting from glass to soil, knowing that your garden grows richer from within. And with every healthy new leaf, you're reminded that growth is possible at every stage of life, and especially rewarding when it costs nothing but a bit of kindness to nature and yourself. Still useful just like us. Remember the delicate seedlings you nurtured last spring, only to watch them wither under a surprise frost. Those heart-sinking mornings are in the past once you harness the humble power of glass jars and vases. With nothing more than clear glass vessels you already own, you can create cozy microclimates for your tender young plants, mini greenhouses that trap warmth and shield from cold snaps, all at waist or table height. Why it's perfect for seniors. Crouching behind frost cloths or wrestling unwieldy plastic covers can aggravate knees and backs. Old glass jars, vases, or even pickle crocks are lightweight, easy to handle, and require zero cost. You simply lift and replace, no bending, no heavy lifting, and none of the fumbling that comes with awkward covers. Materials needed: a selection of clear glass jars, vases, or even sturdy drinking glasses, any size will do. Young seedlings or newly transplanted plants. A flat raised surface such as a sturdy bench table or patio ledge at a comfortable working height. Step-by-step guide. Gather your glassware raid. Your kitchen cabinets or storage shelves for extra jars. Peanut butter jam or pickle jars work beautifully. Tall vases can accommodate larger seedlings or small potted plants. Choose the right plants. This hack is ideal for frost-sensitive seedlings such as tomatoes, peppers, basil, or any early spring flowers. If you're transplanting seedlings into a raised planter or pot, simply cover them immediately after planting. Position your greenhouse place, your seedlings or pots on a flat surface at waist height. This might be an old table, sturdy garden bench, or even the top of a raised trash can planter. See hack number 3. The goal is to eliminate bending and keep everything easily within view. Cover and protect. Gently invert a clear glass jar or vase over each plant, ensuring the rim sits firmly on the surface. The glass traps daytime warmth and retains radiated heat at night, raising the microclimate temperature by several degrees. Ventilate wisely. On sunny days, lift the glass briefly to release excess heat and prevent moisture buildup. In the evening, replace the cover for protection against nighttime chills. Because the jars are transparent, you can monitor soil moisture and leaf health without disturbing the setup. Transition. Gradually. As daytime temperatures stabilize, gradually increase exposure by propping the jar slightly ajar each day until plants are ready to face open-air conditions without risk. Emotional reflection. Every jar you lift and set in place becomes an act of tender care, a small, mindful ritual that honors both your body's needs and your plant's well-being. Watching fragile seedlings thrive under their glass domes is like witnessing a tiny miracle proof that gentle protection yields lush growth. In repurposing simple kitchen glassware, you weave sustainability into your gardening practice, reminding yourself that beauty and resilience often emerge from everyday objects. Each morning as you peer through the glass at new leaves unfurling, feel the warm satisfaction of knowing you've given nature and yourself a cozy haven in which to flourish. Still useful just like us. Remember that set of mismatched ceramic plates you inherited or picked up at a thrift shop. Each one unique in pattern and color, yet tucked away because they didn't match your dining set. Those plates, once destined to gather dust, can find new purpose beneath your potted plants, quietly catching excess water while adding vintage charm to your garden sanctuary. Why it matters for seniors. Store-bought plant saucers can be expensive, prone to cracking in sun or cold, and often lack character. Ceramic dinner plates, on the other hand, are sturdy, waterproof, and come in countless patterns to suit every style. Best of all, using what you already have means zero cost. With plates at table or bench height, you avoid kneeling to empty trays or mop up spills, making plant care gentler on your back and knees. Step-by-step guide. Gather your plates. Raid your cupboard's attic or local thrift store for ceramic plates. Small bread plates work best under 6-inch pots, while dinner plates suit larger containers. Choose unglazed or smoothly glazed bottoms to ensure water pools without seeping. Clean. Thoroughly wash each plate with warm, soapy water to remove dust grease or food residue. Rinse well and dry completely to prevent slippery surfaces when you place plants on top. Select the perfect spot. Arrange pots on an elevated surface, a sturdy garden table, wide bench, or even the top shelf of a potting rack. This keeps plates and any spilled water at waist height, eliminating the need to bend or kneel during watering. Position your pot center. Each pot on its plate, ensuring there's at least ½ inch of plate visible around the base. This gap collects runoff evenly and prevents soil from spilling onto your table or floor. Water with ease. When you water, do so gently until you see moisture pooling on the plate. The excess water gives roots a chance to soak up just what they need before you empty the saucer or let it evaporate naturally. No messy drips to clean up later. Decorate and personalize. If you're feeling creative, paint the rim of each plate with weatherproof acrylics matching your garden's color palette. Add a stenciled leaf or floral motif for a personalized touch. These simple artistic flourishes can brighten your space and celebrate the plate's new life. Emotional reflection. There's something deeply satisfying about pairing an heirloom or thrifted plate with a living plant. Two unlikely partners coming together to create beauty and function. Each time you water, you'll be reminded of afternoons spent browsing flea markets or flipping through family albums. The chipped edge or faded pattern becomes part of the story, a testament to journeys past and growth present. In transforming dinnerware into plant saucers, you honor the life cycle of objects and people alike, seasons of use leading into seasons of renewal. Still useful just like us, turning a forgotten bird feeder into a pollinator water station is one of those hacks that warms the heart as much as it helps the garden. You may have a simple hanging feeder or tray-style feeder tucked away after winter's end. Bring it back to life and welcome the tiniest garden helpers, bees, butterflies, and beneficial insects who ensure your flowers bloom and your harvests flourish. Why it's perfect for seniors. Setting up a pollinator station requires almost no heavy lifting or bending. Once positioned at a comfortable height on a shepherd's hook fence post or table edge, it quietly does its work. Watching a butterfly sip water or a busy bee alight on a smooth pebble is a peaceful way to connect with nature, minus the strain of prolonged standing or reaching. Step-by-step guide. Select and clean your feeder. Choose any bird feeder. You no longer need a shallow tray, saucer-style feeder, or hanging dish. Give it a gentle scrub with soapy water to remove old seed and debris. Then rinse thoroughly to avoid harming delicate insects. Choose the right location. Hang or mount the feeder at chest or waist height, ideally near flowering plants, but within easy reach from your garden chair. This way you can refill or clean it without stooping or stretching overhead. Add safe landing spots. Pollinators need a place to rest so they don't drown in water. Scatter smooth pebbles, small stones, or even broken pottery shards in the feeder until about half the depth is covered. These create islands where bees and butterflies can perch. Fill with fresh water. Use untreated tap water or collected rainwater. Avoid any additives or salts. Fill the feeder just above the stones, so water touches their tops, allowing insects to drink comfortably without risk. Maintain regularly. Replace water every 2 to 3 days, more often in hot weather, to keep it clean and oxygenated. Rinse the stones and feeder when you refill to prevent algae growth. A quick swap takes only moments and protects pollinator health. Enhance with native flowers. Surround your station with easy care blooms like coneflowers, lavender, and bee balm. Native plants attract local pollinators, and their colors create a lively backdrop for the water station. Emotional reflection. As you sit back with your tea, you'll notice a gentle ballet around your garden. Oasis, a monarch pausing for a drink, a bumblebee flitting between stones, butterflies fluttering wings in gratitude. This simple transformation turns an overlooked object into a vital resource, reminding us that even small acts can have profound impact. By offering a place of respite for pollinators, you foster a balanced ecosystem and witness nature's generosity firsthand. In crafting this watering station, you honor both your own needs, minimal effort, maximum enjoyment, and the tireless work of tiny winged friends who keep our gardens growing strong. Still useful just like us. Have you ever driven past a neighbor's driveway only to spot a pile of perfectly good brick pots or bags of soil labeled free, take as much as you'd like? Tapping into local community sources can transform your garden toolkit without spending a dime, and it turns neighbors' cast-offs into your garden's treasures. Why it's wonderful for seniors. Hunting for heavy bags of soil or cumbersome bricks at garden centers can be tiring, and lugging them home isn't always easy. Community freebies mean someone else has done the heavy lifting. Your job is simply to drive by, pick what you need, and let your creativity bloom. Plus, you'll feel richly rewarded knowing you've given new life to items that might have ended up in a landfill. Step-by-step guide. Scout online marketplaces. Sign in to neighborhood groups on Facebook Marketplace next door or local community pages. Search keywords like free soil, free bricks, or free garden supplies. Save your searches and enable alerts so you never miss a fresh listing. Time your visits. Listings often go fast. Set aside a morning a couple of times a week to check new posts. If you spot something useful, message the poster promptly to confirm availability and arrange a pickup window that fits your schedule. Enlist a helping hand. If items are heavy like a stack of pavers or multiple large pots, consider inviting a neighbor, friend, or family member along. Shared tasks are lighter, and the extra company can make the experience more enjoyable. Load smartly. Line your vehicle's cargo area with an old tarp or sheet to protect upholstery from dirt or scratches. Stack items securely, distributing weight evenly so you can drive and unload without strain. Integrate into your garden. Bricks and stones. Use them to edge flower beds, create a charming pathway, or stabilize a raised planter base. Soil and compost. Mix free soil or compost into your raised beds or containers for a fresh nutrient boost. Pots and containers, clean them up. Add a coat of paint if desired and fill with flowers, herbs, or seedlings. Share the gratitude. A quick thank you message or a small baked treat for the giver fosters community connection. Who knows, tomorrow they might have even more treasures to offer. Emotional reflection. There's a special thrill in uncovering hidden gems for free, an unexpected treasure hunt that brings joy and purpose. Every brick you place and every free bag of soil you enriches your garden story. More than that, you become part of a community exchange where generosity and resourcefulness blossom together. Each time you walk past your garden path bordered by reclaimed bricks or admire a thriving pot that once sat abandoned, you'll feel a gentle pride you did more than save money. You wove your garden into the fabric of your neighborhood, turning kindness into beauty. Still useful just like us. Remember that once charming garden gnome or weathered metal planter that now sits faded and chipped, its colors dulled by sun and rain. Instead of letting these beloved pieces languish, you can breathe new life into them with leftover paint from around your home. This simple ritual transforms ordinary garden decor into vibrant focal points, and it costs nothing beyond a few brushes and your creative spirit. Why it's perfect for seniors. Straining to lift heavy decor or hauling away chipped pieces can sap energy and dampen enthusiasm. A fresh coat of paint applied while seated at your workbench or table requires minimal lifting and almost no bending. What's more, you won't need to spend $1. Those half-used jars of house or craft paint and a few old brushes are all you need to create something beautiful. Step-by-step guide. Gather your supplies. Leftover interior or exterior acrylic paint any color. A selection of stiffer brushes for broad areas and smaller brushes for details. Drop cloth or old newspaper to protect your workspace. Optional, a spray bottle of water to keep paint workable if it's dried slightly. Choose your piece. Pick a garden ornament with sentimental value, maybe a ceramic planter with a crack or a metal trellis that's turned rusty. Clean it gently with a damp cloth to remove dirt and cobwebs, then let it air dry. Set up comfortably. Arrange your piece on a sturdy table or bench at waist height, either indoors or in a shaded spot outdoors. Sit on a comfortable chair with good back support. Spread newspaper or a drop cloth underneath to catch any drips. Prime and paint. If the surface is very slick, like glazed ceramics, wipe it with fine grit sandpaper or a vinegar-soaked cloth to improve adhesion. Apply a thin, even base coat of paint and allow it to dry fully. Then add a second coat for richer color. If you have multiple colors, consider layering a soft pastel base with bold accents or a muted tone for background and brighter hues for raised details. Add personal touches. Once the main coat is dry, use smaller brushes to stencil simple motifs, leave spirals or dots that echo your garden's flowers and foliage. If you're feeling playful, write a brief garden-inspired word or phrase like bloom or welcome in elegant script. Seal and display. If you have leftover sealant or a clear acrylic spray, apply a light protective layer to guard against weathering. Let everything cure according to product instructions before returning your refreshed decor to its outdoor perch. Emotional reflection. As you brush on each stroke of color, you're engaging in a gentle act of renewal, both for your garden treasures and for yourself. The familiar pattern of paint meeting surface is soothing, a tactile reminder that beauty often springs from care and attention. Every time you pass by your newly vibrant gnome or planter, you'll feel a quiet delight knowing that with a small creative effort, you've turned the ordinary into something extraordinary. In reviving these pieces, you celebrate not only the forgiving nature of paint, but the resilient spirit you carry season after season. Still useful just like us. Have you ever paused to watch a ladybug wander across a leaf or marveled at a mason bee buzzing busily among blossoms? These tiny garden allies, ladybugs, lacewings, solitary bees, and predatory beetles help keep pests in check and flowers pollinated. Instead of buying a commercial bug hotel, you can craft your own free sanctuary using natural materials found around your yard. It's an easy, budget-friendly way to encourage beneficial insects that support a healthy, balanced garden ecosystem. Why it's ideal for seniors. Building a bug hotel requires minimal bending and lifting. Gather lightweight twigs, pine cones, and dried leaves, then simply stuff them into a container at waist height. No heavy construction or complex assembly, just a few mindful moments of arranging materials that invite helpful insects to take up residence. Once installed, your hotel quietly does its work enhancing biodiversity while you relax and enjoy the garden's gentle hum. Step-by-step guide. Find a container. Choose an open-ended wooden crate, an empty coffee can, or a hollow log, anything rigid enough to hold materials but light enough to lift. A shallow wooden box about the size of a shoebox works beautifully and sits easily on a bench or ledge. Gather hotel materials. Sticks and twigs. Break branches into 3 to 4 inch lengths. Pine cones or conifer cones. Their natural cavities are perfect for hiding bees. Dried leaves and grass provide soft bedding for lacewings and ladybugs. Bark pieces, crevices in bark mimic tree hollows for beetles. Drilled wooden blocks. Optional. If you have spare wood, drill 1 4-inch holes of varying depths for solitary bees. Assemble at waist height. Place your container on a sturdy garden bench or tabletop at a comfortable height. This eliminates kneeling or stooping when adding or refreshing materials later. Layer and pack. Start with thicker twigs at the back, then layer pine cones, bark, and leaves. Pack materials snugly, but leave small gaps. Bug hotels work best when materials are tight enough to stay put, yet airy enough for insects to slip in. Position in a protected spot. Mount or place the completed bug hotel against a fence, under a shrub, or beneath eaves to shelter it from heavy rain. Ensure it faces southeast or east, so morning sun gently warms the interior. Observe and refill. Over the season, you'll notice tiny occupants, a ladybug tucked among leaves, or a solitary bee checking into a drilled hole. Every spring or autumn, top off materials to keep the hotel fresh and inviting. Emotional reflection. There's a quiet joy in knowing you've created a haven for nature's helpers. Each time you pass your bug hotel, imagine the bustling community within tiny wings, flitting gentle crawlers guarding your plants against pests and bees, ready to pollinate your flowers. In repurposing simple yard debris, you honor the garden's intricate web of life and remind yourself that small acts yield profound rewards. Just as we find comfort in a cozy chair and a good book, beneficial bugs find sanctuary in your thoughtful creation. Still useful just like us. Imagine cracking eggs for your morning omelet, then pausing before you toss the shells aside. Those fragile halves brimming with calcium and trace minerals can become miniature nurseries for seedlings and natural barriers against slugs and snails, all without costing you a cent. This twofold hack turns breakfast waste into gardening gold. Why seniors will love it. Handling eggshell halves at a comfortable tabletop or raised bench means no stooping or kneeling. You simply rinse, fill, and later sprinkle tasks that honor your body's rhythm and keep chores gentle on your joints. Plus, repurposing kitchen scraps into garden helpers feels deeply satisfying, linking your indoor and outdoor activities in a seamless cycle of renewal. Step 1. Seed starters. Collect and clean. After breakfast, rinse each eggshell half under cool water to remove any membrane. Let them air dry on a towel. Drainage prep. Gently poke a small hole in the bottom, an easy task with a toothpick or sharpened skewer to allow excess moisture to escape. Fill and sew. Place shells in an egg carton cut-down tray for stability, or nestle them on a saucer at waist height. Fill each half with a light potting mix or garden soil. Plant seeds. Drop 1 or 2 seeds into each shell. Lettuce, herbs, marigolds, and begonias, all thrive in this setup. Lightly press soil and water gently. Watch and tend. Position your tray on a sunlit windowsill or raised bench. Water with a mist bottle as needed, ensuring the shells never dry out completely. Within days, you'll see tiny sprouts emerge, each cradled in its own calcium-rich chamber. Step 2. Natural pest barrier. Once seedlings develop true leaves, or when you're ready to transplant, you can repurpose crushed shells to protect your garden. Crush and scatter. Save additional eggshells in a paper bag. When full, gently crush them into coarse shards. Gloves protect your fingers from sharp edges. Create a ring surround vulnerable plants, tender lettuces, young hostas, or seedling trays with a thin ring of crushed shells. Barrier benefits. The jagged shell edges deter slugs and snails, causing these pests to turn away, rather than feast on your tender greens. Over time, the shells slowly break down, adding calcium back into the soil. Emotional reflection. Working with something as simple as an eggshell connects you to the garden in a fundamental way. Beginning and end meal and mulch. Each time you slide a shell into place or scatter its fragments around a plant, you honor the cycle of life and the wisdom of waste not. You're reminded that every action, no matter how small, can nurture growth, protect beauty, and celebrate the gentle ingenuity that makes gardening a joyful, lifelong pursuit. Still useful just like us. Remember the gentle steam rising from your pot of boiled vegetables, or pasta water rich with nutrients that you drain away without a thought. That simple kitchen byproduct, when reused thoughtfully, becomes a free natural fertilizer, teeming with beneficial minerals like calcium, potassium, and magnesium. Instead of sending it down the sink, you can harness this liquid gold to nourish your garden, strengthening roots and promoting lush growth, all without spending a dime. Why seniors will appreciate it. Lugging heavy fertilizer bags from the store or measuring chemicals can be tiring and awkward. Reusing cooking water requires no extra purchases, no kneeling and minimal lifting, just a light container you can pour from without strain. Plus, the satisfaction of turning everyday household waste into plant food brings a delightful sense of wholeness to your gardening routine. Materials needed. A heat-proof container with a lid, e.g., an old stock pot or large pitcher. Unsalted cooking water from boiled vegetables, potatoes, pasta, or eggs. No oil or salt added. A watering can or lightweight pitcher for application. Step-by-step guide. Collect and cool. After cooking, let the water cool to room temperature. Immediately pour it into your container, no need to transfer through multiple vessels. If you've boiled different foods, one after another, say potatoes, then carrots, simply top up the same container, creating a mild compost tea that blends nutrients. Store sensibly. Keep the covered container on a countertop or shelf at waist or counter height so you can refill your watering can without bending or balancing heavy jugs. Aim to use the water within 24-36 hours to prevent stagnation. The lid helps keep out debris. Prepare to water. When your plants show thirst, wilting leaves, or dry topsoil, pour the cooled cooking water into a lightweight watering can. Fill it halfway so it remains easy to lift. Dilute with fresh water if concentration seems strong. Application technique. Gently water the base of each plant, ensuring the nutrient-rich liquid soaks into the root zone. Avoid splashing foliage to minimize any risk of disease. For container gardens or raised planters, see hack number 3. Simply bring the watering can up to your comfortable working height and pour slowly. Alternate with regular water use, cooking water every second or third watering to prevent salt or starch buildup. On alternating days, water with fresh rainwater or tap water to maintain balanced soil moisture. Observe and adjust. Over the next week, watch for signs of healthier, stronger growth. Greener leaves, firmer stems, and vigorous new shoots. If growth seems too rapid or foliage appears waterlogged, reduce the frequency or dilute more heavily. Emotional reflection. Each time you choose to save that humble cooking water, you're weaving sustainability into your gardening fabric. What was once a forgotten byproduct becomes a source of life, connecting your kitchen and garden in a seamless, eco-friendly loop. You'll feel a quiet pride every time you water, knowing that nothing goes to waste, and that simple mindfulness can yield robust plants and vibrant blooms. In honoring the full cycle of nourishment, you celebrate both the generosity of nature and the gentle wisdom that comes with time. Still useful just like us. Imagine spending a peaceful afternoon sipping lemonade on your porch, only to glance into the flower bed and see wandering patches of dandelions and crabgrass creeping back once again. Instead of kneeling for hours pulling stubborn weeds, then watching new ones sprout days later, you can lay down an invisible shield of old newspaper to stop them before they start. This natural biodegradable method keeps your beds tidy and your back pain free. Why it's perfect for seniors. Traditional weeding demands relentless bending and tugging activities that can aggravate joints and sap energy. Laying newspaper requires just a light stoop and a gentle smoothing motion at waist height, then letting mulch do the rest. There's no need for chemical killers, plastic barriers, or hours on your knees. Using yesterday's news enriches your soil as it breaks down, closing the loop between Sunday morning headlines and Sunday afternoon gardening. Step-by-step guide. Gather your materials. Several sections of newspaper black and white pages work best. Avoid glossy inserts. A thick layer of organic mulch, wood chips, straw, or shredded leaves. Scissors or garden shears to trim paper as needed. Prepare the bed. Gently clear away any large weeds or debris from the surface. You don't need perfection, just remove the tallest offenders so the newspaper lies flat. Lay the newspaper. At a comfortable height on a raised bed or flat-topped container, smooth sheets of newspaper directly over the soil overlapping edges by 6-8 inches. Cover the entire bed area, trimming paper neatly around existing plants or border edges. The goal is a continuous layer that blocks sunlight completely. Apply mulch. Pile your chosen mulch 2-3 inches deep over the newspaper. This anchors the paper, retains soil moisture, and adds an attractive finishing touch. The mulch layer also prevents wind from blowing sheets away. Monitor and renew. Over the growing season, the newspaper will slowly decompose, feeding organic matter into the soil. If bare patches appear, simply tuck in an extra sheet and top with more mulch. In cooler climates, your newspaper barrier can last several months before needing a refresh. Enjoy a weed-free space. With this barrier in place, weeds struggle to sprout, giving your flowers and vegetables space to thrive. When it's time to plant new seeds, simply move aside the mulch and paper sow, then replace the barrier around seedlings. Emotional reflection. As you gaze upon smooth mulch-draped beds free of invasive weeds, you'll sense the gentle power of this simple hack. Every layer of newspaper represents a small act of care, protecting your plants, nurturing your soil, and honoring the cycle of reuse. This humble barrier reminds us that strength often lies in subtlety. A thin sheet of paper thoroughly applied can shield your garden from persistent invaders. In embracing this technique, you're not just saving time and effort, you're weaving sustainability into each bed, proving that thoughtful simplicity yields profound peace and beauty. Still useful just like us. Imagine breezy summer days when you're enjoying a chilled lemonade on the porch, only to worry about your potted tomatoes wilting under the midday sun. Rather than rushing back to water or wrestling with hoses, you can repurpose an old plastic bottle into a gentle gravity-fed irrigation system that delivers moisture slowly and steadily, keeping soil consistently damp and your back strain-free. Why it works for seniors. Carrying heavy watering cans or kneeling beside each pot can aggravate arthritis and tire muscles. This self-watering trick requires only a light bottle you can place at waist or table height. No stooping, no lifting beyond shoulder level, and less frequent watering visits means you relax more and garden less, all while plants stay happily hydrated. Materials needed. 1 empty plastic bottle, 1 to 2 liters water, soda, or juice bottles all work. A sharp nail or small drill bit. Fresh room temperature water. Potted plants or garden beds at a comfortable height, raised planter table or bench. Step-by-step guide. Prepare the bottle. Remove the label and rinse thoroughly to eliminate stickiness. Let it air dry. Use a nail warmed briefly over a flame or a small drill bit to poke 4 to 6 evenly spaced holes in the bottle's cap, about 1 to 16 1/8 inch wide. This regulates a slow drip. Fill with water. Fill the bottle completely with water, leaving no air pockets. Screw the cap back on tightly to prevent leaks. Water temperature should match ambient conditions. Cool, fresh water avoids shocking roots. Position your system. Turn the bottle upside down and insert it into the soil near the plant's root zone cap first. If using a raised planter or table, you can simply rest the bottle on the soil's surface, pressing slightly to anchor it. For heavier pots, support the bottle with a small stake or a cut strip of wire to keep it upright. Adjust drip rate. If water pours too quickly, tighten the cap slightly or add a small piece of tape over one hole. Too slow. Enlarge holes just a pinch. You're aiming for a steady drip about 1 drop every 2 to 3 seconds. Monitor and refill. Every few days, or as the bottle empties, replace it with a freshly filled one. On very hot days, you might need to refill every 24-48 hours. Cooler periods allow longer intervals. The system's simplicity means refills take seconds, and you remain upright the entire time. Scale up if needed. For larger beds or multiple containers, use larger bottles or several small ones spaced evenly. You can even group 3 small bottles around bigger planters to maintain consistent moisture without carrying a hose or heavy cans. Emotional reflection. Watching your plants thrive under this quiet drip irrigation is a gentle reminder that gardening and life flows best at a steady pace. Each self-watering bottle stands as a testament to resourcefulness and care, repurposing a common waste item into a nurturing lifeline. In trusting the slow measured drip, you grant yourself the freedom to sit back, relax, and savor the beauty of your garden without worry or discomfort. Still useful just like us. Picture that old fabric shoe organizer hanging forgotten in your closet, its pockets empty, dust gathering in the corners. Instead of relegating it to yard sale fate, why not turn it into a vibrant vertical garden that sits at eye or waist level? This clever repurpose uses minimal floor space, eliminates bending, and invites a tapestry of greenery right onto your fence or wall. Why it's ideal for seniors. Crouching low to plant or weed in ground beds can be challenging for aging joints. A shoe organizer garden keeps plants at a comfortable height, allowing you to tend foliage and harvest herbs without strain. Plus, hanging pockets naturally drain excess water, reducing risk of root rot and messy spills. Materials needed: 1 sturdy fabric shoe organizer with at least 12 pockets. Hooks or a tension rod to hang the organizer securely on a fence railing or wall. Potting soil lightweight mixes work best for vertical setups. A variety of small plants, herbs, mint, chives, succulents, annual flowers, or trailing vines. Step-by-step guide. Clean and inspect. Shake out dust and give the organizer a gentle vacuum if needed. Inspect seams and pockets, reinforcing any weak areas with needle and thread or safety pins. Select your location. Choose a spot with bright indirect sunlight, an exterior wall, balcony railing, or garden fence. Ensure the surface can bear the weight of soil and plants when watered. Ideally mount at waist height for easy access. Hang securely, use sturdy hooks, heavy-duty adhesive strips, or a tension rod designed for outdoor use. Test stability by lightly tugging on the organizer before filling. It should remain firmly in place. Fill pockets with soil. Working from bottom to top, fill each pocket 2/3 full with potting mix. Avoid overpacking. Pockets need airflow to prevent mold. Top up to just below the pocket edge so plants have room to root. Plant thoughtfully. Herbs place. Basil, parsley, and chives in individual pockets for easy snipping. Flowers, petunias, impatiens, and begonias add splashes of color. Succulents provide variety in pockets with good drainage for these low-water beauties. Trailing vines, lobelia, or creeping thyme spill over pocket edges for a lush cascade. Water from the top. Gently water the top row of pockets, allowing excess to trickle down, moistening lower pockets. Check soil moisture with a finger-top. Pockets may dry faster in sun, so water more frequently as needed. Maintain and harvest. As herbs or flowers grow, trim and use them directly from your vertical garden, no kneeling required. Rotate seasonal plants by swapping out pockets, keeping your display fresh and exciting year-round. Emotional reflection. Each pocket you fill becomes its own little world of green, a testament to creativity and adaptation. As you tend this living tapestry, you'll feel a sense of accomplishment transforming an overlooked household item into a thriving wall of life. From the comfort of standing at eye level, you'll pinch fresh herbs, admire blossoms, and watch vines trail gracefully, all while honoring the gentle pace that makes gardening a soothing, lifelong joy. Still useful just like us. Remember those old rain boots tucked away in the back of your closet, once trusty companions, through muddy puddles now slightly scuffed and out of fashion? Instead of donating or discarding them, you can repurpose a pair of boots into whimsical elevated planters that showcase vibrant blooms or trailing herbs without any bending or kneeling. This charming hack brings color and personality to your garden while honoring the boot's long service underfoot. Why it works for seniors. Filling and displaying boot planters happens entirely at waist height, no stooping into ground beds, no wrestling with heavy pots. Boots offer built-in drainage thanks to creases and seams, and their tall shafts support soil depth for healthy root growth. Plus, standing back to admire your floral footwear fusion offers a delightful visual reward for minimal effort. Step-by-step guide. Select and clean. Boots. Choose a pair of old rain or work boots with sturdy structure. Rinse away dirt and let them dry completely. If mud is stubborn, a gentle scrub with a soft brush and soapy water will do the trick. Create drainage. Most boots have natural drainage points, but for extra assurance, use a nail or awl to pierce small holes in the soles and along seams. A dozen holes, 6 per boot, should prevent waterlogging without disrupting aesthetics. Position at comfort height. Place each boot upright on a raised surface such as a low garden bench, sturdy table, or even the top edge of a raised planter. Arrange so you can reach inside without bending hip or waist level is ideal. Layer for health. Add a 1 to 2 inch layer of broken terracotta shards, gravel, or small stones to the boot toe. This promotes airflow and prevents soil from washing out of drainage holes. Fill with potting mix. Gently fill boots with well-draining potting soil, leaving 1–2 inches at the top. The boot's shape guides the soil into a snug chamber where roots can establish and cling. Choose your plants. Trailing varieties. Nasturtiums. Ivy geraniums or creeping thyme cascade beautifully over the boot cuff. Compact flowers. Marigolds, pansies, or primroses add bright pops of color. Herbs, mint chives, or oregano offer fragrance and easy snips for kitchen use. Planting technique. Hold each boot steady as you nestle plants into the soil, arranging taller varieties toward the back and spillers at the front cuff. Gently firm soil around roots, water thoroughly, and let excess drain away. Ongoing care. Water your boot planters from above, letting the soil settle and any overflow pass through drainage holes. Because boots stand at a comfortable height, refilling is a breeze, no lifting heavy buckets or stooping into garden beds. Emotional reflection. Every time you glance at boots brimming with blossoms, you'll feel a spark of joy. The unexpected pairing of footwear and flowers embodies playful creativity and resourcefulness. The boot's familiar silhouette, now transformed, reminds you that beauty often arises from reinvention. By repurposing these trusty old friends, you honor their past journeys and give them new purpose, proving that life's simplest moments, like planting seeds in a boot, can bloom into lasting wonder. Still useful just like us. Remember the sturdy wooden pallets left over from that delivery last season. Instead of letting them weather in a corner, lean one against a sunny wall to create a vertical herb garden at a comfortable height. This pallet rack uses natural slats as troughs, lifting your favorite culinary plants off the ground and arranging them in a tidy space-saving display. No bending or kneeling required. Why it's perfect for seniors. Traditional herb beds demand frequent stooping to plant, water, and harvest. With a pallet rack, each row sits at waist or chest height, letting you tend vibrant mint, rosemary, basil, and thyme from a seated or standing position. Plus, reusing a pallet costs nothing and keeps perfectly good wood from the landfill. Step-by-step guide. Select and prep the pallet. Choose a clean, sturdy pallet free of chemical stains or pest damage. Prop it against a wall at a gentle angle about 10 degrees back so soil stays in place and water drains toward the wall, not your patio. Reinforce the slats. If the gaps between slats are wide, nail or staple landscape fabric to the backside, forming shallow pockets. This liner holds soil while letting excess water escape, ensuring your herbs never stay soggy. Position at comfort height rest. The bottom of the pallet on 2 low blocks or pavers about 6 inches high to raise the first row above knee level. This setup allows soil-filled slats to sit from waist down to mid-thigh, perfect for over-the-edge planting and easy tending. Fill with soil. Use a light, well-draining potting mix enriched with compost. Starting from the bottom slat, gently spoon soil into each pocket until it's firmly packed but not overfilled. Leave a small gap at the top of each to prevent spillage. Plant thoughtfully. Group herbs by water needs drought-tolerant oregano and thyme in the slats highest in the rack. Moisture-loving parsley and cilantro lower down. Tuck each plant's root ball into the soil, firming around it so stems stand upright. Water from above. Using a watering can or gentle spray from a hose nozzle, water the top row thoroughly. Gravity will carry moisture downward, hydrating lower slats in turn. Check soil moisture at each level with a finger. Water again only when the top inch feels dry. Harvest with ease. Snip herbs with scissors or pruners at waist height, no bending needed. Regular harvesting encourages fresh growth and lets you enjoy cooking with homegrown flavors all season. Emotional reflection. When you lean back to admire your living spice rack, you'll feel a surge of creative resourcefulness. What began as a humble shipping pallet now bursts with fragrant herbs, proof that beauty and function can emerge from simple materials. Each breeze carrying rosemary's scent or basil's aroma will remind you that growth thrives when you blend ingenuity with a gentle pace. In this vertical sanctuary, your hands stay comfortable, your spirit feels light, and your kitchen just steps away, awakens with garden-fresh goodness. Still useful just like us? You've likely tossed vegetable peelings or coffee grounds into your compost bin for years. But did you know you can brew a nutrient-rich tea fertilizer from those same scraps without spending money on store-bought feeds? Compost tea harnesses beneficial microbes and minerals from kitchen waste to nourish soil and invigorate plants, all prepared at a height that spares your back and knees. Why seniors will love it. Mixing powdered or granular fertilizer can strain joints and heavy bags demand lifting. Compost tea requires only a lightweight bucket or container filled, stirred, and drained at table height. No kneeling, no hauling, and zero cost beyond what you already toss in the bin. The result is a living brew that supports healthy soil and vibrant growth. Step-by-step guide. Gather your ingredients. Collect kitchen scraps, fruit and vegetable peelings, used coffee grounds, tea leaves, and crushed eggshells. Avoid oils, meats, or dairy that can foul the mixture. Choose a container, use a clean 5-gallon bucket with a lid positioned on a sturdy table or bench. This keeps the process at comfortable height and protects the mixture from curious critters. Add scraps and water. Fill the bucket 1/4 full with scraps, then top up with non-chlorinated water, rainwater, or tap water allowed to sit overnight to dissipate chlorine. Stir gently to combine. Steep and aerate cover loosely and let the mixture steep for 24-48 hours at room temperature. Every 12 hours stir or gently agitate to oxygenate, fostering beneficial bacteria rather than odors. Strain the tea. After steeping, place a colander or coarse mesh over another clean container. Pour the liquid through this filtered compost tea as your nutrient booster. The solid scraps return to the compost pile for further breakdown. Apply to plants. Dilute the tea half and half with fresh water if it seems strong. Using a watering can, pour around the base of flowers, vegetables, or container plants. Avoid soaking foliage, focus on root zones for best uptake. Repeat. Regularly brew. Fresh batches weekly or bi-weekly during the growing season. Each cup of compost tea enriches soil life, improves drainage, and enhances disease resistance, leading to healthier, more resilient plants. Emotional reflection. Brewing compost tea transforms everyday scraps into a liquid elixir that whispers of renewal. Each stir at your work table is a mindful moment, connecting kitchen and garden in one seamless cycle. Watching your plants perk up after a tea application fills you with quiet pride, proof that gentle stewardship yields robust life. In repurposing what you already have, you honor the wisdom of natural cycles and the ease of caring for your garden with simple, sustainable methods. Still useful just like us. Wine corks, those small familiar cylinders that seal celebratory bottles, then often end up in a box or the trash. Yet they're perfect candidates to become durable, charming plant markers that identify seedlings and perennials, no more forgetting which herb is which. This easy craft happens at tabletop height, keeps your beds organized, and costs nothing beyond a handful of corks. Why it's great for seniors. Traditional plant labels require bending to write and insert into soil. With cork markers, you simply push a skewer or slender stick into the cork right at chair level and press it into the ground. No heavy tools or awkward angles, just neat rows of labeled greenery that brighten the garden with a rustic handmade touch. Step-by-step guide. Collect corks and skewers. Save natural wine corks from bottles. Gather wooden skewers, bamboo chopsticks, or even thin plant stakes. Each will slip easily into a cork's side. Attach the cork to a skewer. Using a small knife or awl, make a hole horizontally through one end of the cork. Gently push the skewer through until the cork's center grips it snugly. Trim skewer length if needed, so cork sits just above soil when inserted. Label at comfort height. Sit at your potting bench or garden table and write plant names on cork ends with a permanent marker. Use simple abbreviations if your handwriting is small. BAS for basil, THY for thyme, LEM for lemon balm. Insert into soil. Slide the marker into the soil beside seedlings or mature plants. Position at a slight angle away from stems to avoid damage, ensuring the cork remains visible above the ground. Refresh as needed. Corks weather over seasons. When the writing fades, simply remove the old marker, replace, or rewrite fresh names and reposition. Skewers may be reused indefinitely. Emotional reflection. Each cork marker carries a memory, a shared bottle of wine, a celebration, a quiet dinner. Repurposing these tokens in your garden weaves personal stories into the plants' lives. As you harvest basil or sprinkle thyme into dishes, seeing familiar corks will bring a smile and a fond recollection. In this small craft, you honor both nature's abundance and human connection, proving that labels can do more than identify. They can celebrate moments past and nurture moments yet to come. Still useful just like us. Long rain gutters once channeled water off your roof. Now they can channel sweet strawberries into your harvest basket. By mounting horizontal gutter sections at waist height, you create a series of shallow troughs, ideal for growing strawberries, lettuce, or cascading flowers. This linear planter saves space, reduces bending, and yields fresh berries at eye level. Why it's ideal for seniors harvesting. Ripe strawberries from ground-level mounds demand stooping and reaching. Elevated gutters let you pick luscious fruit with ease, and their shallow profile requires only modest soil depth, no heavy potting mixes to haul. Plus, gutters are free or inexpensive at home improvement sales, and installation happens at a comfortable working height. Step-by-step guide. Gather materials, obtain 2-3 lengths of used or new PVC or aluminum gutters 4-6 inches wide. Cut to desired planter length 4-6 feet works well for benches or fences. Mount securely, install gutter brackets or heavy-duty hooks on a suitable wall fence or railing spaced every 12-18 inches. Position the bottom edge about 2 feet from the ground so the top lip sits at waist height. Add drainage drill. 4 to 5 small holes in the bottom of each gutter section for excess water to escape. This prevents soggy roots and keeps berry plants healthy. Fill with lightweight mix. Partially fill gutters with a lightweight raised bed mix, half peat or coconut coir, half composted soil. Leave a 1-inch gap at the rim for easy watering. Plant strawberries. Place strawberry starts or youthful plants 6 to 8 inches apart. Gently firm soil around roots and water thoroughly. Alternate leafy greens or cascading blooms between strawberries for color and variety. Maintain easily water from the top, either with a watering can or a gentle hose attachment, letting moisture trickle through. Harvest berries without bending and replace spent plants seasonally to keep your troughs abundant. Emotional reflection. Lean back to admire rows of ruby berries dangling within reach. Each plump strawberry you pick without strain celebrates ingenuity and the joy of accessible gardening. This simple hack transforms empty gutters into edible decor, reminding you that adaptability brings fresh sweetness to both garden and life. In tasting each sun-warmed berry, you'll savor the flavor of creativity and the delight of a harvest earned in ease. Still useful just like us. Ever tried planting seeds only to battle clumps of old roots, twigs, or stray stones in your soil? Instead of kneeling to sift by hand, you can repurpose a kitchen sieve or a small hardware screen over a shallow tray positioned at waist height to fine-tune soil texture before filling pots or raised beds. This method prevents clogged drainage, ensures smooth seed beds, and spares your back from endless stooping. Why seniors will appreciate it. Traditional sifters require lifting heavy buckets and bending low to shake soil through a mesh. By placing a tray and sieve on a sturdy table or bench, you can pour soil into the screen and gently shake or tap. No stooping, no heavy lifting. The result is perfectly sifted soil ready for easy planting. Step-by-step guide. Select your screen. Use a fine kitchen sieve, old window screen, or hardware cloth with 1/4 inch mesh. Ensure the frame is sturdy and free of rust. Position the tray. Place a shallow plastic or metal tray. An old baking sheet works well on a potting table or bench about waist height. The tray will catch sifted soil while you work comfortably. Pour and shake. Scoop small amounts of garden soil or compost into the screen. Hold the sieve over the tray and gently tap or shake side to side, allowing fine particles to fall through. Larger bits remain in the sieve. Return debris. When the sieve fills with roots or debris, simply lift it and empty the contents back into your compost pile or discard. This quick action keeps the process smooth and efficient. Fill containers easily. Once your tray holds enough sifted soil, use a small scoop or trowel to fill pot seed trays or raised planters, no bending needed. Even distribution and fine texture promote uniform germination and root growth. Clean and store. After your planting session, tap the sieve clean and brush any residue into compost. Store the sieve and tray on a lower shelf for next time, always ready at waist height. Emotional reflection. Each sifted shovelful of soil reconnects you to the nurturing essence of gardening. The smooth, crumbly texture in your hands foretells successful seed sprouts and tender roots taking hold. In transforming a simple sieve and tray into a soil refining station, you reinforce that gardening need not be arduous. It can be smart, ergonomic, and deeply satisfying. As you plant seeds in your freshly sifted mix, remember that attention to small details yields the richest growth. Still useful just like us. Long gone are the days when tomato vines and climbing beans tumble over tangled stems or snap under their own weight. By slipping metal curtain rings, those round hoops with built-in clips, onto stakes or a trellis at chest height, you provide gentle, flexible support that grows with your plants. This hack keeps vines upright, improves air circulation, and ensures you tend them without bending into dense foliage. Why it's perfect for seniors. Traditional plant clips and twine can tangle and require stooping to secure vines. Curtain rings slide easily onto stakes or wire frames, letting you lift stems into place at waist or shoulder level, no twisting or low-angle maneuvers. The ring's gentle grip avoids bruising and their height adjusts as your plants climb higher. Step-by-step guide. Collect rings and stakes. Gather metal curtain rings with small clips or holes, often 1 to 2 inches in diameter. Choose stakes or garden poles tall enough to hold your supported vines at a comfortable height. Install stakes, position stakes near each plant, driving them into the soil until firmly anchored. Aim for the main stem side so rings can slide freely along the stake. Attach rings. Slide a ring down the stake to just above the plant's current highest leaf cluster. Clip or hook the vine stem gently into the ring, ensuring it rests securely but isn't pinched. Adjust over time. As plants grow, simply lift or unclip the stem from lower rings and move clips higher on the stake. Repeat every few inches of growth, creating a living ladder that supports fruit-heavy branches without sagging. Encourage airflow. Spacing rings apart keeps vines suspended and open to breezes, reducing humidity-related diseases. The rack-like effect also makes harvesting tomatoes beans or cucumbers a breeze, no bending into foliage. Reuse and repurpose. At season's end, remove rings and stakes, storing them for next year's climbing crops. Rings remain rust-resistant and ready to support vines season after season. Emotional reflection. Watching your plants climb gracefully through each ring feels like witnessing nature and ingenuity in harmony. No longer obscured by chaotic growth, your vines stand proud, their fruit displayed and accessible. Each clip and adjustment at comfortable height spares your joints and honors your gentle pace. In repurposing curtain rings objects once framing windows, you give them new purpose supporting life, reminding you that with a little creativity, every tool can blossom into something unexpectedly wonderful. Still useful just like us. Gardening smarter, not harder. You've now unlocked 22 free hacks to make every moment in your garden a little easier, more beautiful, and deeply satisfying. Which idea will you try first? I can't wait to hear about your creative transformations. Happy gardening, dear friend. Welcome, dear friend, to this quiet moment in your garden. Imagine the soft morning light filtering through leaves, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of earth and blooms, and your hands seasoned by years of care, ready to craft something beautiful. Today, we'll journey together into the art of turning simple, often overlooked objects into timeless treasures for your outdoor space. You don't need fancy tools, youthful energy, or a big budget, just a little imagination and the gentle touch only you can bring. We will explore ways to breathe new life into discarded bottles, worn-out tires, weathered wooden crates, and even old kitchenware. Each piece you transform will tell a story of care, patience, and creativity, values that grow richer with time, just like you. This is more than gardening. It's a peaceful dance of sustainability and beauty, where every project honors nature by giving waste a second chance to shine. So, take a slow breath, feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, and prepare to sprinkle a little magic into your garden this summer. These ideas are crafted especially for you who treasure quiet moments, simple joys, and the gentle art of making something lovely from what others might call forgotten. Let's begin knowing that the best garden decor isn't bought, it's lovingly made. Imagine a gentle summer afternoon where sunlight dapples through leaves and a soft breeze whispers through your garden. Now picture an ordinary old wooden shutter, perhaps forgotten in a thrift store corner or left unused in a dusty shed, waiting patiently to be transformed. This simple object holds the potential to become a striking privacy screen, adding both charm and subtle elegance to your outdoor sanctuary. The beauty of this project lies in its accessibility and soothing natural textures. Start by selecting shutters that speak to you, weathered with character but still sturdy. A thorough cleaning will bring out the grains of the wood, revealing stories hidden beneath layers of dust and time. Light sanding smooths rough edges, making them ready to embrace new color and life. Choose a paint that complements the palette of your garden, and home soft greens, creamy whites, or pastel blues create a calming backdrop, harmonizing with the leaves and blossoms that surround your space. Outdoor paints from Hobby Lobby or your favorite local craft store offer both durability and beautiful finish, protecting your creation from sun and rain. Once painted and dry, the shutters can be hinged together in a folding screen formation, allowing flexibility to adjust for space or privacy needs. Place the screen strategically on your patio or deck to create a cozy nook, a quiet spot where morning coffee tastes sweeter and afternoon tea invites reflection. Beyond its practical use, this shutter screen becomes a canvas for personal touches. Add hooks to hang small potted plants, or wind chimes, drape fairy lights for gentle evening illumination, or adorn it with delicate garlands woven from your garden's own treasures. The screen stands not just as a divider, but as a testament to thoughtful reuse and handcrafted beauty. For those with limited space, this project offers a vertical solution that doesn't crowd your garden floor, but enriches the atmosphere with texture and color. It's a quiet statement, elegant without ostentation, sustainable without sacrifice. In your golden years, when moments of peace and connection with nature are precious, such simple creations bring joy that deepens with every glance. Like you, the shutter screen tells a story of resilience, beauty through imperfection, and the gentle art of making old things new again. So, whether resting beside a hammock, framing a small reading corner, or softly shielding a cherished plant from the afternoon sun, Your painted wooden shutter privacy screen will hold a special place in your garden and heart a whisper of creativity, calm, and enduring charm. There is a certain magic to twilight in the garden, the soft fading light, the first twinkle of stars, and the quiet hum of evening settling in. Now imagine gently guiding your steps along a winding path, each footfall illuminated by a warm, enchanting glow. This is the serene atmosphere you can create easily and affordably with solar jar lantern pathway lights made from simple recycled glass jars. This project invites you to see ordinary jars not as clutter but as vessels of light and warmth. Perhaps you have collected them over the years from sauces, jams, or pickles, each one holding a memory. Instead of discarding these treasures, you will give them a new purpose, turning them into timeless garden companions that welcome you home after sunset. Begin by gathering various glass jars of different shapes and sizes, their clear surfaces perfect for showcasing color and light. With Hobby Lobby's stained glass paints or outdoor acrylics, paint the jars in gentle hues that evoke nature, a soft amber like autumn leaves, cool blues like a summer sky, or delicate greens like new spring buds. The translucent colors will catch the fading daylight and shimmer softly once lit. Once your jars are decorated and fully dried, place small solar-powered fairy lights inside. These lights charge silently during the day and come alive at dusk, offering a soft, flickering glow without the need for wiring or electricity. Arrange your lanterns along garden pathways, around flower beds, or lining a cozy seating area, and watch as they transform your outdoor space into a fairy tale setting. This project is not just about lighting. It's a gentle expression of sustainability and mindfulness. By reusing materials and harnessing solar power, you reduce waste and energy use, nurturing the earth that nurtures your garden. The delicate glow of each jar becomes a symbol of hope and renewal, a light shining in harmony with nature's rhythms. Moreover, this DIY is senior-friendly. There's no heavy lifting or complex assembly involved. Painting can be done while seated comfortably, and placing the jars requires only simple arrangements. The joy lies in the calm, meditative process and the pleasure of watching your garden come alive with light. In your outdoor sanctuary, these glowing jars will invite stories, laughter, and peaceful moments. Whether shared with family, friends, or savored alone in quiet reflection, the pathway lights remind us that beauty often comes from gentle illumination, both in our gardens and in our lives. Let these solar jar lanterns be a beacon of your creativity and care, a simple yet elegant way to brighten your summer evenings without costing the earth. There's something deeply satisfying about giving new life to an old worn-out tire, a symbol of journeys taken and miles traveled, transforming it from forgotten waste into a charming and practical piece of garden furniture. Imagine sitting comfortably on your patio, resting your feet on a beautifully wrapped tire ottoman that adds both style and function to your outdoor space. This project embraces the spirit of resourcefulness and patience, perfect for those who cherish the quiet satisfaction of crafting something meaningful. Start by selecting a tire that's still structurally sound, but no longer roadworthy, perhaps one from a local tire shop or your own garage. Clean it thoroughly, washing away years of dust and grime, revealing its sturdy form beneath. Next comes the fun and calming part, wrapping. Using thick natural jute or sisal rope carefully and tightly, wrap the entire outer circumference of the tire. This is a tactile, soothing process, your hands moving rhythmically as the rope coils around, covering the black rubber with warm, earthy texture. Secure the rope with a strong adhesive or staple gun, making sure every inch is neatly covered. Once the wrapping is complete, give your ottoman a splash of color if you wish. Spray paints and outdoor-friendly formulas can add bold vibrancy, or keep it rustic and natural for a timeless look. Optionally, add a round cushion or a painted wooden top for extra comfort, or to turn it into a small side table. This piece is not only visually appealing, but also highly functional. It offers extra seating for guests, a cozy footrest for your afternoon relaxation, or a unique accent that sparks conversation. Because it's lightweight, it's easy to move around your patio or balcony to fit your needs. The beauty of this project lies in its gentle complexity. It doesn't demand heavy lifting or elaborate tools, just time, patience, and the joy of watching transformation unfold under your hands. It's a reminder that even objects once discarded can find new purpose and beauty, much like ourselves, as we grow wiser with age. Your tire ottoman will stand as a quiet testament to creativity, sustainability, and comfort, a perfect companion for peaceful moments in the garden. Whether you're sipping tea, reading a book, or simply soaking in the golden afternoon light. So wrap, create, and rest easy, knowing your garden holds both practicality and grace, spun from humble materials and your caring hands. Picture a lazy summer afternoon where soft sunlight filters through leaves and your garden hums quietly with life. Now imagine simple weathered metal buckets, once destined for the trash, patiently waiting to bloom anew with vibrant flowers and gentle charm. These rustic metal bucket planters are a delightful way to add color and texture to your outdoor space while honoring sustainability. Begin by gathering metal buckets that have seen better days, perhaps inherited, thrifted, or found in the back of a shed. Their dents and rust spots are not flaws, but stories etched by time, perfect for creating that rustic chic aesthetic. Clean them gently to remove dirt and prepare for a transformation that's as soothing as a quiet garden breeze. Using chalk paint from Hobby Lobby or a similar craft store coat the buckets in soft muted tones, think dusty blues, warm creams, or gentle grays. The chalk paint naturally creates a matte, distressed finish, allowing the bucket's imperfections to shine through as character marks rather than blemishes. After drying lightly, sand some areas to enhance this weathered effect, revealing hints of metal beneath and adding depth to the look. Next, consider subtle metal accents, perhaps small hooks or delicate chains to hang on the bucket edges or add to their handles, enhancing their visual appeal without overpowering the natural texture. These little touches echo current garden decor trends, blending vintage charm with modern elegance. Fill your buckets with vibrant annuals or cascading greenery plants that bring bursts of life and color like petunias, geraniums, or trailing ivy. Their lively presence contrasts beautifully with the muted rustic tones of the buckets, creating a harmonious balance of bold and soft. What makes this project especially kind to those with limited mobility is its simplicity. Buckets are easy to move, require no digging, and can be placed on tables, decks, or steps, eliminating the need for bending or heavy lifting. Watering and tending become gentle rituals, connecting you to your garden with ease. These rustic metal bucket blooms are more than planters. They are storytellers of renewal and creativity. Like you, they wear their history, gracefully transforming wear into beauty and simplicity into style. They prove that elegance doesn't demand extravagance, and that with care, even the most humble objects can bloom magnificently. Let your garden bloom with these charming buckets, each one a small sanctuary for color, life, and the peaceful joy of making something old new again. Think back to those old license plates you may have collected over the years, weathered by time, scratched by journeys, and filled with stories of places seen and adventures taken. Rather than letting them gather dust or end up in a landfill, imagine transforming these forgotten treasures into playful, practical garden markers that bring personality and charm to your vegetable beds. This project is as simple as it is delightful, perfectly suited to gentle hands and thoughtful minds. Begin by selecting plates that have sturdy metal but whose paint has softened with age, each bearing the perfect patina for a rustic garden touch. If necessary, wipe them down lightly to remove dust and dirt, preserving the character that only time can create. Next, with outdoor paint pens or acrylics from Hobby Lobby, stencil or handwrite the names of your plants directly onto the license plates. Use playful fonts or simple block letters, whatever feels joyful and readable. Whether it's tomatoes, basil, or sunflowers, each plate becomes a whimsical label guiding your hands and heart through your garden's harvest. To shape your markers, cut the plates into fun, manageable shapes using metal snips arrows pointing to rows, simple rectangles, or even leaf-like forms. Smooth any sharp edges carefully with a metal file or sandpaper, ensuring safety without sacrificing the natural ruggedness of the metal. Attach stakes, old wooden handles, or sturdy branches to the backs. Transforming these plates into easy-to-place markers you can tuck gently into the soil beside your plants. They stand tall and proud, a visual delight that helps identify your edible treasures while adding splashes of vintage color. This project celebrates not only creativity but also sustainability. It invites you to honor the old while nurturing the new, melding history and growth in one meaningful gesture. And it's accessible, requiring no heavy lifting or complex tools, just the steady joy of painting and placing each marker with care. As you wander your garden, these license plate markers become small milestones on your gardening journey, reminders of the beauty in reuse and the love poured into every seed planted and every vegetable harvested. With each colorful, quirky sign, your garden speaks of personality, history, and the gentle creativity that thrives in the hands of a seasoned gardener like you. Imagine a quiet afternoon spent gathering fallen branches from your garden, or a nearby woodland, a gentle walk where nature offers its gifts freely. Those simple sticks, weathered by time and seasons, hold the potential to become a beautiful, functional lattice trellis, supporting your climbing plants while adding rustic charm to your garden space. This project is wonderfully suited for those who appreciate natural textures and slow, mindful crafting. Begin by selecting sturdy branches about the thickness of your wrist with enough length to create a trellis frame. Clean off any loose bark or debris, embracing the natural curves and imperfections that give each branch its unique character. Lay the branches in a crisscross pattern, arranging them in a diamond, lattice, or grid shape, whatever feels balanced and pleasing to your eye. Using natural twine from Hobby Lobby or a similarly soft, strong cord, begin tying the intersections firmly but gently, securing the branches without damaging their delicate bark. The tying process becomes a calming ritual, your fingers weaving knots as the trellis takes shape, sturdy yet organic. If desired, add decorative accents like small wooden beads or dried flowers to the twine, personalizing your creation with subtle touches that reflect your garden's spirit. Once assembled, stand the lattice trellis upright in your vegetable patch or flower bed. It provides gentle support for climbing plants like peas, beans, or clematis, encouraging upward growth that saves precious garden space. The open, airy design lets light and air flow freely, nurturing healthy plants while inviting your eyes to follow their graceful climb. For gardeners with limited mobility, this trellis is easy to install and maintain, lightweight and adaptable to different spots in your garden or on a balcony. It encourages connection with nature in a slow, tactile way, reminding you of the simple joys in working with natural materials. More than just a structure, your branch lattice trellis is a living artwork rooted in sustainability and handcrafted beauty. It honors the cycles of life where fallen branches find new purpose just as you continue to grow and flourish in your golden years. In this trellis, you'll see the poetry of nature's forms and your own creativity entwined, supporting life-inspiring growth and adding a quiet, enduring charm to your cherished garden. Imagine strolling through your garden and discovering small, delightful creatures nestled among the flowers. Little ladybugs perched on leaves, frogs crouched by the water's edge, or whimsically patterned stones smiling up at you from the soil. These painted rock garden creatures bring a touch of playful magic and personal warmth to your outdoor sanctuary. This project invites you to see the ordinary in a new light, smooth, river-worn stones collected from walks, beach trips, or local garden centers become canvases for your creativity. Their naturally rounded shapes and cool textures make them perfect for hand-painting gentle designs that celebrate nature's charm. Start by gathering a selection of stones, choosing sizes and shapes that feel just right in your hand. Clean them carefully to remove dust and grit, allowing paint to adhere beautifully. Choose outdoor acrylic paints from Hobby Lobby or a similar craft store, colors that evoke the natural world or spark joy, bright reds, sunny yellows, soft greens, and shimmering blues. With soft brushes, gently paint your chosen designs. Perhaps you'll create cheerful ladybugs with tiny black spots, whimsical frogs with big eyes, or abstract patterns that catch the sunlight. Let your imagination guide you. Each stone becomes a unique work of art reflecting your personality and love for your garden. Once painted, seal the stones with a clear, weatherproof varnish to protect your artwork from sun and rain, ensuring your creatures remain vibrant season after season. Place them thoughtfully among your flower beds, along garden paths, or tucked near potted plants where they'll surprise and delight visitors. The process is wonderfully accessible, suitable for those who enjoy sitting peacefully while working with hands and brush, free from strenuous effort or heavy tools. It's a gentle way to connect with your garden, adding a playful yet elegant detail that makes every visit a little more joyful. These painted rock creatures remind us that beauty often lies in small, unexpected places. Like your garden, they embody resilience, transformation, and the simple pleasure of creating something joyful from humble materials. Let them be tiny guardians of your garden's peace and whimsy, small treasures crafted with care, welcoming smiles in every corner. Picture a quiet garden path, each step cushioned by soft earth, framed not just by flowers but by a border that feels like a gentle embrace. Rustic bricks, weathered and worn, can create that perfect edging, adding structure, warmth, and a timeless charm to your garden's winding trails. This project begins with a simple treasure hunt. Gather old bricks from local salvage yards, leftover construction materials, or perhaps a neighbor's kind donation. Their imperfections, chips, faded colors, rough textures tell stories of time and use, giving your garden a character no new stone can replicate. Once you have your bricks, clean them lightly with water and a soft brush, preserving their weathered look, but readying them for placement. No fancy tools or heavy machinery are needed here. With gentle hands, you can arrange the bricks by hand along your garden path's edges. Line them up in a neat continuous row, or experiment with patterns, angled placements, or slight overlaps that feel natural and pleasing to you. The irregularities of the bricks and their slight variations in height and color create a beautiful organic border that blends effortlessly with your plants. This edging does more than define a path. It keeps soil and mulch in place, helps manage water runoff, and prevents plants from wandering beyond their beds, all while adding a subtle elegance. The bricks' earthy tones complement greenery and blooms, enhancing your garden's visual harmony. For those with limited mobility, this project can be done in stages, allowing you to work comfortably without strain. It's a slow, satisfying process of shaping your outdoor space in a way that feels personal and grounded. Over time, moss or tiny flowers might find a home between the bricks, softening edges and adding life just as your garden itself grows and changes with the seasons. This path edging is not just practical. It's a gentle statement of care, patience, and enduring beauty. As you walk your garden path bordered by these humble bricks, you carry with you the peace that comes from creating something lasting with your own hands, something that, like you, carries history and quiet strength. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the gentle music of a summer breeze weaving through your garden, the soft tinkling of glass catching sunlight and humming a serene melody. Whimsical glass bottle wind chimes capture this magic, transforming simple recycled bottles into instruments of peace and beauty that dance softly in the air. This project invites you to reimagine empty wine or soda bottles not as trash, but as delicate voices waiting to sing again. Start by selecting bottles of various shapes, sizes, and colors, clear, green, amber, or blue, each lending its own character to your chime's appearance and sound. Carefully, with proper tools or a glass cutter, cut off the bottoms of the bottles. This step requires patience and safety, but many community workshops or hobby stores offer classes or assistance. If cutting feels daunting, you can also use whole bottles strung creatively, but the open bottom allows a clearer, more melodic tone. Next, prepare to string your bottles using sturdy fishing line or thin wire. Between bottles, add beads from Hobby Lobby or thrifted collections, glass, wooden, or crystal that shimmer and catch the light, adding sparkle and elegance to your creation. Hang your chimes from a pergola, porch beam, or sturdy tree branch where the breeze flows freely. As the wind passes through, each bottle rings a clear, soothing note together, creating a harmonious symphony that fills your garden with tranquility. The beauty of these wind chimes is in their minimalism and effortless grace. They require little maintenance beyond the occasional gentle cleaning, making them perfect for a low-maintenance garden lifestyle. Their presence is a daily reminder of nature's subtle music and the joy of turning discarded items into art. For seniors or those with limited mobility, this project can be adapted to seated crafting and simple assembly, offering a mindful, creative experience without strain. Each chime you build sings a story of renewal, sustainability, and the tender care you bring to your garden. It's a small, melodic treasure that invites peace, reflection, and the gentle magic of summer breezes. Imagine a sculpture that catches sunlight like a kaleidoscope, an artistic beacon in your garden crafted entirely from recycled glass bottles. The bottle tree of life is more than decoration. It's a celebration of renewal color and the gentle dance of light and shadow, perfect for those who cherish creativity grounded in sustainability. Begin with an assortment of colorful glass bottles, green, blue, amber, and clear, that you may have collected over time or found at thrift stores. Each bottle, with its unique hue and shape, contributes to the vibrancy and personality of your sculpture. The bottles become leaves or blossoms on a tree formed by sturdy metal rebar branches. Construct the frame by welding or securely fastening lengths of rebar into a tree-like shape with several upward-reaching branches to hold the bottles. If welding isn't an option, strong metal wire or zip ties can also work for smaller, lighter frames. The frame serves as a skeleton, a foundation for your shimmering art. Slide each bottle carefully onto the branches, securing them so they don't fall but can still catch the breeze. The bottles catch sunlight during the day, casting colored patterns on the ground and surrounding plants, creating an ever-changing living artwork. When evening falls, the sculpture takes on a soft glow, its colors deepening in the twilight. This eco-friendly project beautifully demonstrates how discarded items can be reborn as something extraordinary. The bottle tree of life is a joyful expression of patience and creativity, requiring only time and gentle hands to assemble. It's also a gentle nod to nature's cycles. The bottles once held liquid, sustaining life, and now they become part of your garden's living story, supporting beauty in a new form. For gardeners with limited mobility, assembling bottles on a frame at waist height allows comfortable crafting without strain. As you walk near your bottle tree, you'll feel the serenity that comes from creating something both elegant and meaningful, a vibrant testament to the harmony between human creativity and the natural world. Your garden will glow with this radiant sculpture, a joyful symbol of transformation and the endless possibilities found in giving old things new purpose. Close your eyes and imagine a gentle summer breeze setting a dance in motion. Spirals twirling and shimmering as they catch the sunlight, bringing playful movement and sparkling light to your garden. Aluminum can twirling wind spinners are a charming, eco-friendly way to add dynamic beauty and joyful energy to your outdoor space. This project transforms simple aluminum cans, often discarded after a single use, into captivating art that moves with the wind. Begin by collecting empty cans, rinsing and drying them thoroughly. Their lightweight nature makes them perfect for crafting delicate yet sturdy spinners that can flutter effortlessly on gentle breezes. Using scissors or tin snips, carefully cut the cans into long, thin strips or spiral shapes. The metal's reflective surface naturally catches sunlight, producing glints and flashes as the spinners rotate. Safety is key here, so be sure to wear gloves and work slowly to avoid sharp edges. To assemble your spinner, attach the strips to a central rod or dowel, which can be found at hobby stores or reclaimed from other garden materials. Secure the metal strips evenly around the rod with wire or strong string, allowing them room to spin freely. Hobby Lobby often carries swivels or hooks designed for wind spinners, ensuring smooth motion. Place your twirling creation in a sunny, breezy spot where it can perform its mesmerizing dance by a porch, along a garden path, or near flowering beds. The light reflecting off the aluminum and the gentle spinning movement will delight both the eyes and soul, inviting peaceful observation and quiet joy. This project is wonderfully accessible for seniors and those with limited mobility. The cutting and assembly require only simple tools and light materials, and the finished spinner is easy to hang or move as you wish. More than just decoration, these wind spinners celebrate the magic of transformation, turning a single-use item into a source of beauty and delight that honors sustainability. They remind us that life, like art, is in constant motion, shimmering and changing with the passing breeze. Let your garden come alive with these twirling spinners, a joyful testament to creativity, renewal, and the simple pleasures that brighten our days. Imagine your garden filled with the gentle fluttering of wings and soft chirps as feathered visitors come to rest and refresh. A multi-tiered hubcap bird bath invites wildlife into your outdoor sanctuary, while transforming discarded metal into an elegant, sustainable centerpiece. Old hubcaps, once discarded from cars, carry the patina of time and stories of past journeys. Rather than letting these pieces fade away, you can breathe new life into them with a little creativity and care. Begin by gathering several hubcaps of varying sizes. Their curved shapes naturally hold water, making them perfect for bird baths. Clean each hubcap thoroughly to remove dirt and rust. Then paint them using shimmering metallic hues from Hobby Lobby's outdoor paints, soft silver bronze, or even pastel shades. These colors add a refined, upscale look that contrasts beautifully with the natural greenery surrounding them. Once dry, stack the hubcaps on sturdy supports, old metal rods, wooden posts, or reclaimed garden stakes arranged at varying heights to create a tiered effect. Secure each hubcap firmly to prevent tipping, allowing water to flow gently from one level to the next or remain still to attract a variety of birds. Position your bird bath where it can be seen and enjoyed, perhaps near flowering shrubs or under the shade of a tree. The multi-level design appeals to different bird species, offering safe, inviting spots for bathing and drinking. This project is accessible and adaptable, requiring no heavy lifting or complicated tools. It's a wonderful way to combine eco-consciousness with beauty and function, supporting local wildlife while enhancing your garden's atmosphere. As you watch the birds bathe and play, you'll feel a quiet connection to nature's rhythms, fostered by your thoughtful creation. Your hubcap bird bath is more than a water feature. It's a celebration of renewal and harmony, reminding us that even the most unexpected objects can become sources of joy in life. Let your garden welcome the birds with open arms and shimmering waters, a peaceful refuge made possible by your hands and heart. Imagine a quiet corner of your garden where birds gather gracefully, their delicate songs blending with the rustling leaves and the soft hum of nature. The platter pedestal bird bath is a charming and elegant feature that invites these feathered friends while transforming humble discarded items into a sophisticated garden accent. This project begins with two treasures: a discarded ceramic platter and a decorative glass vase, perhaps found on sale or at a thrift store. These pieces, once overlooked, become the foundation for a bird bath that feels timeless and refined. Start by thoroughly cleaning both the platter and vase, removing any dirt or residue. Next, flip the glass vase upside down to serve as the pedestal. Apply a strong weatherproof adhesive from Hobby Lobby or your craft store to the rim of the vase. Then gently press the ceramic platter onto it, creating a stable base and bowl. Allow ample drying time to ensure the bond is secure and durable. The beauty of this bird bath lies in its simplicity and understated elegance. The smooth surface of the platter gently holds water for birds to drink and bathe, while the glass pedestal elevates the bath, making it accessible and visible in your garden. You may choose to paint or decorate the platter with outdoor paints to add subtle patterns or soft colors that harmonize with your garden's palette. Place your new bird bath in a quiet, sheltered spot where birds feel safe, such as near shrubs or under a tree canopy. The elevated design keeps water clean longer and deters some ground predators, making it a welcoming oasis for your local wildlife. For seniors or gardeners with limited mobility, assembling and maintaining this bird bath is simple and enjoyable, requiring minimal bending or heavy lifting. Refilling the water and occasional cleaning become peaceful rituals that deepen your connection to your garden's life. This project is a gentle reminder that elegance doesn't require extravagance. With a little vision and care, discarded objects can become stunning, functional art symbols of renewal and grace in your outdoor sanctuary. Let your platter pedestal bird bath be a quiet invitation to nature's beauty, a place of refreshment and joy for both birds and the heart. Imagine walking barefoot along a garden path where each step feels like a gentle connection to the earth, guided by subtle impressions of nature itself. Concrete leaf imprint stepping stones are a beautiful tactile way to bring this sensory experience to your outdoor space, combining artistry, nature, and practicality in one graceful project. Begin by gathering large textured leaves, perhaps from maple magnolia or hosta plants. These leaves will serve as the natural stamps that transfer their delicate veins and shapes into your stepping stones, creating unique, organic patterns. Prepare a batch of outdoor concrete or cement mix, choosing one designed to withstand weather changes and foot traffic. Pour the wet concrete into shallow molds or frames. These can be simple wooden boxes or repurposed trays that fit the size you want for your stones. Before the concrete sets, gently press the leaves into the surface, making sure to leave clear, deep impressions. Carefully remove the leaves to reveal their detailed pattern etched into the stone. This step invites patience and care. Each stone becomes a one-of-a-kind piece, capturing a moment of natural beauty frozen in time. Once the stones have dried and cured according to the concrete's instructions, you can add color with outdoor stains or paints. Soft greens, browns, or even muted blues can enhance the leaf patterns, adding subtle depth and richness without overpowering their natural charm. Arrange your stepping stones along garden paths or near flower beds, where they guide your steps with elegance and serenity. They offer a safe, durable surface to walk on while adding a personal, handcrafted touch that invites reflection with every step. This project is especially accessible for seniors, as it can be broken down into small, manageable sessions and doesn't require heavy lifting. The process of creating the stones can be deeply calming, mixing, pressing, and painting, with each stone telling its own story. Concrete leaf imprint stepping stones are more than functional. They celebrate nature's artistry, connecting your garden's flora with your own creativity. They remind us that beauty is found in the details, and that every step can be a mindful, joyful journey. Let these stones pave a path of peace and natural elegance through your garden, crafted lovingly by your hands and inspired by the simple grace of leaves. Imagine an outdoor gathering spot where family and friends naturally come together, a cozy corner adorned with a table that's both functional and a vibrant work of art. The painted cable spool mosaic table transforms a simple, often discarded wooden spool into a stunning garden centerpiece full of personality and charm. This project starts with finding a large wooden cable spool, which can often be sourced from local construction sites, salvage yards, or online marketplaces. The spool's sturdy construction makes it an ideal base for a durable outdoor table, perfect for your porch deck or garden patio. Begin by sanding the surface smooth, revealing the warm wood grain beneath. This step invites calm focus and prepares the table for painting and decorating. Choose a palette of outdoor paints from Hobby Lobby in colors that complement your garden's natural hues: soft blues, gentle greens, sunny yellows, or warm terracottas. Next comes the joyful artistry, creating a mosaic top. Gather small pieces of tile, broken ceramics, or colorful stones. These can be thrifted or repurposed from old dishes or craft supplies. Arrange the pieces on the tabletop in patterns that inspire you: floral motifs, geometric designs, or abstract arrangements, taking your time to find harmony and balance. Using outdoor mosaic adhesive, carefully glue each piece in place. This meticulous process is wonderfully meditative, allowing you to create something truly unique that reflects your spirit and style. Once the adhesive dries, fill the gaps with grout, smoothing it out and wiping away any excess to reveal the vibrant mosaic beneath. Finish by sealing the table to protect it from weather and wear, ensuring your creation endures seasons and celebrations. Add a protective layer to the spool's legs if needed, and you'll have a table that's not just beautiful but built to last. This DIY is ideal for seniors, as it can be paced to suit your comfort level with plenty of time to sit and enjoy the creative process. The finished piece becomes a gathering place infused with your care and creativity, where stories are shared, laughter is heard, and the garden feels more like home. Let your painted cable spool mosaic table be a joyful symbol of renewal, craftsmanship, and the warm welcome that defines your garden's heart. Imagine a garden wall transformed into a shimmering canvas that captures sunlight and reflects it back in 1,000 sparkling fragments, each piece a tiny beacon of light and artistry. Broken mirror mosaic wall art turns discarded mirrors into breathtaking outdoor murals, blending creativity with sustainability. This project begins with gathering old mirrors that may be chipped, cracked, or no longer needed. Each shard holds a story waiting to become part of something new and beautiful. Safety is paramount. Wear gloves and eye protection when breaking mirrors and handling shards to prevent injury. Start by carefully breaking mirrors into small pieces of varying shapes and sizes. These reflective fragments become your mosaic tiles, ready to be arranged on an outdoor wall fence or even a large wooden panel. Plan your design with gentle inspiration. Abstract patterns, sunbursts, or simple geometric shapes that catch the light beautifully. Using outdoor adhesive or mortar suited for exterior surfaces, begin adhering mirror pieces one by one, working patiently to cover your chosen area. Leave small gaps between shards to create texture and enhance the play of light. The mosaic process is rhythmic and absorbing, allowing you to lose yourself in the creative flow while crafting something unique. Once all pieces are in place and the adhesive is dry, seal the mosaic with a weatherproof grout or sealant to protect against rain and sun damage. The finished mosaic will dazzle by day with reflected sunlight casting dancing patterns around your garden, and by night it can glow softly if placed near subtle lighting. For gardeners with limited mobility, this project can be adapted by working on smaller panels that can later be mounted, allowing comfortable seated work. The rewarding sparkle of this art piece will bring endless delight and a sense of accomplishment. More than decoration, the broken mirror mosaic symbolizes transformation, turning fragments of the past into radiant, cohesive beauty. It reflects your garden's light and your enduring spirit, reminding us that even broken things can shine with new brilliance. Let your garden walls sing with shimmering reflections, a testament to the power of creativity, patience, and the magic hidden in recycled treasures. Imagine the gentle clink of a vintage teapot hanging softly from a garden hook, its spout spilling tiny seeds like a fountain of nature's kindness. The teapot bird feeder is a charming, whimsical way to welcome birds to your outdoor sanctuary while breathing new life into an old ceramic treasure. This project starts with finding an old ceramic teapot and a matching saucer. Both can often be discovered at thrift stores, flea markets, or even in forgotten cupboards. Their delicate shapes and worn patinas lend a cozy, nostalgic feel that perfectly suits a garden setting. Clean your teapot and saucer thoroughly, removing any dust or stains. Next, drill a small hole in the lid or back of the teapot to thread strong twine or thin rope for hanging. Be gentle with this step, or seek assistance at a local hardware store to ensure safety. Position the teapot so its spout angles downward, allowing seeds to spill onto the saucer below. Secure the saucer beneath the spout with waterproof adhesive or a small wire frame, creating a perfect platform for birds to perch and feed. Fill the teapot with birdseed, preferably a mix suitable for local species, inviting a variety of feathered visitors. Hang the feeder from a sturdy shepherd's hook, tree branch, or pergola beam where you can enjoy watching your garden guests. This bird feeder project requires minimal physical effort and is easily maintained. Refilling and cleaning can be done at a comfortable height and pace. It adds a delightful touch of whimsy and hospitality, turning your garden into a lively retreat full of song and movement. Beyond its function, the teapot feeder symbolizes warmth and welcome, blending the comfort of afternoon tea with nature's bounty. It reminds us that small gestures can invite great joy, fostering connection between your home and the natural world. Let your garden bloom with life and laughter, nurtured by this enchanting teapot bird feeder, a simple, elegant way to share kindness with the birds and delight your heart every day. Imagine a plain garden fence transformed into a vibrant canvas, alive with color and texture, a dazzling mosaic made entirely from recycled bottle caps. This project is a joyful celebration of creativity and sustainability, perfect for adding personality and charm to your outdoor space. Start by collecting a rainbow of bottle caps, whether from your own recycling bin or community donations. The variety of colors and shapes will provide endless possibilities for your design. Clean the caps thoroughly to remove dirt and residue, preparing them for crafting. Select a sturdy wooden board or panel that will serve as your mosaic's base. It can be a reclaimed piece of plywood or an old fence panel sanded smooth to accept glue or nails. Plan your design floral patterns, abstract shapes, or even words that inspire you. Sketch lightly with pencil to guide your arrangement. Begin attaching the bottle caps using strong outdoor adhesive or small nails, working patiently to cover the entire surface. Arrange the caps closely together, allowing their colors to blend into a vivid tapestry that shines under sunlight. The raised texture adds depth and interest, inviting visitors to touch and explore your handiwork. Once complete, consider sealing the mosaic with a weatherproof clear coat to protect your creation from rain and sun, ensuring it remains vibrant season after season. Mount the panel securely on your garden fence or wall, where it will become a focal point of beauty and sustainability. This project is wonderfully accessible, allowing you to work seated and at your own pace. The repetitive placement of caps offers a meditative rhythm, while the final result brings a burst of joy and color to your outdoor sanctuary. Your bottle cap mosaic fence art tells a story of renewal and imagination, proof that discarded objects can become sources of wonder and inspiration. It's a colorful reminder that beauty often grows from the smallest things, crafted with care and heart. Let your garden glow with this lively mosaic, a testament to your creativity and the gentle art of turning waste into treasure. Picture the soft glow of fairy lights spilling gently from an old metal watering can, casting a warm, magical ambiance across your garden as dusk settles. The string light watering can sprinkler is a whimsical and enchanting way to illuminate your outdoor space, blending recycled charm with cozy lighting. Begin by selecting a vintage or thrifted metal watering can, its weathered surface adding character and history to your garden decor. Clean it carefully to remove any rust or dirt, preparing it for transformation. Using a small drill or nail and hammer, create tiny holes evenly spaced around the spout of the watering can. These holes will allow light to filter through in delicate pinpoints, mimicking the gentle spray of water in a sprinkler. Next, gather a string of solar-powered fairy lights, ideal for outdoor use. Feed the lights through the spout and out of the holes you created, arranging the bulbs so they peek softly through each opening. The solar panel can rest discreetly inside the watering can or hidden nearby. Hang your magical creation from a shepherd's hook tree branch or pergola beam where it can catch the evening breeze and sunlight to recharge. As night falls, the watering can will come alive with a constellation of twinkling lights, casting dancing shadows and creating a peaceful, inviting atmosphere. This project is especially accessible for seniors and those with limited mobility. No heavy lifting or complex wiring is required. The gentle process of piercing holes and threading lights becomes a relaxing craft, resulting in a stunning light display that requires minimal maintenance. The string light watering can sprinkler is more than garden decor. It's a beacon of warmth and creativity, reminding us that beauty often comes from simple ideas and everyday objects. It invites you to slow down, enjoy the soft glow, and savor peaceful evenings surrounded by nature's gentle light. Let your garden sparkle with this charming lantern, a symbol of your care, imagination, and the enduring magic found in recycled treasures. Imagine walking through your garden along a path where every step is a small discovery. Beautiful fragments of colorful ceramic plates embedded in the earth, creating a mosaic trail that tells a story of creativity and gentle craftsmanship. Garden path mosaic. Stepping stones made from broken plates bring art, function, and personal touch together in perfect harmony. This project invites you to rescue chipped or broken ceramic plates, often overlooked and destined for the trash, and transform them into unique stepping stones that brighten your garden. Collect plates with varied colors and patterns, vintage florals, soft pastels, or bold geometrics that will create lively and engaging designs. Begin by selecting sturdy molds or shallow trays to form your stones. Outdoor concrete mix provides a durable base able to withstand weather and foot traffic. Pour the wet concrete evenly into your molds, smoothing the surface with care. Before the concrete sets, arrange your plate fragments gently on top, experimenting with patterns and color combinations that please your eye. Let the shards sink slightly into the mix so they will be securely embedded when dried. This tactile and thoughtful placement becomes a quiet, meditative process, allowing your creativity to unfold naturally. After the concrete has fully cured, remove the stepping stones from the molds, and if desired, apply an outdoor sealant to enhance colors and protect your artwork. Arrange these stones along your garden paths or stepping areas, creating a trail that invites exploration and admiration. This project is gentle on the body, suitable for seniors as it can be done in short sessions with plenty of time for rest and reflection. The end result offers a beautiful handcrafted addition to your garden that is both practical and full of personal meaning. Your mosaic stepping stones tell a story of transformation and care, a reminder that beauty often emerges from fragments pieced together with love and patience. Let your garden path be a journey of art and soul, where every step carries the quiet joy of creation and connection with nature. Imagine a plain garden shed or fence wall suddenly bursting into a vibrant garden of metal flowers, each bloom crafted from old hubcaps painted in lively hues. This hubcap flower wall art brings a playful yet sophisticated industrial chic to your outdoor space, turning discarded car parts into charming visual poetry. Start by collecting a variety of hubcaps, different sizes and styles, add delightful dimension. Clean each one thoroughly to prepare for painting. Using outdoor paints from Hobby Lobby, choose bold colors like deep reds, sunny yellows, soft blues, and fresh greens to bring your metal flowers to life. After the paint dries, arrange the hubcaps on a flat surface to experiment with floral patterns. Some hubcaps become petals. Others centers combine and layer them to create flowers of different sizes and styles. Add small metal or wooden circles painted in contrasting colors to form flower centers, enhancing the depth and realism. Mount your flower creations securely onto the fence or shed wall using screws or strong outdoor adhesive, spacing them to create a dynamic flowing garden mural. This arrangement can be as large or small as your space allows, becoming a signature art piece that delights every visitor. This project is perfect for those who enjoy working at a comfortable height with minimal heavy lifting. The bold colors and reflective metal surfaces catch sunlight beautifully, adding sparkle and joy to your garden. More than decoration, these hubcap flowers symbolize transformation and the creative spirit, proof that beauty can emerge from the most unexpected materials. They celebrate the joy of repurposing, sustainability, and the unique charm of handcrafted outdoor art. Let your garden walls bloom with these cheerful metal flowers, a joyful testament to your creativity, care, and the enduring power of renewal. Imagine each step in your garden leading you over a pathway paved not just with stone, but with stories. Stories told through vibrant shards of broken ceramic plates, thoughtfully arranged beneath your feet. Garden path mosaic, stepping stones made from plate fragments add a splash of color and handcrafted charm to your outdoor sanctuary. Start by gathering chipped or broken ceramic plates, preferably in varied colors and patterns that will catch the eye and complement your garden's palette. These broken treasures, once destined for the trash, now become your garden's artful footprint. Use shallow molds or wooden frames to shape your stepping stones. Prepare a durable outdoor concrete mix and pour it evenly into your chosen mold. Before the concrete sets, press the plate fragments into the surface, experimenting with different layouts, flowers, geometric patterns, or abstract designs. The tactile process of arranging the shards can be calming and fulfilling. After the concrete has cured, remove the stones from the molds and consider sealing them with an outdoor sealant to protect your mosaic and enhance the colors. Place the finished stones along garden paths or as stepping stones near flower beds, where they guide your steps with grace and individuality. This project is especially accessible for gardeners with limited mobility because it can be done in stages and allows plenty of seated work. The finished stones add beauty function and a personal touch to your garden, turning ordinary pathways into extraordinary journeys. Your mosaic stepping stones stand as a testament to creativity and care, proof that beauty often arises from pieces carefully placed with love and patience. Let every step you take be a gentle reminder of the artistry and renewal that flourishes in your garden and your life. Picture a cozy little birdhouse nestled among the branches of your garden tree, its roof gleaming with vintage license plates that catch the sunlight and add a touch of rustic charm. The license plate roof birdhouse is a creative and eco-friendly way to provide shelter for your feathered friends, while repurposing discarded metal into something both functional and beautiful. Begin with a simple wooden birdhouse frame. This can be a purchased kit or a handmade structure crafted from reclaimed wood. The focus of this project is the roof, which you will cover with cut pieces of old license plates to create a durable, weather-resistant, and uniquely stylish shelter. Carefully cut the license plates into manageable sections, taking care to smooth any sharp edges with a file or sandpaper for safety. Paint is often faded or worn on these plates, adding character and a vintage feel to your project. Attach the license plate pieces to the birdhouse roof using small nails, screws, or strong adhesive, overlapping them slightly like shingles to help shed rainwater. The metal roof will not only protect the birdhouse from the elements, but also create a striking visual contrast with the natural wood and greenery around it. Place the birdhouse in a quiet, sheltered spot where birds feel safe, near shrubs, trees, or a garden wall. This sturdy and attractive home will invite a variety of local birds to visit, adding life and song to your outdoor sanctuary. This project requires minimal physical exertion and can be tailored to your comfort level, making it ideal for seniors or those with limited mobility. It combines craftsmanship with creativity, providing a meaningful way to care for wildlife while beautifying your garden. Let your license plate roof birdhouse be a symbol of welcome renewal and the joyful art of turning old treasures into new delights for your garden and heart. Imagine a quiet corner of your garden transformed into a welcoming nook where you can sit comfortably and watch the flowers sway in the breeze. A garden bench or seating area made from repurposed wooden pallets offers a cozy, affordable, and stylish way to create that peaceful retreat, perfect for seniors who cherish both comfort and creativity. Begin by sourcing wooden pallets, often available for free or low cost from local stores, warehouses, or online community groups. Choose pallets in good condition, sturdy yet weathered, which will add rustic charm to your project. Start by sanding the pallets gently to smooth rough edges and surfaces, making them safe and pleasant to touch. If desired, apply a protective outdoor wood stain or paint in soft, calming colors that blend harmoniously with your garden's natural tones. Arrange the pallets to form a bench or seating platform. You can stack and secure 2 or 3 pallets to create the desired height and depth, fastening them together with screws or brackets. Add a backrest by attaching a vertically positioned pallet or reclaimed wood planks, ensuring sturdy support and comfortable posture. Finish your seating area by placing plush outdoor cushions and pillows, perhaps from Hobby Lobby or thrift shops, to add softness and warmth. These cushions invite you to linger longer, enjoying tranquil moments with a cup of tea or a good book. This project is wonderfully accessible, allowing you to work at your own pace and adjust the size and style to fit your space and needs. The lightweight pallets make assembly manageable without heavy lifting. Your garden bench is more than a seat. It's a handcrafted sanctuary that honors sustainability and personal style. It encourages restful pauses, quiet reflection, and shared conversations amid the beauty you've cultivated. Let your pallet garden bench be a testament to resourcefulness, comfort, and the gentle art of making your outdoor space truly your own. Imagine a playful dance of light and color spinning gently in the breeze, creating a miniature kaleidoscope that adds vibrancy and movement to your garden. The CD Kaleidoscope Spinner repurposes old CDs into a dazzling outdoor ornament that delights both eyes and spirit. Begin by gathering 2 old CDs, shiny, reflective, and perfectly round, along with small decorative beads and tiny mirrors, which you can find at Hobby Lobby or thrift stores. These materials come together to create a charming spinning light show. Glue the CD's back-to-back reflective sides facing outward using a strong adhesive. Decorate the outer edges with beads and small mirrors which catch and scatter sunlight, adding sparkle and shimmer as the spinner moves. Attach your creation to a swivel hook or a lightweight rod, allowing it to hang freely from a tree branch pergola or garden hook. When the wind blows, the spinner turns slowly, reflecting dancing patterns of light across nearby flowers and walls. This project is simple and light, perfect for gardeners of any mobility level. It requires no heavy lifting, just careful assembly and an eye for color and balance. Your CD Kaleidoscope Spinner becomes a joyful focal point celebrating sustainability by transforming discarded items into moving art that enchants and uplifts. Let this sparkling spinner bring light and life to your garden, a small celebration of creativity and the beauty hidden in everyday objects. As the sun gently dips below the horizon and the soft evening breeze whispers through your garden, take a moment to reflect on the beauty you have created. Beauty born not from new purchases, but from imagination, care, and the joyful act of giving old treasures a new life. Each project you've explored, from shimmering bottle trees and twinkling solar jar lanterns to playful painted rocks and vibrant mosaic stepping stones, embodies a profound truth: creativity and sustainability go hand in hand. Your garden is not just a place of growth, but a sanctuary where discarded items find purpose, stories unfold, and your hands shape peace. You don't need grand tools, youthful strength, or a large budget. What matters is the gentle care you bring, the willingness to see potential in the overlooked, and the quiet pride in crafting something uniquely yours. These creations, like you, carry a history and a hope. a reminder that life's most beautiful things often arise from patience, love, and a touch of magic. So, dear friend, as you wander among your handmade treasures, may you feel the calm joy of knowing that your garden reflects not only nature's beauty, but also your spirit, a spirit that nurtures, transforms, and celebrates every season. Which of these ideas has sparked a light in your heart? I invite you to try one, share your story, and continue this gentle journey of creativity and renewal. Thank you for spending this peaceful time with me. Until next time, happy gardening and stay inspired, dear friend. Hello, my dear friend, and welcome back to another gentle morning spent together in our garden sanctuary. I'm so glad you've joined me today because our moments here aren't simply about plants and flowers. They're about you and me, two friends finding beauty in the quiet corners of life. So settle into your favorite chair, pour yourself a cup of warm tea or coffee, and let's allow our thoughts to wander peacefully for a few minutes before we begin. Can you picture it now? That familiar quiet morning when the world is just waking up, when the garden breathes a quiet sigh of contentment, and the sun begins to gently caress each leaf petal and blade of grass. You step slowly outside, perhaps your favorite gardening sweater wrapped around your shoulders, your hands gently holding that cup that's warmed your mornings for years. You pause, breathe deeply, and the scent of dew and fresh soil instantly calms your heart. Your garden isn't just a hobby. It's part of your story, woven into your memories, nourishing your spirit. Each flower bed, each row of vegetables, even those weeds stubbornly poking through, they all hold a quiet wisdom, reminding us that life doesn't need to hurry. And neither do we. I know that as the years pass, gardening sometimes becomes harder than we remember. Kneeling is less comfortable, lifting heavy pots or bags of soil feels daunting, and our tools seem heavier in our hands. But the beautiful truth is this: you don't need strength or youth to create something wonderful here. You only need your gentle heart, your wise imagination, and the patience that life has generously taught you over the years. Today, I've brought together 20 gardening tips and gentle hacks, specifically chosen for us, simple ideas that celebrate creativity over strength, wisdom over speed. Together, we'll discover fresh ways to tend to our gardens that make life easier on our bodies and more nourishing for our souls. As we begin this peaceful exploration, remember, this is your garden, a place of joy, growth, and quiet triumphs. It's your sanctuary, shaped by loving hands, gentle thoughts, and timeless dreams. Are you ready, my friend? Let's find new ways to cherish this wonderful chapter of our gardening journey. Do you recall those mornings spent joyfully puttering around your garden, pruning shears in hand, only to realize you've forgotten your gloves or your favorite garden trowel back in the shed? You pause for a moment, considering whether it's worth the trek back. It's a small thing, but at our age, each unnecessary trip matters, doesn't it? That's why I've come to love the simple brilliance of keeping a mailbox right in the garden itself. Yes, an ordinary mailbox transformed into your little gardening companion. It's one of those gentle yet practical ideas that make our days brighter and our tasks easier. Imagine this with me, dear friend. A cheerful mailbox mounted on a sturdy post or gently attached to a nearby fence or tree, ideally located at the heart of your gardening space, the spot where you tend to spend the most time. Inside, you'll tuck away those small but essential gardening tools, your pruning shears, favorite gloves, a tiny trowel, perhaps even a small notebook to jot down notes or ideas as inspiration comes to you amid the flowers. And each time you open that mailbox, instead of bills or newspapers, you'll find exactly what you need, neatly arranged and protected from the weather. Isn't that a comforting thought? This little station gently removes the frustration of forgotten items and eliminates unnecessary trips across your yard. It's as if a thoughtful friend is standing quietly by your side, handing you whatever you need next without asking anything in return. But it's more than just convenience. By minimizing the walking and back and forth trips, you're preserving your energy and protecting your body. Less movement means less strain on knees, hips, and backs that have served us well over the years. It's one of those small adaptations we make to continue doing what we love, even as our abilities change. And the mailbox itself can become a delightful focal point in your garden. A conversation starter, perhaps painted in your favorite colors or adorned with charming little details. A cheerful bird perched atop flowers painted along the sides, or even your initials softly scripted in front. Let your imagination roam free as you customize this special spot. You see, dear friend, gardening isn't just about the plants we grow. It's also about creating spaces that nourish our spirit, support our well-being, and gently remind us of our own resourcefulness. So if your gardening has ever felt more like an obstacle course than a relaxing hobby, try this mailbox gardening station. Allow yourself the comfort and ease of having everything at your fingertips. After all, simplicity is one of life's sweetest luxuries, and at our age, it's a luxury we richly deserve. Now let's move forward together, shall we? There's plenty more joy and creativity ahead. My dear friend, have you ever admired one of those lovely large planters overflowing with colorful flowers or lush greenery at a garden center, only to wonder how you could possibly manage something so big in your own garden? Believe me, I've felt that way too. Standing there charmed yet daunted, wishing for a way to bring that beauty home without the strain. Thankfully, I've discovered a gentle solution that makes these lovely planters much easier on both our bodies and our budgets. You know those plastic nursery pots we tend to collect over the years, the ones quietly accumulating in the shed, stacked in a corner, patiently waiting to be useful again. Well, dear friend, their time has come. Instead of discarding these pots or leaving them unused, we'll turn them upside down and nestle them gently in the bottom of our larger planters before filling them with soil. This simple act accomplishes two wonderful things. First, it significantly reduces the weight of your planter. Imagine how much easier it would be to move or reposition these pots, no more straining your back, no more risking sore muscles and tired joints. Gardening becomes a gentle act of joy again, just as it was meant to be. Second, this little trick also helps you save money by reducing how much potting soil you need. We all know how expensive gardening supplies can become, especially when filling larger pots. By occupying the bottom of the planter with these recycled nursery pots, you're using far less soil and therefore spending less money. And isn't gardening so much sweeter when we find clever ways to stretch our budgets? Beyond comfort and savings, this hack even promotes healthier plants. Those upside-down nursery pots create valuable air pockets at the base, improving drainage and preventing your precious plants from sitting in overly saturated soil. This means healthier roots, happier flowers, and a more vibrant garden to delight in every morning. But perhaps what I love most about this trick is the gentle nod it gives toward our own stories. Just like these forgotten nursery pots, we too have so much life and usefulness left in us, even if our roles shift and change. Recycling these old pots feels symbolic, doesn't it? We're repurposing something once set aside, giving it new purpose, new life, and new beauty. And in doing so, we remind ourselves that our value and creativity remain evergreen no matter our age. So, next time you see a beautiful but intimidatingly heavy planter, go ahead and dream about the perfect spot for it in your garden. Remember these humble nursery pots and smile gently to yourself, knowing you now have the means to bring home any planter you desire. After all, gardening at this age is about working smarter, not harder, preserving your energy to savor every moment spent among your plants. Let's continue, my friend, finding more gentle joys that make gardening easier, softer, and filled with grace. My dear friend, if you've ever stood in the garden aisle staring at those bulky, heavy bags of potting soil and thought, "Do I really have to lift one of those again?" please know you're not alone. For years, I believed that replanting meant starting fresh with brand new soil every time. But as my back reminded me more often, I realized there had to be a softer, smarter way. And there is. The good news is you don't have to toss out all the old potting soil every time you replant. Instead, try this: simply remove the top third of soil from your planter or pot, just the part that's most depleted. You can use a small hand trowel or even a cup, taking your time, no rushing. Once that top layer is gone, gently fluff the soil underneath with your fingers or a small fork. Let it breathe again. Then top it off with a fresh layer of new potting soil, and if you'd like, a sprinkle of slow-release fertilizer. That's it. No heavy lifting, no straining, no dragging giant bags across the yard. This simple trick has been a quiet blessing in my own garden. It's kinder on the body, gentler on the budget, and better for the planet too. You're using less, wasting less, and still giving your plants the rich environment they need to thrive. And perhaps most importantly, it preserves your energy for the parts of gardening you truly love planting. Pruning, watching life bloom under your care. I've found that even my most delicate flowers respond joyfully to this method. Their colors seem brighter, their growth steadier, as if they too feel the gentleness of this approach. You see, gardening doesn't always have to be a full reset. Just like in life, sometimes a little refresh is all we need. A light touch, a new perspective, a breath of fresh air to wake up something beautiful within us. And on days when your hands feel a little stiff or your back feels a little weary, this technique reminds you that there's no need to push yourself too hard. The garden will wait. It grows with time, care, and consistency, not hustle. So the next time you go to replant, try refreshing instead of replacing. Trust in the quiet power of small changes. And know that just like the soil, you too are still capable of nurturing new life without exhausting yourself in the process. We've got so many more gentle discoveries ahead, dear friend. Let's keep going hand in hand, one thoughtful tip at a time. Let me ask you something, dear friend. Have you ever bought a single plant only to realize later it was truly a gift that kept on giving? I'll never forget the first time I brought home a large hosta from the nursery. It was lovely, lush, and full. But what surprised me most wasn't how pretty it looked in the garden. It was how easily it became 2, then 3, then 5 hostas. All from that one generous plant. That's the quiet magic of dividing perennials. As gardeners, we sometimes feel pressure to buy more plant, do more. But nature in her infinite wisdom reminds us that often what we need is already right there, waiting to be gently multiplied. And as we grow older, this becomes one of the most satisfying and soothing tasks we can do in the garden. Plants like hostas, daylilies, coneflowers, and many more grow in clumps that naturally expand over time. You can often see where the center begins to fade while the edges flourish. That's your invitation. With just a little patience and a small spade, you can tease apart the roots and replant the divisions in other areas of your garden. No need to lift heavy mounds or rush the process. Simply work slowly, maybe seated on a garden bench, enjoying the earthy scent of the soil and the feeling of giving something new to your garden without spending a dime. There's something deeply meditative about dividing a plant. It slows you down in the best way. You focus only on what's in front of you, your hands, the roots, the quiet task. And then comes the joy, planting those divisions in a new bed, perhaps by your mailbox, or along a walkway that could use a little green. A few weeks later, they settle in, stand tall, and bloom again, almost as if to say, "Thank you for trusting me to begin again." And isn't that something we all need to hear from time to time? This gentle hack saves you money, of course. But more than that, it turns one act of care into many. One plant becomes a whole corner of beauty. One moment becomes a memory. For us seniors, these kinds of slow, deliberate joys are the heart of gardening. So next time you're strolling through your garden or visiting a local nursery, keep an eye out for plants with that telltale clump of fullness. They're not just plants. They're opportunities for saving, for creating, for multiplying the beauty you already have. And just like that, dear friend, your garden grows softly, surely, and with your steady hand leading the way. Shall we keep going? There's still more to discover together. Do you remember those quiet Sunday mornings with a warm cup of coffee in hand and the newspaper spread across the table? The scent of coffee beans filling the kitchen, the filter soft and familiar, holding the warmth of something comforting. Well, my friend, it turns out those humble little filters have a second life waiting for them, and it's out in the garden. Here's a simple yet brilliant hack I wish I had learned years ago. Place a coffee filter at the bottom of your planter before adding soil. Now you might ask, why a coffee filter? The answer is gentle, clever, and oh so tidy. The filter allows water to drain freely, just like it's meant to, but it keeps the soil neatly inside the pot. No more messy trails of dirt leaking onto your porch, patio, or balcony. No more clogged drainage holes. Just clean, efficient watering that keeps your plants happy and your space looking lovely. This little trick is especially helpful for potted plants near doorways, on stairs, or beside walkways, places where spilling soil becomes not only untidy, but sometimes a bit risky to step over. And for us seniors, anything that saves us from extra bending, sweeping, or cleanup is a quiet victory. Coffee filters are also biodegradable, which means they'll naturally break down over time without harming your plants or the environment. No plastic, no fuss. Just one simple kitchen item stepping up to make life easier. And here's something I find deeply heartwarming about this tip. It's a reminder that the smallest things often have the greatest value. A simple filter, often discarded after one use, can become a helpful companion in your garden. A symbol of how repurposing, reimagining, and reusing can bring ease and beauty into our lives. So next time you brew your morning coffee, set a few extra filters aside. Let them join your gardening basket or your little mailbox station outdoors. You'll be surprised how often they come in handy and how satisfying it feels to use what you already have in a brand new way. Gardening, after all, isn't about big gestures. It's about the small, thoughtful touches. And just like the coffee filter, you too are still full of purpose, still making a difference quietly, gently, beautifully. Shall we take another peaceful step forward together? Have you ever moved a heavy planter only to find a soggy ring underneath? Or perhaps you've noticed those little bugs, pill bugs, ants, or even snails, setting up camp beneath your favorite pots, drawn to the moisture that lingers there. It's frustrating, isn't it? Especially when bending and lifting feel more difficult these days. But here's a gentle little fix. I've come to love DIY plant feet made from scrap wood. Yes, just a few pieces of leftover wood, old paint stirrers, small offcuts from past projects, or even weathered sticks gathered from the yard can lift your planters ever so slightly off the ground. It doesn't take much height, just an inch or so, but it makes all the difference. By raising the pot a bit, water can drain more freely and air can circulate underneath, keeping the base dry and discouraging pests from making a home there. It also helps prevent those mildew stains on porches and patios, saving you extra cleaning later. And here's the best part, it's so easy. No fancy tools, no shopping trips. Just take 3 or 4 evenly sized wood pieces and tuck them beneath the corners or sides of your planter. You don't even need to glue or fasten them. Gravity and time do the work. You can even get creative. If you enjoy crafting, you might paint the wood in soft colors to match your garden or shape the ends into gentle curves for a touch of charm. If not, plain and simple works just as well. It's the thought behind it that makes it special. This little project brings together 3 things we love. It's affordable. It repurposes what we already have, and it makes gardening easier for our aging bodies. No more straining to clean under heavy pots. No more surprise pests waiting underneath. Just a peaceful, cleaner, healthier space, one that works with us, not against us. And perhaps there's something symbolic here too. Sometimes even we need a gentle lift, a bit of support to help us stay grounded and thriving. Like those planters, we flourish best when we're cared for in small, thoughtful ways. So if you have a few pots sitting directly on the ground, give them a tiny lift. A simple change, but one that will quietly serve you season after season. And as always, every gentle improvement we make in the garden is a quiet act of love for the earth, for the plants, and for ourselves. Shall we continue, dear friend? Weeds. They have a way of showing up where they're not invited, don't they? Sneaking into garden beds, crowding out our flowers, and turning peaceful mornings into backbending battles. In my younger years, I used to bend and pull for hours, determined to keep everything spotless. But these days, I've learned to garden more wisely, with softness, not strain. That's where this humble time-saving trick comes in, using newspaper or cardboard as a natural weed barrier. It's so simple and yet so effective. Instead of spending hours pulling weeds or spraying harsh chemicals, we lay down layers of old newspaper or flat pieces of cardboard right where we plan to mulch. 3 to 4 layers of newspaper or one solid sheet of cardboard placed over the soil and then topped with your mulch of choice. Wood chips, leaves, or even compost creates a shield that smothers weeds before they can sprout. The beauty of this method is not just how well it works, but how kind it is to your body. No digging, no heavy lifting, no kneeling for hours. Just a slow walk through the garden with a stack of old papers in your hand and a peaceful mind. If you're starting a brand new bed, cardboard works wonders. You can skip the hard labor of digging up sod, just lay the cardboard right over the grass, wet it down with a hose, and cover it with mulch. Over time, the grass below breaks down and the cardboard itself becomes part of the soil. All the while, your plants grow beautifully above it, unhindered and unbothered by weeds. There's something deeply satisfying about this process. It feels like a quiet victory, turning yesterday's newspaper or an old delivery box into something that protects, nourishes, and supports new growth. It's gentle, sustainable, and completely in tune with the rhythms of nature. And perhaps, dear friend, there's a lesson hidden in this practice. Life, like gardening, isn't always about tackling every challenge head-on. Sometimes it's about layering grace, creating quiet boundaries, and letting nature do the heavy lifting. We don't always have to fight. We can simply prepare, protect, and then rest in the peace we've cultivated. So the next time weeds start to wear you down, try this softer way. Let newspaper and cardboard do the work while you sit back and sip your tea, knowing your garden and your body are being cared for. Are you ready to keep going? There's more beauty to uncover just around the next bend. Do you remember the joy of planting seeds as a child? That little thrill of poking a hole in the dirt, dropping in something tiny and full of hope, and then waiting for that first green sprout to appear. That joy never fades, no matter how many seasons we've seen. But let's be honest, starting seeds indoors, especially in winter, can feel like more work than wonder heat, mats trays grow, lights crowded windowsills. It's a lot. That's why I fell in love with winter sowing. It's a wonderfully simple and low-effort way to start seeds, especially perfect for us seniors. And all you need are a few empty plastic bottles and a little bit of patience. Here's how it works. Take a clean, clear plastic bottle like a soda or water bottle and cut it almost in half, leaving a small hinge so it can open like a clamshell. Poke a few holes in the bottom for drainage. Fill the bottom part with moist potting soil and sow your seeds as you normally would. Then close it up, tape the sides, and leave the cap off for air circulation. Label it if you like. And then here comes the fun part, set it outside. Yes, outside, in the cold. These little bottles act like mini greenhouses. Rain and snow will moisten the soil naturally. The seeds inside rest until nature signals that it's time to wake up. When the weather warms and the days grow longer, the seeds begin to germinate just as they would in the wild. All you have to do is wait and smile each time you pass by your row of little greenhouses. There's no fussing with lights or trays. No need to rearrange furniture or tiptoe around seedlings in the kitchen. And when the time comes, your seedlings will be strong and well adjusted to the outdoor weather, ready to thrive in your garden with almost no hardening off process. It's such a soothing process, one that lets nature take the lead. For us, it removes the complexity and brings the joy of watching something grow from nothing. And isn't that what gardening has always been about? Winter sowing reminds us that even during the quiet, cold months of life, something beautiful can be quietly preparing to bloom. And that, dear friend, is a comfort not just for gardeners, but for our hearts as well. So save a few bottles this winter, set them outside with a little love and a label. Then come spring, you'll smile with pride when those first green leaves peek through, and know that with a soft hand and a little hope, you helped make it all happen. Shall we continue? There's more joy waiting just ahead. Ah, spring, so full of promise, isn't it? The tulips start to rise. The air feels softer, and your heart begins to flutter with planting plans. But just when everything seems to be going so well, a cold snap creeps in. One chilly night can undo weeks of patient tending, especially for young seedlings. And for us seniors, rushing outside in the evening to cover plants can feel overwhelming. But here's the beautiful part: you don't need to rush or strain to protect your garden. You simply need a few humble items you likely already have at home. Try this. Take an empty plastic bottle, cut off the bottom, and gently place it over a small seedling. It's an instant protective dome, like a little cloche, but made from something you'd otherwise toss into the recycling. Or use an old nursery pot, flipped upside down and anchored with a small rock on top or tucked securely into the soil. Both act as temporary shields against frost, keeping the warmth of the earth close to the plant. These covers are easy to place, easy to remove, and easy to store. No heavy fabric, no tangled sheets, no last-minute panic as the temperature drops. Just a soft, thoughtful rhythm of care, one that your body can manage and your garden will appreciate. And the best part, once the cold night passes and the sun returns, you simply lift the cover and let the plant bask in the warmth again. You can rinse the covers off and tuck them neatly into your mailbox gardening station or a nearby crate, ready for the next chilly evening. This method is perfect for spring vegetables, tender flowers, or even seedlings you've started from your winter sowing bottles. And it turns your garden into a living reminder that even the smallest efforts done calmly and wisely can make all the difference. There's a quiet joy in knowing you've protected something fragile and done so without haste or strain. It's the kind of wisdom that comes with time, knowing when to cover, when to uncover, and how to move through each season with grace. So the next time frost is in the forecast, smile gently to yourself. You've already got everything you need and more than enough heart to care for your garden through it all. Shall we keep walking this path of peace and practicality? Have you ever stood in front of a row of leafy little plants, squinting down and thinking, now was this the basil or the thyme? Don't worry, my dear friend, you're not alone. As the seasons pass, even the most attentive gardener can lose track of what was planted where. And let's be honest, those tiny plastic tags from the nursery, they often fade, break, or simply vanish into the soil like yesterday's rain. That's why I've come to cherish the charm and usefulness of homemade plant markers, simple, creative, and as unique as you are. Start by looking around your kitchen or garage. You'll be amazed at how many ordinary items are just waiting to be repurposed. Plastic knives left over from a picnic, perfect. Old wooden clothespins. Lovely. Even the slats from an outdated mini blind can be snipped into strips and labeled easily. Just take a permanent or UV-resistant marker, write the plant name, and tuck the marker into the soil beside each plant. Prefer something a little more rustic or decorative? Try collecting flat river stones from your yard or a local garden center. Paint the name of each plant onto the stone in your favorite colors. They not only mark your herbs and flowers, but also add a whimsical artistic touch to your beds. These stones are especially wonderful in small gardens or container arrangements where every detail can shine. For those of us who enjoy a slower pace or find comfort in gentle handiwork, making these markers can become its own peaceful afternoon project. Sit out on the porch, a warm drink by your side, the breeze brushing your cheek, and let your hands create something useful and lovely. And here's what I love most, these markers are more than labels. They're little memory holders. That marker for Grandma's mint or Tom's tomatoes becomes a small tribute, a reminder of the people and stories woven into your garden's roots. Plus, they're incredibly practical. No more bending down and guessing. No more forgetting whether that leafy sprout is marjoram or marigold. Just gentle clarity right where you need it. And when the seasons change, these markers are easy to wipe clean, repaint, or replace. Just another way to keep your garden organized without extra expense or effort. So next time you plant, take a moment to add a handmade marker, a simple gesture of care. Your garden will thank you, and I promise your knees and memory will too. Shall we move on, dear friend? There are still so many gentle treasures ahead. Let's talk about one of the more frustrating parts of gardening, those tiny, uninvited guests that nibble and munch on your beloved plants. Whether it's rabbits snacking on your lettuce or squirrels digging in your flower pots, dealing with garden pests can feel like a never-ending game of defense. And for us seniors, the last thing we want is to be battling critters with complicated gadgets or heavy covers. But what if I told you the solution might be sitting quietly on the bottom shelf at your local dollar store? Yes, those tall mesh waste baskets, the kind made of plastic or wire mesh, make perfect plant protectors. Lightweight, inexpensive, and surprisingly effective. All you have to do is turn the basket upside down and place it gently over your seedling or young plant. That's it. The mesh allows air, sun, and rain to reach the plant while keeping curious paws and teeth out. Need protection for a taller plant? Stack 2 baskets and secure them together with a bit of garden twine or a clip. Want something that blends in with your garden's natural look? Choose black or dark green mesh. They practically disappear into the scenery. The beauty of this tip lies in its simplicity. There's no heavy lifting, no hammers or tools, no complicated fencing to install. You don't need to bend or struggle. Just set the basket over the plant and gently press it into the soil. Done. Safe, easy. And when you no longer need them, the baskets stack neatly and take up hardly any space in your shed or garden corner. Ready for next season or the next mischievous visitor. This trick has saved my herbs more times than I can count. My lavender and parsley used to be frequent snacks for local rabbits. But with just a few dollar store baskets, peace returned to my beds and to my mind. And isn't that what we're after these days? Peace, simplicity, joy in the little things that work well without making life harder. There's something deeply satisfying about protecting your garden with resourcefulness instead of stress. It's a quiet reminder that you don't need expensive tools or youthful energy to be a smart, capable gardener. You just need to look at what's around you with fresh eyes and a little imagination. So next time you're out running errands, wander down the dollar aisle. You might just find the perfect garden guardian waiting for you for less than a cup of coffee, ready to keep strolling along this gentle garden path. Have you ever looked at your yard and thought, I'd love to add a new flower bed here, but I'm not quite sure where to begin? Maybe you've paced around with a shovel in hand, trying to picture the perfect curve or corner, only to feel unsure and a bit tired before even starting. I've been there too, my friend. That's why I always reach for something simple, flexible, and completely forgiving: my garden hose. Yes, the very same hose you use to water your plants can become your best design tool. Before you lift a shovel or buy a single plant, take your hose and lay it gently on the ground, outlining the shape of your new garden bed. Curve it here, widen it there, walk around, step back, adjust. You can change it as many times as you like until it feels just right. There's no commitment, no strain, and no second guessing. And because the hose is soft and pliable, it lets your imagination roam freely without having to measure, mark, or move anything heavy. Once you're happy with the shape, you can trace along it with a little garden chalk flower, or even your trowel to mark the edge. From there, the rest is simple. Your new bed will follow the natural flowing lines you gently created, not rigid ones forced by measuring tape or string. This method has become one of my favorite parts of the gardening process because it invites playfulness. It turns planning into something visual and tactile, something we can feel and adjust without pressure or precision. And as we get older, it helps us stay connected to the creativity of gardening without the physical toll. Even more than that, it teaches us a quiet lesson. In the same way we guide the hose to shape something new, we too can gently reshape parts of our lives. No need for sharp lines or hasty decisions, just slow, thoughtful curves and space to breathe. So next time you think about adding a new flower border, herb patch, or walking path, start with your hose. Let it wander like a river flowing through your garden and through your thoughts. Let it show you that design can be soft, simple, and entirely your own. And when your garden bed begins to take shape, you'll smile because you shaped it with care, not effort. Shall we keep going, dear friend? There's another bit of ease and beauty waiting just ahead. Have you ever spotted the perfect rock for your garden, one that would look just right by the bird bath or tucked into a quiet corner beneath the roses, and then you try to move it? Suddenly, that peaceful vision turns into a challenge. Your back simply can't accept anymore. But here's a lovely little trick I learned from a wise neighbor, and it's made all the difference. Use PVC pipes to roll those heavy garden stones into place. No lifting, no strain, just a bit of gentle know-how. Here's how it works. Cut 2 or 3 small sections of PVC pipe, each about a foot long. Lay them down on the ground side by side beneath the heavy object you want to move. Then gently roll the rock or planter onto the pipes. As you roll it forward, pick up the pipe that's been left behind and place it in front again. It becomes a slow, steady rhythm: roll, lift, place, repeat. Just like that, the rock glides across your garden path like a wheel on a track. No backaches, no pulled muscles, no frustrated sighs. You stay upright, you stay safe, and you stay in control. This method works not only for rocks, but also for large ceramic planters, garden benches, or bags of soil you'd rather not carry. It's one of those timeless tricks born from old-fashioned ingenuity that brings strength back into your hands without demanding force. And I'll tell you something, my friend, every time I use this trick, I feel a quiet satisfaction deep in my chest. Not just because I saved myself the physical pain, but because I solved a problem gently, wisely, and with grace. That's the gift of age, not in muscle, but in method. There's also something a little symbolic about it. You see, those rocks we long to place in our gardens, much like life's burdens, can feel impossible when we try to carry them all at once. But when we find a better way, when we break the task into small steps and use the right tools, suddenly the burden moves with us, not against us. So don't let a heavy object stop you from creating the garden you imagine. Pick up a few pieces of PVC pipe from the hardware store or ask a neighbor for spares. Keep them tucked nearby, and when the time comes, you'll be ready with peace in your heart and a plan in your hands. Shall we keep walking through the garden of good ideas together? My dear friend, I want to ask you something tender. Have you ever felt a little lonely while working in your garden? The soil beneath your fingers brings comfort. The plants bring joy. And yet sometimes, the silence lingers longer than you'd like. Gardening, though often a solitary act, has a quiet way of bringing people together. And sometimes, the best thing we can grow isn't in the soil, it's in the spaces between neighbors, friends, and fellow garden lovers. If you've ever longed for company, try turning your garden into a gathering place. Invite a friend or neighbor over for tea under the shade of your arbor. Share some extra seedlings with someone down the street. Host a tiny garden swap where folks can bring their surplus seeds, cuttings, or pots and trade them with others. No need for anything formal. Just a warm smile, a folding chair or two, and the joy of being together. You might also consider joining a local gardening club or community garden. These gentle circles of shared passion offer more than just advice, they offer belonging. A place where stories are told, tips are exchanged, and laughter grows between rows of tomatoes. And here's the beautiful part. Gardening together doesn't have to be about hard work. It can be about companionship, sitting side by side and weeding slowly, walking the garden path and admiring the changes, sharing a packet of seeds or a memory of your grandmother's roses. You see, we're not meant to bloom alone. And as we grow older, those human connections become more precious. They nourish our hearts the way compost feeds the soil quietly, slowly, deeply. I once gave a handful of basil starts to a neighbor who had never gardened before. A few weeks later, she came by beaming, holding a jar of homemade pesto. We laughed, we hugged, and we've been sharing garden stories ever since. That one small gift grew into a friendship that's still blooming. So if your garden ever feels too quiet, open it up to others. Let it be a place of shared joy, gentle laughter, and blooming friendships. Whether it's a companion by your side or a kind voice on the phone asking how your cucumbers are doing, let gardening be the bridge. Because sometimes the most beautiful thing we can plant is connection. Shall we continue, dear friend? There's more comfort and creativity just ahead. There comes a time in every gardener's life when kneeling for long stretches or bending low to tend to the soil starts to feel, well, not quite as gentle as it used to. Perhaps your knees speak a little louder now, or your back reminds you to slow down. But don't worry, my dear friend, this doesn't mean you have to give up gardening. It just means the garden needs to rise up to meet you. That's why raised garden beds have become a true blessing in my life, and I think you'll find them a comfort too. By lifting the soil closer to waist-level raised beds, take the pressure off your joints and let you garden from a seated position, standing position, or even from a mobility aid like a walker or wheelchair. No more kneeling, no more bending, just pure, uncomplicated joy. You can find pre-made raised beds at most garden centers, often made from wood, metal, or composite materials. Or you can build your own with simple wooden planks, or even repurposed materials like old bricks or cinder blocks. I've seen raised beds made from repurposed dressers, livestock troughs, and even vintage bathtubs, each one as charming and unique as the gardener who built it. And for those who truly need ease of access, consider a U-shaped bed or one with open space underneath, allowing a chair to slide in so you can garden while seated comfortably and safely. Beyond accessibility, raised beds come with added perks. They warm up quicker in the spring, offer better drainage, and allow you to control the soil quality more easily. Your plants will thrive, and so will your spirit. Add a little bench or a garden stool nearby, and suddenly your time outdoors feels like a retreat, not a chore. You can take breaks when needed, sit with a cool drink, and admire the garden you're still very much a part of. Sometimes people think raised beds are just for those with limitations, but I see them differently. To me, they're symbols of wisdom, of listening to your body, of adjusting the world just a little so that it continues to welcome you in. We've earned that grace, haven't we? So if you've been hesitating to plant something new, thinking you might not be up for the physical work anymore, consider this your gentle nudge. Let your garden come to you, elevated, inviting, and easy to love. Because gardening at this stage of life should feel like a blessing, not a burden. And raised beds, they're one of the loveliest blessings of all. Shall we keep going, dear friend? There are still gentle wonders ahead. Have you ever reached for your favorite garden trowel, only to find that your fingers don't quite wrap around it the way they used to? Maybe your hands feel a bit stiffer now, or your grip isn't what it once was. It's a small thing, but when you garden regularly, those small things add up quickly. That's why I want to share a gentle tip that's made my time in the garden so much more comfortable: ergonomic tool handles. Now you don't need to go out and buy fancy new tools. In fact, one of the easiest ways to make your current tools more hand-friendly is to wrap the handles with soft foam tubing, the kind used for pipe insulation. You can find it at any hardware store for just a few dollars. It slides right over most standard tool handles and instantly creates a thicker, softer grip that's easier on your fingers and wrists. If foam tubing isn't available, even wrapping the handle with cushion tape or layers of soft cloth can help. Anything that reduces the need to clench or strain your fingers will make a noticeable difference over time. For those of us living with arthritis, joint sensitivity, or even just a bit of morning stiffness, these small changes can mean the difference between avoiding a task and looking forward to it. Ergonomic grips reduce pressure on the joints, minimize hand fatigue, and help maintain your independence in the garden. You don't have to wait for someone to come help you with a simple task. You can do it yourself comfortably and confidently. And if you ever do want to treat yourself to something new, there are wonderful senior-friendly garden tools out there with curved handles, long grips, and soft touch materials that feel like they were made just for your hands. Many are lightweight, designed to reduce twisting, and come in cheerful colors that are easy to spot if dropped in the soil. But truly, the magic here isn't in the tool, it's in the care. The care you show to your body by adapting with kindness. The care you continue to give to your plants even as your hands grow a little slower. And the care you show to yourself, saying, I still want to garden, and I will just a little differently now. So take a moment this week to examine your tools. Try adding a cushion, widening a grip, or switching to something softer. Your hands deserve that little bit of comfort, and so do you. Are you ready for the next tip, dear friend? There's more beauty just waiting to be shared. There's something magical about looking up and seeing life stretch toward the sky, morning glories curling on a fence, sweet peas dancing on a trellis, or cucumbers dangling like little lanterns from above. And as we get older, gardening upward can be more than just beautiful. It can also be wonderfully practical. Vertical gardening is the art of growing plants on structures like trellises, fences, cages, or even repurposed ladders. For seniors, it's a gentle solution that turns gardening into a more upright, reachable, and space-saving experience. Instead of bending down to plant, prune, or harvest, you simply reach forward, or better yet, let your eyes do most of the work. Vines, climbing vegetables, and trailing flowers flourish when given the chance to reach upward. And you enjoy the benefits without strain. Start with something simple. A wooden trellis propped behind a raised bed. A piece of wire mesh attached to the side of your shed. Even a tall tomato cage placed inside a large pot can invite climbing beans or sugar snap peas to grow gracefully toward the sun. If you enjoy crafting, consider repurposing an old wooden ladder. Lean it against a wall or fence and use its steps to hold small pots, trailing herbs, or lightweight containers. It becomes both functional and decorative, just the kind of beauty we treasure at this stage of life. Vertical gardening also helps with air circulation, keeping plants healthier and reducing pests. It's ideal for small spaces too, porches, patios, even balconies, where every square inch counts. And best of all, it keeps your gardening within arm's reach, right where your hands and eyes can enjoy it most. There's a lovely symbolism in this, don't you think, that even as we age, we still grow upward. We still stretch toward the light. We still bloom in our own quiet, reaching way. And when you walk through your garden and see those vines softly swaying, you'll know they're growing with you, elevated, cared for, free to flourish. So give it a try. Add a trellis, hang a planter, let something climb and curl beside your porch swing or kitchen window. It doesn't have to be fancy, it just has to bring joy. Are you ready to keep climbing, dear friend? Let's move gently into the next part of our journey. Some mornings we wake up with more energy than expected, our hands ready, our hearts eager to greet the garden. But on other days, especially as the summer heat rolls in or our joints feel a little stiff, even the thought of dragging a hose around or lifting a watering can can feel too heavy. If that sounds familiar, dear friend, let me share a solution that changed the rhythm of my garden and my body for the better: soaker hoses. These simple porous hoses are designed to slowly release water along their length directly into the soil where your plants need it most. No spraying, no puddles, no wasted effort. You just lay the hose across your garden beds, weaving it gently around your plants. Then you turn on the water just a trickle and let it soak quietly, deeply, and efficiently. You don't have to stand and supervise. You don't have to move it from bed to bed. You can sit nearby with your tea listening to the birds while your garden drinks slowly and gratefully at its own pace. And here's the gift soaker hoses. Not only save your energy, they conserve water too. They minimize evaporation and keep the foliage dry, helping to prevent mildew and disease. That means healthier plants, lower bills, and far less work for you. You can connect the hose to a simple timer if you like, setting it to water early in the morning or in the cool of the evening, those quiet moments when the garden is most serene. Once it's set up, you can forget the daily lifting and focus instead on the joy watching your hydrangeas stretch their petals wide, your tomatoes plump on the vine, your roses opening with gratitude. It's a reminder that gentle care doesn't always mean more effort. Sometimes it means stepping back, trusting the systems you've put in place, and giving yourself permission to rest while the garden continues to thrive. For seniors, this kind of system brings freedom. Freedom from bending and hauling. Freedom from the pressure to do it all by hand. And freedom to enjoy the fruits of your labor without the aches that sometimes follow. So if watering has become a tiring chore, let a soaker hose take that weight off your shoulders. Let it become your quiet companion in the background, working as you rest. Because in this season of life, we deserve tools that serve us with the same kindness we've always shown to others. Shall we take one more step together, dear friend? There's still one last comfort I'd love to share. There's a special kind of magic that happens in a garden at twilight. The light softens, the air cools, and everything seems to sigh into stillness. But as peaceful as that time can be, it also brings with it a quiet challenge: visibility. For us seniors, navigating pathways or stepping stones in dim light can be tricky, even risky. That's why adding solar garden lights has become one of the most thoughtful and beautiful upgrades I've made. These little lights don't need wires, batteries, or complicated installation. They gather energy from the sun during the day and gently illuminate your garden path at night. Just a soft glow enough to guide your steps, highlight your favorite spots, and create a cozy atmosphere that feels both safe and serene. You can find solar lights at any garden center or discount store, often in packs of 6 or more. They come in all shapes: simple stakes that line a walkway, hanging lanterns that dangle from hooks, or even whimsical designs shaped like flowers, stars, or butterflies. Choose the ones that make you smile. Installing them couldn't be easier. Simply press them into the soil along your path, near your porch steps, or beside raised beds you might visit in the early evening. Once in place, they do all the work themselves, turning on automatically at dusk and gently fading with the morning sun. But the benefits go beyond beauty. These lights quietly enhance safety, making it easier to see where you're going, reducing the risk of a stumble and giving you peace of mind during those quiet nighttime strolls. They're especially helpful if you tend to check on your garden after dinner, or if you like to sit outside and unwind before bed. There's something deeply comforting about seeing your garden softly glowing in the darkness. It's as if the space is still awake, still watching over you, still alive with quiet love. And maybe in some way those lights reflect the inner light we carry, even as the world around us grows still. So, if you've been looking for a gentle way to add both beauty and safety to your space, consider this simple upgrade. It's not about flashy design, it's about thoughtful care, the same kind you've always given to your garden and to yourself. Now, dear friend, we've arrived at the end of our list, but not the end of our journey. Shall we take one final moment together? My dear friend, as we come to the close of our time together today, I want you to take a moment not to think of all the things still left to do in the garden, but to reflect on what you've already created. All the blossoms that have bloomed under your care. The quiet mornings, the whispered prayers, the sighs of contentment among the leaves. You see, gardening isn't measured by perfection. It's measured by presence. Every step you take in your garden, no matter how small or slow, is a step of love. You've learned today that you don't need youth muscle or expensive tools to keep growing. You need only a few clever tricks, a tender heart, and the willingness to adapt with grace. Whether it's raising the soil closer to your hands, lighting your path with soft solar glow, or simply remembering that a coffee filter can prevent a mess, these hacks are about more than ease. They're about honoring your journey. Because your hands, though they may tremble at times, still know how to create beauty. Your heart, though perhaps quieter, now still blooms with purpose. And your garden, this little patch of earth you've tended, is a living reflection of that. So, if one of today's ideas brought a smile to your face, or sparked a memory, or made you think I could try that, then this time we've shared has already done its job. And I hope you'll carry that feeling with you into your yard, your patio, your porch, wherever your garden may grow. I'd love to know which tip felt most helpful, which one spoke to your heart. Leave me a note in the comments. I always look forward to hearing your stories, your creativity, and your wisdom. And if you haven't already, I invite you to subscribe to this gentle little corner we've built together. Here we grow slowly, kindly, one idea at a time. Let's keep tending beauty not just in our gardens, but in ourselves. Let's keep choosing joy over perfection, simplicity over struggle, and peace over pressure. And when the sun sets and your tools are put away, I hope you'll sit for a moment, look around, and feel proud. Because every flower, every leaf, every gentle effort, it's all a reflection of you. Until next time, happy gardening, dear friend. Good morning, my dear friend. I'm so glad you could join me today. Let's settle in together for a quiet moment here in the garden, a place where mornings gently unfold and afternoons linger peacefully into twilight. Picture it with me now. Soft sunlight filtering through the leaves, the scent of fresh blooms carried gently on the breeze, and the comforting warmth of a cup of tea in your hands. You know, I've always felt that our gardens tell a beautiful story, especially when we've lived enough to appreciate the wisdom hidden in simple things. Each flower planted, each trinket carefully placed, each corner tended with gentle care. These small acts become reflections of our life journey. And just like our gardens, we too flourish in our own time, quietly and gracefully. Today, I want to show you something truly magical, something you might not expect. You see, we often believe creating beauty requires money, strength, or youth, but that isn't true, not one bit. What if I told you we can transform our gardens into stunning, peaceful sanctuaries without expensive tools or strenuous tasks? Yes, it's entirely possible and easier than you think. With just a handful of simple treasures from the Dollar Tree, we're going to weave together beauty, elegance, and warmth. These projects won't demand much, just your imagination and a little love. As we journey through these DIY garden ideas, I invite you to reflect not just on how these items transform our outdoor spaces, but also on how creativity has the power to transform our spirits, lifting us gently above life's daily cares. Remember, dear friend, it's not about the cost or complexity. True elegance lives in simplicity, creativity, and the thoughtful reuse of what we have around us. Your hands, no matter how seasoned with age, are still perfectly capable of creating beauty that can surprise and delight. So gather your tea, settle comfortably, and let's begin transforming humble finds into timeless garden treasures together. Do you remember those lazy summer afternoons from childhood, watching the gentle splashes of a garden fountain or perhaps the quiet trickle of a woodland stream? There's something inherently soothing about the idea of water, even when it's just in our imagination. Today, we're creating that sense of peace with a charming stacked terracotta fountain, no plumbing, no mess, just pure serenity. Start by gathering a few simple terracotta pots and trays from the Dollar Tree. I love how these clay pots remind me of pottery class years ago. The cool clay beneath my fingertips, shaping something ordinary into something beautiful. This time, we'll let these humble pots work their magic, stacking them to create an elegant centerpiece. Take 3 or 4 terracotta pots, each slightly smaller than the last, along with matching clay trays. Begin by placing the largest tray upside down as a stable base. Then nestle the largest pot right side up on top. Next, place a smaller tray upside down within this pot to create a secure pedestal for the next pot. Continue this gentle stacking motion, alternating pots and trays until you've built a lovely tiered structure. Now for the magic. Fill each exposed edge with decorative stones, tiny river rocks, or even polished glass gems, all found at the Dollar Tree. Then tuck in small sprigs of faux greenery or delicate flowers around the edges, just enough to whisper softness and life without overshadowing the elegance of the terracotta. Because there's no actual water involved, this fountain is wonderfully maintenance-free and incredibly lightweight, Perfect if your gardening days are gentle and your strength needs conserving. You can place it on a small table in a quiet garden nook or even on your porch steps. Wherever it goes, it brings a sense of calm tranquility and sophisticated charm. As we step back and look at our terracotta serenity fountain, I hope you see more than pots and pebbles. I hope you see a reflection of yourself, a beautiful timeless centerpiece, made from simple pieces thoughtfully arranged and gently cared for, standing strong and serene. Still useful and beautiful just like us. Do you ever smile, thinking back to those simple glasses we drank lemonade from on warm summer days? Clear, simple, without fuss or flourish, yet perfectly suited to their task. Sometimes simplicity truly is the greatest elegance, isn't it? Today, we'll capture that same feeling of gentle simplicity, transforming humble Dollar Tree tumblers into sleek, modern planters, bringing a fresh sense of timeless beauty to your garden or patio. The first time I tried this, I was amazed by how effortlessly these plastic tumblers took on a sophisticated look. You know, it reminds me of the quiet wisdom we've gained through the years. Beauty doesn't have to shout. It can whisper softly, and often it's found exactly where we least expect it. All you'll need to create these minimalist beauties are some tall plastic tumblers, a simple hand drill, or even just a heated screwdriver to poke holes, a bit of soil, and your favorite small plants, succulents, herbs, or petite flowers, whatever brings your heart joy. Start by carefully creating a small drainage hole at the bottom of each tumbler. Don't worry if your hands aren't as steady as they once were. This doesn't require much strength or pressure, just a gentle twist. It's an easy step that ensures your plants stay happy and healthy. Next, gently fill each tumbler with soil. I recommend something light like potting mix, so it's easy to handle and offers your plants just the right amount of support. Then lovingly nestle in your chosen plants. I adore succulents here with their plump leaves and easygoing nature, much like how we prefer our days, now gentle and relaxed. Once planted, line these sleek, modern planters along a windowsill, garden ledge, or patio railing. The sunlight will softly dance through the clear tumblers, highlighting their elegant simplicity, and you'll find yourself smiling each time you pass them. These tumblers may have started as humble dollar store finds, yet here they are beautifully housing new life. Isn't it lovely how something seemingly plain can hold something so precious and full of potential? It's a quiet reminder of ourselves, perhaps. We too began simple and modest, but through life's seasons we've blossomed into vessels of grace and wisdom, each quietly beautiful in our own way. Yes, still useful, dear friend, just like us. Have you ever noticed how certain textures and finishes seem to whisper stories of quiet sophistication? Cement, for instance, with its muted hues and earthy charm, often evokes the feeling of timeless elegance. Yet the idea of lugging around heavy cement planters can make even the most inspired gardener pause, especially as we find comfort now in gentler tasks. But what if I told you we could capture that chic industrial elegance without lifting anything heavier than a simple plastic bowl? Yes, dear friend, it's beautifully possible, and today we'll do just that. Our journey begins at the Dollar Tree once again, where we'll select a few lightweight plastic bowls. You know, the sort of bowls you might use at a casual picnic, simple, humble, and unassuming. I always find delight in choosing ordinary items that hold hidden potential. Isn't that true of us as well? Each year adds layers of experience, making us richer, deeper, and more beautifully textured than ever before. To give our bowls that elegant cement look, you'll need some gray acrylic paint and baking soda, both gentle on the budget and easy on the hands. In a small cup, mix your gray paint with baking soda until it forms a thick paste. Don't worry too much about exact measurements. Gardening, like life, is often loveliest when we allow room for imperfection. Just mix until it feels like pancake batter, thick enough to spread smoothly yet hold its form. Next, take your plastic bowls and gently brush on your paint mixture layer by layer. Let each coat dry for a few minutes, building up texture as you go. It might remind you of painting ceramics or pottery, soothing and rhythmic, a gentle meditation, perfect for a quiet afternoon. Soon you'll see these simple bowls transform into elegant stone-like planters right before your eyes. Once dry, fill these faux cement planters with lightweight potting soil and add your favorite small plants, perhaps some vibrant herbs to bring fragrance into your life. or some delicate trailing ivy to soften the edges and spill gracefully over the sides. As you place these charming creations around your garden or patio, they'll exude sophistication and timeless beauty. A gentle reminder that grace and elegance often dwell in the simplest transformations. Friends and neighbors may marvel at these cement pots, but only you'll know their delightful secret that beneath their chic appearance lies humble plastic and a little creativity. It's the perfect metaphor, isn't it? Just like us, layers of beauty and experience elegantly masking our humble, simple beginnings. Beautiful, strong, and gently refined by life's journey. Yes, still useful and always graceful just like us. You know, there's something deeply comforting about items that feel handcrafted, isn't there? Like those beautifully knitted blankets our mothers and grandmothers lovingly made, each stitch infused with warmth and care. When I first wrapped a simple plastic bucket with rope, I felt that same gentle nostalgia. A connection to simpler times, quieter days, and heartfelt creations made from humble materials. For today's project, we'll create rustic rope bucket planters. It's a simple task, yet wonderfully rewarding, a perfect activity for hands like ours seasoned with life, but eager to keep creating beauty. With just a few supplies from Dollar Tree, we can add a charming farmhouse feel to your garden or porch, a touch that whispers comfort and warmth. Begin by selecting a sturdy plastic bucket, the sort often overlooked at the dollar store. Choose one with a solid shape deep enough to hold your favorite plant's flowers, or even a small shrub. Then find a spool of natural jute rope. Its earthy texture will perfectly capture the rustic aesthetic we're after. Lastly, keep your trusty glue gun handy. If your hands tire easily, remember to take breaks. There's no rush here, only quiet joy in the making. Start at the bottom of the bucket, applying small amounts of glue as you go, wrapping the rope carefully around the bucket row by row. Let your movements be gentle, your pace leisurely. It's calming, isn't it, watching something ordinary transform into something lovely, one slow turn at a time. The texture of the rope under your fingers is soothing, grounding you in the peaceful rhythm of creation. When you reach the top, tuck and glue the rope neatly, giving the planter a tidy, finished look. Now step back, dear friend, and admire your handiwork. You've crafted something truly charming, a planter that looks as though it belongs on the porch of a cozy country cottage, inviting friends and neighbors to linger a while. Fill it with rich, easy-to-handle potting soil, and then plant whatever your heart desires. Perhaps cheerful marigolds to brighten your day, or graceful lavender to soothe your spirit. Group several of these rope planters near your entrance, or arrange them around your patio to create a welcoming vignette. Each planter becomes a gentle greeting, an invitation to pause and enjoy the simple beauty around you. Every time you glance at your rustic rope bucket planter, remember that humble materials, when combined with care and creativity, create extraordinary charm. Just like our own lives, woven from simple moments bound together by love, patience, and grace. Yes, dear friend, still useful, warmly inviting, and undeniably beautiful just like us. Do you remember the scent of fresh herbs on a summer windowsill? Maybe it was mint in a mason jar, or little pots of thyme and basil near the kitchen sink. There's something so comforting about having herbs close by, ready for cooking tea, or just to enjoy their scent on a quiet afternoon. Today, we're going to make something that captures that feeling, a charming, drawer-style herb garden using Dollar Tree crates. These little wooden crates may not look like much at first, lightweight, unfinished, and waiting patiently for a second life. But when I stacked them into a staggered drawer-like shape, something clicked. It reminded me of old apothecary cabinets, those tiny drawers filled with dried lavender, rosemary, and remedies of all kinds. There's an old-world charm to it, and now you can bring that feeling right outside your door. You'll want 3 to 5 mini wooden crates, depending on how tall or wide you'd like your herb station. Start by placing one crate flat on its back, then angle or stack the next slightly askew, overlapping the corner just a bit, like the gentle pull of a drawer left open. You can secure them together with a little glue or garden-safe nails, but even leaning them casually against each other works if you prefer a flexible setup. Line each crate with a bit of landscape fabric, or even a layer of pebbles before adding soil. This helps drainage and keeps your herbs happy. Then choose your favorites: parsley, basil, dill, or even little mint plants that brush your fingers as you pass. To finish the look, use Dollar Tree's chalkboard sticker labels and a white marker or chalk pencil to name each herb. Thyme, chives, sage. These little touches turn your project into something that feels curated, loved, and entirely personal. Place your herb drawers near the kitchen door or by a sunny wall where you can reach for a snip while cooking. Every time you use a sprig of rosemary or pluck a mint leaf for tea, you'll feel that warm sense of purpose, that what you planted is nourishing more than just your garden. It's feeding your spirit. And isn't that the beauty of growing older? We've learned to find satisfaction, not in the grand or expensive, but in the useful, the thoughtful, the quietly lovely. This little drawer garden may be made from dollar crates, but it holds much more memories, intention, and the comfort of homegrown goodness. Still useful, still growing, still beautiful, just like us. Do you remember the first time you saw fireflies dancing in the summer dusk, that soft golden flicker rising gently from the tall grass or a tree branch? It felt like magic, didn't it? Like a quiet miracle meant just for you. These days, we might not chase fireflies the way we once did, but we can still capture that gentle glow. And today, we'll do it with something as simple as Dollar Tree garden globes and solar lights. This project is one of my favorites, not just because it's beautiful, but because it asks so little in return. No wires, no outlets, no heavy lifting, just a few quiet steps, and suddenly your garden shimmers like a summer evening dream. Start by finding Dollar Tree's clear or frosted plastic garden globes. They often come in the lighting or garden section, smooth, round, and lightweight. Then grab a few solar stake lights. You'll simply remove the stake base from each light, keeping the glowing top portion. These will slip snugly into the opening of the globe like they were always meant to go together. Now for the hanging part. Use a bit of garden wire ribbon or even strong twine to create a loop or hanger from the neck of each globe. You don't need fancy knots or tools, just a gentle twist will do. Then comes the fun part, choosing where your little glowing orbs will live. Try hanging them from tree branches, porch hooks, or shepherd's hooks placed thoughtfully among your flower beds. As evening falls, these solar globe lanterns will begin to glow soft, steady, and warm, like distant stars brought down to earth. I often sit on the porch in the hush of twilight, watching the light deepen, and these globes begin their gentle shine. It reminds me that even in stillness, something lovely is always quietly unfolding. And that's the lesson, isn't it? These lights made from simple, inexpensive materials give off such peaceful beauty. Much like us, they gather sunlight through the day and offer their glow in the evening quietly, generously, with no need for recognition. Just like the wisdom we carry, the comfort we offer, and the light we still bring into the lives of others. Yes, still glowing, still graceful, just like us. Have you ever held a strand of old beads in your hands and remembered the feeling of dressing up for something special? Maybe it was a necklace from years ago, or a button from a favorite dress. Something small, but full of meaning. That same feeling of turning the ordinary into something quietly beautiful is what we'll capture today with delicate handmade garden orbs crafted from floral wire and beads. This project began for me one quiet afternoon when I found a few half-used spools of floral wire and an old jar of mismatched beads in my craft drawer. The kind of leftovers you almost forget about. But something in me stirred. What if they could still shine, still delight? So I sat down at the kitchen table and with a gentle rhythm began shaping circles. All you need are two things from Dollar Tree: floral wire and a few strands of decorative beads or faux pearls, whatever catches your eye. Begin by cutting a long length of floral wire, then slowly bending and looping it into an open sphere shape. Think of it like creating a loose, airy globe, nothing too perfect, just soft curves forming a delicate nest of lines. Next, gently thread beads onto smaller pieces of wire and attach them across the orb like tiny constellations suspended in space. Let the lightness of your touch guide you. This isn't about precision. It's about grace. Once your orb is complete, you can nestle it into a flower bed, set it atop a planter, or hang it from a shepherd's hook. When the sunlight catches those beads just right, they sparkle like dewdrops at dawn. And in the evenings, they catch moonlight like secrets whispered between the stars. It's such a simple thing, but it brings so much beauty. A reminder that the things we've saved, the scraps we've carried, the time we've taken, all of it can become something new, something meaningful again. Like those beads, we too may feel tucked away, at times no longer part of the main display. But with a little creativity, a little tenderness, and a touch of light, we still shine. Yes, still sparkling just like us. There's something about a hand-lettered garden sign that makes a space feel personal, isn't there? Like a quiet voice saying, "This is a place tended with love." Years ago, I remember my neighbor had a little wooden plaque that read, "Herbs and Hope." It wasn't fancy, but it always made me smile. That small sign reminded me that even the most modest garden can be a sanctuary. Today, we'll make our own signs, ones that look like aged metal yet cost no more than $1. To begin, head to Dollar Tree and look for plastic cutting boards or serving trays. Yes, you heard that right. Those kitchen items with the smooth surfaces make the perfect lightweight base for our faux metal look. They're easy to carry, simple to paint, and require no special tools. Ideal for hands that may not want to sand or saw. Next, you'll need some metallic spray paint. Silver, bronze, or pewter tones work beautifully. A soft brushing or spritzing gives your plastic base that classic brushed metal finish. Don't worry about being too perfect. A few uneven strokes here and there add to the aged charm, just like the patina on old garden gates or watering cans. Once your metal base has dried, it's time to personalize. Use rub-on transfer letters from the craft aisle, also found at Dollar Tree. Choose simple words that bring warmth to your space. Welcome, grow, basil, or joy. Carefully apply the letters with a popsicle stick or your fingernail, smoothing them into place. They'll look like hand-painted stencils, at first glance elegant and professional, but secretly homemade. Attach a bit of twine wire or even glue magnets to the back if you want to place them on metal surfaces like your garden shed or potting bench. The best part: they're weather-friendly and light enough to move around with the seasons. When I made my first set, I hung one right above the herb box by my kitchen door. It simply said "Time." But every time I saw it, I felt something deeper, an invitation to slow down, savor the moment, and remember that everything grows in its own time. These faux metal signs may be made from plastic and paint, but they carry something real, a story, a mood, a message meant just for you. Because even in our later seasons, we still have things to say and beauty to share, still speaking gently to the world, just like us. Have you ever stood in a garden and noticed how the light plays tricks, bouncing softly off dewdrops, glinting through leaves and casting gentle shadows that dance in the breeze? Light has a way of making a space feel alive, almost enchanted. And today, we'll harness that quiet magic using something wonderfully simple: mirror tiles from the Dollar Tree. When I first tried this idea, I thought of my childhood home. My mother used to hang small mirrors along our garden fence to make the flowers look like they're smiling twice, she would say with a wink. It wasn't about vanity, it was about light reflection and multiplying beauty. Now we'll carry that same spirit forward. Start by gathering several small mirror tiles, often sold in packs of 4 or 6 in the home decor section. These are lightweight and safe to handle, no heavy glass or sharp edges. If your hands don't enjoy too much fuss, you'll be relieved by how gentle this process is. Next, decide where you want to place your reflections. A wooden fence, a garden gate, or even the back wall of a potting shed makes a perfect backdrop. Use a weather-safe adhesive or command strips for temporary options to secure the mirrors in a grid pattern or scattered organically like sunlight caught in midair. You don't need many to make an impact, just enough to catch the morning or afternoon sun and toss it gently back into your space. The mirrors reflect greenery, blossoms, and movement, making your garden feel larger and more vibrant, as though the flowers are dancing with their own reflections. What I love most is how these little mirrors bring life to overlooked corners. A shady patch becomes illuminated. A narrow path feels open. A quiet nook now glimmers with a touch of light. It's as if your garden is speaking back to you, saying, "I see you and I'm growing with you." And isn't that what we long for as we grow older? Not just to be surrounded by beauty, but to feel part of it, to reflect and be reflected, not in the vanity of mirrors, but in the grace of light shared. These mirror tiles may be simple, but they hold the power to brighten, to open, to echo what's already lovely. Just like us, quiet, reflective, and still full of light. Do you remember skipping along garden paths as a child, stepping carefully from stone to stone, pretending the grass was lava or maybe a magical sea? There was a kind of wonder in each step, as if the path itself was an adventure. Now, as our steps are a little slower, a little more measured, we can still bring that same joy and color into our gardens with something as cheerful as glass gem stepping stones. This project is one of the most delightful surprises. You'll start with simple round concrete pavers found at garden centers, or even Dollar Tree if you're lucky, and give them a jewel-like makeover using glass gems from the floral aisle. These gems come in lovely hues: seafoam green, cobalt blue, soft amber. Little pieces of light waiting to catch the sun. Before anything else, lay your stepping stone on a protected surface or tray. Then begin placing your gems in a pattern that feels right to you. Some folks like spirals, some go for hearts or suns. You don't need to be an artist, just follow your instinct and your joy. Now, to attach them, use a strong outdoor adhesive. Many garden-safe glues come in squeeze bottles that are easy to handle. Apply a dab under each gem and press it gently into place. If your hands are sensitive, take your time. There's no rush in beauty. Once dry and fully set, place your stepping stone somewhere special, perhaps at the start of a flower bed or leading to a quiet bench beneath your favorite tree. You can create a path with several stones, or simply tuck one beside your bird bath or garden angel. When the sun hits those glass gems, they sparkle like stained glass in a cathedral. And every time you pass by, you'll feel it, that little lift in your heart. A reminder that you made something joyful with your hands, that creativity is not just for the young or the wealthy, it's for the willing. And perhaps most beautifully, these stones guide more than footsteps. They remind us to keep walking forward, even slowly, even gently. One bright, beautiful step at a time. Still colorful, still guiding the way just like us. There's a quiet kind of pride that comes from keeping a tidy garden. Not perfect, just well-loved. A place where every tool has a home and beauty meets function in thoughtful ways. Today's project brings that idea to life with a charming and useful creation, a hose holder post with a flower-filled base. It keeps things neat, adds a splash of color, and brings a smile every time you reach for the hose. It all starts with a simple wooden post, something lightweight but sturdy enough to hold a coiled hose. You can find similar posts at garden centers or repurpose a broom handle walking stick or even an old railing from a thrift store. The goal is not perfection, it's practicality wrapped in a touch of elegance. Next, you'll want a large plastic planter from Dollar Tree. Set the post upright in the center of the planter and surround it with a few rocks at the base to keep it balanced. Then fill the rest of the container with soil and your favorite cheerful blooms. Petunias, pansies, or even artificial flowers if you want a no-maintenance option. All bring life to the base and disguise the post beautifully. Now for the hose. Attach a couple of sturdy hooks or hangers also from Dollar Tree near the top of the post. When the hose is wrapped neatly around it, it almost becomes sculptural. The colors of the flowers below, the winding curve of the hose above, its form and function in perfect harmony. This project brings me back to my grandfather's garden. He always kept his tools in order, not because he was fussy, but because he believed in respect for the work, for the space, and for the seasons. That belief lives on in small gestures like this. A simple holder becomes a reminder that even the most practical things deserve care and beauty. And if your hands tire easily or bending isn't comfortable anymore, this design is especially friendly. The hose is upright, easy to grab, and never tangled on the ground. That's what we want, isn't it? Solutions that fit the life we live now. Gentle, graceful, and still capable. Because yes, dear friend, we are still useful, still strong, and still blooming, just like this lovely little hose post. Isn't it a beautiful feeling to walk through your garden and greet each plant by name? Good morning, basil. You're looking leafy today. Hello, lavender, thank you for your calm. It might sound silly to some, but we know better. Naming the things we care for connects us to them. It helps us remember, appreciate, and nurture. That's why today's project, creating elegant reusable plant labels, is such a joy. And don't worry, you won't need fancy engraving tools or tiny handwriting. All you need are paint stirrers, chalkboard paint, and some lovely decal letters, each available at Dollar Tree. Start by picking up a handful of wooden paint stirrers. These are light, easy to hold, and already shaped perfectly for garden use. Give each one a quick coat of chalkboard paint. If your hands prefer a sponge to a brush, go right ahead, whatever feels most comfortable. The paint dries quickly and gives the wood a rich matte black surface. Once they're dry, it's time to add your labels. You can use white letter decals, rub-on transfers, or even write directly with a white paint pen. Choose names that make you smile: thyme, rosemary, hope mint, or even playful labels like snail crossing or bee buffet. What makes these labels special is that they can be reused. If your herbs change with the seasons, simply wipe them clean and start again. And because they're made with care, they bring a polished, cohesive look to your garden beds or patio pots, like a little boutique display designed just for you. Gently press them into the soil near each plant. They stand proudly, quietly guiding you and any visitors through your lovely space. If bending is tricky, try placing them in raised planters or repurposed crates. Where everything is within reach, your comfort matters most. These labels do more than identify, they dignify. They say this plant matters, this space matters, and so does the person who made it. Because creating order and beauty from small forgotten items is something we've always done, haven't we? It's part of who we are. Still organized, still graceful, still naming what we love just like us. Do you ever find yourself hunting for your garden gloves, or wondering where those pruning shears went only to find them tucked behind a flower pot or under a cushion? I've done that more times than I can count. It used to frustrate me, but now I see it as a gentle reminder even our tools need a home just like we do. And that's exactly what today's DIY brings: a vertical organizer that keeps your essentials close, neat, and within easy reach. The secret ingredient: a simple over-the-door shoe organizer or hanging storage pouch from Dollar Tree. These often come with clear pockets or mesh sleeves, and though they were made for closets, they're just as useful in the garden. Hang one vertically on the wall of your garden shed, or even outdoors on a fence using a few nails or zip ties for support. If bending or stooping is tough on your knees or back, this solution is a blessing. It brings everything up to your level. No more crouching to dig through a bucket. No more guessing where your tools went. Now for the fun part: fill the pockets. Tuck in your gardening gloves, hand trowels, seed packets, plant markers, twine, and scissors. You can even slide in a little notebook or pen for garden journaling. Label the pockets if you'd like, or leave them open for a casual, homey feel. One viewer once told me she keeps a small chocolate bar and a sachet of lavender in hers for when her hands need a break and her heart needs a lift. That made me smile. A garden organizer doesn't have to be all utility, it can hold comfort too. The beauty of this system is that it adapts with you. As seasons change, so do your tools. You can shift things around without starting over, and the organizer itself takes up barely any space. It's ideal for small patios, shared balconies, or cozy sheds. But more than that, it's a quiet expression of care for your space, your tools, and your time. It says, I've thought this through. I've made room for ease. And isn't that what we strive for now? Not rushing, not scrambling, but tending, organizing, and gently shaping life to fit our rhythm. Still resourceful, still prepared, still making room for what matters just like us. There's something deeply comforting about the soft flicker of candlelight in the evening garden. It reminds me of porch nights long ago, sitting with loved ones, a cool drink in hand, stories drifting through the air like moths circling the glow. And while open flames aren't always safe or practical these days, we can still capture that warm ambiance with a touch of creativity and a few simple frames from the Dollar Tree. This project is like building a tiny house for light. All you need are 4 matching picture frames. 5x7 size works beautifully, a hot glue gun or craft-safe adhesive, and a bit of clear plastic sheeting or glass often already included with the frames. Add a small base and a roof if you'd like to get fancy. But even the basic box shape brings elegance and charm. Start by removing the backs of the picture frames and keeping just the front frame and clear panel. Glue the frames together side by side, forming a square or rectangle like a lantern body. If you'd like a lid, use an extra frame or even a flat wooden plaque to rest on top. This keeps everything neat and gives the piece a finished look. Once dry, place an LED tea light or battery-powered pillar candle inside. Set the lantern on an outdoor table, tuck it beside a garden path, or line a few along the porch rail for a stunning nighttime welcome. You can even add embellishments like jute handles, ribbon accents, or stencil designs if you enjoy personalizing your creations. What's special about these lanterns isn't just the glow, it's the transformation. Taking everyday items meant for photographs and turning them into vessels of light. It feels symbolic, doesn't it? Like how we too carry the light of our memories framed not on the wall, but in the way we live, love, and create. And these lanterns aren't just pretty. They're also lightweight, easy to move, and wonderfully safe for those of us who prefer not to handle open flames or heavy decor. A soft flicker with no worry, just warmth and peace. So as your garden softens into twilight and the air turns still, let your picture frame lanterns glow gently, like little blessings scattered across your space. Still shining, still framing joy just like us. Do you remember rearranging furniture in your home just to freshen things up a bit? A little shift here, a new grouping there, and suddenly the whole room felt new again. Well, that same joy of gentle transformation applies outdoors too. And today we'll do just that with one of the most versatile and charming Dollar Tree finds wooden crates. There's something timeless about wood, even the light unfinished kind. It has a way of grounding a space, giving it warmth and purpose. And with just a few of these small crates stacked angled or tiered, you can create beautiful display shelves that show off your favorite potted plants, garden figurines, or seasonal touches. Begin with $3 to $6 Dollar Tree wooden crates. They're lightweight and easy to move, which makes them ideal for seniors or anyone who prefers minimal lifting. Arrange them however feels right to you, standing vertically, lying flat, or even diagonally for a bit of whimsy. Try stacking 2 as a base and 1 on top for a classic step look. No nails needed unless you want something permanent. Gravity and a bit of balance do just fine. If you enjoy a touch of color, give the crates a quick coat of paint or wood stain. Soft sage green whitewash or even a gentle gray can match the peaceful tones of your garden. Or leave them natural, there's a raw charm in that too. Once arranged, fill your little shelves with treasures. Maybe a terracotta pot of thyme, a painted rock your grandchild made, or a porcelain bird that reminds you of spring. You can even switch out items by season: mini pumpkins in fall, pine cones and winter seashells in summer. These shelves become a stage for your stories. What I love most is that this project grows with you. You can add a new crate next month, rearrange next year, or move the whole thing to another corner when the mood strikes. And you never have to start from scratch, just build gently on what you already have. Isn't that a metaphor for our lives now? We may not tear down and rebuild like we once did, but we can always add, refresh, and reimagine, bringing new beauty into familiar spaces, one quiet step at a time. Still building, still arranging beauty just like us. Do you remember catching fireflies in a jar as a child? That magical moment when you'd cup your hands just right, gently place them inside, and then watch as the soft golden light flickered in the dusk. We didn't want to keep them, we just wanted to witness the wonder. Now we can bring that same magic into our gardens with a peaceful, no-catch version, solar firefly jar lights. This project is so simple, so enchanting, and wonderfully suited to our pace. You'll need a few clear jars from Dollar Tree, mason jars, jelly jars, or any glass container with a lid. Then pick up some solar stake lights and tiny LED fairy lights, also easily found in the garden or seasonal aisle. Finally, gather a little glow-in-the-dark paint or a small bag of reflective glass beads, just enough to hint at the shimmer of wings in the twilight. Start by removing the stake from your solar lights. You'll only need the top portion where the solar panel and bulb are. If it fits into the jar lid perfect, just secure it with glue or tape. If not, no problem. You can also place fairy lights inside and simply nestle the solar light nearby to charge during the day. Next, paint a few small dots of glow-in-the-dark paint on the inside of the jar, or drop in some reflective beads to catch the light. Then insert your lights and close the lid. You've now created a little lantern that glows softly as the sun sets, just like the fireflies we remember. These jars can sit along a path, rest on a table, or hang from branches or hooks. Wherever they go, they create a soft fairy tale ambiance that doesn't require wires, batteries, or flame. They simply soak up the sun by day and shine gently by night. There's something symbolic here, isn't there? These lights, powered by the day's brightness, shine their glow when night falls quietly without fuss. Like many of us who've spent our years gathering light through experience, now offering warmth and calm when things get dim. Still glowing in the dark, still bringing light to others just like us. Have you ever stumbled upon something small and unexpected in the garden? A mushroom tucked beneath a fern or a smooth pebble nestled in moss, and felt for just a second like you'd found a secret world? That sense of quiet wonder never really leaves us, no matter how many years pass. And today, we'll bring that magic to life with a miniature fairy garden crafted in a simple tray right from Dollar Tree. This isn't just a project, it's a story in miniature. A little place where imagination blooms just as much as flowers do. Start with a shallow plastic tray like a serving dish or underplant saucer. These are lightweight and easy to move, making them perfect for tabletops, balconies, or sunny windowsills. Line the bottom with a bit of potting soil or faux moss, whatever brings you joy. Then comes the fun part, building your tiny world. Wander through the Dollar Tree craft section or toy aisle. Look for small figurines, tiny animals, fairies, garden gnomes, or even dollhouse pieces. Add miniature fences made from popsicle sticks, pebble paths created from aquarium gravel, and little trees made from moss-covered stones or snippets of artificial greenery. You can make a pond from a tea light holder filled with blue glass gems, a bench from painted wood scraps, or a fairy door from a painted bottle cap. There's no right or wrong here, just play. Follow your curiosity and let your hands create the story. Place your finished garden on a side table, your porch, or near a flower bed where it might catch someone's eye. Children, guests, and even birds will be drawn to it. But most importantly, it becomes a space for you, a place to smile, dream, and remember the delight of small things. You don't have to bend, dig, or lift heavy pots for this. It's a perfect creative outlet for days when you want to garden gently with your imagination more than your strength. And isn't that a wonderful truth of growing older? That we can still find joy in make-believe, still build worlds of beauty and peace from bits and pieces. We may have set aside fairy wings long ago, but the magic, it never left us. Still playful, still dreaming just like us. There's something so comforting about the gentle hum of bees in the garden, isn't there? That quiet reminder that even the smallest creatures have their place, their rhythm, their purpose. Bees have always symbolized community, hard work, and sweetness, and today we're going to honor them with a charming decorative beehive made from simple Dollar Tree supplies. This rustic beehive won't buzz or sting, but it will bring a delightful handmade touch to your patio, flower bed, or porch. And the best part? It's lightweight, easy to make, and requires no special tools. Just your hands, your time, and a bit of imagination. Start with 2 plastic bowls from Dollar Tree. Choose ones that are round and stacked neatly together like soup or mixing bowls. Turn them upside down and glue them rim to rim so they form a beehive-like dome. This becomes your base. Next, take a roll of Dollar Tree jute rope and begin wrapping it around your hive, starting at the bottom. Apply hot glue or craft adhesive as you go slowly and steadily, one loop at a time. This process is meditative and gentle, and there's no rush. Feel free to rest between wraps, enjoy the texture beneath your fingers, and let the rhythm soothe you. Once the entire form is wrapped, you can add a small loop of rope at the top as a handle or glue on a faux black button or paper circle as a bee door. If you'd like, embellish your hive with tiny faux bees or little fabric flowers for a touch of whimsy. Place your rope beehive on an old crate, tuck it into a garden shelf, or display it near your herb bed. It will charm visitors and passers-by, especially those who appreciate the beauty of handmade things. But beyond the decoration, there's something symbolic here. This project is built from humble things, plastic bowls and rope, and yet it becomes something warm, familiar, and full of meaning. It reminds me of how our lives too are shaped by small daily acts, kindnesses, quiet labors, shared moments that come together to form something beautiful and whole. Still purposeful, still bringing sweetness into the world just like us. Do you remember the joy of spotting your first butterfly each spring? That delicate flutter, the flash of color, the way they seem to dance without effort. For many of us, butterflies are more than just beautiful visitors. They're symbols of transformation, lightness, and hope. And today, we're bringing that feeling to life with a cheerful, easy DIY butterfly garden stakes made from faux flowers and craft wire. This project is as whimsical as it is simple. It's perfect for an afternoon of gentle creativity, no heavy lifting, no digging, just a little imagination and a few items from Dollar Tree. Start with some vibrant faux flowers in colors that make you smile: yellows, pinks, purples, whatever feels joyful. Then pick up some flexible craft wire and wooden skewers or garden stakes. You'll use the wire to create delicate wing shapes, looping it into soft ovals, then twisting the center to create a butterfly form. Don't worry about making them perfect. Even real butterfly wings are a little uneven, and that's part of their charm. Now take apart your faux flowers, saving the petals and centers. Glue or wire them onto the center of your butterfly frame so they become the body. Use extra petals to decorate the wings, adding as much detail or sparkle as you like. Some folks add tiny beads, glitter, or even write a little word on each wing like joy or hope. Once your butterflies are complete, attach them to your garden stakes or skewers with a bit of hot glue or tape. Then comes the best part: placing them in your garden. Tuck them among your flower beds, place them in potted plants, or line a walkway with a few to guide the eye. They'll catch the breeze and dance just a little, bringing playful movement and color to even the quietest corner. What I love about these butterfly stakes is that they're made from leftover bits, scraps of wire, extra petals, forgotten flowers, and yet together they become something light and lovely. Just like our lives, filled with pieces and seasons that might not have made sense at the time, but come together into something graceful and bright. Still fluttering, still bringing joy, just like us. There's something deeply soothing about watching the wind play through the garden leaves, rustling petals, swaying shadows shifting softly. It reminds us to breathe, to let go, to dance a little with whatever the day brings. And what better way to invite that gentle motion into your space than with a playful wind spinner made from Dollar Tree plastic plates and beads. This project adds movement and color to your garden in the most delightful way. And it's wonderfully friendly for hands that prefer simple, light crafting. Start by selecting 2 or 3 colorful plastic plates. Choose ones with cheerful patterns or solid pastels that complement your flowers. Using a sturdy pair of scissors or a small utility knife, cut the plates into curved petal shapes. Think of sunflowers or pinwheels. Your spinner doesn't need to be perfect, just joyful. Next, use a hole punch or heated skewer to make a small hole near the edge of each petal and at the center of what will become your spinner. Then thread a bit of floral or craft wire through the holes, connecting the pieces in a spiral or starburst pattern. You can string Dollar Tree beads between each plate section or let the colors speak for themselves. To finish, attach your spinner to a wooden dowel metal rod or even a recycled coat hanger. Be sure to leave enough looseness for the spinner to twirl freely in the breeze. You can hang it from a tree, suspend it from a porch beam, or plant it firmly in a flower pot where the sun can catch it throughout the day. What I love most is how this project brings playfulness to your space. It turns a breeze into a dance and leftover plastic into poetry. Even on still days, the colors brighten a quiet corner, and when the wind does come, it spins with joy, just like laughter, just like childhood, just like us. Because we've learned not to chase the wind, but to move with it. To spin when we can, rest when we must, and let the world flow gently around us. Still turning toward the sun, still catching the breeze, just like us. There's something so inviting about a garden seat dressed with soft pillows, like an unspoken welcome to sit, to rest, to stay a while. And just because we're working with a small budget doesn't mean we have to give up comfort or charm. In fact, today's DIY might be one of the coziest transformations of all: vibrant, weather-friendly pillow covers made from colorful Dollar Tree towels. Yes, towels. Those bright, cheerful beach or hand towels, often tucked on the lower shelves, can become your new favorite garden accents with just a few easy folds and stitches. You don't need a sewing machine for this project. Just a needle and thread, some fabric glue, or even a no-sew adhesive like hem tape will do the job. Start by choosing 2 matching towels per pillow, solid or patterned depending on your style. Fold each towel in half with the soft side facing in, Then seal the sides with your chosen method, leaving one end open. Once you've created your pouch, flip it right side out and insert an old cushion, a pillow form, or even a bundle of plastic bags wrapped in batting for a clever weather-resistant insert. Seal the final edge with more adhesive or a few hand stitches, and there you have it, a durable, delightful pillow, perfect for your porch swing, garden bench, or patio chair. They're machine washable, fade resistant, and easy to replace with the seasons. I made a set of these last summer, and I remember how happy it made me to look out and see those bursts of coral and turquoise on my old bench. It was as if the whole corner of the garden had been refreshed, not with expensive furniture, but with fabric and love. And if you ever feel tempted to think these small touches don't matter, let me reassure you they do. A soft place to lean back, a spot of color in the corner, a chair that says, "You're home." These are the details that make a space feel truly ours. Still soft, still welcoming, still full of color and comfort, just like us. It's always amazed me how the most surprising things can be transformed with just a shift in perspective. A chipped mug becomes a flower pot. A forgotten ladder turns into a plant stand. And today, a humble Dollar Tree trash can become a charming, lightweight side table, one that's both practical and stylish with a wink of creativity. This project is perfect if you've been craving a small table to hold your tea, your book, or your garden gloves while you work. It's light, easy to move, and best of all, no tools or heavy lifting required. Start by picking up a wire or plastic trash can from Dollar Tree. The kind with an open mesh or decorative design works especially well for this. Turn it upside down so the bottom becomes the top. Just like that, the structure of your table is already in place. Now comes the finishing touch. A pizza pan, also from Dollar Tree, serves as the tabletop. Its smooth metal surface makes it ideal for outdoor use. Simply center it on top of the inverted can and secure it with strong adhesive or removable mounting putty if you want flexibility. You can even spray paint both the can and the pan to match your garden's palette, classic white matte, black sage green, or even a cheerful blue. Want to go a step further? Wrap the base in jute rope for a rustic look, or add faux vines around the rim for a whimsical touch. And if your hands need a rest, invite a friend or grandchild to join you. This is the kind of project that brings generations together. Place your finished table next to a favorite chair beside your garden bench or right outside your back door. Use it to hold a plant, a pitcher of lemonade, or simply your thoughts. It's not just a piece of furniture, it's a small gesture of hospitality, even if it's only welcoming you. And maybe that's what makes this idea so lovely. It takes something overlooked, a trash can, and turns it into something useful, beautiful, and full of purpose. A quiet reminder that we too can be repurposed, reimagined, and appreciated in new ways, no matter what season of life we're in. Still standing tall, still serving with grace, just like us. Have you ever draped a shawl across your shoulders on a breezy evening and felt instantly comforted, not just by warmth, but by softness, by the feeling of being wrapped in something light and beautiful? That's the inspiration for today's project. Transforming Dollar Tree scarves into flowing garden curtains that turn even the simplest outdoor space into a cozy, elegant retreat. These soft curtains won't block the wind or rain, but they will catch the light ripple in the breeze and create a sense of privacy and grace without needing heavy fabrics or sewing skills. They're the kind of gentle detail that invites people to slow down, breathe deeply, and stay just a little longer. Begin by gathering several lightweight scarves from Dollar Tree. You'll often find them in cheerful floral prints, soft pastels, or summer tones. Try mixing a few patterns together or choose one calming color palette for a more polished look. You'll also need a tension rod, curtain wire, or a piece of garden twine, whatever is easiest for you to hang between two posts, walls, or branches. Drape each scarf over the wire or rod, folding it gently in half and letting the ends cascade downward. If you want a little weight to keep them from flying too freely, tuck small stones or clothespins into the bottom hem. Or, if your hands are strong enough, add a simple stitch or clip to keep them in place. Hang your scarf curtains where you sit most, perhaps along a pergola beam between porch columns or at the edge of your patio. When the sun filters through the fabric, it casts soft colors and shadows across the space like stained glass made from cloth. It doesn't block the world, it softens it. I placed mine just behind my old wicker chair, and now every morning it feels like I'm sitting in a little outdoor reading nook, shielded gently from the world, but still fully present in the garden. There's something beautifully symbolic about this project. These scarves, once meant to wrap around our shoulders, now grace our gardens, still offering comfort, still bringing beauty just in a new way, still draping the world with softness just like us. Some mornings all you want is a quiet spot to set your teacup a slice of toast, or maybe your garden shears while you rest between flower beds. Something small, lovely and light, just enough to hold what matters for the moment. That's exactly what we'll make today, a charming outdoor tray table crafted from a Dollar Tree picture frame and a few simple extras. It begins, as so many beautiful things do, with something ordinary. A basic 8x10 or 11x14 picture frame, ideally one with a bit of character, maybe a rustic edge, a brushed finish, or even a pop of color. Remove the glass for safety and insert a sheet of garden-themed scrapbook paper or waterproof contact paper as the base image. You could also slide in pressed flowers, a vintage seed packet print, or even a handwritten quote if you like a personal touch. Now attach your framed piece to a folding TV tray, a wooden crate turned on its side, or even a small plant stand, anything low and flat that can serve as a base. If you want it portable, skip the glue and simply rest the frame on top for a lift-and-go surface. Add handles if your hands enjoy a little DIY challenge, or keep it simple and classic. You'll now have a decorative tray table perfect for holding your garden journal, a potted plant, or your mid-morning snack. I love using mine next to a rocking chair just under the porch eave. It's my little corner of calm where I can read, sip, and daydream with the birdsong nearby. And what I love most is how unexpectedly elegant it feels, knowing it came from things no one looked twice at on the store shelf. This project doesn't take strength or speed, only intention. And that, dear friend, is what makes it special. We're not rushing anymore. We're creating slowly, lovingly, in ways that suit our hands and our hearts. Because like this tray table, we're still steady, still able to hold space for others, still offering beauty and care with whatever we've been given. Still useful, still lovely, just like us. Well, dear friend, here we are at the end of our peaceful walk through $25 tree garden ideas, each one more than just a clever trick. These weren't just projects made from bowls, wire scarves, or glue. No, they were acts of quiet joy, of choosing beauty even in the smallest things, of saying, this place matters, I matter, and I can still create. As we grow older, the world tells us to slow down, and we do gratefully sometimes. But that doesn't mean we stop becoming. Our creativity doesn't fade with time. In fact, I believe it deepens. We learn to make more with less, to see possibility where others see clutter, to treasure time more than trends. And isn't that what true elegance is? A garden doesn't ask for youth or money. It asks only for care, a little attention, a little sunlight, the same things we need. So whether you build a flower-filled hose holder or a lantern from picture frames, what matters is that you made something with love. Your hands, no matter how seasoned by time, still bring beauty into the world. And your spirit, oh, your spirit still glows with the same warm light as those solar jars we placed in the garden. Quiet, enduring, faithful. So let me ask you, which idea brought you the most joy today? Was it the soft curtain made from scarves, the twinkle of glass gemstones beneath your feet, or maybe just the thought of sitting in your favorite chair, a teacup by your side, your work gently glowing all around you? I hope you'll leave me a note below and share which project you're most excited to try. And if this visit brought you comfort, inspiration, or a gentle smile, I invite you to subscribe for more soft-spoken, soul-nourishing garden ideas. Until next time, may your hands stay busy, your heart stay light, and your garden, no matter how small, remain your favorite place to be. Happy gardening, dear friend. Good morning, dear friend. Let's begin today the way a peaceful garden begins. Slowly, quietly, full of promise. Maybe you're seated on your favorite porch chair, hands wrapped around a warm cup of tea or coffee. There's a softness in the air, the kind that only comes with early light and memories that bloom right alongside the flowers. You hear the hum of a bee. The breeze moves gently through the lavender. And for a moment, it's just you in the garden. No noise, no pressure, no rush. That's the feeling I hope to bring you today. You don't need to spend a fortune, and you certainly don't need to be young or strong to have a garden that feels alive and beautiful. All you really need is a bit of imagination, a pinch of patience, and the willingness to try something new. Sometimes the most wonderful ideas come from the simplest things. A soda bottle, a spoon, a forgotten egg carton. Things most folks would throw away. Today I'll share 20 clever little hacks that truly work. They're friendly for aging hands, easy on your back, and kind to your wallet. These aren't just shortcuts, they're thoughtful ways to turn ordinary items into quiet garden miracles. And each one carries a touch of wisdom because, after all, gardening, like life, is about growing through gentle effort. So take another sip, rest your feet, and let's walk together through practical ideas that will help your garden thrive, not with strain, but with joy. Remember when you used to carry that big metal watering can from one end of the garden to the other, filling it, lifting it, tilting it just right? It did the job, but oh, how your back would remind you of it later. These days, things should be simpler, kinder, and they can be. Let me introduce you to one of the easiest, most satisfying little tricks I've ever used, what I like to call the soda bottle drip system. You don't need anything fancy. Just an empty 2-liter soda bottle, a screwdriver, and a plant that needs watering. That's it. Start by taking your clean soda bottle and poking 4 to 6 tiny holes around its lower half. A screwdriver works well for this, but even a heated nail or pushpin will do if your hands prefer gentler tools. The holes should be no bigger than the tip of a pin, just enough to let water escape slowly. Next, dig a shallow hole next to the base of your plant. Tomatoes and peppers love this setup, but really any thirsty plant will do. Bury the bottle so only the top sticks out of the soil. Fill it with water, screw on the cap lightly, and that's it. You've built a self-watering reservoir. Over the next few days, water will drip out slowly, nourishing the roots directly where they need it most. No runoff, no waste, and no more lifting heavy cans or dragging hoses across the yard. You can adjust the number or size of the holes to give more or less water depending on the plant. It's perfect during those dry spells when you just can't be out there every day. You'll end up using nearly half the water you used to, and your plants may even thank you with stronger roots and bigger fruit. Tomatoes especially love deep, consistent watering. And isn't it something that little plastic bottle once headed for the trash becomes a quiet helper? Still useful, just like us. So before you toss that soda bottle, think twice. It might just become the gardener's best friend. Do you remember cracking eggs on quiet mornings? Maybe you tap the shell on the counter, let it split gently, and save the yolks for breakfast. But what about those little shells? Most of us just toss them in the trash without a second thought. Yet now, in this slower, wiser season of life, we see treasure in what others discard. Eggshells make the perfect little cradles for young seeds. They're delicate, biodegradable, and full of calcium, something plants, especially tomatoes and peppers, truly adore. Here's how it works. The next time you make breakfast, try cracking your eggs a bit higher, keeping the bottom 2/3 of the shell mostly intact. Gently rinse out the inside with water and set them back in the carton to dry. That old egg carton, by the way, makes an excellent tray to hold your new mini planters. Once dry, fill each shell with a small scoop of potting soil. A spoon works just fine. Then press in a single seed basil, cilantro, or even zinnia flowers do well. Give them a light mist of water and place the whole carton on a sunny windowsill or patio ledge. Within a few days, you'll notice tiny green shoots reaching up like they know they've been loved. When the seedlings are strong enough, don't even bother pulling them out. Just crush the shell gently in your hand to create a few cracks and plant the whole thing directly into your garden bed or container. The roots will find their way out, and the shell will break down slowly, feeding the soil with gentle nutrients. Calcium from the shells helps prevent blossom end rot, one of the most common problems in tomatoes. But more than that, it helps create a complete little cycle. From breakfast to garden bed, nothing is wasted. So the next time you crack an egg, smile. You're not just cooking, you're planting hope. And isn't it something special to give new life using the tiniest things? There's something sacred about that first cup of coffee in the morning, isn't there? The warmth in your hands, the familiar aroma, the stillness before the day begins. But once the cup is empty, what remains behind those dark, damp coffee grounds might seem like nothing more than waste. But they're far from it. Those used coffee grounds are a quiet miracle for your garden. If you grow acid-loving plants like roses, tomatoes, or blueberries, you're in luck. These plants adore a slightly more acidic soil, and coffee grounds provide just the right touch. They're rich in nitrogen, a vital nutrient for leafy growth, and they help enrich the soil as they decompose. The best part, they're already part of your routine. No extra money spent, no special tools required. After your coffee is brewed, simply let the grounds cool and dry. Then sprinkle a thin layer no more than a 1/4 inch around the base of your plants. Don't pile it on thick or it may crust over and block water. A light dusting is perfect. You can also mix it gently into the top layer of soil to help it break down and feed the roots below. Beyond nutrition, coffee grounds serve another quiet purpose. They help keep slugs and snails at bay. These little critters don't like the texture, and the grounds act as a natural repellent. You may also notice fewer fungus gnats buzzing around your potted plants, which is a welcome relief. Don't drink coffee. That's no problem. Many local coffee shops set aside their used grounds for gardeners. Just ask. They're usually more than happy to share. You can store them in a sealed container or even refrigerate them for up to a week before use. With each scoop you scatter, you're not only feeding your garden, you're nourishing a quieter kind of abundance. One where nothing is wasted and even the leftovers serve a greater purpose. So tomorrow morning, as you enjoy your daily cup, smile to yourself. Your garden is waking up with you, one spoonful of coffee grounds at a time. Do you remember those bright, bouncy pool noodles that children once waved around like swords or floated on during summer afternoons? Chances are you still have 1 or 2 tucked away somewhere, a little sun-faded but still full of potential. Today, we're giving that cheerful foam a second life in the garden. As we age, gripping metal tools for long periods can turn gardening into a painful chore. Blisters form, fingers ache, and even the simplest tasks feel harder than they should. But with a little slice of pool noodle comfort is just a snip away. Start with any standard foam pool noodle available for just $1 or $2 at thrift shops or discount stores. Use a kitchen knife or scissors to carefully cut a lengthwise slit along the noodle. Then cut a segment long enough to wrap around your favorite garden tool handle, maybe a trowel, hand rake, or even the shaft of a shovel. Once sliced, simply open the noodle and slip it over the handle. That's it. Instantly, you've created a soft, cushioned grip that's far easier on your hands and joints. The foam absorbs shock and reduces the pressure that causes calluses and wrist strain. It's especially helpful if you deal with arthritis, nerve sensitivity, or limited hand strength. And here's another bonus use: brightly colored noodles, so your tools are easy to spot in the grass or among garden beds. No more searching for a lost trowel under a tomato vine. The color pops, and your tools stay where your eyes can find them. You can even adjust the thickness by wrapping more than one layer for bigger tools. Pool noodles also insulate against hot or cold metal handles, making them comfortable to use in every season. It's a small fix, yes, but one that can bring back joy to the tools you've held for years. Tools that, like us, just needed a little softness to keep going strong. Some mornings, even lifting a half-full watering can feels like a mountain. The handle digs into your hand, the water sloshes, and before you know it, your wrist is aching and your arm is tired. But here's the truth, dear friend. You don't need fancy garden gear to keep your plants happy. Sometimes the answer's right there in your recycling bin. Next time you finish a jug of milk, whether it's a gallon or a smaller half-gallon, don't toss it out. That simple plastic container is just waiting to become your new favorite watering tool. Start by rinsing the jug thoroughly. Then, using a small nail or the tip of a sharp knife, poke several tiny holes into the cap. 8 to 10 works well. These holes will control how water flows: more holes for a quicker pour, fewer holes for a gentler stream. You can even customize different jugs for different purposes, one for delicate seedlings, another for bigger, thirsty plants. When you're ready to water, just fill the jug screw on the cap and tip it gently. The handle makes it easy to grip, and the lightweight design means you won't strain your arms or shoulders. If the gallon feels too heavy, only fill it halfway or start with a smaller size jug altogether. The wide opening also makes it a breeze to refill, and you can see exactly how much water is left inside. This DIY watering can is perfect for anyone who wants more control and comfort while tending their garden. Plus, you're giving new purpose to something that might otherwise be tossed aside. And isn't that what gardening is all about? Reusing, reimagining, and making something beautiful from the everyday. That milk jug once nourished your breakfast. Now it'll help nourish your garden too. You may keep it in your spice drawer for oatmeal or holiday cookies. But did you know that cinnamon is one of the most powerful allies in your garden? This warm, fragrant powder does far more than fill the air with memories of baking and cozy kitchens. It quietly protects your tender seedlings, deters pesky invaders, and keeps the soil healthy without a single drop of chemical spray. If you've ever watched your baby plants wilt for no clear reason, there's a good chance it was damping off disease, a sneaky fungus that strikes at the root and ends a plant's life before it's even begun. Cinnamon, with its natural antifungal properties, helps prevent this. Simply sprinkle a light dusting of ground cinnamon across the surface of your potting mix or around the base of young plants in your garden. Not only will it fight off fungus, but it will also discourage tiny soil-dwelling pests like ants, gnats, and even some beetles. And unlike store-bought pesticides, it's completely safe for pets, pollinators, and the earthworms we rely on to keep our soil rich and loose. The key is moderation. A light dusting works wonders, no need to pile it on. You can reuse an old spice shaker for easy application or pinch a small amount between your fingers and let it fall like a fine mist across the soil. After heavy rain or watering, you might need to reapply. But compared to harsh sprays or costly treatments, this is simple, safe, and even a little joyful. Who knew that something so small and sweet-smelling could stand guard over your garden like a silent protector? Next time you're in the kitchen, reach for that jar of cinnamon and smile, knowing you're sprinkling a little wisdom into the soil. Have you ever found yourself crouching low in the garden trying to plant a tiny seed, just right, only to stand up with a groan and a stiff back? Planting rows of seeds can be joyful work, but it doesn't need to come with discomfort. Thankfully, there's a quiet little helper you can make with a piece of something most folks overlook: PVC pipe. This trick is beautifully simple and can change how you garden, especially if kneeling or bending has become more challenging with time. Start with a length of standard PVC pipe about 3 to 4 feet long. You can find it at most hardware stores for just a few dollars, and many shops will even cut it to size for you. Hold it upright and drop a seed into the top. It'll slide through the tube and land exactly where you want it, right in the soil below. That's it. No bending, no reaching, no straining your knees or your back. You can even mark the pipe with little lines at different heights to control how deep you plant each seed. For instance, lettuce may only need ½ an inch, while beans prefer a little more. These simple marks become your planting guide, like a ruler in the soil. Want to take it further? Attach a small funnel at the top to help guide smaller seeds. Or use different pipe widths for different seed sizes. Narrow ones for carrots and radishes, wider ones for peas or sunflower seeds. And when you're done planting, store the pipe in your garden shed. It'll be ready for next season and every season after that. Just think, one humble piece of pipe helping you garden upright with dignity and ease. It's another gentle reminder that gardening isn't about doing more, it's about doing what works and letting the earth meet you where you are. Isn't it funny how the simplest things in our homes, those little cardboard tubes we used to toss in the trash can, turn out to be some of our most faithful garden companions? Those toilet paper rolls, believe it or not, make the perfect biodegradable pots for starting seeds. They don't cost a cent, and they disappear right into the earth when they're no longer needed, just like nature intended. To begin, take an empty roll and cut 4 small slits, about halfway up from one end, spaced evenly apart. Then fold those flaps inward just like you would when closing a moving box. Voila, you've just made a tiny pot sturdy enough to hold soil and a little seed. Set your finished pots upright in a tray or shoebox to keep them organized. Fill each one with potting mix and tuck in your seeds: zinnias, marigolds, squash, whatever your heart desires. Water gently and place them somewhere with a bit of sun. The beauty of this method is that once your seedlings are strong enough to move into the garden, you don't need to disturb their roots. Just plant the whole thing, tube and all, directly into the soil. The cardboard breaks down over time, becoming part of the earth and feeding it in return. This method is especially good for plants that dislike being transplanted, like cucumbers and beans. And for those cozy evenings indoors, folding a batch of these little pots while watching a favorite show is a soothing task in itself. If you have paper towel rolls, simply cut them down to size. You can even write plant names right on the cardboard with a marker, no plastic tags required. It's a lovely thing, isn't it? Giving something once seen as trash a new purpose. Just like old hands and quiet days, there's wisdom in the overlooked. And in the garden, everything has the chance to grow again. Do you remember packing bananas into school lunches or slicing them over morning cereal, soft, sweet, and always reliable? But what happened to the peel? Most of us never gave it a second thought. Into the trash it went. Its work we thought was done. But here's a quiet truth in your garden: that peel still holds purpose. Banana peels are rich in potassium, a nutrient that flowering plants absolutely love. Roses, tomatoes, peppers, and fruiting vines all thrive with a little extra potassium. It helps them bloom brighter, bear more fruit, and resist stress from heat and disease. All you need to do is take your banana peel and chop it into small pieces, just like you're dicing a vegetable for soup. Use kitchen scissors or a butter knife. No need for heavy tools. Then tuck those pieces about 2 to 3 inches into the soil around the base of your plants. As the peel breaks down, it slowly releases its nutrients, feeding the roots exactly where they need it most. You can do this monthly during the growing season for a steady boost. And if you prefer a liquid option, soak chopped banana peel in water for 2 days and use the nutrient-rich water to feed your garden. That's banana peel tea, no sugar needed. Be sure not to lay whole peels flat on top of the soil. They'll take longer to decompose and can attract critters. Chopping is key. Just like our own lives, breaking things down into smaller steps makes growth easier. You can even store banana peels in the freezer until you're ready. It's a quiet way to gather strength for your plants without spending a dime. Who would have thought something once destined for the bin now becoming the secret to stronger blooms? Just like us, it has more to give than meets the eye. There's a certain dignity in being eye level with your garden. Seeing the leaves up close, touching the soil without crouching in pain, it reminds you that tending the earth should feel peaceful, not punishing. But kneeling and standing over and over can be exhausting, especially when your knees don't move like they used to. That's where an old 5-gallon bucket comes in. Not just for hauling, this time it becomes your garden throne. Take a sturdy plastic bucket, any old paint or hardware bucket will do, and flip it upside down. Place a small cushion or folded towel on top for comfort, and just like that, you have a mobile garden seat. Light enough to move as you work, strong enough to support your weight, and tall enough to keep you upright while planting, weeding, or harvesting. It's a simple, stable alternative to low stools or kneeling pads, especially for those of us who prefer not to fight gravity every time we stand back up. Here's a little extra magic: turn the bucket right side up again, and it becomes storage for your gloves, hand tools, or even a few freshly picked tomatoes. Some gardeners even drill drainage holes into the bottom and turn it into a planter when it's not being used as a seed. You can personalize it too, add a colorful seat pad, paint the outside, or write a friendly reminder like "Keep growing" in bold letters. It may be humble, but it's yours. And it makes gardening feel more like joy and less like work. Sometimes comfort isn't bought, it's repurposed. That old bucket may not look like much, but with a little imagination, it becomes a trusted companion in your garden journey. So next time you need a place to rest while you work, don't look far. Just flip, sit, and smile. Have you ever planted a tender little seedling only to have it wilt from a sudden breeze or an unexpected cold snap? It's heartbreaking to see young life struggling before it even begins. But you don't need to buy expensive garden domes or fancy greenhouse kits to protect your plants. Sometimes the answer is as simple as an empty water bottle. That's right, a clear plastic bottle can become a miniature greenhouse, or what gardeners call a cloche. And it's surprisingly effective. Start by taking any clear plastic bottle, water, soda, or juice bottles all work well. Rinse it out thoroughly. Then, using scissors or a utility knife, carefully cut off the bottom. Place the open-bottomed bottle over your seedling like a little dome, pressing it gently into the soil to hold it in place. Just like that, you've created a microclimate, one that's warmer, more humid, and protected from harsh winds. The clear plastic allows sunlight in while keeping warmth trapped around the plant. On chilly spring mornings or breezy days, this simple shield can make the difference between survival and loss. If the day warms up, you can unscrew the bottle cap or poke small holes near the top to allow ventilation. This prevents overheating and keeps air moving freely. As your plant grows, you can gradually remove the bottle during the day and replace it at night for added protection. Use larger bottles for tomatoes and peppers and smaller ones for herbs or flowers. And when the season's done, rinse them out and store them for next year. There's something special about watching a young plant thrive beneath a clear shelter you created with your own hands. It reminds you that with a little care, even the most fragile beginnings can grow strong. And just like us, all they need is a bit of warmth, a little light and protection from life's unexpected weather. Weeds have a way of sneaking in quietly, don't they? One day your garden bed looks peaceful, and the next tiny invaders are stealing nutrients from your vegetables and making extra work for your back. You could spend hours pulling them out, or you could let yesterday's news do the work for you. Yes, newspaper, not flashy, not expensive, but remarkably powerful when laid gently beneath your mulch. Here's how it works. Start with several sheets of plain black and white newspaper, no glossy ads or bright-colored inserts. Lay them directly on the soil, where weeds tend to pop up about 6 to 8 layers thick. Be sure to overlap the edges so no weeds sneak through the cracks. Then water the paper lightly. This softens it and keeps it from blowing away. Finally, spread a layer of mulch wood chips, straw, or compost on top. What you've just made is a breathable, biodegradable weed barrier. It blocks sunlight from reaching weed seeds, smothering them before they get a chance to grow, while still allowing water and nutrients to pass through to the roots of your good plants. As weeks pass, the paper slowly breaks down, feeding the soil beneath. No plastic, no harsh chemicals, just something gentle and useful breaking down into something even better. Many small farms and seasoned gardeners use this trick. It's reliable, peaceful work and easy on your body. Instead of weeding constantly, you're giving yourself space to enjoy the garden you've worked so hard to build. You can even make it a calming ritual. Sit outside with your morning paper and a glass of iced tea. And when you're done reading, give each page a new purpose beneath the flowers. Because even yesterday's headlines can help you grow something beautiful today. You've nurtured your plants with such care, watered them, fed them, whispered to them even. So when tiny green aphids or whiteflies suddenly appear, clinging to stems and curling the leaves, it can feel like a quiet betrayal. But there's no need to panic or reach for harsh chemicals. The solution may already be at your kitchen sink, a little mild dish soap. Yes, the same kind you use to wash your teacups can become a gentle yet effective bug spray for your garden. Here's how to make it in a clean spray bottle. Mix 1 quart of water with just 1 teaspoon of mild liquid dish soap. Make sure it's not the antibacterial or degreasing kind, just the gentle stuff that's kind to hands. Shake lightly to combine. Now head out to the garden in the late afternoon or early evening when the sun is low and the beneficial pollinators have mostly gone to rest. Mist the mixture onto the tops and bottoms of the affected leaves, especially where clusters of soft-bodied insects like aphids or spider mites tend to hide. The soap breaks down their protective coating and dehydrates them, harmless to your plants, but effective against pests. Within a day or two, you'll notice a difference. Reapply every few days until the problem fades. Be sure to test the spray on a small leaf first, just in case your plant is sensitive. And avoid using it during the heat of day, as the sun and soap combined may cause spotting on delicate leaves. This remedy is best for the soft-bodied troublemakers. It won't solve everything, but paired with other gentle methods like companion planting or cinnamon dusting, it helps restore balance in your garden. Sometimes the answer isn't a stronger spray, but a softer touch. Just like life, your garden doesn't always need force to thrive. Just attention, consistency, and a little kindness from things you already have at home. There's a quiet kind of charm in old things, the way a worn wooden spoon still stirs soup just right, or how a dented metal one reminds you of your mother's kitchen drawer. These pieces, though scratched and scuffed, still hold value. And in the garden, they can find a second life, this time as storytellers. Old spoons make beautiful and practical plant markers. Whether you have a drawer full of mismatched silverware or find a bundle at a thrift shop for $1 each, spoon can become a label for your plants. It's a project as simple as it is sweet and gentle on the hands. First, give the spoons a wash and dry. Then, using a permanent marker or a bit of outdoor paint, write the name of the plant directly on the curved part of the spoon. If you're feeling creative, paint the back in soft pastel colors or add little flourishes, maybe a vine, a sun, or even a heart. Once they're dry, press the handles into the soil at the front of your planting row or next to each container. The spoons won't rot in the rain, and the reflective surface catches the sunlight just enough to sparkle among the leaves. It's a small touch, but it makes your garden feel more personal, like every plant has a name tag and a bit of history. These markers are especially helpful if memory isn't quite what it used to be, no more guessing whether that seedling is parsley or cilantro. And unlike plastic tags, they won't blow away or fade in the sun. In a garden made from heart and home, even yesterday's tableware can bloom into something new. Because the truth is, nothing really grows old, it just grows into a different kind of beauty. You've probably seen them before at thrift stores or tucked away in your own kitchen, a wire fruit basket, maybe once filled with bananas or onions, now gathering dust. But don't let them sit forgotten. These airy metal baskets, with just a little creativity, can become graceful hanging planters, lightweight, beautiful, and perfect for small space gardening. To begin, find a wire basket with open sides. If it's slightly bent or rusty, all the better, it adds character. Give it a gentle scrub and dry it off. Then line the inside with coconut coir burlap or even an old cotton t-shirt cut into a circle. This liner will hold soil while still allowing water to drain. Spoon in your potting mix, tuck in trailing plants like ivy petunias, or even herbs like thyme or oregano, and water thoroughly. If you'd like, press in a few mosses or pebbles on top to finish the look. Use the built-in chain or hooks to hang your new planter from a porch rail, garden fence, or shepherd's hook. If your hands struggle with height or lifting place, the basket lower eye level is perfectly fine. The goal is beauty within reach. What makes these baskets so special is their lightness, both in weight and in feeling. As they sway gently in the breeze, they bring movement to your garden. And because they're open on all sides, your plants get plenty of air and sunlight. For a soft glow in the evening, tuck a small solar garden light or a strand of fairy lights into the basket's edge. Suddenly, what was once a fruit holder becomes a floating lantern of green. Gardening doesn't need to be ground level or grand. Sometimes it simply rises up quiet, recycled, and full of grace. Just like you, dear friend. There's something deeply satisfying about watching the rain, especially when you've planted something new and can imagine each drop soaking into the soil, waking up the roots below. But how much rain did your garden really get? Was it enough? Was it too much? The answer lies in a simple object you likely have in your cupboard right now, a clear glass jar. Yes, a mason jar, an old pickle jar, even a pasta sauce jar. Any one of them can become your own homemade rain gauge. No batteries, no fuss, just the quiet honesty of glass and water. To make your gauge, choose a jar with straight sides. If you have one, it'll give the most accurate reading. Use a ruler and a permanent marker to mark inch or centimeter lines up the side. If you'd like to make it extra easy to read, tape a strip of white paper behind the jar so the markings stand out clearly. Place your jar in an open area of your garden where it won't be covered by tree branches or roof eaves. After each rain, check the level. Half an inch and a half. You'll start to notice patterns, how quickly your soil dries out, whether you need to supplement with watering or when to hold back. Over time, this little ritual can teach you more about your garden than any weather app ever could. It helps you work with nature, not against it, and it brings a sense of awareness of what your plants are experiencing and what they need from you. For added charm, tie a bit of twine around the jar's rim, or paint the base in soft garden colors. Something practical can still be lovely. With just a jar and your attention, you become a kind of garden keeper. Someone who listens to the rhythm of rain, the thirst of the soil, and the gentle story told drop by drop. There was a time when CDs filled our shelves, holding songs, memories, maybe even home videos of children now grown. Now they often sit forgotten in drawers or boxes. But in the garden, they can find new purpose, not to play music, but to protect your plants with a dance of light and motion. Birds are lovely to watch, but they're not always the gentlest guests in a vegetable patch. They'll peck at tomatoes, uproot young seedlings, or nibble tender leaves. Instead of chasing them away, let a few shiny CDs do the talking. All you need are a few old discs, some string or fishing line, and a place to hang them. Thread the line through the CD's center hole, tie it securely, and hang it from tree branches, tomato cages, garden stakes, or even fence posts near vulnerable crops. As the sun moves across the sky, the CDs catch the light and spin gently in the breeze. The flashes of sunlight startle birds and make them think twice about landing nearby. It's humane, chemical-free, and oddly beautiful the way sunlight scatters into rainbows across your garden. You can hang them singly or string a few together like a garland. For more movement, hang them where wind can reach. And if you enjoy a bit of artistry, decorate the shiny side with painted dots or floral designs that still reflect light. These spinning guardians do more than protect, they add life to your garden's rhythm. Like wind chimes without sound, they twirl softly, reflecting not just light, but the joy of reusing what we already have. Old discs, once filled with music, now shimmer with purpose. And just like that, another forgotten thing becomes part of your garden's quiet harmony. You know those well-loved muffin tins tucked in the back of the cupboard, the ones that baked birthday treats, rainy day cornbread, or maybe warm apple muffins for the grandchildren? Well, they're not just for baking anymore. In fact, they can help you plant the most evenly spaced garden bed you've ever seen without ruler's guesswork or sore knees. This simple trick is a favorite among seasoned gardeners who enjoy both beauty and order in their beds. All you need is your muffin tin regular size, works best, and a patch of soft prepared soil. Gently press the bottom of the tin into the soil, making sure to push evenly so all 12 cups leave a mark. Then lift it straight up. Just like that, you have a perfect pattern of shallow indentations, equally spaced, ready to receive your seeds. It's tidy, quick, and wonderfully satisfying, like quilting in the soil. The indentations are the ideal size for small seeds like lettuce, spinach, radishes, or herbs. For larger seeds like beans or marigolds, you can use a jumbo muffin tin or deepen the holes slightly with your finger or a dowel. If your hands aren't steady or your eyesight isn't as sharp as it used to be, this method gives you a foolproof way to plant evenly, saving you time and reducing competition between plants. It also helps with watering, since everything grows in a neat pattern that's easy to reach and maintain. And when you're done, just rinse the tin and return it to the kitchen or hang it in the garden shed as a dedicated planting tool. You might even label it Grandma's Garden Guide, because sometimes the tools of daily life have more to give. And like a well-used muffin tin, our best years often show in the things we grow with love, intention, and just a touch of creativity. There's nothing quite like slipping your hands into a fresh pair of dry garden gloves, soft, ready, and smelling faintly of earth and sunshine. But if you've ever tried putting on damp gloves the next morning, well, you know the soggy surprise isn't nearly as pleasant. And leaving them bunched on the porch rail or tossed in a bucket only makes it worse. The solution: a glove drying rack, easy, charming, and made from something you might already have in your home, a mug tree or an old coat rack. Mug trees, those wooden stands with little pegs sticking out, were once used to hang teacups on kitchen counters. These days they can be found for $1 or $2 at thrift stores. But in your garden shed or mudroom, they become perfect glove holders. Simply slide each glove left on one peg, right on the other, over the arms of the stand after a day's work. The open air flows inside, drying the fabric naturally and keeping mildew at bay. If you've got more gloves, or even garden hats or scarves, a full-size coat rack can do the job beautifully. And here's a gentle tip: label each peg with the names of your garden days: Monday gloves, rainy day pair, or even guest hands, if a friend stops by to help. You can hang small tools too: pruners, scissors, trowels, keeping everything within easy reach. Always dry, always ready. This little rack becomes more than just a drying post. It's a quiet signal that you're still tending, still creating, still preparing for tomorrow's blooms. And every time you hang up a pair of gloves, it's like closing the final page of a chapter you've written in soil. Because gardening isn't just about planting, it's about caring down to the fingertips. Some of the most beautiful gardens aren't just grown with soil and seed, but with memory. Quiet notes jotted on the porch, little observations by the window, the first bloom of spring or the last tomato of summer. These aren't things we want to forget. And that's where a garden journal comes in. Not a fancy one, just something simple with space to remember. Start with a notebook. It can be spiral-bound, large print-lined, or unlined, whatever feels friendly to your hands and eyes. Label the front however you'd like: My Garden Notes Tomato Trials, or simply Spring 2025. This little book will become a personal treasure. On each page, jot down the date, the weather that day, what you planted or harvested, and any changes you notice: new buds, pest problems, or an especially happy patch of herbs. If you try one of the hacks we've talked about today, write it down. You might even rate how well it worked: 5 stars for the milk jug watering can, 3 stars for the banana peel tea. Over time, you'll see patterns which plants love your soil, what days bring the bees, and when to expect that first tomato again. It helps you plan better, but more than that, it helps you connect deeply with your own patch of earth. Make it a gentle ritual. Keep the journal by your favorite garden chair. Add entries while sipping morning coffee or winding down in the evening. Include sketches, pressed petals, or even a photo or two if you're inclined. There's something healing about it. Writing down your little victories and even your disappointments becomes a form of quiet companionship with your land. And years from now, it will be a joy to look back and see how much you and your garden have grown. Because the best gardens aren't just planted, they're remembered. And now, dear friend, we've reached the end of our little garden walk. 20 gentle ideas, each one born from the quiet belief that beauty doesn't need to be bought and wisdom doesn't need to shout. Just like you, these hacks are thoughtful, resourceful, and full of second chances. You've learned how a soda bottle can quench the thirst of a tomato, how a spoon can help a seed feel seen, how old gloves dried on a stand are not just tools, but proof that your hands are still creating something meaningful. And maybe that's the real heart of it all. This isn't just about gardening. It's about reclaiming ease, joy, and usefulness at any age. It's about finding peace in small rituals, planting, noting, watering, watching. It's about choosing grace over struggle and realizing that nothing is ever truly wasted, not a pool noodle, not an eggshell, not a moment. Each time you step into your garden, you are surrounded by quiet reminders you are still growing, you are still giving, and you are still needed. So I ask you now, was there one idea that made your heart say, yes, I could try that, I'd love to know? Share it in the comments. Your story may just inspire someone else who thought their best gardening days were behind them. And if this brought you joy, consider subscribing to our gentle corner here at Golden Seniors Living. There's more to come, more tips, more peace, more ways to fall in love with your garden. All over again. Until then, bless your wise hands, your patient heart, and the humble tools that help you grow.